Hello bankers, a very good evening to all of you. Welcome back. So I hope I'm clearly audible and visible to all of you. So quickly join in so we can start our today's discussion, right? So module A, which is all about international banking. So in this particular session, we'll be doing two sessions for module A, two sessions for module B, then module C and module D, one session. Okay? So next 6 sessions will be around these particular one. So and simultaneously we will start practice also. Okay? So unit 1 आपका exchange rate and forex business LRS. Then we have correspondent banking, आपका documentary letter of credit, facilities for exporters and importers. So these are the targets for or even this also. Okay? So these are the topics which we will target in this session. Another session remaining up, we have 11 session. Okay? Okay, 10 topic आपका which is generally part of this particular module. ठीक है? तो guys, unit 1, if it comes to unit 1, most of the cases आपका one application based or आपका MCQ based question and one case study for sure. ठीक है? Case study will be around the forex rate determinations. ठीक है? Basically how they'll ask you, they'll give you some situation, and it can be they can ask back to back 3 or 5 questions based on that particular case study, or else they can ask 2-3 questions आपका individually. ठीक है? So where you have to decide the buying rate or selling rate, and I have done session in the past also. ठीक है? I have already covered 2 session for module आपका unit 1 and 2. I hope आप लोगों ने देखा होगा. नहीं देखा है, you can go with that particular one. ठीक है? Storing cases, हाँ, 100% आपका that will be strong. मतलब like what is the exam level that we are going to meet. ठीक है? So if you are, let's say, the idea is कि we do have enough time. So if you are a complete new things, if BFM subject is completely new, we are having that mindset and we are starting with the scratch itself. Okay? But if you are already gone through the concept things and all, and if you are thinking you good in those particular areas, so what you guys can do, you can start watching that module wise MCQs, at least one set, and else you can go with the practice things also. Okay? So if it comes to unit 1 आपका foreign exchange factor determining exchange, last year there was one question around this particular one. Okay? Exchange rate mechanism, this is like most of the time you'll see question around this one, case study आपका. Okay? Where you have to decide the आपका for import bills or export invoices, you have to decide the rate आपका forex rate. ठीक है? Then we have foreign exchange dealing room operation. ठीक है? This is something which is also part of your treasury management. ठीक है? So RBI and FDI rules आपका foreign exchange dealers association of India and foreign exchange arithmetic, this is completely आपका case study driven. ठीक है? So you will basically guys, what I have done, I have changed the content background also. So you'll get, I'll upload these particular PDFs. So if you are comfortable in reading आपका, ठीक है, अगर आपको लगता है कि वहां से आपको helpful हो सकता है, मतलब the way you are comfortable, go with that particular one. ठीक है? I'll not suggest कि आप you should stick to this way कि you just have to watch the videos and all, and वो आपका choice है. This is completely your choice. Then go for the things. If you want to take printout, you can take printout also, but you have to have go through the concept वो areas. ठीक है? तो एक बार आपको concept को देखना बहुत जरूरी है आपका. ठीक है? Yes, हाँ, okay, हाँ, definitely. Durga ma'am will definitely do that particular one also. So that way, that is definitely going to help you in this case. ठीक है? So what is forex? We all know, due to this international trade things, the major reason for the behind this forex trade is, or forex is, globalization. Okay? So now we do have the connectivities, and we have import exports things, or the other remittances also, they generally lead to this forex thing. So when it comes to the forex, we all know it is an exchange of domestic currency with international one. Okay? Or we have direct or indirect quotation and all, so they're generally part of this particular one. Okay? हाँ, PKs are definitely numericals. मतलब my only focus during this session is आपका case studies in numericals और आपका जो other parts है. ठीक है? And 1-2 set of content is already there. If you can consume, please do consume that particular one. And third set आपका with the new things based on the recent examination trends and all, that we will do live also. ठीक है? तो बिल्कुल भी आप content side पे I'll not compromise in any way. You'll like if you are investing your time, you'll definitely get things from my side, that is my promise. But the only thing from your side is like कि I want कि आप कंज्यूम कीजिए कंटेंट को, ठीक है, यू वॉच लाइव, और इफ यू आर कंफर्टेबल विद द पीडीएफ थिंग्स, गो विद दैट पर्टिकुलर वन, एनीवे इफ यू आर कंफर्टेबल उस तरीके से आपको इन चीजों को लेके चलना, ठीक है. सो व्हेन इट कम्स टू द डेफिनेशन आपका, सो मेनी टाइम वी हैव सीन दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है. सो फेमा, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज मैनेजमेंट एक्ट, सेक्शन 2, which generally define foreign exchange, which means all deposit, credit and balance payable in foreign currency, and any draft, traveler's check, letter of credit or bill of exchange expressed or drawn in Indian currency and payable in any foreign currency, ठीक है. Another definition, any instrument payable at the option of the drawee or holder, therefore thereof or any other party thereto, either in Indian currency or in foreign currency, or partly in one and partly in another one, okay. So broadly speaking, foreign exchange is all claims payable abroad, whether consisting the funds held in foreign currency with banks abroad, or bill or and check payable abroad आपका, ठीक है. So when it comes to the Forex things आपका, ठीक है, it is something like we all know around this particular very basic definition, ठीक है. So basically do remember this section and all, ठीक है, section 2 of FEMA Act आपका, ठीक है. So anything which is payable in foreign currency, or if you are having some sort of conversions, or if you are doing some sort of payments outside, or any sort of remittances and all, they generally classified under this particular one. Participations, which basically the major participations which generally involve in that particular one. So I have used some your book cutting also, so we can relate things. Central bank आपका, which generally known as RBI, which is generally known as custodian of Forex, ठीक है. So which generally manage the overall reserve system, or आपका Forex reserve system, as well as sometimes they generally do some sort of activities which generally try to support strength, or try to give some sort of strength to our domestic currency, right? And the regulation part is also governed by the RBI itself by using FEMA Act 1999. Commercial bank, we generally involve in this particular business as a authorized dealers, category 1, category 2 and category 3, as well as we have FFMCs, full-fledged money changers, right? Investment funds and banks, similar to this. Forex brokers आपका, ठीक है, corporate and individual also, ठीक है. So these are the major participants which generally use Forex market. It can be for the current account transaction as well as capital, ठीक है. So sometime like they say these commercial banks or investment funds and all, they are working as a facilitator, and these entities आपका like corporations or individuals, they are using as a consumers, or they are generally becoming part of this particular market as a consumers. So when it comes to the major characteristics, it is a 24 hours market, OTC market, as well as exchange driven. So things are like nowadays we have tradings on Forex also, as well as we have derivatives and all. So this market can be आपका exchange driven, or OTC is like, let's say if we are approaching some authorized dealers, bank, or anyone who have taken license from RBI to do the Forex business, and if we are converting our INR into dollars or any other currency, so that is your OTC trade आपका, ठीक है. A global market with no barriers or no specific locations, a market that support large capital and trade flows, basically investments and all, ठीक है. Highly liquid market, easily convertible into cash. Currencies can be easily converted into cash. High fluctuation in currency rate आपका, ठीक है. If you trade in currencies, so you'll see there is a like market is open for 24 hours, 24 into 7, and if there is some activities आपका which is fundamentally affecting a country, it is like, let's say if we have a positive side, so that will appreciate the currency, and if it is आपका negative side, they'll depreciate the currency itself. Okay, so now when it comes to the reason आपका for the fluctuations, so let's say the USD INRs, the current rate is supposed at 84.10. So in what circumstances USD will appreciate, or in which circumstances your USD will depreciate? So, or even same for the case of INR also. So we have, whenever you fundamentally study this particular one, so we have fundamental reason which are something linked with the economy itself. Let's say if it comes to the Indian economy, if our balance of trade is growing or getting the strength, or that means we are doing more export compared to imports आपका, and if our forex reserve is increasing, or if the other, like let's say if we have price stability in the economy, or if the GDP is growing, so that will provide some fundamental strength to that particular economy, and that will reflect in the currency as well. Okay? That the simple meaning is, let's say if we will have more demands, so let's say if we are doing more exports, that means the buyers, they'll purchase things in our, or the goods in our currency, so there will be more demand for the INR and it will appreciate, right? Technical and speculation, these two, when it comes to these two areas, so these are the short term analysis. Okay? It is something, speculation sometimes it is part of the your technical reason itself. Again, they generally provide some sort of momentum to the the value of that particular currency pair, right? So technical, it can be like the number of buyers, number of sellers, or the expectations of investors about that particular economy or about that particular currency pair and all. So वो कहीं ना कहीं जो आपका करेंसी के अंदर कुछ ना कुछ मोमेंट्स आपको देखने के लिए मिलेंगे. When it comes to the fundamental factors, so these are the major areas आपका, ठीक है. Balance of payment, if it is in surplus, it will provide some sort of a strength to the country's currency. Economic growth आपका, GDP or others, ठीक है. That means if a economy having high growth means there is more and more investment. More investment means the foreign investment is coming, and there is a high demand for the currency itself, and even it will attract more investment if your GDP is doing good or if your economy is doing good. So कहीं ना कहीं if foreign investor will invest, they'll invest in foreign currency, so they have to convert into INR. That will generate some sort of demand for the INR itself. Okay? Monetary and fiscal policy, how we are managing the internal things and all, and interest rate and other areas, they generally deal with this particular one. Interest rate, countries where we have high interest rate, basically they attract the investment, so that is the one. And political issues aapka, or political stability, countries those who are having some sort of political stability, like let's say country like India, we can say that because from last 15 years we have a single government, so every government, they have their own agendas about the business things or about the economic things. If we have an economy like where one government is working for the years, that means that they'll work with the same mindset. So the businessmen, they'll study their mindset, and accordingly they'll make their investment decision and all. So that is generally part of this particular one. Okay? So these are the fundamental factors. When it comes to the technical factors, so government controls can lead to unrealistic values. Sometimes government, they made some sort of restrictions, or sometimes they open the areas, or sometimes they provide some sort of relaxation in some areas. So that also attract the investment. Free capital flow from the lower interest rate to higher interest rate. Speculation is about the आपका traders expectations about the currency. Let's say if 90% people have a mindset कि USD will get a strength in the near future due to these global tension and all, obviously if they'll make their buy position, so that will create more demands, that will appreciate the currency itself. So many times you'll see things around this one. You have to build your understanding around this particular portion, because this get asked in the past examination also. What are the factors which generally affect a currency's value in the market, or the exchange rate or values in the market? I hope this is clear to everyone, right? Yes, Deepak sir, very very good evening. चलो, तो ये हमारा first part आपका, ठीक है. Now the another one is value date. Everyone understand what is value date? So basically, when it comes to the value date, so value date, this concept is something linked with the settlement. As we all know now, कि this market work for 24/7, ठीक है. So आपका and everywhere we have time zone differences. We follow a different time zone. US or आपका UK or some other country, they follow a different time zone. So sometime, I hope you remember that case of Hersted risk. If you remember that particular one, there was one bank called Hersted from Frankfurt, Germany. So there was like जब आपका when they have to make the payments in the dollars आपका, ठीक है, and due to that time zone horizon differences, so till that time they have to make that particular settlement, or they have to provide those particular dollars, that German central bank, they liquidate that particular bank. So due to that particular one, we approaches to BIS, Bank for International Settlements, to deal with these kind of issues and all, and they form a 5 groups आपका, ठीक है, so which can handle these kind of areas or these kind of issues in the international economies and all, right? So value date is something, it is also known as your आपका, when it comes to the value date, it is also known as settlement date आपका, ठीक है, date of settlement आपका, ठीक है, basically. And due to time zone horizon differences, we do have these kind of thing. Let's say there is a trade took place on first, okay, let's say June 1st, there is a trade which took place on this is the date of trade. So date of trade aapka, date of trade is 1st June, okay. Now if it gets settled on first, it can be, there is an option key, it can get settled on 1st June itself. So it is known as T+0, and which is generally called आपका cash settlement or TOD. ठीक है? If it gets settled on second, it is T+1 and it 2nd June, assuming there is no holiday on these days आपका, ठीक है? So these are the June months, ठीक है? So that is generally known as your आपका tomorrow, ठीक है? And when it, let's say it got settled on 3rd June, again assuming there is no holiday, so it is आपका T+2 and that is known as spot, okay. So we have these 3 trade, and if it gets settled any date after the 3rd, let's say if it gets settled on 15th of July 2025, okay, so this trade will be known as forward, okay. So this way, that means we have 2 type of trade. One is spot, it can be आपका sometime when you'll come to the treasury one, okay, spot. Another one is आपका forward, okay. So due to these particular things, now sometime like they ask this particular one also, but this is a very basic one. I hope everybody knows this particular one, okay. So cash आपका, that's when the date of trade and date of settlement is same. आपका T plus Tom is when your trade got settled on, settlement means both the parties getting affected. A buyer is getting the currency and seller is getting money for that particular one, okay. So both accounts are getting affected at same time. That means the value date or the settlement date, okay. So in forex trade, the value date is regarded as the delivery date on which counterparties transaction agreed to settle their respective obligation by making payments and transferring the ownership. This is the meaning of settlement आपका, ठीक है. So I hope everybody know about this particular one case. Let's say आपका this is the date of trade or date of deal, and these are the settlement date. If it got settled on 15 same day आपका, it is T+0. Trading +0 means, ठीक है, it is आपका T+1. Please do remember this one, T+2, and it is आपका any date after this particular one. So forward, it is called forward. Sometimes they'll give you some situation, if Saturday and Sunday this market is closed, so you do not have to consider that those particular days, and even the national holidays and all, so you have to consider those small pointers which will be mentioned in your question, but they are very tricky, so you have to be very careful around that particular one, okay. So I hope this is clear and everybody knows about this one, and if you guys have any question, please do let me know in the comment section also, okay. So cash already, then we have Tom, then we have spot, and we have forward, okay. These are the 4 areas आपका which are generally part of this one. If you want, you can have a look around this particular one also, because you can just go through the content and all, you will easily get all these areas. So basically the thing is, if you have understood this particular one very well, you won't face any problem with the value date system and all. Alright guys, chalo, next one आपका direct and indirect quotation. I hope everybody knows about this one also. Again, these are very basic one, but still, if you are not aware about that particular one, this is my responsibility. Again, so when it comes to the direct quotation, it is something like this: $1 is equal to, let's say, 84.5060 INR. Okay? So this is आपका direct quotation. So when 1 unit of foreign currency is expressed in term of domestic currency, that is direct quotation. Okay? And indirect quotation is, let's say, 1 rupee is equal to 0.0121 $1. So this is your indirect quotation. So a quote is indirect when the price of domestic currency is expressed in term of foreign currency. So that is generally known as your indirect quotation. Very easy one. Yes. Chalo. Now we have cross rate. Okay. So cross rate fundamental is important for your basically for your आपका numerical portion or for your that case studies things and all, because sometimes they ask you to calculate case आपका your cross rate for that particular one. It generally work on chain rule. So cross rate is something, when it comes to the cross rate, it is as simple. Let's say we have direct quotation between dollar and INR. Okay? We have direct quotation between dollar and suppose that it is yen. Okay? But assume that we do not have a direct quotation between yen and your INR. Okay? If we have this kind of situation, so if we have to calculate how many yen is equal to आपका 1 INR, or 1 INR is equal, 1 yen is equal to how many INR. So that is, for that sake we will use आपका chain rule. Chain rule means in this particular situation आपका dollar is working linking the both the currencies, आपका rupee and your yen. ठीक है, so ये दो currencies को link करने का काम कर रहा है. ठीक है, so we do the cross multiplication, and with that cross multiplication we get to know the amount as well. ठीक है, so what we will do in this particular case आपका, ठीक है, what we will do in this particular case, so for like from this rupee, let's say this is 1 lakh. ठीक है, so from this first we will purchase the dollar. ठीक है, let's say we got $10,000. ठीक है, so with this these dollars we will dispose of against the yen आपका, and we'll get to know the conversion also. ठीक है, so what is the conversion and all, so that is mentioned here. Now this kind of question you guys can also expect for half marks or 1 mark sometime. ठीक है, if rate of Mumbai $1 is 78.18 and the rate of London market is $1 is equal to 0.83 euro. Okay? So we will get $1 for this, and for $1 US we will get आपका 0.3 euro. Okay? So if we have to calculate the chain rule आपका, and if we had to calculate 1 euro is equal to how many rupees, so what we are doing in this particular case, 0.83 euro is equal to $1. So that means we are doing simple cross multiplication. So 1 euro is equal to 78.18 divided by 0.83. So, and we are reaching to this particular value. Okay. Achha, this is clear, guys, because this been asked so many times. So you have to be very careful around this particular one. And if you have any doubt related to this particular one, so I'll try to help you out with those particular one. Correct hai? इतना आपका ठीक है. So please do remember this one, and if you got any queries, you can send me on Telegram also. ठीक है. Bid rate and offer rate, I hope everyone knows around this particular one also. ठीक है. So when it comes to the bid rate and offer rate na, so it is like, let's say $1 is equal to 84.5060. ठीक है. So this is the quotation, and this is a direct quotation, and since 1992 onwards we have we generally quote currencies most of the time in direct quotation itself. Okay? So that means in this particular case, if you quote the buy rate, okay, so what will be your buy rate? Who will tell, guys? What will be your buy rate in this particular case, and what will be your sell rate? Okay? So when it comes to the buy rate, it is आपका 84.50. Buyer want to buy this particular one at 84.40, and seller want to sell this one at 84.60. Okay? So buyer always want to buy at lower price, and seller always want to sell this particular one at आपका higher price. ठीक है. Now this is, let's say this is your spot rate. ठीक है, ये हमारा क्या है, आपका spot rate है. Now in case of आपका future or forward contract, it can be in premium. ठीक है, there can be two cases. It can be in premium. So let's say premium means आपका the current rate is 84.40. 3 month later contract, the prices is suppose that 85.2030. ठीक है. So this is the case of your premium. Premium cases आपका, it is as simple as that. ठीक है, when it comes to premium, so when your spot rate is greater than your आपका when your, I just have wrong. So when it comes to the premium आपका, ठीक है, so when your forward rate is greater than your spot rate, ठीक है, that is the situation of premium. As in this situation, the spot rate is this, and this is आपका this, and this, when sometimes they ask ना कि this is a situation where our currency is in premium, ठीक है, तो हमारी जो currency है वो premium में है. Now this premium will added in buy rate or sell rate. So what will be your correct answer? It will get added in both आपका, ठीक है, buy rate as well as in your sell rate. Here buy rate is आपका 85.20 and here it is आपका 85.30. So in this case it is 85.20 and here it was 84.50. So the premium will get added in buy rate as well as in selling rate. Okay? When it comes to the another one, that is your discount case. Okay? When it comes to the discount case, so discount case is something where we have, let's say the currency is trading at in future. The simple formula is when your forward rate is less than your spot rate, again, and let's say it is traded 6-month contract आपका of USD INR is trading at 82.7080, ठीक है, and this discount will get or when it comes to the discount thing, so it will be minus from both the cases. Buy rate here it is 82.70 and in this case sell rate is आपका 82.80, ठीक है, here it was 84.50 and here it was आपका 84.60 आपका, ठीक है. Understood guys? Is this clear? ठीक है. So please do remember this one, because to solve the case studies and all na, you will be requiring this understanding. Otherwise, like when you calculate the forward, so forward आपका that forward the spot rate, ठीक है, then we, if it is a case of premium, we have to add this particular one, ठीक है, and if it is case of आपका discount, you have to minus that particular one, ठीक है, margin and other areas which will be part of that particular one, ठीक है. Now the dealing rooms, so we will be discussing आपका that case studies in detail in dedicated session. If you want to watch, I have done one session 2 months ago, 1 and 2 for unit 1 and 2, okay? But this time I'll come up with a fresh set of questions and multiple case studies. At least 7 case studies are given in your book itself, okay? We will be discussing those one also, and along with that आपका there is one another set आपका minimum 10 to 12 case studies around. One is something around the similar type of question, another one is around the conceptual things which get asked in the past itself, ठीक है. तो case studies में कोई भी ढील नहीं होगी, but for that sake you just have to build a simple understanding around the concept. If you know the concept ना, you won't face that much of issues, है नहीं, तो थोड़ा थोड़ा करके concept पे काम करिए, वो आपको help करेगा, ठीक है. So when it comes to the foreign exchange dealing room, so we have 3 office आपका, front office, mid office and back office, ठीक है. So when it comes to the front office, so front office is generally known for the deal origination, ठीक है, buying and selling. This is आपका where basically we have a chief dealers, under that we have number of dealers, ठीक है, they execute the trade आपका, buy sell आपका, ठीक है. And when it comes to the mid office is generally known for risk management and MIS risk management with the help of MIS things. And back office is generally known for your one-to-one settlements or आपका that reconciliation things and others, they generally done by this particular one. तो तीनों office आपका, ठीक है, we have 3 office. If you see the structure आपका, front office execution of trade, mid office risk management and back office आपका one-to-one settlement, ठीक है, they generally take care around those particular things. So this is something you can take help from this one, and this was also very important one. Please do not take this particular one lightly, ठीक है. देखो ये important क्यों है, because the same things you will see in your treasury management also, ठीक है, even the treasury office is also categorized in the same direction and all, ठीक है. So fund management, nostro accounts, ठीक है, exchange foreign exchange advisory management, ALM आपका, ALM is a job which is done by the treasury department, ठीक है, dealing in the interbank market, trading in the interbank market and compliances will common in everywhere. Compliances means the guidelines, rules, regulation. ABM module C बहुत बड़ा है, बहुत question भी देखे हैं इसमें, ठीक है. So for every office we have some sort of compliances and that we have to fulfill, ठीक है. So this is something which is common in all the 3 offices, ठीक है. Second आपका mid office, market risk, liquidity risk, country risk. एल्को आपका एसेट लाइबिलिटी कमेटी और एसेट लाइबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट कमेटी, रिपोर्टिंग टू द टॉप मैनेजमेंट, दैट जनरली. सो मेजरली इट इज नोन फॉर द रिस्क मैनेजमेंट. एंड द फाइनल वन इज आपका बैक ऑफिस, कंफर्मेशन ऑफ डील्स, सेटलमेंट, अकाउंटिंग ऑफ डील्स, reconciliations and audit facilitation and reporting that generally comes under this particular one. So entire office is further categorized among these three different areas. Alright guys, तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखेंगे इसको सभी लोग, and their workings and their key areas and all. ठीक है, चलो now the entire process of the deal आपका execution. ठीक है, so foreign exchange dealing room, their entire activities, first one is deal process. ठीक है, the deal itself should be standard as possible and must follow the established deal procedures, means आपका the compliance or means आपका the guidelines आपका, ठीक है, the exposure limit, deal size and others that must be other too. The deal procedure should also outline how treasury should select the appropriate investment instruments आपका, ठीक है, by keeping in mind around the diversification and all these kind of things. Authorize transactions once the appropriate instrument has been identified. We are going to make investment in this particular one, and outline transaction itself should be authorized. Individual treasury team members will have their own deal limits, which may vary according to the instrument type. Properly documented prior approvals of counterparties is very essential, and this can save the institution and the dealers also. Basically, we do have board approval policies around these particular thing, around the individual exposure limit or आपका the portfolio size or the instrument wise holdings and others. So they generally comes under this. Okay? So foreign exchange dealing room, we have 4-5 stages under this particular one. Again, very important. So this is your very first one, and this is your second one. Third one is आपका confirmed transaction. Okay? So once the deal ticket has been produced, it should be passed to the back office for the confirmation. There should be a clear segregation of duties. This means no one party to the deal in the deal agreements, dealer or anyone who authorized the deal, should be involved in the confirmation. Okay? They should not part of the confirmation things because they are part of the front office. Okay? This is the confirmation things is generally done by the back office. Okay? And there should be, मतलब ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि आपका वही डील एग्जीक्यूट कर रहा है एंड वही आपका कंफर्मेशन भी कर रहा है. ठीक है, देन सेटलमेंट इंस्ट्रक्शंस आपका फोर्थ वन. After confirmation, the deal should be prepared for the settlement. Detailed settlement instructions should be part of any mandate or the other contract as well. ठीक है, so please do remember these particular one. Then आपका reconciliation. ठीक है, so basically what we are doing, we are matching आपका all the deals which we have settled. ठीक है, तो let's say this was the buyer, this is the seller, आपका this was the value और both दोनों के debit credits and others which is generally part of the reconciliation. ठीक है, reconciliation आपका it is something where we are matching the transactions आपका, we are doing some sort of आपका concurrent audits on the existing transaction. Once the transaction has been settled, the back office team must reconcile all the relevant documentation for accounting and its audit purpose. Backup system, the final one आपका, ठीक है, the dealing procedures will include reference to any backup processes it in the event of failure in the preferred system. ठीक है, these must be reflected in the agreements with counterparties as well. ठीक है, so this is something one. ठीक है, so these are the steps which are generally get involved in your forex trading आपका deal आपका. ठीक है, now Foreign Exchange Dealers Association of India and RBI. ठीक है, I hope everybody know about this particular institution, especially this RBI के बारे में तो हर कोई जानते हैं. ठीक है, so Foreign Exchange Dealers Association of India, this is a kind of a self-regulatory organization. This work as a self-regulatory organization, as we have for our bank we have IBA, or for mutual fund we have MFI, or for money market or your derivatives we have FIMDDA. So that is similarly like this also we have for forex things, for the trading purposes, for the dispute handling among the members and others. So we have Foreign Exchange Dealers Association of India. Okay, they generally basically they work as a SRO, self-regulatory organization, and they take care about these particular this particular business on behalf of RBI, and they generally focus on the innovations and all, okay? New things in other areas, also part of this one. So Reserve Bank of India being a central bank of the country and custodian of the Forex, they generally deal with this one. And RBI have given power under FEMA Act 1999. Okay? Reserve Bank of India, which generally give license to the banks as authorized dealers. We have authorized dealers category 1, category 2, category 3 and FFMCs, full-fledged money changers. Okay? RBI also issue money changers license to a large number of established firm, companies, hotels, shop to deal with the foreign exchange. जैसे होता है ना कई बार if you visit some 5-star and 7-star hotels, even in abroad also. So what you'll see, there are one counter where they are generally converting the INR into dollars, or even in domestic airport also. When you visit any international airport and all, so at airport premises, you will also see these are generally get license from RBI as a आपका FFMCs. Otherwise, we have आपका these authorized dealers and all, they are generally part of this one. Okay? So this is the chart, very important one, guys. I hope everybody knows around this one, but still I just want some concentration on this particular one. Okay? So authorized dealers, we have 3 categories, 1, 2, 3. One is something related to the all commercial banks and all, and they have maximum right to execute current account as well as capital account transaction. तो सबसे ज्यादा जो transaction handle होते हैं वो authorized dealer 1 के द्वारा. Authorized dealer 2 is something like जैसे RRBs हैं और other cooperative banks which are not part of the authorized dealers 1. और इसके अलावा this category 3 which is आपका DFIs. ठीक है, there are some DFIs like CAIIB, EXIM and all. So they usually do not deal with the current account transaction. Mostly they are in capital account transaction or other business related transaction. They are generally part of that particular one. Okay? So authorized dealers category 1 bank, they can handle all current and capital account transactions, which include all the commercial banks and all. Okay? 2 आपका entities that can deal in transaction of foreign exchange which are non-traded in nature, and authorized dealer 3 which generally comes under this one. FFMC is आपका purchase of foreign currency, foreign exchange and sale of for private and business visit abroad. So they generally comes under this particular category. Foreign Exchange Dealers Association of India, again very important one. 1958 RBI approved this particular self-regulatory organization. And here it is mentioned. Okay, please do remember this one also. And they generally facilitate in these many ways. Okay? It generally provides some rates also, but basically the core idea is similar to IBA. जैसे IBA हमारे बैंक के लिए काम करता है, वैसे ही for Forex dealers or Forex, these authorized dealers category 1, 2, 3 FFMCs, it generally support them, it generally help them to grow their business, or if there is some dispute between the parties and all, to solve those particular dispute. If they have some sort of concern, so to provide those particular concern with RBI or with Government of India, that is generally done by this particular institution. Apart from this, आपका basically Foreign Exchange Dealer Association of India prescribe guidelines rule for the market operations, merchant rates, quotations, delivery dates, holidays, interest on defaults, etc. In terms of RBI directives, authorized dealers are member of, like if anyone who becoming member of RBI as authorized dealers, they automatically become member of Foreign Exchange Dealer Association of India. जैसे किसी को banking license मिलता है, तो they automatically become member of IBA. So similarly here also. ठीक है? So option period can be specified by the customers in case of forward. नहीं, this is something new. Sorry. This is आपका not part of this one. ठीक है? The event आपका no. ये कुछ मैंने गड़बड़ कर दिया है. Please ignore this one. ठीक है? Please ignore this one. ठीक है? This part you did just this should be part of the option areas, but it came here आपका. ठीक है? Now the next one is आपका derivatives. So we have 4 type of derivatives आपका. Future, forward, options and swap. ठीक है? These derivatives are further categorized between 2 parts. One is exchange traded derivative. When it comes to the exchange traded derivative, we have future and options. And swap and forwards are OTC. OTC means over the counters, means like these are the private agreements or contract between 2 parties. They are negotiable in nature. Negotiable means customizable in nature, not negotiable. So they are customizable in nature. Parties, those who are entering in these kind of contract, they can negotiate the term and condition of the contract. But when it comes to the exchange traded derivatives like future and options, they are like they are standardized in nature, and the standardization is generally done by the exchange itself, like BSC, NSC and all. Okay? So that generally comes under this particular one. So derivative, I hope everybody know about this one. I have done one session for 2-3 hours, 1 hour 45 minutes for on derivative itself. Okay? So you can go with this one. And here it like when it comes to the forex, so nowadays foreign currencies also they get traded. They do have their options. They do have their future contracts and all. So that's why they have given the limited scope to this one. Okay? So mostly they can be part of your future option. They can be part of any type of derivative basically. Future options आपका swap mostly it is swap when it comes to the C2C business आपका, ठीक है, that B2B business आपका, business to business areas, and where bank they are having some client from the exporters, importers or any other business house, ठीक है. And for retail mostly it is in the term of future and options for the trading purpose, ठीक है. So currencies are also available for the trading. 1990s onwards we do have this leverage, so we can buy and sell foreign currencies in the demat form also. Okay? So that generally part of this particular one. Okay? So this portion, if you want, you can go through this particular one with the help of PDF also, but we will be discussing it with treasury management in detail, because where the role or the uses of derivative is very high. Okay? So in especially swaps आपका, and swap we have type of swaps. In this case we have interest rate swap and currency swap. Okay? These two swaps आपका, which swap is basically flip of position. Like in case when it comes to the interest rate swap, two parties they are exchanging interest rate. Okay? It can be in different currencies also. Okay? And currency swap it can be principal only or principal plus interest only आपका, ठीक है, principal or interest combination with combination of principal and interest also, ठीक है. So where one party is from one country and another party is from some other countries and all, so they are exchanging their positions with fixed versus floating, ठीक है. When it comes to the swap, it is all about the exchange of position, where one party which generally going with the fixed rate and another party is shifting from fixed rate to floating rate or vice versa, right? Mahesh sir, we are targeting 5 units, तो देखते हैं कितने तक जाता है. So unit 2 आपका, now unit 2 LRS from this particular unit ना, one area is very very important, ठीक है. So that is permissible and non-permissible areas, ठीक है. Then we have operational guidelines also, ठीक है, and current account and capital account transactions, and one is आपका just TCS, ठीक है. So you guys can expect one case study around the this particular area also, ठीक है. तो these areas, these 3 areas are very very important one, ठीक है. I hope everybody knows about the LRS scheme, liberalized remittance scheme. The scheme was introduced by RBI on 4th of February 2004, ठीक है, with an initial limit of how much? Who will tell? जो लोग बोर हो रहे हैं आंसर कर दो, ठीक है. So what was the initial limit of LRS when RBI launched this particular scheme on 4th of February 2004, ठीक है. So now the current limit is $250,000 US. This scheme is only and only for individuals including minors. It is not for corporate houses, HNIs and others, ठीक है. तो basically अगर हम LRS की बात करते हैं, ठीक है, so basically individuals they can do आपका current account means current account remittances as well as capital account remittances. Current accounts, which is something like, let's say if we are going abroad for travel purpose or for education, for medical treatments and all, so these are the current account transactions. Capital account, where as an individual we are making some sort of investment abroad outside India आपका, ठीक है. तो that can be in a joint stock company or it can be a wholly owned subsidiary also, ठीक है. हाँ, what was the limit initially? It was $25,000 US. So मत जाना, हाँ मैं यहाँ लगा पड़ा हूँ और आप लोग आराम से सो रहे हैं, ऐसा मत करना, ठीक है. So LRS scheme basically to facilitate individuals so they can easily remit money abroad. That was the primary idea of this particular scheme, ठीक है. So basically these are the areas. अब यहाँ पे ना, when you will study this particular scheme, there are 3 major areas for your exam viewpoints, ठीक है. One is आपका schedule 1 non-permissible areas, another schedule 2 permissible areas or semi-permissible areas, where you have to take prior approval from government departments or ministries. Third one is आपका permissible areas. These are the permissible areas. ठीक है, Schedule 3 of LRS. But Schedule 1 and 2 are very very important one. We'll come to those particular one also. ठीक है. So as an individual, we can use this particular scheme to remit money abroad for private visit, except Nepal and Bhutan. ठीक है, gift or donation, going abroad for employments, immigration, maintenance of close relative, travel for business, expenses in connection with the medical treatments abroad and studies abroad. ठीक है, LRS is आपका बहुत important है, और that one case study you can expect based on the TCS things also. We'll discuss that one also. ठीक है, so current accounts, we have current account and capital accounts. Capital accounts which is generally defined under section 2 subsection E of FEMA Act. ठीक है, and current accounts आपका section 2 subsection J of FEMA Act this. ठीक है, so basically when it comes to current accounts, means transaction other than capital account include payment connected to trade, travels, medical, family and others. ठीक है, नॉर्मल जो आपके यूजेस होते हैं, हम घूमने के लिए जा रहे हैं, अदर्स मेडिकल पर्पज या अदर्स, एंड दिस इज समथिंग आपका कैपिटल अकाउंट ट्रांजेक्शन विच इज आपका एसेट्स एंड लाइबिलिटीज. वी आर इन्वेस्टिंग इन सम joint stock companies or we are creating some wholly owned subsidiaries abroad. For that sake also you can use this particular scheme आपका. ठीक है, non-permissible area, this is very very important area guys. So please do remember these particular non-permissible area, which is your schedule 1 of schedule 1 of LRS scheme. ठीक है, so remittance for any purpose specifically prohibited under schedule 1. These are like purchase of lottery ticket, sweepstake and prescribed magazines or any item restricted under schedule 2 of foreign exchange. आपका will come to schedule 2 also. ठीक है, remittances from India for margin or margin calls means डेरिवेटिव ट्रेडिंग्स अब्रॉड. आपका दूसरे कंट्रीज के जो डेरिवेटिव्स में इन्वेस्टमेंट है, तो मार्जिन भी रिक्वायर्ड टू इन्वेस्ट इन डेरिवेटिव्स. ठीक है, वन इनिशियल वैल्यू which is around 5 to 10% of the overall contract value, which you have to pay at the time of while you enter in that contract, and you have to maintain that particular one on M2M basis, mark to market basis. तो margin के payment के लिए margin call means when there is a shortfall in the margin, so that call arise, that is called margin call. ठीक है, उसके लिए नहीं हो सकता, means foreign trading के लिए नहीं हो सकता. ये सिंपल सा पॉइंट यहाँ पे है. ठीक है, remittance for purchase of foreign currency convertible bonds issued by Indian companies. ठीक है, issued by Indian companies in the overseas secondary market. ठीक है, capital account remittances directly or indirectly countries which are identified under FATF. ठीक है, remittances directly or indirectly to individual and entities which are terrorist organization and all. ठीक है, significant risk of committing act of terrorism and all. So they are like list is provided by RBI and we can not remit there also. ठीक है, हाँ, पंकज सर ने $25,000 लिखा है, बहुत लेट आपका आंसर मिला सर. ठीक है, चलो अब से दिस इज योर शेड्यूल 1. ठीक है, नॉट अलाउड एरियाज. LR ऐसे क्वेश्चन बहुत मिलेंगे, प्लीज बी केयरफुल अराउंड दिस वन. ठीक है, सेकंड वन इज आपका दिस इज समथिंग वेयर वी हैव टू टेक अ प्रायर अप्रूवल फ्रॉम RBI. ठीक है, प्रायर अप्रूवल फ्रॉम नॉट RBI, सॉरी, प्रायर अप्रूवल फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स और मिनिस्ट्रीज. ठीक है, तो ये लिस्ट भी आपका, and they can frame a very nice question around this one for 1 marks. ठीक है, तो जैसे remittance toward cultural tour, we need prior approval from Department of Education and Culture under Ministry of Human Resource and Development. ठीक है, तो ये याद करने वाली चीज है. This you have to memorize anyhow. ठीक है, प्रैक्टिस में हम लोग इसको करेंगे, बहुत सारे अलग अलग डायमेंशन से क्वेश्चन आपको देखने के लिए मिलेंगे, तो प्रैक्टिस आपको इसको याद करने में मदद करेगी. बट स्टिल दीज आर द पॉइंटर्स ना, जैसे शेड्यूल 1 वर्ड्स 2 3 आप एग्जाम में हॉल में एंटर करने से पहले भी एक बार इनको रिवाइज मार सकते हैं. ठीक है, सो एडवर्टाइजमेंट इन फॉरेन प्रिंट मीडिया बाय स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और PSUs, सो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस आपका. ठीक है, रेमिटेंसेस टुवर्ड फ्रेट वेसल्स चार्टेड बाय PSU, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सरफेस ट्रांसपोर्ट. पेमेंट ऑफ इंपोर्ट थ्रू ओसीन ट्रांसफर ऑन CIF basis, government or department PSUs, Ministry of Surface. Remittances of hiring charges of transponders, TV channel, ISP, others. ठीक है, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting or Information Technology. Prize money where it is more than $1 lakh. ठीक है, 1 lakh. This was गेट आस्क्ड इन योर प्रीवियस टू प्रीवियस एग्जामिनेशन। ये वाला पॉइंट जो उसने वहां पे आपका पूछा गया था, ठीक है। प्रीवियस टू प्रीवियस मींस लास्ट ईयर, आपका लास्ट ईयर जून के अंदर, ठीक है। सो remittances of prize money, sponsorship of sports activities abroad by a person other than international or state or your आपका sports bodies, and where the amount involved is, let's say as an individual you are sponsoring some sports events outside India and the prize money is you are giving $1 lakh or $5 lakh. In that case you will be require a prior approval from आपका यूथ अफेयर्स और आपका मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स HRD, ठीक है। सो HRD मिनिस्ट्री से यू विल बी रिक्वायरिंग अप्रूवल्स आपका, ठीक है। सो वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, प्लीज ध्यान रखिएगा। नाउ शेड्यूल 3, दिस वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड, ठीक है। दीज आर द एरियाज वेयर यू कैन और एज ए इंडिविजुअल वी कैन रेमिट मनी अब्रॉड आपका, ठीक है। सेम चीजें आपकी हैं, ठीक है। दिस वी हैव डिस्कस्ड अर्लियर ऑल्सो। तो 3 एरियाज आपका, 3 मेजर एरियाज। शेड्यूल 1 आपका prohibited areas, there is we do not have any sort of leniency in all, ठीक है। गवर्नमेंट और RBI they have clearly mentioned कि these are the prohibited areas, ठीक है, where we cannot remit money as an individual using LRS scheme, ठीक है। These are the semi approved areas where or semi approved areas where we have to take prior approval from ministries or the departments, ठीक है। And these are the permitted areas, schedule 3 आपका, ठीक है। For like these are the areas where we can use LRS scheme to remit money abroad as well. I hope this is clear. Definitely. Verma sir, for sure you will get the this PDF आपका just after the session. I'll upload again. No worries about the PDF. I have given you choice कि if you are comfortable in readings आपको लगता है आप खुद से मैनेज कर सकते हैं, I'll give you PDF for each and all sessions, ठीक है। I'll upload on app, download, take print out. That's why I'm keeping this text in white आपका। white में क्या होता है ना, you can take the print out, तो वो आपको visible होता है, ठीक है। this few people they gave me this suggestion also, तो वहां से ये चीज आया था, ठीक है। now operational guidelines, ठीक है। so operational guidelines, while we do remit money abroad, so we have to follow some procedures, ठीक है। there is one form called form A2. form A2 is very important, ठीक है, that get asked so many times, थोड़ा सा उसको ध्यान रखना है आपको, ठीक है। so form A2, so the exchange management act आपका, that LRS available to all resident this, ठीक है। so the sequence is basically something like this. We have to visit a bank branch which is authorized dealers in nature, ठीक है। they have RBI license. make sure आपका PAN card is mandatory. follow the anti money laundering आपका AML guidelines and all, ठीक है। we have to fill form A2, ठीक है। form A2. so the entire journey is basically, once you will approach to authorized dealers or even like let's say if we are working as a part of the authorized dealer branch, ठीक है, Forex branch, ठीक है। so people they generally connect us and we generally ask to fill them a form that is called form A2, ठीक है। form A2 which include आपका basically which include the sources of money और आपका the purpose code, ठीक है, for what purpose we are sending this money abroad, ठीक है। and we generally ask for some sort of declaration जहाँ पे उनको लिखना होता है कि they haven't breached the overall 2,50,000 limits and all, ठीक है। and if they fall under the TCS applicability, we ask them to pay the TCS also, ठीक है, because we are the seller, so we have to collect that particular one, ठीक है। so the entire journey is something like this. पहला, this is our form A2, ठीक है, आपको इसका कोई जरूरत नहीं है, but just you have to remember this name. then the customer declaration, applicant declaration, and then finally we provide the certificate आपका after verifying all the details and others, ठीक है। now TCS वाला part is very important. now I hope everybody know the rule of TCS आपका, ठीक है। so TCS, when it comes to the TCS आपका, ठीक है, so we have 3 areas आपका, ठीक है। TCS में there are few things जो changes आपके हुए थे, ठीक है। so for आपका education purpose, ठीक है, education purpose, when the source of money is they have taken loan from India, ठीक है, any institution 0.50%. for medical purpose आपका, ठीक है, medical purpose it is 5%, and for others आपका since October 2023 it is 20%, ठीक है। and this scheme is subject matter of आपका TCS collection, ठीक है, that is tax collection at source, and threshold for TCS TCS थ्रेशोल्ड इज हाउ मच, आपका 10 लाख एज ऑफ नाउ, ठीक है। अभी ये 10 लाख है, बट अर्लियर इट वाज 7 लाख, ठीक है। अब यहाँ पे ना दो तरीके के केसेस होंगे, ठीक है। यू विल सी टू टाइप ऑफ केसेस, यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट टू टाइप ऑफ केसेस इन दिस सिचुएशन। वन इज आपका दे कैन गिव यू, लेट्स से there is a person, Mr. X, who remit money in financial year 2024-25. These are the remittances. Like June month आपका suppose that it was 5 lakhs, ठीक है। आपका August month it was let's say 10 lakh, ठीक है। And in the month of February it was supposed that February next year means आपका, ठीक है, for this financial year, ठीक है। This is June, आपका अगस्त, फेब्रुवरी, लेट्स से इट इज 10 लाख अगेन, ठीक है। एंड द पर्पस इज सपोज दैट मेडिकल पर्पस, ठीक है, इट इज फॉर मेडिकल पर्पस। सो नाउ इफ यू गेट दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स, इन दिस केस यू हैव टू, इट इज अबाउट द previous financial year, so we will use this 7 lakh threshold to answer this question, ठीक है। ये बन जाएगा ना, तो हमारा टोटल कितना, 25 lakhs, 25 lakhs means 25 lakhs माइनस 7 लाख, ठीक है। सो रिमेनिंग आपका 17 लैक्स, 17 ही होता ना, 18 लैक्स आपका, ठीक है। 18 ही होता ना, 25, हाँ 18 लैक्स, ठीक है। 18 लैक्स का एट द रेट 5%, ठीक है। सो दिस इज द दिस विल बी द TCS ऑन दिस वन। नाउ अब यहाँ पे ना एक और तरीके से वो आपको ये पूछ सकते हैं, ठीक है। लेट्स से for the financial year 2025-26 in the, or they can mention the current financial year, ठीक है। current financial year, this is the transaction of Mr. A, ठीक है, जिसने ये transactions किए हैं, remittances आपका again let's say for medical purpose and all, ठीक है। तो ये थोड़ा सा ना ये जो डेट वाला एरिया है, ठीक है, you have to be very careful around the date. डेट एक तो आपका year, let's say if it is this, तो we have to apply the threshold, ठीक है। threshold of कितना आपका 10 lakhs in this situation, ठीक है। दूसरा there is one another situation, ठीक है, कि they can give you some areas also, ठीक है। there are two date from here and two date from that another country, another आपका financial year, ठीक है। तो ये मिक्स मैच भी आपका हो सकता है, तो प्लीज ध्यान रखिएगा, ठीक है। in that case it will be 20% आपका, ठीक है। it will be the normal rate in that particular case. पंकज सर for your question, ठीक है। योगेश सर ना हर सेशन में आकर के ऐसा डरा करके चले जाते हैं। सर इन iOS कैसे PDF मिलेगा? राकेश सर यू हैव टू डाउनलोड क्लास प्लस एप्लीकेशन, ठीक है। क्लास प्लस if you can just ping me on Telegram, ठीक है। it's a class plus application, ठीक है। तो अगर आप class plus की एप्लीकेशन को डाउनलोड करेंगे, it will ask for a code, ठीक है, organization code, and organization code is org code, it will ask, ठीक है। code is आपका ECXOIO, ठीक है। so if you use this particular one, this is I, हाँ, तो if you use this particular, just take a screenshot, ठीक है। ECXOIO, if you enter this particular one, directly land to this. देखो I do not have any issue with Telegram things. Telegram पे the problem is people used to join that one, then they do not have access to the old chat and all, ठीक है, पहली चीज। दूसरा, on app you will get the mock test also, ठीक है, in the free section itself. So module wise mock I'll add, so that is eventually going to help you out, ठीक है। so once you clear the CAIIB examination, हटा देना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। but अभी के लिए that is the solution from my side, कि मेरे को वो अच्छा लगता है कि मेरे लिए बार बार आपका चीजों को मॉनिटर नहीं करना पड़ता है, ठीक है सर। आई होप यू गॉट दिस पर्टिकुलर वन। आगे बढ़े, और क्या कहते हैं योगेश सर, आपका बिल्कुल ख्याल रखा जाएगा, टेंशन मत लीजिए। दिस इज क्लियर ना गाइस, दिस इज क्लियर आपका। तो ये थोड़ा सा it is expected कि you can expect one case study around this one also, भले ही it is for half marks, sorry 1 marks and all, but that is important, ठीक है, क्योंकि हमारे लिए important है और आपका आसानी से बनाया जा सकता है, ठीक है। मिक्स फाइनेंशियल ईयर का कैसे कैलकुलेट होगा? मिक्स फाइनेंशियल ईयर का that is आपका ना, जैसे लेट्स से, मतलब वहां पे कई बार क्या होगा ना, व्हाट विल हैपन, लेट्स से आई विल गिव यू वन सिचुएशन, ठीक है। वैसे हम ये केस स्टडीज में डिस्कस करते बेहतर रहता है, ठीक है। लेट्स से देयर इज अ इंस्टीट्यूशन व्हिच हैव, उन्होंने क्या लिखा, फाइनेंशियल ईयर 2024-25 आपका, दीज आर द रेमिटेंसेस, लाइक लेट्स से इन द मंथ ऑफ जून, ठीक है, दे हैव डन अ रेमिटेंस ऑफ 10 लाख, ठीक है। एंड आपका सॉरी इट इज लेट्स से 2 लाख, ठीक है, 2 लाख चलो इसको 10 बड़ा अमाउंट ले लेते हैं, ठीक है. So let's say they have done for this particular one is 5 lakh, ठीक है, and in August they have remit money around आपका 5 lakhs, ठीक है. In November they have done आपका let's say 12 lakhs, ठीक है. एंड अब देखो यहाँ पे ना फाइनेंशियल, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल दे विल नॉट मेंशन दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है. सो दीज आर द डेट्स अज्यूम की दीज आर द डेट्स फॉर योर आपका दीज आर द डेट्स फॉर योर आपका फाइनेंशियल ईयर 2024-25, ठीक है. एंड हियर इट इज अ डेट, लेट्स से it is April 25 2025. These all are in 24, ठीक है. These all are in 2024 and April 2025 they did a remittance of another remittance of 10 lakh, ठीक है. Now this is the one, ठीक है. So if they are asking you to calculate आपका TCS obligation on this particular person, and now they'll ask you question around 25-45 और 25-26, तो थोड़ा सा ना वो ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा आपको, ठीक है. समटाइम देखो वहां पे क्या होता है ना, इतना प्रेशर रहता है, बीएफएम का सब्जेक्ट है, वैसे ही थोड़ा सा हम ऊपर नीचे हो जाते हैं, तो ये थोड़ा सा ना सेग्रीगेशन को याद रखिएगा, ठीक है. अब लेट्स से दे हैव गिवन यू ट्रांजेक्शन फॉर बोथ द फाइनेंशियल ईयर, बट ही इज आस्किंग फॉर दिस वन, तो अगर आप जल्दीबाजी में इसको भी ऐड कर दोगे ना तो सारा मामला गड़बड़ हो जाएगा, ठीक है. सो यू जस्ट हैव टू स्टिक टू दीज पर्टिकुलर नंबर्स लाइक 10 lakh, 22 lakh minus 7 lakh and into आपका 5% or whatever the rate is. And if they ask for only 20 current financial year, then you just have to use this one and there will be no TCS. Reason, because the threshold is 10 lakh, the remittance done by this person is again 10 lakh आपका, ठीक है. Connect sir, I hope you got this particular one, ठीक है. This is clear guys, everyone. Capital account transactions, ठीक है. So capital account transactions, for this capital account transactions nowadays we have IFSC or else we have to open on foreign currency account with IFSC, ठीक है. So with the help of that particular account we can do these particular remittances, ठीक है. Now these provisions are very very important one. So following provision need to be other by the resident individuals, ठीक है. So basically IFSC where we generally open one foreign currency account, resident foreign currency account, and that resident foreign currency account is generally used for the remittances abroad or making these kind of investments आपका, ठीक है. So these are the guidelines आपका, these are very very important one. जैसे the remittances shall be made only for making investment in IFSC securities rather than other than those issued by entities or companies resident outside IFSC in India, ठीक है. Opening of the non-interest bearing foreign currency account, ठीक है, in IFSC permitted to making the above permissible investment under the LRS. Any fund lying idle in the accounts, so within 15 days from the date of credit into the account shall be immediately repatriated to the domestic INR. So let's say if you have planned to invest some in some securities abroad, so let's say you have remitted funds in your foreign currency account and that fund you are not using for the 10 days 15 days and all, so after 15 days you have to repatriate that particular one into INR itself. मतलब उसको आपको dollars, let's say you have earlier you have converted that particular one into dollar, now again you have to convert it to that particular one from dollar to INR itself, ठीक है. No domestic transaction are permissible to be settled with other resident through the आपका foreign currency accounts. AD bank allowing such remittances on behalf of resident individual shall comply with all other terms and conditions including reporting requirements under this particular scheme as well, ठीक है. Sri Ram sir, as per new it act, no TCS for the education in medical, no, it is part of that particular one, ठीक है. Sri Ram sir, as per my knowledge it is part. I'll just check this particular one, I'll just look into this, if there is no remittance it won't be possible वैसे, but अगर if there is some sort of updates and all ना, I'll definitely confirm that particular one, ठीक है. So earlier one was that one, but this finance act or through that finance act they proposed that particular new things, so I'll definitely check that particular one areas, ठीक है. Remittances for capital account nature can be made under LRS for these particular reasons. Again, for what purposes we can remit these particular things? First one is acquisition and holding of shares both in listed and unlisted companies, acquisition of debt instruments, acquisition of आपका qualification shares of the overseas companies for holding the post of directors. Then we have acquisition of shares of foreign company toward professional services rendered or in lieu of directors remuneration. Unit of mutual funds, venture capital, unrated debt securities, promissory note, etc. Setting up joint ventures wholly on subsidiary outside India, where the joint ventures or wholly owned subsidiary is engaged in bona fide business activity. So these are the permissible areas under this particular one. Okay? Direct investment outside India. So which is आपका investment can be either in listed company or unlisted company or a combination of both, subject to a maximum overall limit of $250,000. No credit facility to be extended to facilitate capital account transaction. This point is very important. For current account it can be, but for capital account it is not permitted by RBI itself. Opening of bank account abroad permitted for facilitating and putting through the investment transaction. Remittances can be consolidated in respect of family. That means, let's say if there are three members of a family, they are actual owner of that wholly owned subsidiary which we are establishing abroad. Okay? So we can consolidate the amount of like 2,50,000 each, means आपका 5 lakh $7,50,000 आपका. ठीक है. I hope you got this particular point. Please read it carefully, and very important point. हाँ, बहुत important है. So remittances can be consolidated in respect of family members subject to individual family member complying with the term and conditions, and all family members are co-owners, co-partners of the overseas investments आपका. So that is something around this particular one. ठीक है. तो like jointly they can remit money आपका, but they should be part of the ownership of that particular wholly owned subsidiary or joint venture, whatever they are establishing. Okay? So documentation, form A2 declaration, online submission, similar to for your as we fill for the your current account transactions. Okay? Simplified documentation for individual for amount up to 25,000 USD, subject to our satisfaction of authorized dealers. Okay? Declaration of source of funds, PAN numbers, form ODI. It is आपका overseas direct investment. Okay? Whenever we do the direct investment outside India, okay, when you will come to the आपका foreign investment and all, we will discuss this particular one. Okay? So let's say as an individual, if you are making some investment in foreign countries as a direct investment, that means you are becoming part of the company, like you are becoming direct owners आपका joint ventures or all, or you are starting a new venture outside India. So that is the subject matter of आपका, that is generally categorized overseas direct investment, and for that sake we have form ODI, along with this form A2 in normal cases. Part 1 of the form ODI to be submitted within 30 days of making first remittances. So form ODI is something like it is just opposite of FDI. Just reverse of FDI. So as an individual, if you are making some direct investment outside India in joint ventures or wholly owned subsidiary, so for that sake you have to fill one form with authorized dealers category 1 bank, that is form ODI. Part 1 of the form ODI to be submitted within 30 days of making the first remittance. Designated authorized dealer bank to report to RBI in form ODI part 1 and 2 within 30 days from the date of making the remittance by the resident individual. Resident individual should submit a share certificate, any other documents as a evidence within 6 months from the date of making those remittances. About the acquisition of the company or the other one. Post investment changes, alterations in holding patterns in the reported to be designated authorized dealers within 30 days from the such date. Let's say we have earlier as per the plan we are going to acquire 50% of the other company, but later on let's say we acquire only 40%. So you have to report that particular one also within 30 days आपका from that particular change itself. So that is again very important one. ठीक है. करेक्ट है. चलो, so reporting requirements under LRS. These are the simple guidelines, so please quickly go through. Earlier reporting of LRS, the authorized dealer bank was based on the declaration made by the resident individuals, and no independent reliable source for the verification were available. So nowadays, with effective from 2018, a daily reporting system by authorized dealer bank transaction undertaken by the resident individual has been put in the place by RBI. So that is आपका XBRL. There is one form taken. So authorized dealers are required to upload daily transaction wise information undertaking by the under the LRS scheme. Even if they are not doing a single transaction, they have to report as a nil. But it is mandatory, they have to report on daily basis. The reporting daily transaction are to be reported on the XBRL platform. This is the RBI platform where they have to report on a daily basis. Next working day. Nil report, it is mentioned here. Nil report to be updated if there are no transaction on a particular business day. The data on such daily reportings is made available to the all authorized dealers and all. Okay? So that generally comes under this. Chalo. Now unit number 3, guys. Unit number 3. So now next one aapka, we have correspondent banking and NRI banking. So in this case, we have some important areas. First, let's talk around those particular one. So Nostro, Vostro and Loro accounts. And the another one is aapka NRI accounts, rupee and foreign currency account, where we have NRE, NRO, FCNR and SNRR accounts. Last time they asked question around the SNRR accounts. But these all 4 account, NRE, NRO, FCNR and SNRR account. Very, very important one. Rest you can revise or you can go through this. So correspondent banking, this is a business basically. For our bank, it is not feasible to open branches in every country, right? So basically like opening branches which involve lots of costs. ठीक है, तो हम हर एक country में अपनी branch open नहीं कर सकते, but we do have some आपका existing or upcoming customers, those who want to remit in those particular countries or cities also. So for that sake, what we generally do, we generally enter into a contract with, or we generally open or maintain an account with the that country's bank itself. Okay? So we can do all these remittances and all. So correspondent banking, that another bank from another country, they are kind of our representative. If we have to do any transaction in their country, we are using that particular account. Okay? Let's say it is as simple as that. I have opened my account with, let's say, SBI. Okay? So if I have to do any transaction, so I'll use that particular account. Similarly, for bank, if they have to do some remittances in that country on behalf of some customers and also, they'll use that particular account. Okay? So we have Nostro account and we have Vostro account, we have Loro account, 3 or mirror account also. Okay? Mirror is basically replica of your Nostro account, okay? For the reconciliation purpose. Otherwise, like a very simple one. Okay? So these are the areas. First part. Second part is aapka NRI banking. So what is, like, who is generally defined as NRI? That get asked so many times. Okay? NRI की definition, मतलब non resident की definition क्या होती है? We have two act आपका Income Tax Act 1961 and FEMA आपका 1999. ठीक है? So उनकी definition and NRE, NRO and FCNR account and SNRR accounts. These are the 4 important accounts from this particular. Their features and others, they generally get asked so many times. Okay? So correspondent bank is a financial institution that provides services to another one, usually in another country. It acts as an intermediary or agent. Okay? The basic one. Okay? So they generally help between correspondent bank and the banks and others. Basic one. Okay? They generally help us in fund transfer, settlements, check. Sorry, I'll change this. Okay? Check. Check clearing आपका, ठीक है? Check clearing. We have wire transfer, currency exchange and all. ठीक है? So type of accounts, we have an Nostro account, our money with this. Okay, let's say SBI, they okay, let's say SBI open their accounts with some ABC Bank of, let's say, US. Okay? So this is आपका R money with you, ठीक है, that is your आपका nostro account, ठीक है. So SBI open one account with ABC Bank with US, ठीक है, in US आपका, ठीक है, and it is in आपका foreign currency dollar itself, ठीक है. And the replica of this particular account is get maintained by SBI itself, that is generally known as mirror accounts, ठीक है. दूसरा vostro account, just opposite of this particular one, let's say ABC Bank of US, they are maintaining one account with SBI in INR, ठीक है, it is a rupee accounts, ठीक है, to facilitate their customers in Indian economy आपका in India basically, ठीक है, that is nostro account, your money with us. And loro account is something, let's say there is another bank PNB, suppose that they do not have any nostro account in XYZ country or in US, so they are maintaining an account with they are remitting their transaction with the help of SBI or by using SBI's nostro account, so that is your आपका loro accounts. These are very simple one. I hope everybody knows about these things also. So the explanation is also given here. Nostro account, a foreign currency account. So it is a foreign currency account maintained by bank in home country with the bank in the host country. It means our account with you. Example, SBI Mumbai maintaining USD account with Citibank New York. Vostro account, a non-resident bank आपका, let's say that US bank or others, with home country banks आपका in home currency rupees. It is your money with us. American Express Bank New York maintaining rupee account with SBI Mumbai. ठीक है, vostro account. ठीक है. Loro accounts, it refer to accounts of other banks, their account with them. ठीक है. For example, City Bank referring to rupee accounts of American Express. ठीक है. As I give you an example, that PNB using dollar account of SBI in आपका another country. So here it is आपका the reverse case itself. ठीक है. Mirror accounts, while a bank maintain nostro account with a foreign bank, mostly in foreign currency, it has to keep track of the account in the own books too. So this reflection or the shadow accounts, shadow account of the nostro account. The entries in the mirror accounts are used for reconciliations of entries in nostro account. The mirror account is maintained in two currencies. One is in foreign currency, another one is in home currency. Okay? Mirror account is clear now. I hope everyone knows about these one. But mirror account, sometimes we miss this particular one. Okay? Got it, guys? If you have any doubt, please do let me know. I'll try to explain that particular part. So objectives aapka, functions of these, the areas. Apart from those remittances, fund transfer, check clearing and others, we also use these particular banks like LC, आपका letter of credit advising, LC confirmation, arranging buyers and buyers credit and suppliers credit. We have bankers acceptance, issuance of guarantee, foreign exchange services, custodial services, trade referrals, service related to investment of overnight surplus fund, short-term deposit. Then we have fundraising services like bonds, ADR, GDR, training, training and seminars on various topics on latest developments. Okay? So these are the areas where we generally use the correspondent branches itself. Okay? Chalo, next one, NRI banking. Next part we will be talking about. Okay, electronic mode transfers आपका. This is also, there was one question around, I guess, chips or chaps last time itself. Okay? So they asked either it was based on chips or chaps, not on the Fedwire or your Swift. Swift is commonly used platform. Basically, it generally work as a we can say it work as a your it generally work as a it is a cooperative society, but these are the private businesses kind of. Fedwire is generally run by US Federal Bank, and Chips is from US and Chaps is from UK. Okay? So they generally handle आपका high volume transactions, or mostly they have developed their business for the corporate houses and all. Okay? So Swift आपका, Swift messaging is very important. Okay? That get asked, that we will practice through the case studies also. Okay? Swift messaging आपका, you'll see ना, this MT 103 और आपका 103, ठीक है, और द अदर मैसेजिंग सिस्टम आपका, तो इसके मैसेजिंग कोड बहुत बार पूछे जाता है आपको, ठीक है दोस्तों. So SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, member-owned cooperative societies. Please go this one. I'll fill my water. And guys, so so we have SWIFT BIC code, that is important. Okay? Bank identification code. Okay? So this is the one. So it's again 8 or 11 digit code where we have bank name or आपका country and city and branch. ठीक है, this is the sequence itself. ठीक है, so SWIFT BIC, it is similar to your IFSC. ठीक है, IFSC code, it is similar to us IFSC code. ठीक है, so first four characters which generally represent to the bank name like SBIN, PUNB. ठीक है, next to आपका country code India IN. ठीक है, and next two character is basically location or city code like if it is Mumbai MM, and last three which are optional in nature and they generally represent to the individual branch आपका. ठीक है, मुंबई branch का whatever the code it is. ठीक है, so SWIFT provide services in a secured manner. ठीक है, these basically SWIFT provide messaging system for all these areas. आपका messaging solution for banking and payments, interbank corporate services, cash management, compliance, thereby mitigating operational and compliance risk, trade finance related messaging आपका. ठीक है, similar securities related buy sell, forex and treasury related. ठीक है, so these are the core areas which generally SWIFT provide the their secured telecommunication or the basic messaging system and all which generally provided by SWIFT itself. ठीक है, chips आपका similar to SWIFT we have. These are the competitors of SWIFT basically. ठीक है, these are the similar companies which are privately run mostly आपका. ठीक है, chips is from US and chaps from UK. ठीक है, but they usually handle the high volume transfers. ठीक है, like chips SWIFT is for आपका small as well as high volume everything. ठीक है, for government remittances and all, but this chips and chaps they generally cater to corporate clients and all. ठीक है, so the clearinghouse bank payments system chips is a clearinghouse from US for large banking transactions. ठीक है, chips work by netting basis, netting debit and credit across transactions, providing both clearing and settlement service to its customer banks. ठीक है, there are two steps to processing funds transfer. One is clearing, another one is settling. ठीक है, so clearing is the transfer and confirmation of information. Settlement is actual transfer of funds between the payers, financial institution and the pay financial institution. Settlement discharge the obligations of the payer financial institution to the pay financial institution with respect to payment orders. ठीक है, CHAPS is one of the largest high value payments similar to chips आपका. ठीक है, it is generally it is from UK आपका. ठीक है, Bank of England who generally monitor or run this particular one. Financial institution in some of the large business use CHAPS to settle money, money market and foreign exchange transaction. Corporate use CHAPS for high value and time sensitive payments similar to RTGS. ठीक है, आपका individual may use CHAPS to buy high value items such as car or pay a deposit for the houses and all. ठीक है, so these are the one. FedWire is from the Federal Reserve Bank. Again, this is the kind of they also involve in the same business also. ठीक है, now the next important part from this particular unit is your NRI banking. This is very important one. ठीक है, because we will take this particular references from this. SWIFT is basically SWIFT. Tina ma'am, SWIFT is it work as a cooperative institution which is owned by multiple governments. ठीक है, it is owned by multiple, like India also, or like almost every country is part of that particular one. It is a similar to your cooperative institutions which is owned by many countries and all. ठीक है, so that is a kind, जैसे होता है ना गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन होता है, that is kind of a this, and which is working at the international level. But the remaining chief staffs, fedwires, they are to the dedicated nations, and they are kind of a competitors too, and they are providing similar type set of services to this one. But the SWIFT came first around 1967 or somewhere when we established this SWIFT system. आपका ठीक है. So definition of NRI. This part is very important, guys. Please pay your attention on this. So non-resident Indians need to be understood both from the point of view of Income Tax Act 1961 and FEMA Act 1999. Section 6 of Income Tax Act 1961 defined a non-resident Indian on the number of days a person stays outside India, and these number of days are how many? 182 days at present आपका. ठीक है, so if you are part of the let's say if you live in the outside India beyond 182 days, so that is categorized under NRI. ठीक है, earlier it was 120 days or something. ठीक है, now we have changed that particular one. ठीक है, an individual in India for at least 182 days at least 182 days in India in preceding financial year. ठीक है, so it can be any financial year, so they will be categorized as resident Indian. ठीक है, so like if we are living in India for आपका 182 days and more, so we will be, or any person who is living in this particular one, they will be categorized as resident Indian. ठीक है, accordingly their tax liability will occur. ठीक है, जैसे होता है ना IPL के जो प्लेयर्स होते हैं, फॉरेन प्लेयर्स, they used to go back आपका within time and all, पहले ऐसा बहुत होता था, so that is the one. If an individual in India for at least 365 days in last 4 financial year, ठीक है, like previous 4 financial years आपका, जैसे if it comes to the like let's say 2025-26, तो वहाँ से आपका previous 4 आपका 4-5-3-4 आपका 2-3 2 आपका 2-1 आपका 1-9, तो उसमें कितने डेज आपका 365 डेज. ठीक है, दिस इज द वन. Individual not satisfying the condition A or B are treated as NRI. ठीक है, they are generally considered as non-resident Indians आपका. ठीक है, so basically we have NRI banking, so that's why we studying these particular areas. Deemed resident for the purpose of tax purpose, an NRI who is not a tax resident of any country, and tax resident means they are not paying taxes in any other country. ठीक है, so that is deemed resident. They can be member of they can be resident of India if their income is 15 lakhs and above and have more than 15 lakhs income in India earned from the Indian sources, so they will be considered as आपका deemed resident of the country. ठीक है, please do remember this one. The status of deemed residency is applicable only for NRI who hold Indian citizenship and not applicable to person with Indian origin. ठीक है, person with Indian origin and all. ठीक है, so that is generally part of this. तो please इसको ध्यान रखिएगा. RNOR, ठीक है, resident but not ordinary resident. So for them we have these categories. Should have stayed outside India for 9 years out of the 10 preceding years. ठीक है, preceding financial year. Should have stayed in India for less than 730 days in last 7 financial year. A person with Indian origin or Indian citizen with more than 15 lakhs income earned from Indian sources stayed in India for 120 days and more, and previous financial year it should be 182 days. Now, and deemed resident with more than 15 lakh income and they are not paying taxes in any other country, so that is generally categorized under this particular one. ठीक है, so a person, FEMA Act आपका, ठीक है, non-resident, a person resident outside India who is a citizen of India. ठीक है, so these are the areas. Indian citizen who proceed abroad for employments or carrying on any business or vocations or for any other purpose in circumstances indicating indefinite period of stay. जैसे जॉब के लिए कुछ लोग जाते हैं, ठीक है, Indian citizen working abroad on assignment with foreign governments, agencies like international organization, IMF, World Bank and all, official of central and state governments and public sector undertakings deputed abroad on assignment with foreign governments, agencies, organization, or posted to their own offices, including Indian diplomatic mission abroad and all. Okay, so they are generally categorized under this one. A person of Indian origin, POI, is one who is a citizen of any other country other than Bangladesh and Pakistan or such other country as may be specified by central government or RBI and following these conditions. Okay. कौन से? Who was citizen of India by virtue of Constitution of India or the Citizenship Act 1955, who belongs to a territory that become part of India after the 15 days of the August 1947, who is a child or a grandchild or a great grandchild of citizen of India or a person referred to in clause A and B आपका this is A and B आपका ठीक है, who is a spouse of a foreign origin of a citizen of India or spouse of foreign origin of a person referred to in clause A and B. ठीक है, so person of Indian origin. ठीक है, so the eligibility for to becoming the person of Indian origin. ठीक है, now this is the most important. This is something which you have to revise 2-3 times. Then only you'll get these particular one. ठीक है, so now when it comes to the types of accounts, this is the most important part. Every time you'll see one question around this. So we have 4 type of accounts आपका. ठीक है, first one is NRO accounts. ठीक है, basically these accounts are applicable to the NRIs. So if NRI having some sort of banking relationship with our banks, so they can open these type of accounts as per their requirements, or we as a banker we can offer them these kind of services. One is NRO accounts. So basically it is आपका, let's say there is a person called Mr. X who is an NRI. ठीक है, so let's say who is an NRI. ठीक है, ये आपका NRI है. ठीक है, so let's say he is currently living in US. ठीक है, he is currently living in US. That means he is earning in dollar. ठीक है, so now he want to open one saving accounts with Indian banks and he want to deposit this particular one. So for that sake we have आपका NRE accounts. ठीक है, first one. Second one is आपका, let's say this Mr. X having some sort of income from Indian sources also. Let's say he own a house. ठीक है, इसका एक घर है आपका जहाँ से he is getting rent आपका, let's say 5 lakh rupees per month. ठीक है, so every month he is getting 5 lakh rupees rent. So to deposit that particular accounts and other saving accounts and all, he can, to maintain this domestic earnings, he can open the NRO accounts. FCNR account, it is, these two are basically rupee accounts. These two are rupee accounts, and it is a foreign currency account. It can be आपका foreign, it is a foreign currency. It can be dollar or any other accounts. So FCNR is equal to term deposit. Let's say this NRI X आपका, who have some saving. Let's say he have a saving of $50,000. So he want to open one fixed deposit account with आपका Indian bank, so they can maintain this particular one. Now the final account is SNRR accounts. Let's say this X have some sort of business interest in India. He want to run some business in India. So for the business purpose, he can open SNRR account which is valid for the 7 years. So SNRR account, special non-resident accounts, which is a, like if this NRI have some sort of business interest in India, to run that business or to do the transactions and all, he can open SNRR accounts with Indian banks for 7 years. Now whenever it comes to the NRI business, so they can have remittances on repatriation basis or non-repatriation basis. That is very, very important. So see, this is आपका again rupee account. First of all, now there are few things which you have to remember. In this case there is no tax liability. So in this case there is a tax liability. Tax liability is in this particular case, but here we do not have any tax liability. Because this earning is आपका from belongs to the abroad. And in this case also we have a tax liability. No, we do not have any tax liability. Here we have tax liability, whatever business is doing and whatever interest or the profit is generating on that particular profit, they have to pay the taxes in India. Now transfer from the accounts, transfer from the accounts, non-resident, like in case of SNRR accounts, let's say he is doing business in India. So in SNRR accounts, he can remit money from two accounts. These two accounts are, so he can remit money in SNRR accounts from the sources. For SNRR account business source, what can be the sources? One is your आपका NRE accounts, another one is your FCNR account. He cannot remit money from NRO accounts to SNRR account because this is the domestic earning. Okay? So this money he have earned from the rental income from India or any other sources also. Okay? So that is the one. So now it comes to the repatriation. Okay? So here we have a full repatriation, means he can bring back that particular money to the home country जहाँ पे भी वो रह रहा है. मतलब repatriation is something, let's say he transfer $1 lakh in this one, so अगर वो चाहे तो उसको वापस ले जा सकता है. ठीक है. In this case आपका FCNR also he can do the repatriations, ठीक है, because this money he generally transfer from the abroad itself. ठीक है. But here we do have some sort of restriction. करा जा सकता है, but there are some compliances or some restrictions in this particular case. In this particular case also it is आपका repatriable, but some limits are there. ठीक है. After paying the taxes and others, he can bring back that particular money to their own country. ठीक है. हाँ, लेट्स अनबॉक्स. आपको अनबॉक्स करना पड़ेगा वीडियो को. कहाँ पर रहेगा सर? अपना नाम बताइए पहले तो. सर आपका लास्ट वन मॉड्यूल वन वीडियो, हाँ सारे हैं ना उसमें. मैंने कल इफ यू सी द कम्युनिटी पोस्ट, ठीक है, कल रात में ये कर रहा था 1 बजे बैठ करके ये कंटेंट बनाने के अलावा. सो जो आपका कम्युनिटी पोस्ट है सर, इफ यू गो टू द कम्युनिटी पोस्ट, तो वहाँ पे ना आपको मॉड्यूल बी भी मिल जाएगा. ठीक है. गुड इफ यू आर गोइंग थ्रू दैट पर्टिकुलर वन ऑल्सो, वी हैव सफिशिएंट डेटा. अच्छा, इज दिस क्लियर गाइस? कोई डाउट है यहाँ पे? तो आपका SNRR अकाउंट, ठीक है, रिमेनिंग आई होप यू गाइस नो NRE, NRO, FCNR. दिस टैक्स वाला repatriation, non-repatriation is very important area. Every time you'll see the question. Last year the question was around this. ठीक है, आपका इनके अराउंड उन्होंने आपको क्वेश्चन दिया था. SNRR अकाउंट, इट इज अ बेसिकली इट इज डन बाय दी आपका, like let's say if NRIs they having some sort of business interest in India, so they can do it with the help of SNR. They can open one account with the Indian bank, that is आपका SNRR account. ठीक है. So the balance in SNRR account shall be eligible for repatriation. ठीक है. Transfer of NRE accounts to SNRR account is prohibited. ठीक है. They can remit from NRE and FCNR to SNRR, but they cannot remit money from NRO account to आपका SNRR account. ठीक है. All transaction in SNRR accounts will be subject to payment of applicable taxes in India. SNRR account may be designated as resident account when that NRI become resident. ठीक है. Opening SNRR account by Pakistanis and Bangladeshis nationals and entities incorporated in Pakistan and Bangladesh is subject to RBI approvals. SNRR accounts cannot be held for more than 7 years. ठीक है. After 7 years from the date of the account opening, no operation are permitted in this particular accounts. ठीक है. हाँ, okay, चलो. Now investment in shares or securities or the other areas. So basically NRIs, they can do investment in two ways: on repatriation or non-repatriation. On repatriation means, let's say if they are investing some money, so they can bring back that particular money to their आपका जहाँ पे भी वो रह रहे हैं, होम कंट्री आप उसको मान लो. ठीक है. और जहाँ पे भी, let's say that X is from he is currently living in US, so in case of repatriation they can bring back that particular money whatever they have invested in or saved in the NRE, NRO or FCNR or SNRR account. If it is on the non-repatriation basis, there are some sort of restrictions. ठीक है. So prohibited transaction for NRIs. So these are the prohibited transactions where they cannot deal, like purchase of agriculture property, plantation in farmhouses, dealing in real estate activities, commercial properties, Trading in transferable development right, it is basically in case of आपका properties, the development of project of properties trades आपका contribution toward the government link schemes NSC etc. Intraday trading in securities and short selling is also prohibited in this particular case. Today we are going to start with documentary letter of credit, and there are few areas which I'll give you as a homework. Technology in international banking and role of these are the just guidelines and all. Okay. So this portion, unit 8 and 10, that is part of this particular session itself. I'll share the PDFs so you guys can go through those particular areas. Okay. So the major discussion for today's session is around documentary letter of credit, then facilities for exporters and importers, export and import credits, and the other areas. ECB, again very important area, right? Risk and foreign trade, ECGC policies, very important one, and IFSC, it will take less time, but very important one, right? So we have Rukmani ma'am, Tina ma'am, a very good evening to everyone, guys. Hope you all are doing well with your exam preparation and all. So tomorrow, especially those who are going for HRM itself as an elective paper, so I'm working on one mock test of 100 questions. So I'll upload that mock test also, and day after tomorrow I'll give you another mock for BFM, that up to exam level or moderate level mock. Okay. So you guys can practice those particular one in your free time also. All right. So I hope everything is fine. So documentary letter of credit, very important unit. So you can face one case study based on this particular one. There are some case studies given at the end of this particular unit. So we will practice Macmillan case studies also, and I'm preparing some similar case studies also. So that will be part of study. And here we have LC, type of LC, the operational operations of LC. UCP 600 guidelines are very important one. So again, standby LC, this get asked so many times. And documents under LC, this portion is again very important from this particular unit, right? So yes, which module of BFM is full of theory, sir? So BFM, in case of BFM, it is hard to say that this is completely theoretical. Like mostly the paper is application driven. So I'll suggest like this doing this segregation is bit tough for me also. Okay. Returns are very good evening. Chalo. So what I'll recommend ki the content I'm providing na, at least go for this particular one. See, there are so many candidates, those who recently starting this particular thing after having experience with ABM things. So now what we will try within by the Saturday itself, few things. If anything will remain, I'll record that particular one, I'll upload. But our deadline is Saturday itself. Before Saturday, we have to include or we have to conclude all the 4 modules aapka summary wise and all, because then Saturday or Sunday we'll be having some marathon, or every day we'll be having marathon for the remaining days aapka. Okay? So Avinash sir, I'll recommend ki first concept is kind of a must thing. There are some topics आपका देखो हर एक मॉड्यूल के अंदर ना there are some topics, उन टॉपिक को ध्यान में रखते हो. I have done one session today itself, so you can refer that particular video for the subtopic wise or for the topic and under that particular one the important areas and all. ठीक है चलो. So when it comes to the letter of credit which generally makes sure if seller fulfill all the term and conditions of that sale agreements, they'll receive the payments and full payments, right? So we have different parties involved in this particular one. It is initiated by the applicant, who is a buyer in this particular case, and we have buyer's bank, which is generally known as opening bank. Okay? So LC transactions, these are the parties involved in this particular one. Buyers or importer, which is also known as applicant, on whose behalf LC is opened by the opening bank itself. And for our bank, it is a kind of a fee-based services, and it is categorized under the contingent liability. Seller, who is generally known as beneficiary, opening bank, buyer's bank who establish or issue the LC, the advising bank आपका which is sellers or exporters countries bank who act as a agent of issuing bank and authenticate and advise the LC itself. Confirming bank can be the advising bank, or sometimes it can be differ also, who undertake to pay on behalf of the issuing bank. Most of the time these two banks are same, but they can be दोनों ही आपके अलग अलग भी हो सकते हैं, ठीक है. So when it comes to the LC, it is basically it generally guarantees to the sellers, if they fulfill the conditions, so they'll get their timely and the full payments for the shipment or whatever the sale it is, right? So when it comes to the entire process, so we have these many steps which are generally part of this particular one. So it start like, let's say Indian importer, they entered into a order with the sellers from some other country, let's say it is US, then order confirmation is there, then application for LC by the importer with the importers bank in India, let's assume any XYZ bank here. Then after this we have LC transmission, which is Swift MT700 here. Then after that we have LC advising, and the sixth one is a good export formalities, goods are shipped, then आपका presentation of documents for scrutiny, and the eighth one is copies of documents they'll receive. Again, ninth one is, these are the basically submission of documents for after scrutiny. Again, then eighth one is ninth one is deliver of documents in compliance of LC. 10th one is payment made at site or due date. Site bill are basically which are payable at the time of presentation of documentations. And we have Usain's bill, they have a specific date, like after 3 months or after 2 months or 60 days or 30 days and all. Then 11th one is credit advice, and the final goods taken for the delivery and copies of documents along with the BOE details are get submitted. So this is the kind of entire workings of this particular one, correct? So LC that generally work in this particular format, and these are the steps which are generally part of the LC itself. Now this UCP 600 is very important. So ICC which generally release these common rules आपका basically, these are the common procedures while we enter into international trade. So international trade mein every country they have different rules and regulations regarding the payment things and all. So to harmonize them or to create some sort of uniformity, so we have a ICC, that is International Chamber of Commerce, and they come up with some set of rules in 2017 in the name of UCP 600. Prior to this, we have overall आपका 6 UCPs. Prior to this, we used to have UCP 500. Then prior to that, UCP 400, UCP 300. 1933 or 34, when ICC first time introduced these particular guidelines, right? So many banks and lenders are subject to this regulation, which aim to standardize international trade, reduce the risk of trading goods and services, and govern trade. First UCP was created in 1933, and the latest one is July 2007. That is your UCP 600. Now these are kind of accounting standards. This होता है ना accounting standards. Every company is using same rule. So this is something like this. While we create that LC or while we generate the invoice आपका, we these are not the legal form, but that invoice or that LC provide the legality to these particular things. Ki the trade will be happen as per the term and conditions of UCP 600. So that means while we'll do these kind of transactions and all, so they'll automatically become part of that particular trade itself, right? So 1st July 2007 onwards, earlier this we have 1933, then आपका 1951, 62, 84, 94, 2007, where we come up with the UCP 600. Now these are the areas which I'll mention homework here. So I'll recommend to all of you guys, please go through these particular one once, ठीक है? So एक बार इनको आपका थोड़ा सा देख लेना. UCP 82 आपका, ठीक है, the very first one, ठीक है. So then we have UCP 1933. Then we have आपका UCP 151 1951, आपका 1951, 1962, 19 and 90. बहुत like very rarely you will get question around these particular one. But still I'll recommend कि एक बार what were the major changes around these particular one, you can have a study. ठीक है, एक look आपको just you have to go through these particular one. But UCP 600 are very very important one. ठीक है, so these are the current guidelines, so they are very very important one. So when it comes to the ICC Paris appointed a task force after approval of the Banking Commission in 2003, undertake the revision of UCP 500. The task force, after working for over 3 years, prepared a draft, that is new UCP. Okay. So basically, in this particular one, the consultation group comprising 41 members from 26 countries was formed to discuss the draft. The draft was also referred to the National Committee, including ICC India, and key issues were identified, taking into the accounts the various opinions from the different one, and documentary credit dispute resolution expertise, decisions, paper, court decisions and others, they were generally part of this one. The major changes which we generally come up with the UCP 600, so this is the list आपका, ठीक है, this is very important one, हाँ, so ये सबके लिए बहुत important है. So new article covering definition and interpretation was get introduced. Removal of reference to revocable credit. So we remove this revocable credit in this particular one. New sub-article covering documents lost in transit got introduced in this particular one. We have 38 or 39 articles which are generally part of this particular one. 39 articles in case of your UCP 600. Okay? We'll go through the 39 articles, their summary also. Setting up maximum exemption period as 5 banking days following the day of presentation. The stipulation that documents are to be appear to fulfill their functions where the credit is silent with regard to the data content and possibilities for handling discrepant documents. So these are the new things which we generally introduce with the help of this UCP 600. Okay? So article of UCP 600 grouped as, so now you do not have the detailed things around these particular one. So we have 39 articles, yes, हाँ. So we have 39 articles which are generally part of UCP 600. तो अब इनका ना detail is not part of your curriculum, ठीक है? They have just given the grouping of these particular ones, so that make this particular thing more important. तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखिएगा आपका, ठीक है? So when it comes to the article 1 to 5, it include definition of LC, interpretations, interdependence of LC, underlying contract. These are generally defined under 1 to 5. 6 to 10 आपका availability, expiry date and place, obligation of issuing and confirming bank, advising credit and amendments. Then आपका article 11 to 17, pre-advised credit, nominated banks, reimbursement arrangement, compiling presentations, original documents. Article 18, commercial invoices. Article 19 to 27, transport documents. 28, insurance documents. Article 29 to 33, extension tolerance, partial and installment drawing and hours of presentation. 34 to 37, disclaimers. 38 and 39, transferability and assignment of proceeds. So these are the major basically these are the 39 articles, and this is the grouping of all these 39 articles as per the UCP 600. Okay? So please go through this particular one and do revise this one, again very important one. So these are the areas, like the entire things, like let's say if you are entering into a LC contract, so we generally give references to UCP 600. So that means everything will be in accordance to these 39 articles and all. Okay? So that is generally part of this entire LC journey and all. Okay? So buyer to seller or आपका seller to buyers, everything that generally get covered under this one. Now, liability, responsibility and right of parties. This get asked in the previous examination also. So around the applicant or the issuing bank or the beneficiary banks or the sellers. So everything's with generally defined under this particular portion. So applicants आपका ठीक है, applicant is responsible for maximum things in this particular LC contract. So the applicant of LC must give complete and precise instruction for issuance of letter of credit and any amendment thereof. The LC must not include excessive detail or give any preferences of the credit previously issued to avoid any confusion or misunderstanding as per Article 5 आपका ठीक है. The applicant should indemnify banks against any obligation imposed by foreign laws. So that means आपका, let's say if there are some changes in foreign laws, or that due to those particular changes, if opening bank is going to face some sort of losses, that losses are generally borne by the applicant itself. And this was the question in your previous examination itself. तो थोड़ा सा उसको ध्यान रखना आपको. Issuing bank is the party acting on behalf of the applicant and should therefore ensure itself about the credit worthiness of the applicants. This is about the issuing bank. Sorry, issuing banks. Then the issuing bank give definite undertakings to make payment in case of sight and accept and pay on maturity in case of acceptance or deferred payments, to authorize bank to negotiate and to reimburse the negotiating banks, provide that the stipulated documents are presented under letter of credit article 289 आपका. So basically issuing bank आपका, their responsibilities toward the payments, they are providing some sort of standby guarantee to that particular shipments and all, or that particular sale contract. And they have to first check the credit worthiness of the applicants. Otherwise, like if everything is okay, so they'll be responsible for any kind of default made by the borrower itself. Okay, so that is the one. And at the time of the shipments, if the bill is demand bill, so they have to make payment at the time of shipments. If it is usance bills, they have to make the payments in the future itself, right? Pankaj sir, very good evening. So advising bank, so आपका applicant, the maximum responsibility belongs to applicant. Basically this point आपका, if there is some changes in the foreign laws, or if something that is not disclosed by that particular applicants, so if opening bank is going to make any losses, that will be borne by the applicant itself. Another thing is applicants, आपका issuing bank or the opening bank who will responsible for the payments, if they entered in that particular one, they are providing some sort of financial guarantee to the advising bank, and they have to check the credit worthiness of the borrowers or the buyers before issuing that particular LC on behalf of the buyer itself. Okay? Advising bank has option to choose as whether it wish to advise LC or not, okay? But they have to inform it immediately. Okay? So if agree to advise the LC, then it must do so by taking reasonable care of checking the authenticity of the credit. In case it decide not to advise the LC, then must inform to issuing bank immediately if the advising bank is unable to establish the authenticity of the LC itself. They do have that option. They can advise or they can ignore that particular one, right? So the another part is, which is again very important one, that is related to documents under the LC, especially that bill of ladings and others. They generally comes under this one, scrutiny, crystallization and all. So these are the areas which you have to go through before practicing MCQs or the case studies, right? So bill of exchange, basically this is added if our LC, like if the LC type is usance, so we generally issue a bill of exchange, or in other case also. So this is a medium of payments आपका, which we are using. Bill of exchange, which is generally drawn by the your creditors on the debtors. ठीक है, तो जैसे bill of exchange के जो सारे features होते हैं वही. So if it is usance bill आपका, so there will be a future date mentioned on that particular one. If it is a demand bill, so they'll issue a demand of like we are not making payment in cash basically as a bank also. So they'll issue one one bill of exchange, and we have to make payments accordingly. We means आपका opening bank. So bill of exchange being used of the most important financial documents drawn by the beneficiary on LC issuing bank. It envisages the issuing bank to make the payments immediately if it is drawn on site or accept, and pay on due date if it is usance. That is generally part of this one. So following requirements: one is it should be drawn by the beneficiary on the issuing bank and payable at tenure mentioned in the letter of credit. It should indicate the issuing bank name and letter of credit number under which it is drawn. It should, unless and otherwise specified, the drawn in currency of letter of credit, should not exceed the amount of letter of credit. Let's say the letter of credit amount is 1 million US dollar. So it should be that invoice amount is 1 million US dollar. So it should be mentioned in dollar, and the other part is the amount should not exceed beyond the $1 million. It should be exact that amount. Any correction should be duly authenticated. So these are some basic requirements while we sign the bill of exchange for the payment purpose, right? Invoice, this is basically the sale and purchase agreements between buyer and seller, and the value of invoice, that generally based on that particular one we make the LC. Okay? Your LC amount cannot exceed to the invoice value and all, and based on that particular one, weight, everything's that is generally part of this one. Okay? So while preparing the invoice, these are the following key aspects. It should be made out by the seller or beneficiary as stipulated on in the letter of credit. It should, unless and otherwise specified in the letter of credit, be made out in name of applicants or opener of the LC. Description of goods must be corresponded with the description of goods given in LC. The same things should be part of that one. Invoice must indicate the order number or contract number or performa invoice number and number of LC along with the issuing bank names. The invoice value should not inversely exceed the LC value. If invoice is issued for an amount in excess of the amount permitted by credit, so as per the article 18B of UCP the drawing should not exceed the amount mentioned in the LC. Let's say the invoice value, the LC value is 1 lakh, or let's say the LC value is 10 lakh in rupees, and the invoice value is 12 lakh. So the maximum amount payable by the opening bank will be 10 lakh rupees. We cannot exceed the amount whichever is mentioned in the your LC document. So LC is a primary tool or primary instruments which we are making as a benchmark for this particular case as well, right? If you are having any doubt, please do let me know. This bill of lading is again very important. This get asked so many times. So bill of lading is a transport documents evidencing a movement of goods from the port of the acceptance to port of the destination. Let's say from US to India or any other country. Again, it can be by flight or by through the shipment also. Again. So it is a receipt issued by the ship owner or the authorized agent stating that goods indicated therein, like quantity, quality descriptions, are shipped on a specific date and through specific vessels and deliverables to the person mentioned therein as the co-assignee or his order. After payment of all dues to the shipping company as well. The bill of lading should be a complete set of negotiable copies along with the number of non-negotiable copies as stipulated in LC. It should bear the signature of the ship owner or the authorized agents. The description of goods should be corresponded with the LC itself. Bill of lading should bear the letter of credit numbers along with the name of the issuing bank also. So these are the major areas around the delivery of your, we can say, bill of ladings or the documents or the movements of those particular goods as well. Payment of freight should be clearly indicated in bill of ladings as part as per the requirements of the LC. LC should call shipped on board bill of ladings, and accordingly the bill of lading should bear such clauses. it should be drawn to the order of the shipper, blank endorse or in favor of the issuing bank as stipulated in LC also, again, the remaining amounts or dues. The date of the shipment should be within the date stipulated in the LC itself. Okay, let's say the LC date is like whatever the date mentioned or for that entire trades and all. So that shipment should be within those particular date. Partial shipment or transshipments is if permitted in LC should be clearly indicated in bill of lading also. The gross weight, net weight should be indicated in invoice. Bill of lading should not generally be a date prior to the date of issuing of LC. Okay? This bill of bill of lading should not drawn prior to the issuance of LC itself. Again, it should be after that particular one only. The bill of lading should not be clause unless specifically permitted under the LC as well. Okay, so these are some important guidelines आपका, ठीक है. So that is something related to this one. हाँ जी sir, will come to the Incoterms also, ठीक है. So Incoterms, like they also get asked so many times in the past itself. Insurance policy and certificates आपका, the next one. So it must be issued and signed by the insurance company or their agents as per article 34A. It should not issued by the brokers. The date of issuance of insurance must be on or before the date of shipments, or it must be endorsed by the specific notations that the cover is effective from these many during the date of shipment itself. The currency of issuance must be the currency of insurance must be same as the currency of LC. The policy should clearly indicate the work it covering the part which they are going to cover, and claim should be made payables in the country of applicant itself. The all original must accompany with the documents. The description of goods in insurance policy certificate should be in conformity with the LC itself. Okay, that is again आपका link with this LC documents itself, right? So that is generally part of this particular one. Certificate of origin आपका, ठीक है, that is the another one, ठीक है. So certificate of origin, once we are sending or seller, we mean seller here, ठीक है. So basically once the seller is doing that shipments, so they'll issue this of their authorities will issue the certificate of origin from where these goods are coming. All right. So in some cases, like some like danger countries and all, we have some sort of restrictions आपका, ठीक है, जहाँ से ये सब चीजें नहीं हो सकती. So certificate of origin determine the origin of goods. It must be issued and signed by the independent authority such as Chamber of Commerce, informing origin of good, value, invoice, bill of lading. Detail appearing in the certificate of origin must be consistent with other documents. It must be ensured that origin of goods is not from any war fighting country consisting of banned hazardous goods and all. Okay? So that is generally given in this particular area itself. Okay? So crystallization of foreign currency. Issuing bank on receipt of documents drawn under the LC has an obligation to pay immediately if documents are drawn at sight or accept and agree to pay on a due date. If the documents are drawn on acceptance basis, provided the documents are drawn strictly as per the term of LC. So crystallization is something around the payments. If it is side bill, so you have to make payments on the receiving of those particular documents. If it is आपका Hussein's bill, so you have to make the payments in the near future itself. Standby LC is, this get asked so many times again. So what is standby LC? It is something, there are some countries like US, UK, they do not use a term called financial guarantee. So this is a replacement of financial guarantee. LC is basically providing some sort of financial guarantee to the seller. If you will fulfill the commitments which are generally part of that sales agreements, you will receive your payments, or on behalf of buyers, we are giving you financial guarantee that you will receive your full amounts on timely manners, right? So this standby LC is basically LC where we are making that commitments. That commitment will get fulfilled. That is generally your आपका standby guarantee. ठीक है? So international trade has been this. ठीक है. So we'll come to this direct other point in all. ठीक है. Like we have these one. ठीक है. So type of LC is opened by the bank in countries where there is restriction on issuing of the guarantee, financial guarantee basically. ठीक है. And therefore standby LC provide a suitable substitute for the performance or financial guarantees. The document require are bare minimum like proof of delivery of goods or proof of non-performance or a simple claim as well. So what is standby guarantee? Standby LC, basically your LC is providing or while we are opening that LC, we are doing some sort of commitments with the seller's bank. Now the other documents which is known as standby LC, which is providing some sort of guarantee that this promise, whatever we have done in that LC things, that will get fulfilled if these things are met, right? So that is not. It is as simple as that. Performance guarantee 100% true. Ajit sir, aapka So it is a kind of like if you fulfill the conditions and all, it is exact financial guarantee, but there are some countries who do not use that term. So for that sake, we have this replacement itself. Use of standby LC. Standby LC by authorized dealers. So bank can establish standby LC by the following conditions, like documents promised in respect of non-performance situation, especially as substitution of the guarantee with authorized dealers as permitted under FEMA, such as issuing a guarantee in respect of debt, obligation or other liabilities incurred. An exporter on account of export into India owed to a person resident in India by a person resident outside India, bona fide trade transactions. So this is similar to your आपका, there is nothing new आपका, ठीक है. जैसे for what purposes we use the LC, and this is the kind of a performance guarantee as mentioned by sir also. If that things get done, so this we are making some sort of we are doing some sort of commitments ki the promise which we have mentioned in the LC, they'll get performed by the bank itself. Okay? So this is important. This get asked so many times. So please do remember this one. Okay? Safeguards आपका, where such standby are required by the applicants again who are independent power producers or importers of crude oils and all. Okay? Specific categories आपका, ठीक है. So the conditions where we can issue as per the FEMA Act, these standby guarantees and all, right? Next one, Incoterms. Last to last year, I guess there was no question in last session, but last to last year there was number of questions around the Incoterms also. So Incoterms, it is international commercial terms. So whenever we do this international trade or whenever we enter into an international trade, while we form that agreements, so we use some shortcuts. These shortcuts are kind of they are generally known as Incoterms. The current version of Incoterms is 2020, which is given in your book also. So parties to contract are often not aware of different terms, trade practices in the respective countries, which can cause misunderstanding, resulting in unnecessary dispute. As such, ICC published a set of international rule for interpretation of trade terms, which is known as Incoterms. The ICC publications on Incoterms has been updated on several times till 2020, and the full form of Incoterms is international commercial terms. Now, how these particular work? This is the things now which I'll recommend ki abhi you just have to go through these particular one, but during like just day before of examination, this is the point which you have to revise or recall, and try it. Even I'll recommend this is the things कि जो आपको ना एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में एंटर करने से पहले एक बार जस्ट आप इनको क्विकली गो थ्रू कर सकते हैं, ठीक है, बिकॉज वी कैन नॉट मेमोराइज ऑल द Incoterms. We have a huge list, ठीक है. So they and even we have different categories also. I'll show you this. So this is something related to these are obligations where we have, these are the seller's obligations like warehouse services and all. In some cases we have आपका buyer's obligation. So buyers and sellers obligations is generally defined under this particular one, ठीक है. जैसे departure आपका ex workers, ठीक है, ex works, name place आपका like जामनगर्स और पुणे and others. मेन कैरेज पीरियड आपका CFR, CFR आपका कॉस्ट एंड फ्रेट. नेम पोर्ट आपका CFR जैसे JNPT और CFR चेन्नई, दीज आर द नेम ऑफ द पोर्ट. Then CIF, ठीक है, cost, insurance and freight, and आपका CIF, JNPT or the others one, ठीक है, CPT, that is the carries paid to, so it is आपका CPT Dubai or others, CIP, carries and insurance paid to, then we have main carries unpaid, CFA, free carrier, then we have FAS, free alongside ship, FOB, free on board आपका, ठीक है, arrival, at the time of arrival, so we have DAT, delivered at terminal, we have DPU, delivered at places unloaded, and we have DDP, delivered, duty paid and all, okay? So see, what are the Incoterms? These are applied on the contract of sale but not on contract of carriage. They deal only with the relationship between buyers and sellers, and these are kind of a terminologies. They are generally dividing the responsibility, which responsibility belongs to buyers or which belongs to the seller itself. But you cannot remember all these particular one in one go. What I'll recommend ki jab aap log, whenever you'll enter in your examination or a day before of your examination, like here you can see. So Incoterms, organization and charges for buyers and sellers, the various responsibilities of suppliers and buyers shown in this particular figure. You can see as you move from left to right, the obligations of sellers increase where the buyers decrease. The first leftmost Incoterms impose maximum responsibilities on buyers, and the last which generally impose responsibilities on sellers. So like we have EXW, so these are the areas EXW. So the first one, then we have CFR, CIF, CPT. So if it comes to these particular one, EXW, FAS, FCA, FOB, or आपका CFR, CIF, these are the Incoterms which we generally use in this trade, and this generally shows the responsibility. ठीक है? So mostly आपका when it comes to the left side आपका, ठीक है, so in this particular case left side the maximum responsibilities are generally belongs to the your buyers. ठीक है? So like we have in this case buyers, and these all are generally buyers, and then these move toward the sellers. The responsibilities in that particular agreements and the division of that particular responsibility. So while we design that sale contract, we generally mention around these particular things. We generally use these terminologies, and with this chart, basically what we are doing, like let's say origin inlands आपका, warehouse services, export packing, और आपका freight ports or origin, or we have आपका forwarders a fee, ocean and air freights. So initially आपका these are generally borne by the buyers and these are generally done by the sellers. Let's say custom clearances, these are by the buyers, and the only one is seller is आपका DDP. Like in case of warehouse services, these are done by the sellers. The entire things is generally done by the sellers. Export packing, again entire things is done by sellers. Loading at port आपका buyers, then आपका seller everything. So this is something, the responsibilities in that particular trade belongs to what responsibilities belongs to buyers, what will be borne by buyers and what will be borne by the seller itself. ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा इसको एक बार रिवाइज कीजिएगा, that will help you in your upcoming examination also, right? Now the next one, unit 5. So facilities for exporters and importers. Okay? So here we have like some important areas: export credit, import credit. That is very important area. So many times you'll see question around this one, and even this export data processing and monitoring system and import data processing and monitoring system. This get asked in your previous examination itself. This import data processing monitoring system. Exchange and trade control guidelines, facilities for exporters, gold card scheme also, and diamond dollar accounts should be also part of this particular one. Exchange trade control for importer and all. Maximum time you'll see question around the exporters things, but will not have that kind of mindset. You have to study both, and we have some case studies on export finance also. That's why we feel ki maximum time they ask question around the export finance itself, right? So regulations, if it comes to the regulations, we have three major ministries. But if you talk about the institutions, we have RBI who generally take care around the currency things or the documentation parts, and the trade policies are generally decided by the DGFT, Director General of Foreign Trade. So DGFT, who is generally responsible for deciding the India's trade policy, exim import आपका exim policy, basically import export policy, and DGFT which generally work under the your Ministry of Commerce and Industries, Government of India. RBI, which is responsible for the documentation part and currency part in this particular portion itself. So regulation of exports, FEMA, RBI have given right under FEMA, but this thing will also get in detail, you will see in your role of FEMA, FEDI and all these kind of things. So if you'll study that particular portion, if you'll ignore this particular portion also, that will work. ICC, which generally work as an apex institutions, which generally decide different like UCP 600. Apart from this, we have URC 522, we have URDZ 758 and also these are international trade related things or the international relation related things which generally get decided by the international chambers of commerce. Foreign Exchange Dealers Association of India, that is something like it is a self-regulatory organization. Yesterday only we talk around this one, which generally help these your authorized dealers and others. They are part of this particular institution, and if they are facing some sort of challenges, to resolve those challenges, that is the primary responsibility of this one. If you specifically come to the trade portion, we have three ministries. One is Ministry of Finance, another one is Commerce and Industry, and Electronic and IT. So they are kind of a governing bodies for the international trade. So Ministry of Finance, where we have RBI and CBIC, authorized dealer 1, 2, 3, they are generally part of this one. And this DGFT, Director General of Foreign Trade, which generally comes under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, which they generally do. RBI generally regulate the exchange or take care of the documentation things and all. What will require at a time of remittances, तो import export की जो payments होंगे उनके regarding जो guidelines होंगे, that is decided by this. कहाँ पे कितना import होगा, क्या import हो सकता है, क्या other rules आपके रहेंगे import export के, that generally get decided by DGFT आपका. ठीक है. अब DGFT along with SEPC, ठीक है. SEPC is आपका Software Export Promotion Council. ठीक है. This is for goods and this is for services, and STPI आपका which generally comes under this, that is Software Technology Park of India. ठीक है. So for goods, for services and for software. Okay? So that generally comes under this entire classification as well, right? Now, while we do exports, okay, let's say as an exporter, if you are, there was one direct question based on this particular part, very important one. Okay? So let's say as an exporter, if you are exporting something from India, or as an importer, you are importing something from outside India. Okay? So you have first to register yourself, you have to do some sort of registration with DGFT. Okay? So Director General of Foreign Trade के साथ you have to take one number that is known as EIC number. Okay? Exporter Importer Code. Okay? That is called Exporter Importer Code. Importer Exporter Code, IEC आपका. ठीक है? IEC code. So this number is must आपका. ठीक है? Your every trade आपका, either it is import or export, that will be linked with this particular one, and this is generally provided by DGFT. ठीक है? DGFT will issue this particular one. ठीक है? Director General of Foreign Trade. ठीक है? So अगर आप इंडिया से कोई भी import कर रहे हो, export कर रहे हो, आप उस business में involve हो रहे हो, so you have to take one code from DGFT, that is your आपका IEC number. ठीक है? And you every time you will do any sort of trade and all, so you have to use this particular number. This will work as a PEN number. जैसे हमारे लिए आपका for LRS, the basically with that particular one, authorized dealers or other regulatory bodies, they keep our data, so that is PEN number. Similarly for importer exporters, this number works. Okay? So every person, firm or company engaged in export imports trade has to apply for IEC number with DGFT. Okay? This is a registration number of firm, company or international trade for international trade, and the exporter importer has invariably code this numbers and at the in all declaration form. Okay? Let's say if you are doing export, so you have to fill the export declaration form. Okay? So in that export declaration form, your transactions will be monitored through this IEC numbers. Okay? Every time whenever you'll do the import exports, that will be part of this one. Okay? So we have export declaration form, export declaration, like in case of LRS remittances, we have that form A2. I hope you guys remember that particular one. When we do investments abroad outside India, form ODI we have taken. So similarly, for export things or for import things, for export we use आपका export declaration form आपका, ठीक है. So export basically we have two areas, like let's say how you'll go with this one, ठीक है. So any exporter, they'll connect to the authorized dealers category 1 bank and they have to fill this particular form. That is, the form name is export declaration form. Okay? So export declaration form, this look like something like this. Export declaration, name, exporter name, address, then authorized dealers address and all. Okay? Signature and address of this and this is. So then we have purpose code, invoices, numbers, and every details which is generally part of this particular one. So section 7 subsection 1 subsection 3 of FEMA, all export of goods from India, whether in physical or any other form. Okay? For physical, for goods we have export declaration form EDF, form EDF. For software we have Softex. Okay? In case of software we use one form that is known as Softex, software export. Okay? Apart from softwares we use EDF. So declare this particular one will be realized in this area. Basically, this is mentioned here. So EDF form आपका export other than the software made by all modes, and Softex आपका which we generally use for the export of softwares आपका, non-physical basis. So they are generally categorized in this one. Please do remember these two forms आपका, their uses also. It is similar to your form A2 or form ODI or form ECB. So these are the similar one, but the purpose of these particular one is different. Okay? If you are doing foreign investment as an individual, you have to fill the form ODI. If you are as an individual, you are remitting money abroad for education purpose, you have to fill form form A2. If you are raising funds from outside India through ECB, so you have to fill the form that is called form ECB आपका, ठीक है. That will help you to get the LRN number also. So with the introduction of electronic data interchange system, a certain custom officers where shipping bills are processed electronically. So this exchange declaration form also, that is like nowadays most of these custom offices also, they are generally part of the online things and all. Okay? So they have to report all these particular things in the online things. This is a very simple one. If you go through these areas, we'll be able to understand these particular ones. Okay? Now, following are the areas where we do not have to fill the export declaration form. Okay? So these are the areas where you do not have to fill the EDF form. Okay? This get asked so many times, so you have to remember these particular ones. Okay? Trade sample of goods and publicity material supplied free of payment. So let's say you are sending some samples to other country for free. So in that case, you do not have to fill the EDF form. Okay? So that is the one. Personal effect of travelers, whether accompanied or unaccompanied. Okay? So if you are moving or if you are carrying some goods and all, that is also not required. Ship stores, transshipments, cargoes, and goods shipped under the order of central government, such as officers as may be appointed by the central government on behalf of the military, naval, or others. So like sometime we do some sort of charity आपका, let's say we provided some aid to some other countries, so that order is passed by the government, central governments. In that case also we do not have to we do not require this EDF. By way of gift of goods accompanied by the declaration by the exporter that they are not more than 5 lakh rupees. So if you are giving gift to someone else in the abroad and the gift value is less than 5 lakh, again not required. Aircraft or aircraft engine and spare parts for overhauling and repair, so that is also they'll get re-imported again. So let's say we purchase Rafale from Russia. If we are sending them for the repair purpose in Russia, so and then after the repairments they'll come back to India, again not required. Even sometime also let's say we have done some exports to other countries and there are some defective piece. Now we are sending, let's say we got an order of 1 lakh. Out of 1 lakh, 10,000 or let's say 10,000 markers, they got defective while they reached to any other country, okay, or the destination country. So in that case also, when we are resending those 10,000s, that will not required and we are not charging any amounts, we have to declare those kind of things. So they are generally part of this particular one. Okay. Replacement goods exported free charge in accordance with the provision of foreign trade policy. Replacement आपका, ठीक है, as I gave an example of this marker. Goods sent outside India for testing are subject to re-import into India. Re-import into India. Export permitted by Reserve Bank of India on application made up to it, subject to term and conditions and all. So that is generally part of this particular one. Okay. Alright guys, यहाँ तक clear है सबको? So these are some exemptions and they get asked so many times. So please be careful around these one. Okay? Now facilities for exporters. Basically, आपका credit facilities for exporters. So we have pre-shipments and we have post-shipments. Two type of facilities are there. Pre-shipments where the credit facilities are generally provided for up to 90 days of a period. These are something related to the packaging things and all. So they also known as packing credits and all. So export credits, this is the basic things. So we have pre-shipments advances to exporters and we have post shipments. So we can, as a bank or these exporters, they can avail two type of facilities from the bank. One is pre-shipments, which is known as packing credit. Another one is post shipments. After shipments, when they have that receivables and all, on the basis of those receivables, they can take money. And apart from this also, they do have factoring, forfeiting services to meet to deal with their working capital requirements and all. Okay? So when it comes to the pre-shipments, it is also known as packing credit loan, which is generally for working capital advances allow for a specific purpose of procuring, processing, manufacturing of goods meant for export. It could cover all costs prior to the shipment of finished good, like packing, local transportation and all. The borrowers is a bank customer conditions. They should have export import numbers, IEC numbers. Their name should not appear in the caution list of RBI. They should not be under the specific approval list of ECGC. They have the capacity to execute the order within stipulated time duration, and KYC guidelines are compiled with. So these are the conditions. So if any exporters, if they are applying for the pre-credit shipments, so these are the guidelines. They have to meet with these particular guidelines. This is generally aapka, let's say you got an order, you have to supply 1 lakh markers within 90 days. So now you have to manufacture, you have to purchase raw material, or you have to pay aapka the basic utility expenses or the rent or the employee salary and all. So to meet with these kind of requirements, exporters or basically working capital, short-term working capital requirements, they can take loan under the pre-shipments category and all. If it is aapka post-shipments, so post-shipments basically it is, let's say if that deal is backed by the LC, so they can discount that particular bills receivables, and even in some cases they can directly take loan from the banks if they haven't applied for the pre-shipment. अगर उन्होंने pre-shipment आपका नहीं लिया है तो उस केस में भी there is some eligibility criteria, so they can go with the आपका post-shipment. So no PCL pre-credit आपका pre what is this called here? Packing credit loan. No packing credit loan have been availed by him against the same order or LC from the other banks. Bank should call for credit reports status. Exporter should submit stock statements for goods on on which PCL has been allowed. If the export are covered under letter of credit, bank would need to satisfy about the standing of क्रेडिट ओपनिंग बैंक्स, ठीक है, जो भी बैंक आपका जिसने वो एलसी इशू किया है उसकी क्रेडिट वर्दिनेस को टेस्ट किया जा सकता है. बैंक में ऑल्सो लुक इनटू द रेगुलेशंस एंड द पॉलिटिकल एंड फाइनेंशियल कंडीशंस of the buyer's country as well, ठीक है, so to mitigate any kind of risk as well. So this is आपका, ठीक है. Post shipment finance can be in various type, like basically advances against bill sent on collection, ठीक है. So let's say we received that like let's say we have done that shipments. Now the date on LC is आपका 90 days, so that means we are going to receive that money after 90 days. So that is something. Advances against export consignment basis आपका, ठीक है, we are doing regular exports, we are getting regular updates आपका, ठीक है. So on an open account basis we can have this kind of arrangement with bank. Advances again undrawn balances आपका, ठीक है. Undrawn balances is something, let's say we have received some prepayments, the remaining amounts, or even it is something around the government refundable taxes आपका, ठीक है. So that can be, हाँ, it is mentioned here. Again, drawdown against duty drawbacks, duty drawbacks provided by the government itself. So they generally comes under this particular one. PMS, this is the software which is basically we have EDPMS and IDPMS. This is a software which is accessible to the authorized dealers, ठीक है. तो जितने भी authorized dealers आपके होते हैं, they have to report things on this particular platform on daily basis whenever they are doing or they are providing any sort of credit to the exporters and all, ठीक है. तो EDMS का एक EDPMS is a software, basically it gets launched or introduced by RBI in 2014. Similarly we have IDPMS also, ठीक है, import data processing and monitoring system. तो जहाँ पे हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, as a authorized dealers, whatever transactions we are doing with the exporters and importers, we are uploading on this particular platform. जैसे if there are some sort of irregularities in the payments and all, we are updating that particular one also. So RBI can put those importers and exporters in the caution list, ठीक है. तो उनको कहीं ना कहीं caution list में आपका जाना डाला जा सकता है, ठीक है. या अगर कोई ऑलरेडी आपका क्वेश्चन लिस्ट के अंदर है तो उसको आपका उसकी जो अभी रिसेंट में जो एक्टिविटीज हैं उसकी वजह से उसको डी क्वेश्चन में डाला जा सकता है, ठीक है. क्वेश्चन लिस्ट इज बेसिकली इफ some exporter is dealing with some exports and all and there are some irregularities in payments or उनके द्वारा they are not fulfilling the commitments and all, so that is something related to that particular one, ठीक है. So they asked one question around this one, very easy one, very आपका this will help you in both आपका IDPMS और EDPMS both, ठीक है. So 2014 RBI, this is the online program for all banks to record export transactions with them online. RBI can increase the transparency of record of dollar payments flow between India and abroad also, ठीक है. So this is one another purpose which get fulfilled through this particular platform. Authorized dealers bank can access the updated list of caution listed exporters through EDPMS, ठीक है, on daily basis. RBI will caution and decaution the exporters based on the recommendations of authorized bank. Authorized dealers may forward its findings to the concerned regional offices of RBI, recommending inclusion of the name of the exporter in the caution list. The guidelines require bank to record advance remittances received for exporters in EDPMS. Bank also required to record old outstanding advances received. Okay? If they are receiving some old outstanding balances and all, again they have to record in this particular platform. Okay? Next one, we have gold card scheme. Again, this is very important one. Okay? This get asked so many times. So gold card scheme is generally for the वैल्यू एक्सपोर्टर्स, ठीक है. ऐसे एक्सपोर्टर्स जिनका क्रेडिट वर्थिनेस इज वेरी हाई एंड दे हैव अ वेरी गुड ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड आल्सो, ठीक है. तो ऐसे एक्सपोर्टर जिनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड बहुत अच्छा है, ठीक है, सो दे आर जनरली पार्ट ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है. सो बेसिकली दे आर like they got some sort of concession, ठीक है, like rate of interest at lower rate, they get fast approval process and all. तो कहीं ना कहीं अगर आप एक अच्छे एक्सपोर्टर हो, you'll get some sort of benefit from our banks, that is generally. And nowadays bank they generally offer some additional services on this gold card also, ठीक है. So based on the indication made by the governments and all, this is the one, ठीक है. So basically this is the very important area, again very important, huh. for all of us. All creditworthy exporters, including those in small and medium sector with a good track records, would be eligible for issue of gold card scheme by individual bank as per criteria to lay down by the letter. Gold card scheme under the scheme may issue all eligible exporters, including those in the small and medium sectors who satisfy these conditions. The scheme will not be applicable of exporters blocklisted by ECGC or having overdue bill excess of 10% of the previous year turnovers. Very important statement पहला, ठीक है? ये statement is very important. Gold card holders, exporters, depending on their track records and credit worthiness, will be granted a better term and conditions, increasing the extended other one. Bank would clearly specify the benefit they would be offering on gold card schemes and all. ठीक है? Some other आपका the sanction, this 20% वाला area, हाँ, this is the one. So the sanction and renewal of the limit under the scheme will be based on the simplified procedures to be decided by the banks. In principle, limit will be a sanction for a period of 3 years. Please do remember this one also. With a provision for automatic renewal subject to fulfillment of term and condition of the bank. Standby limit not less than 20%. ये सबसे अच्छा benefit है इसका, and this get asked whenever they'll ask question around the gold card scheme, whenever they'll give you the multiple statement, this will be part of that particular one. Very important. Not less than 20% of assessed limit may be additionally made available to the to facilitate urgent credit needs. Let's say we have issued gold card scheme, gold card to any exporter worth rupees 1 crore. Okay? So they have a standby limit of 20% also. Okay? That means if they need some sort of urgent money, they have to, amounting 1 crore 20 lakhs. So they can use that particular one by using this particular card itself. So that is the benefit. Okay? Gold card holders would give preferences in the matter of granting packaging credit loan also, pre-shipment loans. Bank would consider waiver of collateral and exemption from ECGC insurance on the basis of cardholders' credit worthiness and track record. The facility of further value addition आपका, which is decided by the issuing bank. ठीक है, आज के डेट में हमारे बैंक्स मतलब like ज़्यादातर गोल्ड कार्ड होल्डर्स हमारे बैंक के हो. For that we generally provide some additional services like insurance and all, which are generally part of this particular one. ठीक है, so this is again very important one. So please do remember this one. Factoring and forfeiting. These are two additional ways through which basically exporters, they can arrange their working capital, right? So I hope everybody knows around these particular ones. Okay. So factoring is basically where our bank is work as a factor, and all the transaction of that particular exporter is done through our bank with the help of an open accounts. Open accounts means मतलब जैसे let's say there is a XYZ exporter, उस XYZ exporter के जितने भी exports आपके हो रहे हैं तो उन सबको डिस्काउंट करने का काम हम लोग करें. एंड ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ एक्सपोर्टर्स we are also managing the ledger accounts of that the different exports and all. Okay? So we are becoming a helping hand, and we generally discount at 75 to 80% to each and every bill. Okay? मतलब let's say they did a sale of 1 lakh rupees, export of 1 lakh rupees. So we immediately provide 75 to 80,000 rupees to the exporter, so they can prepare for they can prepare the another export. Okay? So we generally say you focus on export, rest things will be taken care by our bank. It can be with or without recourse in case of factoring. Our bank work as a factor. The another one is forfeiting. In case of forfeiting, basically this is not like forfeiting is always backed by LC. It is mostly it is non-recourse basis. There is no collateral or guarantees required because it is already backed by the LC itself. Okay? And it is bank to bank. Okay, let's say there is an exporter who did one transaction with your bank and it get discounted 100%. Okay, let's say the receivable is 1 lakh. So we ask for the 5% commission. So we'll pay 95,000 to the APA exporter. Now it is entirely our responsibility to recover that particular one or to manage that account ledger and all, debt management, everything. Okay? So the difference is in case of factoring, all the transaction of that exporter we are doing as a on a open account basis, but in case of forfeiting, they are doing one transaction with our banks, another transaction with some other banks. It is a single time transaction with the exporter and all. So that is something related to this particular one. That is discounting basically. So these are the alternatives आपका apart from that export credit. So first is आपका factoring. You can go with this particular one, but it is immediate financing up to 75 to 80% of the invoice value. No need for LC. Thus saving cost for the importers. It is generally on open account basis. All the transaction of that particular exporter is done by one factor. Credit check on importers or buyers. These are the additional services which are generally provided by factor to the exporters. Sales ledger maintenance is done by factor. Credit protection on all approved debtors limit. Advisory services for new areas and countries. So basically exporters, they get these many benefits with the factoring services. So debt administration, credit protections, financing and others. Forfeiting आपका, in case of forfeiting, it is a kind of one-time transaction with the exporter where we are discounting 100% of bill, right? So take away political and commercial risk associated with the export receivables. It is always without recourse, but factoring can be with or without recourse. Please do remember this statement also. Make 100% make available 100% finance against invoice drawn without a recourse facility. There is no guarantee required from the exporters. Aapka. Freedom from credit administration and follow-ups, that is done by the financer. Cost saving on exporters, credit insurance beside related paperwork. Fixed rate financing, freedom from movement of interest rate for the tenures of the bill itself. So one time you are getting the payments and you are exiting from that deal. This is as simple as that. As an exporter, I have done some export worth rupees 10 lakh. Now I approaches to your bank. This is the amount which I'm going to receive after 90 days and this is the LC. So in that case, we negotiated. It is something like that trades platform. We have trades platform for MSMEs now, similar to this one. So we had a negotiation where you ask for the 5% commission. So the remaining, after the 5%, you gave me the remaining amounts, and then the relation between me and you is over. Now everything will be taken care by your bank as a financer in that particular situation itself, right? Parties under factoring and parties under forfeiting. Pujisha, like parties under factoring and forfeiting, see, we do not have any exact classification of for this particular one. I never read around this particular thing basically. Maybe I missed that portion, but what I know, okay, it is like if you're asking about the names, so bank, in case of factoring, bank work as a factor, and the another one is exporter. In another case, in case of forfeiting, they call forfeiter or the financer. Bank is generally known as forfeiter or as a financer. If you are asking with the same direction or you asking something else. Rest things are like we do not have any categorization, like in bill of exchange we have 3 parties, promissory note we have 2 parties. We do not have that kind of classification as per my knowledge. That factor, your bank is known as factor in case of factoring, and in case of forfeiting, it is known as forfeiter or aapka financer. That is these are the name given to this particular one. If I'm missing something, please do let me know. So this is the differentiation. Very, very important. I have differentiated this particular one, so this can help you to revise things quickly, right? So factor is a short-term transaction where forfeiting is a medium to long-term. Factoring can be done with or without recourse, although forfeiting is usually without recourse. Factoring is applicable for both foreign and domestic, but forfeiting is generally for international. Factoring is appropriate for ongoing open account sales that are not backed by LC or accepted by bill of exchange, whereas forfeiting appropriate for one-time transactions. Factoring necessitate continuing arrangement between the factor and customer. Factor means your bank and customer is exporter, in which all sales are routed by the factor, but forfeiting does not necessitate the seller routing others business through the forfeiter. Forfeiter is financier or the bank. Deal are closed transaction by transaction in this particular case. Understood? So these are the areas this is again very important part, guys. So many times you'll see the question around this particular portion, so you have to be very careful, right? Now export related things आपका ठीक है, and that will not take much time. ठीक है. So a regulation for importers, so we have done with exporters. So again same, we have DGFT for the import regulations. Then we have RBI, same with the similar guidelines and all. They also required IEC, importer exporter code for any kind of import. Whenever they'll enter into a import things, they have to put this particular numbers. Approved commodities आपका by the DGFT itself. Then import finance. This is something new where we have buyer's credit and seller's credit that get asked so many times. So import letter of credit, this is very simple. Importers, they are asking for any kind of letter, they are applying for any kind of LC आपका. Trade credits, this is important. Supplier credit or buyer credit. I hope everybody knows about this particular one. If you do not know, please pay your attention. This is important because so supplier credit आपका. Supplier credit is a credit directly extended by overseas supply. This is something, let's say you are doing some sort of business. Let's say you are manufacturing these markers and you want to increase your sale outside India, or let's say you are a US citizen or US businessman, you want to expand your sale in India, and I'm a buyer from a distributor of markers in India or in Indian market. So now you approaches me कि if you sell our product in Indian market, so you'll get these many benefits in all other things. But the problem with me is I do not have that much of money, so I can purchase your product. So that problem is get solved by your company. You are telling me कि we will provide you finance amount आपका, we'll give you the money to sell that particular one. Once you done with that sale, then you can refund us the money and all. Eventually we are expanding our business in India, and for a time period we are selling our product on credit, then we are getting back money, right? So supplier credit directly extended by the overseas supplier of goods to importer. As domestic market, in international market also, the payment terms are either straight or credit. The period of credit normally depend on the necessity for the exporter and importers to this business. The period suppliers renoved from the shipments is 3 years. For non-capital goods, आपका period can be up to 1 year, or the preparing cycle for this. Okay? So that is supplier credit, where supplier is helping. Buyer credit आपका, buyer credit. So buyer credit, it is simple as a term loan, bank loan. We are taking loan, we are manufacturing, we are selling, then we are repaying. So buyer credit is credit arranged by the importer buyer for a नहीं मतलब आपका let's say LC आपका, let's say I have to import some raw material from some other country, so I'm taking some loan from the bank. It is something like this. Outside the country to settle the payment of imports. In short term, it is a credit arranged by the buyers to settle import payments irrespective of the period of credit and all. I hope this is clear to everyone. Okay? So sometimes we got confused between the buyers and suppliers credit, so please do take care around this one. Okay? Now the next one is ECB, external commercial borrowings, and foreign investment in India. ECB is again very important part or very important topic, especially few areas like ECB concept. We have reporting conversion of ECB into equity, foreign investments, and that form ECB or the operational aspect. This is mentioned here, operational aspect, and the maturity period or the minimum average maturity period that get asked so many times. So when we comes to the ECB, external commercial borrowing, this is the something where our companies, Indian companies, they are raising funds from outside India. Okay? So as a business, let's say we can take an example of Reliance or Tata. So let's say they are borrowing money from outside India in the form of, it can be bond, it can be any term loan or any other mode of any other mode of credit, right? So when companies, Indian companies, they are raising funds from outside India in different terms. That is your ECB. We do have some ECB guidelines, the uses, the end uses or the proceed from ECB, where they can use that particular money or not. And we have to take one approval from RBI also, that is known as LRN. Okay. So these are some important areas from this particular one. Okay. So what is ECB? We all know, I guess. Okay. So ECB, we have two type of route. One is आपका direct route automatic, another one is approval route. ठीक है. In case of direct route, what we have to do, let's say there is a company called XYZ, they'll approach to authorized dealers, category 1 banks. Then this bank will study their documents or go through their documents and all. If everything is fine, they'll approve that particular one. In this case, आपका approval route. So what they have to do, like XYZ, they'll approach to authorized dealer. The route will be authorized dealer 1 itself. They'll go through the documents, then they'll send it for the RBI approvals. Once RBI approve, so they'll approve that particular one, or if RBI disapprove, so that will get rejected. Okay? So if parameter prescribed under the framework have been compiled with approach authorized dealers category 1 banks with a proposal in form ECB. Form ECB will require in this case. Borrower may approach RBI with application in prescribed format, form ECB. RBI shall grant approvals based on the overall guidelines. It does not mean that this XYZ will directly go to RBI. No, their route will always through the authorized dealers. Authorized dealers, basically the scrutiny things and all, most of the things are generally get tested by the authorized dealer itself. If they feel this is right, they can send it for the RBI approvals and all. Correct? So that generally comes under this one. We can have, or we can, or companies, they can raise funds from outside India in Indian currency or in foreign currency. So we have two type of ECBs. One, आपका foreign currency denominated ECB, and another one is INR denominated ECB. Let's say that XYZ company, they issue some bonds in US, आपका in dollar. They can issue in dollar, आपका, that is foreign currency. This XYZ, they issue some bonds in US in INR. So that rupee dominated, that is generally known as rupee dominated आपका ECB and all. So eligible borrowers. Now who can be the eligible borrowers? All entities eligible to receive the FDI. तो जहां पे भी FDI allow है, वो सारे इसके लिए आपका eligible है. Entities recognized as startup by the central governments on the date of raising ECB, but the limit is, like in normal case, they have in normal ECB limit is ECB limit. ठीक है, कितना है आपका, कौन बताएगा? Who will tell guys what is the ECB limit? For startups, it is आपका $3 million. ठीक है, so for startups, it is $3 million, but in general, it is how much? किसी ने बताया है? It is $750 million. ठीक है, it is $750 million, right? Port Trust unit of SEZ, SIDB, this registered entities engage in microfinance activities and all. So these are the eligible borrowers who can raise funds through the ECB. Most of they generally comes under this particular one. ECB proceed cannot be utilized. Let's say as a company XYZ, we raise some funds through the ECB. So now we cannot use that particular money in these many areas. Pujisha ma'am mentioned this particular one, very correct. So आपका real estate activities, आपका investment in capital market, equity investment, working capital purpose except आपका foreign equity holders, general corporate purpose except foreign equity holders. One part is missing from this one. So basically we cannot use for our repayment of rupee loan except आपका foreign equity holders. One another part is missing from this slide, or maybe that went inside आपका. So usually we cannot use that ECB for these areas. For these three areas, working capital purpose, we cannot use. We can use if we have some foreign equity partners in our company. We can use for general operation purpose, आपका expenses. If we have foreign equity partner, we can use that money to repay the rupee loan if we have foreign equity partners. And the foreign equity partners, the ratio debt to that foreign equity partners holder is 7:1 आपका. So that is the maximum rate. So eligible lenders who, like from which sources we can raise this particular funds. So borrowers can raise ECB from internationally recognized sources like international bank, international capital market, multilateral financial institutions like IMF, World Bank, ठीक है, export credit agencies, आपका suppliers of equipments, foreign collaborators and equity holders, we can raise this particular money. ठीक है. Apart from this, organization or individuals compiling with the following safeguards may ECB to non-government organization engage in microfinance activities also. ठीक है. Overseas organization proposing to lend ECB having furnished certificate due diligence and all. So basically they have to there must be adherence to the FATF guidelines. Okay? And the KYC part is we have to follow the 6-point KYC of SWIFT. That is known as 6-point SWIFT KYC. Okay? That should be part of this one. Okay? Eligible individual lenders आपका, ठीक है. हाँ, so we'll come to that one. So now the next one, this part is very important. This is very important. So many time, and you can have na examiner can create one question for 1 marks or 2 marks with these multiple statement also. ठीक है. When it comes to the minimum average maturity period for LC for ECB, it is आपका how many years? 3 years. ठीक है. If it is without any if and but, ठीक है, अगर आपको सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन देता है कि व्हाट इज द मिनिमम एवरेज मैच्योरिटी पीरियड फॉर ECB, स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन, नथिंग इफ एंड बट, योर आंसर इज 3 years. ठीक है. बट इफ दे ऐड सम इफ एंड बट लाइक फॉर अ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी $50 million फॉरेन इक्विटी पार्टनर्स, इट कैन बी 1 year also. और आपका विदाउट फॉरेन इक्विटी पार्टनर्स वी आर रेजिंग फंड्स for the working capital purpose, so it is आपका for capital account investments आपका 10 years, for general purpose 7 years, ऐसे जो guidelines हैं. ठीक है. So that is very important one. ठीक है. ये देखो कौन है, अजीत आपका. हाँ, I know maximum people, हाँ, in my society also people are shouting हाँ yes. हाँ, तो RCB won finally. हाँ, चलो बहुत बढ़िया है. ठीक है. Like how many RCB fan are there? ये देखो, ये this गौरव सिंह ना, he is my friend. ठीक है. And I'll give you his account number और branch number. Just block him from the banking system, guys. ठीक है. आप में से किसी के ब्रांच में जरूर होगा. ठीक है. आपका नोएडा वाले जो लोग हैं, so इसके अकाउंट को ना ब्लॉक कर दो, मतलब परमानेंटली आपका, और इसको डीलिस्ट, इसको क्वेश्चन लिस्ट में डाल दो आरबीआई के, कि ये कहीं पे भी दुनिया भर में अकाउंट ना ओपन कर पाए इंडिया के अंदर, पाकिस्तान भेज देंगे इसको. ठीक है. आरसीबी विन. हाँ, अजीत सर आपका मैच भी देख रहे हैं साइड बाय साइड. सो चलो, so this is very important one, guys. This is very important one. So you मतलब this is the part which I'll go with, कि you have to practice a lot, you have to learn this, anyhow you have to remember all these areas. ठीक है. Or we'll be doing, I have done so many practice around this one also, and in the future also we'll be doing. Manufacturing sector companies can raise ECB up to 50 million or its equivalents per financial year, where minimum average maturity period can be 1 year. They have one option. ECB raised from foreign equity holders, utilized for working capital purpose, general corporate purpose, or repayment of rupee loan. So where we have foreign equity partners, foreign equity partners, it can be 5 years. ECB is utilized for working capital purpose or general corporate purpose. So it is आपका 10 years. It is 10 years. Repayment of rupee loan availed domestically, आपका that is the same. ECB utilized for repayment of rupee loan availed for and domestically for capex, for it should be आपका for capital expenditure 7 year and 10 years. It should be 7 year and 10 years, and startup it is again आपका 3 years. ठीक है. Alright guys, yes. हाँ, ठीक है. हल्ला गुल्ला बहुत हो रहा है इसी आपका. I live in Bangalore, so people they are waiting for this moment from first IPL itself, right? चलो. So ECB operational concept. This part is also get asked so many times. ठीक है. तो थोड़ा सा you have to take care around this one. So the maximum amount of ECB which can be raised by a corporate house is how much? $750 million. Okay, this is in general per financial year limit. If they have mentioned around this startup things, so it is $3 million. Okay. However, entities recognized startup by the central governments can raise maximum $3 million or equivalents. Okay. In case of foreign currency denominated ECB raised from direct equity holders, the liability equity ratio for ECB raised under automatic route cannot exceed 7.1. 7:1 आपका. This get asked so many times. So please pay your attention around these particular things. Issuance of any type of guarantee. This is again very important point. Issuance of, let's say that XYZ is raising funds from outside India, and your bank or any financial institution or NBFC, they cannot issue any guarantee against that particular borrowings. Okay? It is strictly prohibited by RBI itself. Okay? By Indian bank, all financial institutions, NBFCs relating to ECB is not permitted. Okay? That is the one. ECB borrowers are also allowed to park ECB proceed in the term deposit with authorized dealers category 1 bank in India for a maximum period of 12 months. Again, very important point. Let's say that XYZ raised that particular funds, they can park that money. Let's say it was 10 million US dollar. They can park that particular money with any authorized dealers category 1 banks for 12 months. Okay? So that is the one. The borrowers are required to report actual ECB transaction in form ECB2. At the time while you apply for the ECB, it is form ECB, and form ECB2 the actual amount. Okay? Let's say we issue for 10 million and we raise 10 million. Again, you have to fill the form ECB2 with categorized authorized dealer category 1 banks, and you have to mention the same amount. If it is less or more, also you have to report that one. Okay? Written through the authorized dealers category 1 banks on monthly basis, so as to reach RBI within 7 days, 7 working days from the closure of month to which it relates. Okay? Let's say you have raised funds, so you have to report to RBI. Authorized dealer. Authorized dealers will report this particular one with the आपका RBI as well. So that is the part of this particular one. Okay? So this is again very important part of ECB. Okay? So while we raise funds through ECB, let's say as a company, if we are raising funds through the ECB, so this is the second part. Okay? Once you'll file the application with the authorized dealers within 7 days pass on your application to RBI to generate one number. That number is known as LRN. ठीक है? Loan review, sorry, आपका loan registration number. ठीक है? LRN आपका. So very very important one, guys. Now I understood why people are not here today, huh? Everyone is enjoying IPL and all. Then after 2 days they'll come like this and they'll tell ki sir aap kuch bhi kara do, like give us notes or anything or kuch bhi bata do, so I can pass this exam. I have this experiences from last 3 months itself when this JAIIB things started. So chalo, LRN, any drawdown in respect of ECB should happen only after obtaining LRN format, LRN form from RBI. Okay? LRN form from the RBI. So the borrowers are required to submit form ECB through authorized dealers category 1 bank, who in turn will forward the application to RBI, Department of Statistics and Information Management. ECB borrowers borrowing divisions to issue the LRN. The borrower are required to report the actual ECB transaction through the ECB2 returns through the authorized dealers within 7 days. So authorized dealer can pass on this to 7 days. Change, if there is any change in that amount also, so that also need to be updated in LRN also. So any borrowers who is otherwise in compliance of ECB guidelines can regularize the delay in reporting by payment of late submission fee. Okay? So now this is again very important point. This was the part of previous year. Okay? So any borrowers who otherwise, see the changes, if any, this an order obtained to LRN should be incorporated in the monthly returns. Any borrowers who is otherwise in compliance with the ECB guidelines can regularize the delay in reporting by payment of late submission fee for the period delay, and the delay may range up to 30 days or it can go beyond 3 years also. Okay? So you just have to make us payment itself. You just give us the reason why you are delaying, and you can delay that particular one beyond 3 years also. Okay? So the late submission may also range 5,000 to 1 lakh per year, depending on the extent delayed submission and all. So that is generally part of this particular one. Okay. Form ECB आपका, ठीक है, Form ECB. So it is आपका while this is something a format, ठीक है. So while you go for the basically while as exporter, sorry, as a company, while you approach for this ECB thing, so you have to fill one form that is called Form ECB. This is the format आपका where we have purpose code and other things which are generally part of this one. Okay? Relevant regulators under net domestic आपका what is it called, ठीक है, आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, ठीक है, NDI रूल्स आपका डिपार्ट I just okay got blank with this one. NDI, this is a actually new topic. I just missed. Anyone who recall this one? Non-debt instrument, यार, हाँ, sorry, non-debt instrument, sorry, ठीक है. So non-debt instruments, ठीक है, relevant regulations around the non-debt instruments आपका, if a company raising funds through the shares and all, ठीक है, so that is a non-debt instruments आपका, ठीक है. So that is something, but that part is missing, actual part is missing from this one, or it should be part of the further one, right? So FDI आपका any investment in equity instruments made by the person resident outside India on repatriable basis. ठीक है, foreign direct investment, which is generally comes under this one. This and in an unlisted Indian company, 10%. Sorry, FDI can be in an unlisted company, or in case of a listed company, 10% or more of the paid up equity capital stream. In LLP towards capital contribution, fully diluted basis means the total number of shares that would be outstanding if all possible sources of conversions are exercised. Okay? So basically it is something where we have like the definition or the qualification for the FDI things. If that means if a foreign investor, they are holding more than 10% or more than that, they will be categorized as FDI, and if it is less than that, they are generally comes under the category of FII, right? And let's say at the time of unlisted, when you as a foreign investor you hold 5% or 7%, so that will, after the listing, you do not have to increase your limit, because once an FDI, always an FDI. Okay? So that is the basic rule of this particular one. Okay? So FDI, again we have automatic route or आपका the approval route. Okay? So 10% paid up equity capital on a fully diluted basis and all. 10% limit for foreign portfolio investor, FII, sorry. Okay? So less than that आपका 10%, and less than that investors group refer to the Securities and Exchange Board of India Foreign Portfolio Investor Regulation 2014. Yes. This is very simple one. I hope everybody will be able to make this particular one. FIRMS, this part is also very important one. So this get asked so many times. Please do remember this. So process of reporting on foreign investment reporting and management system, FIRMS. So for that one, we have a complete website aapka portal. So this is the entire process. We have to create entity user authorized by the investee company in the authorized letters. Then we have full new entity user user registration form. RBI validated the entity users. Entity user receive password by a mail and fill the entity details using the password provided or change the password. Okay? So this is the format how, as a like when we are raising funds, like any FIIs or the other one, they are becoming part of this one, or any companies they are raising funds up, okay? So they can go with this particular portal. They have to report on this particular portal. So that is known as FIRMS, and entity master it is called. So which generally use process of reporting on FIRMS, ensure entity master is available, and how you will take that entity master, this is the route. Okay? The second one is आपका new business user registration form available. Authorized dealer bank select validate the business user for an approval or reject the same. Business user receive password or the mail as well. Okay, so this is process for reporting on FIRMS, business user creation, and happen only in entity master in place. Ensure correct IFSC code and all. So this is the entire process. But this process get asked. एक exam था आपका जहाँ पे they have asked one question around this entire entity master things also, or FIRMS also. ठीक है, so please once go through this one. Purpose of reporting using various reporting forms आपका, ठीक है. So these are the forms like FCGPR, that is foreign currency gross provisional returns, and we have annual return of foreign liabilities and assets, foreign currency transfers of shares, and employee stock options and all. ठीक है. This is again very important one. ठीक है. So go through this particular one. We have short snapshot for the NDI, that is non-debt instruments rule. हाँ, this is something related to that one. ठीक है. So ये आपके rules हैं. They have given exactly like this. ठीक है. वहाँ पे they do not have provided in detail also. ठीक है. If you go through, I'll suggest you can ignore this particular part because it is, we cannot memorize all these many rules and all. हाँ, this part is very very important. ठीक है. 6 point KYC आपका, ठीक है. So 6 point KYC SWIFT of the remitter. ठीक है. Let's say if any person who is purchasing shares of like as a FII, they are purchasing shares of Indian companies, or if they are making any sort of investment in the form of FDI or of FII, so they have to go with the documentation parts and all. So that documentations as per the SWIFT KYC, so they have to fulfill these many criteria. One is आपका registration name of the remitter or investor, registration number, unique identification number in case of remitter is an individual like password or driving license, registered Aadhaar, address, name of the remitter's bank, remitter bank account numbers, and period of bank relationship with the remitters. Okay? So these are the requirements which are generally part of this particular list of documents for obtaination of foreign investments and all. Okay? So please go through these one. Okay? I have created one list आपका, so I'll mention homework here. Okay? So what documents these are generally required at the time of while the foreign investor they are making some sort of investment. Now the next one आपका 7, unit number 7. ठीक है. ECGC आपका this risk in foreign trade and ECGC. So from this one ना ECGC policies, this is very very important one. ठीक है. Risk वाला portion तो easily doable, but this part is something ना which is very very confusing. ठीक है. बहुत ज़्यादा confusion आपका ये create करेगा 7th number का जो unit है जिसमें use ECGC policies आपका, ठीक है, role in other areas and all, that is generally part of this one. ठीक है. So basically like in for these exporters, ठीक है, or even as a bank if we are financing to the exporters, there are some risk involved in that particular one. One is आपका counterparty risk which is something related to the borrowers. ठीक है. And another important risk is आपका country risk or political risk. So counterparty risk is basically insolvency of the borrowers, but the country risk or the political risk which is even not in the hand of the borrower itself or the buyer itself. ठीक है. जैसे हमने किसी को export किया in some country आपका, अब there is a dispute between India and that country. तो ऐसा कई बार हो जाता है ना, अभी आजकल जैसा हो रहा है उसमें तो कभी भी हो सकता है. ठीक है. So that means let's say their countries they have put some sort of restrictions on India कि we cannot do any kind of remittances to Indian governments or in India itself. So in that case we are going to have some sort of issues आपका, ठीक है, how that buyer will make the payments and all. So that is not something which is intentionally done by the buyers, but due to this geopolitical things and all, or any kind of war situation or other areas, political instability and all, so that risk that generally categorized as आपका country risk. ठीक है. So it is uncertainty in laws, आपका financial position of the countries, inharmonious relationship between countries, fluid political situation and all, so they generally comes under the country or political risk. The another type of risk is counterparty risk which is the insolvency of the borrower itself. ठीक है. Now ECGC, they have categorized countries among these 7 different areas. Okay? We have the 7 risk categories of ECGC. So basically, as a exporter, you can take some sort of references from these particular one. Okay? Like significant risk आपका A1, low risk A2, moderate to low risk आपका B1, moderate risk आपका B2, moderately high risk आपका C1, high risk आपका C2 and very high risk आपका D. That means if you are doing some, like if ECGC has put some country in this particular one, and if you are doing trade in this particular country, that is at your own risk, right? And these are some countries where we have very least risky, like we have very good relation with those particular one and all, and very good experiences. So ECGC adopts 7-fold classification covering presently 239 countries. It update and publish the country classification on quarterly basis. The country risk classification आपका 207 countries. जैसे we have group 1 where 10 countries आपका rated D are placed in restricted cover आपका group 2 and all. ठीक है. So these are the different आपका जैसे A1, A2, A3 आपका ये जो भी पूरा जो list आपका दिया गया. ठीक है. So let's say if it comes to the A1, so A1 we have A1 to 207 countries. ठीक है. So 207 countries, they are categorized between A1 to B2. So these are the safe zone where you can do exports. We have very less political and your country risk involved in these countries, right? If something which is D, like 10 countries which are part of the D things, they are high risky. So there can be some dispute with these kind of there can be some relationship problems with these countries basically, or the country risk or the political risk is bit high in these type of countries itself, right? चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. चलो next one guys, it is around the ECGC. So we all know the role of ECGC objectives and all. The important part of ECGC is आपका these policies. ठीक है. So main policies offered by ECGC. Now I have like this is your paper cutting of your book itself. So see, if you open ECGC website, there are 45 plus policies which are generally offered by ECGC to the exporters आपका, ठीक है, or the bank itself. ठीक है. We do not have to go through all. ठीक है. Anything which is given your book आपका, or anything which is newly introduced, mostly आपका standard policies are there. ठीक है. And the question will be around those particular one. ठीक है. So standard policies to exporters to protect against payment risk involved in exports on short term, small exporter policy, specific shipment policies, just export deferred payment, insurance for buyer's credit, a line of credit, again, services rendered to foreign parties. Then we have construction work and turnkey project undertaken abroad. Export specific policy, export turnover policy, buyer exposure policy, then आपका consignment export policy, multi buyer exposure policy, IT enabled services and policy for SME sector. ठीक है. So these are some major policies basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. ठीक है. So these are the 10 policies which are generally given in your book itself. ठीक है. So if you go through these particular one, sometime you'll get confused. Sometime you'll also get some sort of confusion around these particular one. But as much as you'll practice now, they'll be helpful. I'll give you a basic idea. The insurance product offered by ECGC to banks. So services provided to the like insurance policies which are generally provided by ECGC to bank or to the bank finance basically. So export credit insurance for bank, whole turnover or packing credit. Then we have exporter production finance guarantee, export credit insurance for bank, export finance guarantee, exporter performance indemnity, export finance overseas lending guarantee, and transfer guarantee. ठीक है, so now I'll show you one by one. ठीक है, standard policy. ठीक है, most of the policies which are generally linked with the standard policy. ठीक है, so standard policy we have two. One is comprehensive. Comprehensive means that is going to cover both type of risk, commercial as well as your country risk. ठीक है, so if it is a comprehensive risk policy which is going to cover commercial risk means आपका that obligor risk or that buyer risk आपका, ठीक है, default by the buyers, that comes under the commercial. And political risk आपका that is country related risk. So one is आपका comprehensive, another one is political risk. So this policy is generally going to cover only the political tensions, or if, like, let's say if other country they have made some sort of restrictions, due to those particular restrictions whatever the losses exporter is going to face, that is borne by the ECGC. But in this case आपका default by the buyers or and आपका any political risk involved in that particular trade, that will get covered by this particular one. ठीक है, so this is the basic difference. Now with every policy you will see there is one comprehensive, one आपका political risk only. ठीक है, so standard policies like आपका comprehensive risk policy to cover both commercial and political आपका from the date of contract. Then we have political risk आपका which only cover the political one. ठीक है, so commercial risk and political risk, we all know about this. Commercial, it is insolvency of the overseas buyer or the buyers in this case, and political is आपका the situation like आपका war or आपका revolution or civil disturbance or any changes in the laws by the foreign country itself. So they generally get covered under this one. Okay? Standard policy do not cover the following areas. When it comes to the standard policy, they do not cover commercial dispute raised by the buyer. If there is some, like let's say then some product are defective, and let's say as an exporter we have sent some defective product and they have raised some concern, so that is not get covered under this particular one. Cause inherent in the nature of good, let's say we have sent some perishable good, they get destroyed, that will not get covered. Okay? Buyer failure to obtain necessary import or exchange authorization from the authorities, ठीक है, that is something related to this. मतलब like जो buyer है आपका, they won't be able to आपका they generally unnecessary import like that shipments or the exchange आपका, ठीक है, that they are facing some difficulties from their country. Default or insolvency against the exporter or collecting banks. Exchange rate fluctuation risk are not get covered under this particular one. Small policies, again आपका, ठीक है, small policies exporter are defined as exporter whose anticipated total export turnover is within a period of 12 months and not exceeding 50 lakhs. ठीक है, please do cross check this one. ठीक है, I'll mention here. Just cross check this particular one. Reason being, sometimes they update these areas and all. So if they have updated, so you have to cross check that particular one. Okay. The policy provide against commercial risk, covering insolvency, buyers, failures to the buyers to make the payments within 2 months of due date. Okay. So it also provide आपका political risk, imposition, then same things. Okay. If it is about the आपका small policy which is providing within a time frame of 12 months, 50 lakh turnovers, it is covering your commercial risk as well as political risk. Okay, nothing new. The only time duration or the limit also. Okay. Specific shipment policy, short term. Okay. So provide cover against commercial and political risk involved in export of goods on short term credit not exceeding 180 days. आपका, ठीक है, so this is specific 180 days आपका, ठीक है. And cover under the policies आपका basically the exporters or the buyers under the contract. These policies can be availed for the exporter who do not hold comprehensive policy covering the shipments in the specific contract आपका, ठीक है. So specific, if they do not have any specific like that is not part of their contract standard policy, so they can go with these kind of riders also. They are similar to riders, insurance riders. ठीक है. Short-term policies, specific shipment policy covering commercial and political risk, specific shipments, political, only political things, and specific shipment, insolvency and default of LC opening banks and political risk, that is commercial risk also. Insolvency of the buyers, failures or basically commercial risk covered by the short term policy, the same one. ठीक है, इसमें कोई ज़्यादा चेंज आपको नहीं दिखेगा. Political risk covered under this particular policy is our same, again same आपका. ठीक है, whatever comes under the political risk, they are generally part of this one. तो एक बार इनको ना आप लोग go through कीजिएगा. And if you find any difficulty or any confusion ना, so you can send me on Telegram. I'll try to explain you with that particular one. ठीक है. So almost everyone is similar, but one reading is must for this particular one. ठीक है. So ECGC product for bank. This portion is again very important one. ठीक है. So ECGC product for bank, where basically sorry, whatever the services we are providing to the let's say we providing some sort of credit facilities to the exporters. So ECGC in some ways they generally provide some sort of protection to these type of financing, and that financing is that insurance coverage is up to 90%. We have 10% is generally borne by the bank itself in case of any default, right? It should be mentioned somewhere. So ECGC issue following type of insurance looking to various need of exporters or financial institutions. Packing credit insurance, export protection, आपका post shipments, export financing guarantee, export performance guarantee, export overseas lending guarantee and all. So products, packing credit आपका, ठीक है, for the packing loans and all. अच्छा एक बार just I want to move forward here. Post shipments, credits, these are basically policies आपका. If you'll go through these particular one, हाँ, the extent cover varies 90 to 90% this for ECGC and 50 हाँ, okay. The banks, export overseas lending, claims आपका, that is, this is the procedure how basically this part is very very important one. हाँ, इसको थोड़ा सा अच्छे से पढ़िएगा. Please go through those policies and आपका ECGC policies and banks से related products उनकी policies आपका, ठीक है. Now this part is again very important. Some important points to be noted with respect to claims. Let's say if exporter they have taken some policies from the ECGC, so while they are applying for the claim, or let's say they are routing through the bank, our bank they have provided some sort of credit to the exporter, and that buyer become defaulter, or the country become there is some political risk or the other, due to those particular when we face some sort of losses. In that case, when we will apply for the claim with ECGC, so they'll make the payments in the banks. And now there are some guidelines related to this. Exporter to submit the claim form within 12 months from the due date of the unpaid bill, and ensuring that premium on policies are up to date. Claim will not be settled by ECGC for more than 4 buyers during the policy periods and all. It is something, let's say as an exporter, we have done export in 5 different countries, and all the 5 they become defaulter. So you will get claim for only first 4 आपका, ठीक है, because there is some policy. मतलब this is something कि यार आप जहाँ भी export करो आपके defaulter ही हो रहे हैं. That means there is some problem with your overall आपका journey or whatever you are doing things and all ना. So that is they have limit this one up to 4 buyers. ठीक है, 4 default उसके बाद नहीं मिलेगा. Claim will be paid directly to bank accounts, bank who had handled the export documents. Bank can appropriate the claim amount directly to post shipments advances accounts, if any. Settlement of claim amounts by ECGC does not relieve the exporters of the responsibility by realizing proceed. All further recoveries to be shared with ECGC on a pro rata basis. ऐसा नहीं कि आपने यहाँ से claim भी ले लिया और कल से आपका जो buyer है उससे पैसा भी ले लिया. That is not going to happen. So you have to take care around these particular things. ठीक है? So that is something around this. Now next one आपका next unit we have done with this. ठीक है? Next आपका 8 and 10. ठीक है? These two units I'll show you the content. Very basic one, understandable. Next unit is आपका rule of FEMA and all these particular one. ठीक है? Now we'll come to आपका this one. ठीक है? So 8th unit, this is the content for the 8th unit आपका. ठीक है? So basically the Exim Bank or their responsibilities in foreign trade. This can be managed through the readings and all. ठीक है? Very simple statements are here. And this deferred guarantee wala is very important. Huh? Please do remember this one. ठीक है कहाँ गए हाँ so bank approve proposals up to 25 crores. This get asked so many times. So and above 25 crores to 100 crores refer to Exim Bank. Above 100 crores proposals will considered by inter-institutional working group consisting of members from RBI, Foreign Exchange Dealer Association of India, ECGC and Exim itself. Okay, so this is the one. Deferred payment guarantee. This get asked so many times. Please do remember this one. The next one is these are the provisions आपका ठीक है. The regulatory review authorities again to streamline the things. Then FEDI's functions, rules, FEMA. This we have discussed yesterday also, but if you want, you can go with this one because they have given in detail in this particular portion. Okay. The purpose of remittance. This is the phase 2 of your LRS where we have to take prior approval from the ministries and all. First phase is not approval. This is the second one is आपका where we need prior approvals. Okay, like we discussed this one, cultural tour, human resource development. Yesterday only we talk around these particular one. Okay. Currency declaration form आपका sometimes they ask around this one also, but these are the numbers and all. If you'll go through, you can make your understanding. अगर कोई दिक्कत होगा तो बताइएगा. I'll record one video or I'll try to help you out with that particular one itself. One thing, this I want to discuss few areas. यहाँ पे ज़्यादा content नहीं है, but few areas which we have to go through. ठीक है. One is आपका opportunities at GIFT City. IBU is the most important part. ठीक है. This IFSC banking units, like let's say as a bank, we have one branch in IFSC. That branch is generally known as आपका IBU, IFSC banking unit, and that is generally considered as आपका foreign branch. ठीक है, that is generally considered as a foreign branch for us. ठीक है, so IBU, the IFSC. ठीक है, I hope you guys know about this one. IFSC, it is a unified entity. It is a kind of a unified regulators. Earlier we have for the normal business, we have RBI for banking, insurance, IRDA, we have PFRDA for pension, or आपका SEBI for capital market. So to attract the foreign investment, what we generally did, we created one universal regulators in the name of IFSCA. We passed IFSCA Act 2019 आपका, ठीक है, 2019, yes, हाँ, ठीक है. So this is the kind of things, like if foreign investor they want to invest in Indian market, so we are providing all the guidelines at international level, so they can have some sort of ease while they are investing money or while they are like withdrawing their money and all. Okay? So they can have a good experience with Indian market and they can invest for a long-term period. So for that sake, we have IFSCA. Only IFSCA in India is located in GIFT City, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Okay? And if we open any branch, we as a bank, let's say as a SBI or as a PNB, we can have only one IBU at one IFSC center. Okay? So we cannot have multiple branches in a single IFSC center, right? And we have to take prior approvals from IFSCA or licensing and the approval from the home regulators. And we have so many guidelines around those particular that we want to discuss. Okay? So objective आपका creating a strong connection with the focusing on the requirements of Indian economy, serving as an international financial platform for the entire region or global economy to facilitate ease of doing business in the IFSC and offer a world-class regulatory environment. Okay? So these are the services like fundraising services for individual, corporate and governments, asset management and global portfolio diversification, wealth management services, global tax management. We have global and regional corporate treasury. We have risk management operations. We have merger and acquisition facilities, which are generally available at this particular platform. Opportunities, aapka, this is the opportunity. If you'll open IFSC website, you'll see the same line in same sequence itself. Okay? So the ease one. Now overview aapka IFSCA business activities. So it includes banking. All financial services are available here itself, but the services are only in foreign currencies. Okay? We have capital market services, insurance, emerging business segments, professional service providers, financial services like finance companies and all, asset management. So anything which is related to finance, you'll get at one place. That place is generally known as IFSCA. Now, IBUs. When it comes to the IBUs, so we generally provide as a bank branch. That branch is also considered as a foreign branch. So wholesale banking, capital market, retail banking, other आपका treasury management and आपका distribution of mutual funds and others to the foreign investors and all. ठीक है. So key enablers आपका competitive tax regime. I have put some areas here. Just a minute. हाँ, this is the one. ठीक है. The parent bank is required to satisfy. So these are the facilities which we generally provide at services which we generally provide at the IFSCA or through our IBU centers. Now this is something which is very, very important one. Please pay your attention, guys. So maintain the parent bank required to satisfy following conditions while you are opening an IBU at IFSCA. Okay, so let's say as a SBI, if you are opening one branch at IFSCA, so as you have to maintain these particular guidelines. Any XYZ bank from some ABC country, if they are opening one branch at IFSCA, they have to follow these particular guidelines. Guidelines are maintain necessary regulatory capital subject to minimum of 20 million US dollar. Okay? So this is the first requirement at parent bank level. Obtain no objection letter from home country regulators, like in case of SBI it is RBI. Okay? Letter of comfort from parent banks, regarding liquidity and resources support to IBUs. Okay? So please do remember this. What they'll do, they'll trick use some ways, like they'll mention RBI here, they'll mention आपका parent banks here. So you have to be very careful around these. IBU are not required to maintain CRR and SLR. Okay? IBU are required to maintain LCR and net stable funding ratio at IBU level. So LCR and net stable funding ratio NSFR, they have to maintain at IBU level. This can be managed at bank level also if they take prior approval from IFSCA. Okay, that is generally part of this particular one. Leverage ratio for IBU may be maintained by the parent banks at the level specified by the home regulators, subject to regulation applicable to the parent banks. IBU are required to maintain, this portion is very important, as they do not have to maintain CRR, SLR, but they have to maintain one additional ratio that is generally known as retail deposit ratio. Okay? So retail deposit reserve ratio at 3% of the deposit rate from individual outstanding at the end of previous working day. ठीक है, ये ध्यान रखिएगा. अगर वो next working day लिख देगा तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगा. तो you have to remember this one. IBU are required to comply with the prudential directions and instructions issued by their home regulators unless otherwise it is specified by the IFCA. Okay? So mostly आपका the guidelines and there are some guidelines from the IFSCA that you have to follow. Okay? IBU undertake transaction आपका what resident आपका deployments of funds, non-residents आपका entities other than individuals including HNI retail customers for raising of resources and deployments of fund. All transactions shall be in the currency other than INR. Please do remember. This I have told you earlier also कि IFSC के अंदर जितने भी transaction होते हैं, they all transaction are in foreign currency. ठीक है? For the day-to-day expenses, we have to do expenses in rupee. We maintain a separate accounts. ठीक है? IBU can deal with wholly owned subsidiaries and joint ventures of Indian companies registered abroad. IBUs cannot allow to open saving bank account. They are not opening saving bank accounts. They do not issue checkbook also. They can open foreign currency account of units operating in IFSC and a non-resident institutional investor to facilitate their investment transaction. They can open foreign currency accounts, individual escrow accounts of their corporate borrowers subject to adherence to the FEMA rules and all. Okay? So that these are the guidelines. No check facility will be available for the holder of accounts. All transactions are to be done through the bank transfers. IBU are permitted to undertake factoring and forfeiting export receivables. IBU shall obtain prior approval of RBI for offering derivative products. for offering derivative products. IBUs are allowed to open foreign currency escrow accounts of Indian resident entities for purpose of temporary subscription of GDR, ADR and other shares. Okay? So these are the areas. Permissible activities, RBU are allowed to underwriters or arranger of INR denominated overseas bonds. Exposure ceiling for IBU sell. This point is very important. So exposure ceiling for IBU shall be 5% of the parent bank tier 1 capital in case of single borrowers, 10% in case of a group borrowers. Okay? This is very important. Okay? They can give, let's say there is a company called X, they are approaching IBU for the loan. So if it is a single borrower, they can give maximum 5% of tier 1 capital of their parent banks. Okay? If it is a group borrowers, 10% of. All AML and CFT instruction need to be followed. IBU will be regulated and supervised by RBI. No liquidity support will be available to IBUs from the RBI itself. They cannot take loan from RBI. That means. This portion is again very important. Relaxation for the FPI. So this become very center of attraction for this IBUs thing or for this entire IFSC thing. CAIIB has permitted FPI register in India to trade on exchange operating in GIFT City. They do not have to do the separate registration itself. So जो उनका registration उसी के साथ और जो नए आएंगे वो directly वहीं register करेंगे. FPI are also allowed to trade in commodity derivatives on IFSC exchange. Companies do not have to pay security transaction tax आपका, ठीक है, or commodity transaction tax. So if you are as a FPI, you are investing in here, you do not have to pay CTT and STT. That is a very good things इनके लिए. And it is operated on 14 hours आपका, ठीक है. All exchanges operated 14 hours, 24 hours a day. FPI permitted operate additional documentations. ठीक है. Then waiver of short-term capital gain. This is another आपका plus point. ठीक है. So which generally attract FPIs toward the IFSC. ठीक है. So waiver of short-term capital gain. Do not, like in normal market it is I guess 30%. Okay? So here they do not. It is 30% आपका. If you trade in this particular one, you do not have to pay that particular one. Allowing retail investor to build the liquidity and diversification as well. Correct? So these are some guidelines toward the FPI. Very important. Please take it seriously. This get asked, or this can be asked, or this get asked in the earlier also. Opportunities. This we have discussed. Indian Bank आपका, this also we have discussed. Module B, risk management. When it comes to the risk management, very important topic again. Module, sorry. So risk management, which generally cover these many units: risk and risk management framework, risk in banking business, risk regulation in banking industry, market risk, credit risk, operational risk, liquidity risk, and Basel 3 frameworks on liquidity risk, right? So everyone quickly join in. Everything is fine from my side, guys? Okay, sorry ma'am, sorry, Kanak ma'am, sorry. Yes, everything is fine from my side. Audio and video is fine. So we can start our today's discussion. ठीक है, JAIIB वाले लोग थोड़ा सा नाराज हो जाते हैं. Yes, हाँ, ठीक है. Yes, very good evening to all of you guys. Himanshi ma'am, very good evening. So guys, in this particular session, we will target maximum unit from your module B itself. So shall we start then? If everything is fine, so we can start our today's discussion. So we will be starting with our very first module or very first unit 11, risk and basic risk management framework. Okay, so this is all about what is risk. Risk are basically, these are the future uncertainties. When these uncertainties become reality, so banks, they might face some sort of financial losses, and those financial losses are generally categorized as risk itself, right? So risk aapka, then we have these three things are generally known as risk trinity. We have risk, capital, and return. Then we have risk manage, like why the risk need to be managed, and risk management framework, right? So these are the areas which are generally part of this particular one. A very good evening to all of you guys, those who are watching live as well as in recorded, right? So when it comes to the first thing, like everybody knows about the risk thing. What is risk? And basically these are the financial uncertainties it can be related to. We have different type of risk, like market risk, adverse movement in the prices, where we have some sort of portfolios, credit risk or obligor risk, where these are generally linked with the borrowers things. Okay? So when they default, so that is your credit risk, operational risk or liquidity risk, and other areas also, right? So now when it comes to the risk written and risk capital and written trio, so it is also known as risk written and capital trinity. So basically it is, they have a linkage. So let's say if we invest in high risk securities, the return is high and the capital charge against those particular one is also higher side. And when the risk is low, so your return is also low, and the capital charge, or the basically while we do the risk mitigation things, so that is also at a lower side, right? So higher the risk, higher the return, higher the risk, higher the capital, and vice versa. Bank maintain capital funds as a percentage of risk weight assets. Bank creating low risk assets can maintain low capitals. Bank exposing to high risk assets have to maintain the high capital. Very basic one. Now, a risk management. When it comes to the risk management, this is all about the 5 stage journey. First one is basically we have, these are the processes. Organization for risk management, this is completely different one, where we have the entire framework, which include आपका board of directors, board of directors. Then we have risk management committee, we have ELCO, then we have under risk management committee, we have your credit risk management committee, liquidity risk management committee, that is sometime ALCO also. Okay. We have market risk management committee and operational risk management committee. Under these particular committees, we have some task groups and subcommittees also. Okay. That is basically organization for risk management, and this is the kind of a framework. When it comes to the management part, we have these many stages. First one is risk identification. What type of risk we might, our bank might face in the near future. तो किस टाइप के रिस्क हमें देखने के लिए मिल सकते हैं आपका, ठीक है. And the first, identifying the problem basically, or problematic areas. Then second one is risk measurement. Risk measurement is something quantifying the losses. कि if that situation occur, how much value we are going to lose in the near future due to those uncertain activities. Third one is risk pricing. So risk pricing is something where we try to mitigate our risk, and for that mitigation, that involves some sort of cost, right? Let's say we have to maintain CRR and SLR, especially that CRR component. So we have borrowed money and we have some sort of liability on that particular one, but we have to deposit a certain portion with RBI, and RBI does not pay any interest on that particular amount. So we are losing. Let's say we borrow, on an average, we borrowed that particular money at 5%. So we are directly losing that 5%, right? And even sometime, let's say we have some market portfolios and there is some adverse movements in the market. So we go for some sort of hedging, and that hedging costs us. So that is like, if we are managing that particular risk, how much it will cost to us. That is your आपका risk pricing, right? Then we have risk monitoring and control. Risk monitoring and control, whatever policies we have, board approval policies or bank wise policies and all, they generally comes under this. And the final one is mitigation, where we actually, this is the situation when that uncertainty become reality, and now we have to implement our plans in the market itself. So that generally comes under this particular one. So now this process will get repeated with each type of risk. Whenever we comes to the, let's say if it is market risk or aapka credit risk or others, so these two things, they'll repeat it in different cases. Like let's say if we are studying market risk, so board of directors, then we have credit risk, आपका risk management committee, it is risk management committee. Then under risk management committee, we have your market risk management committee, we have subgroups, we have task forces and all. So that is generally known as structure for or organization for the risk management itself. Okay? So organization for risk management means the responsibilities, ठीक है, who will responsible for what basically, ठीक है. So it include eventually the responsibility belongs to the board of directors. They are responsible for any type of losses made by the bank itself. ठीक है, ultimate responsibility belongs to board of directors first. Risk management committee. So under board of director, it is also a board level committee which is dedicatedly manage the overall risk in the bank. ठीक है, so वो आपका market risk हो या others. तो basically जो आपका ओवरऑल रिस्क वेट है आपका उसको डिवाइड करना एंड व्हाट विल बी द पॉलिसीज एंड अदर्स, सो कम अप विद दोस पर्टिकुलर प्लान्स एंड ऑल, दैट इज जनरली डिसाइडेड बाय दिस पर्टिकुलर वन. ठीक है, अंडर रिस्क मैनेजमेंट कमेटी वी हैव सब कमेटीज लाइक market risk committee, market risk management committee, operational risk management committee, liquidity risk management committees and others. Okay? The committee of senior level executive, which is also known as subgroups, which include ELCO, Asset Liability Management Committee. We have Asset Liability Committee. We have Credit Risk Management. We have Operational Risk Management. Risk Management Support Groups we have. So this is the entire things. The Board of Directors has overall responsibility to for the management of risk. The board articulates risk management policies, procedures, aggregate risk limit, overview mechanism, reporting and auditing system. The board should decide the risk management policy of bank and set limit for the various risks. Ultimately, the entire responsibility comes to the board of directors itself. Okay? So now this is something which will get repeated with each and every type of risk. Once you'll come to the market risk or liquidity risk or credit risk and all. So for everyone, we have the आपका areas, ठीक है, same structure and their responsibility. Like the responsibility of board of directors will remain similar in every cases. Now we have like risk management committee, responsibility toward the management of credit risk. तो वहां पे उनकी responsibility credit के around होगी. In market risk आपका market around. In case of operational risk आपका it will be operations around, right? So this is clear, I guess. This is clear to everyone. So now risk management committee, the board level sub committee, which is responsible for the risk management committee with regard to risk management aspect, including setting guidelines for the risk management and reporting, ensure risk management processes conform to the policy, setting up prudential limits and their periodical reviews, ensure robustness of risk measurement models, and ensure proper manning for the processes. Sometimes they might ask you for half marks or 1 marks. These areas, the responsibilities of risk management committee. Under this, we have different committees as well, right? So now the next one, which is these things will get repeated. So with like while you study this particular module in detail, with every type of risk or every form of risk, you will see these areas, right? ELCO आपका asset liability committee, again responsible for the managing overall assets and liability, or that means the balance sheet things. So oversee the liquidity risk of the bank. Liquidity risk means any sort of like when banks they won't able to meet their short-term debt obligations and all, and that can lead to so many other risks also, like reputation risk and all. Monitor and ties to protect or improve the net interest margin of the bank, NIM, which is linked with the overall earnings of the bank. How we calculate NIM, who will tell? जो लोग थोड़ा सा बोर हो रहे हैं वो आपका जल्दी से बता दीजिए. How we calculate NIM, guys? What is the formula to calculate NIM? Then we have BPLR or base rate, MCLR or these one. Mid office group आपका monitoring of treasury operations and all. Then credit risk management committee, ensuring robustness of credit risk. Same आपका yearly rating wise distribution chart, rating wise migration charts, yearly probability of defaults and all. They generally get basically calculated by this one or managed by this one. Operational risk management committee, which ensure operational risk related areas, analysis of frauds in the bank, basically internal or external both, clear any new product or processes put up by the business unit if we are coming with some new product. So what is the risk involved in that particular one? And if we have already tested product or the old product, what is the inherent risk involved in those particular one. Apart from these major risk management committees, we have some support groups and some departments also. They generally assist in different areas as well. Okay? NII divided by average asset, 100% true. Who mentioned this? Yes. Interest paid minus interest earned. Nahi, Ajit said that is your NIM. That is your NII. So whatever you have mentioned, that is called NII, net interest income. Okay? आपका inflow minus outflow of interest. NIM is NII divided by average asset, as mentioned by Himanshi ma'am, and Pujisha ma'am is interest. Pujisha ma'am and Ajit sir, that is your NII, net interest income. आपका ठीक है. That is different, and NIM is आपका where we generally link with the average asset. So risk management, this is the entire area which we have discussed, and this will be part of your entire journey. Now the most important things, the previous things which will get repeated with the other topic also, but this is something which get asked so many times in your examination as well, right? So ERM, or it is also known as आपका EWRM, Enterprise Wide Risk Management Framework. Okay? So EWRM or ERM framework, this is very important, guys. So you can expect one question around this particular one. So many times the question that generally get asked based on this one. So EWRM or ERM, it is basically a bank-wide model which generally help us to identify the different type of risk. It's a continuous model basically as you'll enter into the as you'll create the assets and liabilities. So what are the overall risk involved in different activities? So with this we have four core objectives, and we to achieve those four core objectives we use 8 components. EWRM, which has these four major areas: strategic efficiency, operations, reporting and compliances. These are the objectives which we generally try to achieve through the your EWRM model itself. And to achieve these four objectives, we have 8 different components. These are internal environments, objective settings, event identification, risk assessment, risk response, control activities, information and communication, and monitoring. So it is apart from your regulatory compliances. We do have regulatory norms. We have to follow those particular one. So apart from that, bank also they have this particular framework. COSO, who generally provide this particular one. And this is a continuous model, so which help bank to achieve these efficiencies in these 4 areas itself, right? So it generally help us आपका review of the internal environment with a view to assess the risk philosophy and the risk culture, review the process of setting objectives, assessment of existing mechanism to identify risk factors that affect achievements of the desired objective, evaluation of existing process of assessing risk, assessment of process for responding to identified risk. Apart from this, evaluation of adequacy of existing control process, and then we have assessment of adequacy of existing management information system, MIS, review of process of monitoring risk and all. So these are the core steps or objectives which we generally try to achieve by using EWRM model itself, right? So EWRM involved the following steps. So bank have which we have discussed. It is by committee of sponsoring organization of that tradeway commissions. It is known as COSO. They generally come up with this one. COSO EWRM framework has all components that could help the bank to stand a chance to derive business value while meeting compliance requirements. 8 key components, which are internal environment, objective settings, risk management, risk response, control activities, information and communication, monitoring. These are the 8, and these are the core 4 objectives which we generally try to achieve through this particular one. So many times you will see question around what is the objectives of the EWRM model, and how it is different from the regulatory requirements or others. It is a continuous method basically. So which generally help bank internally manage the overall risk in the bank itself by using these different areas and all, or overall assessment of our risk management tools and all. by using these 8 components. Sometime you'll see question, which of the following is not a component of your EWRM model, or which of the following is not an objective of your EWRM model. So they get asked so many times, so you have to be very careful around this particular one, right? So this was the introduction. First 2 units are kind of introduction to your remaining areas and all. So 11 now. Unit 12 आपका risk in banking business. When it comes to the risk in banking business, we have few areas like the different books आपका, ठीक है? So BCBS, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, they have done some classifications, ठीक है? We have 8 core business line, ठीक है? Activity wise, bank activity wise, or the dealing wise. So basically on day-to-day basis, we deal with so many activities and all. So all these activities are further categorized among the 8 core areas. Okay? So these are generally known as 8 core business line. Now risk wise, these 8 core business line are further categorized among 3 areas. Business book aapka, then banking book, then we have trading book and off balance sheet exposure. So this particular topic, if you comes to the unit number 12, so ये areas आपका जो सबसे ज्यादा important रहेंगे. कौन सा? Risk identification in banking business. So where we have 8 business line, and banking book, trading book, off balance sheet exposures. These are the important one. If you come to the 12.5, it is something which will get repeated with the remaining topics and all. Banking risk definitions. तो जहां पे उन्होंने risk क्या होता है banking के अंदर, and what are the different type of risk involved in banking business, they have mentioned here. But if you ignore this particular one here, you are going to automatically cover in the coming session itself, right? तो यहाँ तक clear है सबको? चलो, now we will start again. So if it comes to the risk definition, so as per BCBS, we have 8 business line, ठीक है? So overall banking activities. So banking business line are many and varied. Commercial banking, corporate banking, retail banking, trading, investment, and various financial services from main business line of the banks. Within each line of business, there are some subgroups. Each subgroup contain a variety of financial activities. ठीक है? Bank line may vary from retail customer this to this. ठीक है? There is nothing in this particular one. ठीक है? Now, as per the BCBS classification, this is very important one. ठीक है? तो as per the BCBS classification, we have 8 core business line. These are this is a business line: corporate finance, ठीक है? We have trading and sales, retail banking, commercial banking. So if it comes to the corporate finance, it includes subgroups like corporate finance, municipal and government finance, merchant banking, advisory services and all, merger and acquisition, underlying, and all these they generally comes under this. Very easy one, understandable, but एक बार आपको इनको go through करना बहुत जरूरी है, ठीक है? So these are the 4 business line: commercial banking, then retail banking, आपका trading and all. Apart from this, we have payment and settlement, agency services, asset management, and retail brokerage. So these are the मतलब जितने भी हमारी जो एक्टिविटीज होती हैं बैंक्स की, whatever activities we do on daily basis, these activities are further categorized among the 8 core business line, ठीक है? As per BCBS classification, ठीक है? So this is the business line subgroups आपका activities. Now when you study this particular one risk wise, ठीक है? So in risk management, when we categorize these 8 business line among the different books आपका, so they are further categorized among 3 areas. These 3 areas are आपका, first one is banking book. So banking book, which generally deal with the deposit and advances, means your liabilities and asset core आपका. So deposits, which are the liability product, and advances, these are the asset product. Okay? So they comes under this one. Trading book आपका, trading portfolio or trading book, which include where bank enter into a trading portfolios. It can be on behalf of customers or clients, or it can be the proprietary position of bank itself. हमारी खुद के जो investments हैं वो, या फिर किसी customer के behalf पे जो रहेंगे. And off balance sheet exposure, this is the third book आपका, where we have like guarantee work like LC or any other sort of contingent liabilities and all. They generally comes under this particular one. Correct? So now you have to make your understanding around these 3. This is a bit important. कई बार वो आपको पूछ सकता है what comes under trade आपका the functions आपका, like when it comes to the आपका banking book ना, so these are like they are not subject to M2M, ठीक है. These are subject trading books are some trading securities are or the assets or liabilities under this one, they are subject matter of M2M, mark to market. But these are not subject to M2M. They are held for a fixed maturity. So these kind of features, they are very important for the examination purpose as well, right? So now, okay, so now when it comes to the banking book, which include advances, deposit and borrowings, so they are normally held until maturity. These are the features. You have to remember these particular areas. ठीक है, तो ये area सबसे important है आपके लिए. These are held until maturity. Accrual system of accounting is applied. Accrual system of accounting means, like, let's say we have created some assets. ठीक है, so we have EMIs and we consider for the entire tenure of that particular, let's say that loan is given for 1 year or 5 years. So we do accounting accordingly. This year we'll get these much of EMIs and all. When that asset become non-performing, after that we do accounting on cash basis. Once we'll receive the money, then only we'll account. Otherwise, in case of accrual basis, what we are generally doing, let's say we have created one asset, so these are the 12 months and on this date we'll get the money. So we like previously we generally account that particular one, मतलब पूरा साल होने से पहले हम लोग उसको उस तरीके से accounts करके आपका चल रहे होते हैं. They are not subject to M2M basically. Trading book securities are subject to M2M. They attract capital charge on credit risk, not on market risk. Capital charge means आपका the buffer which we have to create to mitigate a risk in that particular book itself. Okay, so basically we are giving loan, so that is a credit, so there will be attract these kind of capital charge. Trading book आपका mostly fixed income securities, equities, foreign holdings, commodities, they are generally comes under this one. So these are the major features. They are normally not held until maturity. Position are liquidated in the market after holding the asset for a certain period. Once we reach to our targets, M2M system is followed, and differences between the market price and book value is taken as a profit or losses. Okay, so one question around all the three books with multiple statements you can expect around this particular one. Okay, balance sheet exposures where bank issue guarantee or committed or backup credit lines, letter of credit, etc. They generally comes under this. These are contingencies adversely affect the revenue generation of bank. Bank may also have contingent asset, and derivatives are also comes under this particular category as well, right? Any question around the these particular areas, guys? Any question around this particular one? Any question around this one? So these are very important one. हाँ, please take them seriously. इनको बहुत अच्छे से ध्यान रखिएगा, ठीक है? Because you guys are going to face one question around this particular one, ठीक है? तो ये बहुत ज़्यादा important है, सभी लोग इसका ध्यान रखें. Now when it comes to the risk आपका, ठीक है? Risk in banking, so we have a liquidity risk when when we won't be able to convert our or meet our short term obligations, ठीक है? तो जो भी हमारी लाइबिलिटीज हैं आपका, अगर उनको हम पे ऑफ नहीं कर पा रहे, सो दैट इज जनरली लिक्विडिटी रिस्क. और व्हेन वी वोंट बी एबल टू convert our securities into cash. Let's say we have some market portfolios, so it can be part of your market portfolio as market risk or a trading book, or it can be in your आपका banking book also, right? So let's say we have given loan to a customer and that customer or that asset become non-performing. That means that asset become illiquid, and it can be in market also. So where we won't be able to convert that or liquidate that particular portfolio. It can be partial or it can be full as well. Interest rate risk आपका, interest rate risk where if there is a gap or there is a adverse impact on NII, so that is interest rate risk. Your NII, basically your interest payables are greater than your interest receivables. Market risk आपका adverse movement in market conditions. Default or credit risk, obligor risk आपका. Operational risk, some glitches in operation, and due to those particular glitches we are going to make some losses. That is your operational risk. Basic है आपका, ठीक है. Accrual means आपका, हिमांशी मैम, accrual means basically, see, the accounting we generally do on accrual basis in our banking things. Let's say we have created an asset, we have given loan to a customer, for let's say for 1 year. It's a personal loan. Okay? So we have some sort of accounting. Like every month on 5th, we will receive this money and we do accounting for the entire period. Right? So that is your accrual basis. That amount is going to be received next month 5th aapka, but we have already accounted that one. And cash basis is like when things like it is when asset become non-performing. Okay? So in case of when an asset become non-performing, so what we have to do, we have to apply the cash basis accounting. Basically, once you'll receive, then only you will account that particular one in your books. So that is generally known as cash basis. So it is something related to this one. Okay? Interest rate risk example aapka, when it comes to interest rate risk. So let's say there are so many examples. Let's say the primary function of bank is borrowing for the purpose of lending. Let's say we have borrowed money from the, let's say there is a customer, they have deposited 5 crore rupees at the rate of 6% per annum in a FD. Okay? So they have deposited this particular one with our banks. Now we have created, let's say this asset is for 2 years. Okay? Now we have created this particular asset with this taken value or liability. We have created an asset that is, let's say we have given this loan 5 crore rupees to some XYZ company at the rate of 10% per annum, 10% per annum for suppose that 10 years or 5 years. Take assume it is for 5 years. So now we have some sort of maturity mismatch in this particular case. Your amount is payable after 2 years and you have created a long-term asset with that particular one. After some time, what happened? So initially, what is your NII? Your NII is आपका the difference between these two, आपका that is 4%. Okay? Initially, our NII is equal to 4% or 400 basis point. Now there is some changes in the market. Okay? So let's say what happened after 6 months or after 1 year. So for first year, our NII is 4%. After 1 year, there is increments in the interest rate. These interest rate increase goes up to 8%. Okay? So जहां पे हमने ये जो borrowing किया था at the rate of 6%, now in market interest rate goes up to 8% आपका. So now what this depositor will do, they'll ask us to shift from this to this आपका, obviously because they do have that right. Otherwise what they'll do, they'll ask for the premature and all. If you will not do, some other bank will do, right? So this is the case आपका. So now if we shift this particular position from 5 to 8%, now we have this kind of problems. Okay? So this, let's assume कि it's a fixed rate loan आपका in case of personal loan or others. So what will happen? Your NII will get affected by 2%. Now for the remaining 1 year, your NII will be only आपका 2%. Earlier it was 4%. So there is a negative impact on our NII due to this interest rate changes. So when there is an adverse movement in interest rate, so that can affect our bank in these many ways and all. Who asked this question? Ajit sir, clear? Ajit sir and Himanshi ma'am, you got your answer for your query. So these are the different risks आपका. We are going to study all these risks individually because see, liquidity risk we have आपका separate unit, market risk we have separate unit. Under market risk itself, this interest rate, credit risk itself, interest rate risk will get covered. Okay. Operation risk we have a separate unit as well, right? So this is the one. Sometimes model risk is also there. Okay. Model risk is something, it is which can it can be related to the strategic risk. Strategic risk, let's say we have come up with one new product, we did some sort of research and all, and when we roll out that particular product in the market, there is a complete failure. There is no acceptance from the customers. So in that particular case, your entire you are going to make a huge loss due to that particular product. So model design to predict values of variables for its specially designed value of a given variables would depend upon the one or more. Okay, sorry. It is something related to, let's say we have planned our risk management things, and we have tested the different like whenever we plan the risk management, we test the different variables who generally affect the overall profitability of our portfolio. Let's say we take 4 variables, but that loss happened with some other variables, or the assumption which we have taken during designing that particular model, that didn't work. So that is something around this. So which influence the value given in given variables. Let's say it's as simple. Let's say for market risk we are using a VAR system, okay, value at risk. So now while we do the let's say it is Monte Carlo VAR system aapka, or any other one also, okay. So while we apply those assumptions, we took some wrong assumption from the market, or even the past data, we took from the past data, but the future scenario was totally different from the past itself. Okay, so sometimes we do have model, but that risk mitigation model, but there is a failure in that particular one. So that is around this one. So model risk usually arise because of the following reason: incorrect assumption or assumptions which have been non-relevant, ignoring one or more parameters, usually simplification, or for some practical reasons, error of statistical techniques on insufficient data points, incorrect judgment in the dealing with the outliers and all. So they are generally part of this particular one. Okay? If loan become NPA, it come under credit risk, or Rukmini ma'am, it is part of the credit. It is part of your. It will comes under the credit risk itself. Okay. So liquidity is something. Matlab, like when majorly we use this particular one in market, or we use it at a ALCO level, okay, asset liability management level. Okay, it is something when you won't be able to meet your short-term obligation. Let's say we have some payables on first, and how it basically work now. So let's say we have borrowed some money and we have created some assets. Your borrowing is for suppose that 2 years, and we have created one asset for 5 years. That means there is a ALM, the asset liability mismatch, and there is a maturity mismatch. That means at the end of second year we have to make this particular payment to the to the depositor basically, okay? And we have some arrangement ki we are going to pay off this particular loan. There is one another loan who is going to mature at the end of second year, okay? So ऐसा नहीं कि हम उसको open छोड़ें. We borrowed money for 2 years, we lended for 5 years, but we do have some calculations. There is one another loan which is going to be mature at the end of second year. So with that particular loan, we will pay off this particular one. Now, sometime what happened? Like that customer there is some delays in the payments and all. So there generally comes these kind of scenarios. Okay? Let's say we have a plan ki we have some market positions aapka. We will sell those particular securities, and then we will pay off these kind of obligations and all. So that is something, they can be a reason for your overall liquidity risk. It can be linked with the credit portfolio or market portfolio. But straightforward, if you ask your question answer, it is part when it comes to the your NPA things, that is part of your credit risk and all. Short-term borrowings for long-term fundings aapka. Yes, this usually we do, and we have planned ki this, like whenever we create these kind of assets, so with some other assets we are going to pay off that remaining amounts and all. So that generally comes under this one. Correct? Rukmini ma'am, you got your answer. So these are the different type of risk: liquidity risk, interest rate risk, market, credit, operational, and others. So once we will go through these units aapka, for every type of risk we have your dedicated units aapka, so they'll get covered through the different units and all, right? Chalo, next one guys, risk regulation in banking industry, unit number 13. So it is all about your Basel norms and the 3 pillars of Basel. That is minimum capital requirements, and we have the second one is your supervisory review process and market discipline. So they generally comes under this particular one. Rukmini ma'am, you got your answer for that one? Yes or no? If you have any doubt, please do let me know. I'll try to explain that one also. So if we come to this particular one, we have Basel 1, we have 1996 amendments. This is very important, where we generally included the market risk in Basel 1. Okay? So earlier, market risk was not part of the Basel 1, but with the amendments of 1996, we included that particular. Basel Accord 2 aapka. Then we have capital charge for credit risk, capital charge for market risk, and operational risk. Pillar 3 aapka pillar 1, where is pillar 1? It should be here only. So We have pillar 3 आपका market discipline, capital conversion buffers, leverage ratio, counter cyclical buffers, systematically important financial institutions, and risk based supervision of RBI. So these are the areas which are generally part of this particular one. Okay? So regulation of banking industries, necessities and goal. Please quickly go through this one. Then, so basically, when it comes to the banking risk or the risk regulation requirements, I hope you guys are aware about the Hersted risk. Hersted risk was something linked with the your. There was one bank from the Frankfurt, Germany, that got liquidated during before the making of settlement, forex settlements and all. Yeah, we discussed this particular one. Then we raised this particular concern in the front of BIS, Bank for International Settlement. They form a committee to study these kind of challenges in the future also, so we can have some sort of proper guidelines and all. So then BIS, they form a permanent 5 committees. That 5 committees are jointly known as BCBS, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, and on timely basis they generally release some sort of guidelines. So bank, they can work on those particular areas or according to those particular guidelines. Okay, basically these guidelines are toward the regulatory bodies, and regulatory bodies with some modification they implement in their economies itself, right? Like let's say Basel 1, where we have CAR, capital adequacy ratio of 8%. Initially, with the recommendation of Narsimham committee, we implemented it as a 8%. But with the recommendation of Basel 2, Narsimham committee 2 in 1998, we increase it from 8% to 9%. For global bank, it is suggested by the BCBS they should maintain at 8%, but we are maintaining at 9%. Okay? With our Indian banking structure and all. Even with similar things, we have so many guidelines under this particular one, right? So it is overall to provide the strength to the financial system. If any contingency or any stressful situation occurs, so our bank, they can handle those particular things or those particular scenarios. So they have suggested so many things like leverage ratio, counter cyclical buffers, LCR, NSFR. So these are the recommendations of Basel committee. हाँ बिल्कुल अजीत sir, हाँ. So that was a time zone issue and all. Okay. So that is something related to this. So these are the areas आपका, like areas like improving the safety of banking industry by imposing capital requirement in line with bank risk, leveling the competitive playing fields of the bank through setting common benchmark for all players, promoting sound business and supervisory practices, controlling and monitoring systematic risk, protection and protecting interest of depositors, as depositors cannot impose a real market discipline on the bank itself. Okay? Systemic risk, I hope everybody knows. Okay? So other things are very common here. Systemic risk is basically when a failure of one bank lead to failure of multiple banks. Okay? So that is generally known as systemic bank, and we experience this particular events with the global financial crisis, 2007-8, when Lehman Brothers Bank, who generally got defaulted, and that default lead to so many other banks of US and insurance companies, and then it spread across the world. That spread is generally known as contagion effect, right? So that is something which is related to this one. So it is defined here also. So systemic risk is a risk of failure of whole banking system. An individual bank failure is one of the major source of the systemic risk. This happened because of high relation that exists on a ongoing basis between a bank through mutual lending and borrowing some and the other commitments. Okay? So as we face in the Lehman Brothers case itself, okay? Due to that property bubble things and all. So once that bubble burst, so the most of the asset, they start becoming non-performing asset. So Lehman Brothers banks, it got defaulted, and Lehman Brothers Bank was one of the largest bank in US that time. So once that bank got collapsed, so जो छोटे छोटे banks थे सारे collapse होना start हुआ, insurance companies, and it make a huge impact on the US economy as well as in the world economy. Okay? On the world economy. So now the outcome of this particular event was systematically important banks. And in case of India, we have DSIB concept, domestic systematically important bank, where we have three banks. Okay, these three banks we all know: SBI, ICICI, and SDFC. And there are some provisions and there are some case studies around that particular one which get asked in your previous examination also, right? So these were the four committees, आपका ठीक है, five committees which was founded by BCBS आपका ठीक है, or BIS. So basically 1974 a number of banks they released DOSMark to Bank Hersted in Frankfurt, Germany, exchange for the dollars payments that were to be delivered in New York. Due to differences in time zone, that there was a lag in dollar payments to counterparty banks during the Bank Hersted was liquidated by the German regulators. देखो जितने टाइम में इसको उनको पेमेंट करना था, टाइम जोन हॉरिजन का डिफरेंसेस था, और जब आपको उनको एक्चुअली पेमेंट रिसीव होनी थी उससे पहले वो बैंक आपका लिक्विडेट कर दिया गया, किसके द्वारा? वहां के जो रेगुलेटर है उनके द्वारा, ठीक है. So this issue was raised, and to solve these kind of issues, we approaches BIS, Bank for International Settlement, and they created one committees आपका Policy Development Committee, Supervision and Implementation Group, आपका Basel Consultative Group, Microprudential Supervision Groups, and Accounting Experts Group. And they have so many task forces and subgroup also. They generally work on different areas. 1988 Basel I came. 1988, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision introduced the capital measurement system called Basel I Accords, also known as Basel I. So it focused almost entirely on credit risk, defining the capital and structure of risk weight for the bank itself. The minimum capital requirement was fixed at 8% of the risk weight asset, right? India adopted Basel I in 1999. In India, however, the bank are required to maintain capital to risk weight assets CRAR at 9% on an ongoing basis. Okay, this was the recommendations of your Basel II committee. Sorry, Narsimham II committee, right? So this portion is very important. This get asked so many times. Okay? So 1996 amendments in Basel I itself. So 1996 market risk amendments introduce an explicit capital cuisine for the market risk to which banks are exposed because of their trading in equities, debt securities, forex, commodities, options, etc. Allow bank to use their internal rating model to ensure their market risk also. Okay? So with this amendment, we generally included, there was an inclusion of market risk in Basel I. Earlier, it was entirely focused around the credit risk or the management of CAR against the risk weight asset. But with 1996 amendment, we included market risk as well. So market risk आपका in 1996, BCBS published an amendments to 1988 Accords to provide an explicit capital cuisine for the price risk to which banks are exposed, particularly those arising from the trading activities. This amendment was brought into effective from 1998. So it got implemented in 1996 and got amended in 1996 and implemented in 1998. Silent feature of the amendments are given below, and these are very important. Okay? So you have to, I'll mention homework here. Okay? Please go through these particular one and you will definitely get these areas. If you got any doubt, so you can share with me. But this is very important. Huh? थोड़ा सा इसको ध्यान रखिएगा. Please do not ignore this particular one. Okay? So it is all about the inclusion of your market risk and all. Okay? And if you study this particular one, you'll easily get these. चलो, now Basel II आपका, ठीक है. So it Basel II, which include accord system, ठीक है, pillar system basically, ठीक है. We have three pillars आपका. Minimum capital. Actually, we are going to discuss all these pillars with your final unit, because in final units it is all about these three units only. ठीक है, these three pillars only, right? So minimum capital requirement, supervisory review process, and market discipline. So basically Basel II was a refined and reformed way of Basel I itself. Okay? So in Basel I, we have only this part, that is capital requirements, CAR we introduced, and we introduced the market risk and all. But here, along with that capital requirements, we also come up with two new things. One is supervisory review process, where we have four principles. These four principles are very important. They get asked so many times. And market discipline, we have so many disclosure norms. Okay? So these disclosures basically they are from the BCBS, and accordingly from we have RBI also. So they are generally part of this particular one, right? So okay. So minimum capital requirements. This portion is again very important. So capital base, which is a combination of tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 capital. Tier 1 is our core capital. Tier 2 and tier 3 are basically assisting capital. The combination of all three capital is generally known as capital base. The sum of 1, 2, 3 elements will be eligible for inclusion in capital base, subject to now your tier 2 and tier 3 will be decided on the basis of tier 1 capital, that is your core capital. So total of tier 2 supplementary elements will be limited to maximum 100% of your tier 1 elements. Okay? So let's say if your tier 1 capital is 100 crore, so your tier 2 capital can be maximum आपका 100 crore rupees. ठीक है? Subordinated debt will be limited to a maximum of 50% of tier 1 capital elements. Because subordinated debt means secondary debt. Okay? So which gets secondary preference at the time of liquidation. So it can be maximum 50% of your tier 1 capital. Tier 3 capital will be limited to 250% of bank tier 1 capital is required to support market risk. आपका, so this is something is this where general provision, general loan losses reserve include amounts reflecting lower valuation, assets valuation reserve which take the form of latent gain or latent gain on unrealized securities will be subject to a discount of 55%. So these are some rules आपका around which accordingly bank they have to maintain their capital base. And these guidelines are important. ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा इनको याद रखिएगा even during solving the case studies as well as आपका straightforward questions, they'll be helping you in different ways. So supervisory review process, the selection discussion, supervisory review process, one was capital gain. So when it comes to the supervisory review, it is basically the responsibility belongs to two areas. One is bank itself. They have to meet with the minimum requirements which are generally provided by the home regulators. In case of India, it is RBI. Again. So like let's say we have to maintain CRAR of 9% or the additional the requirements, the regulatory guidelines and all. Again. So if a bank is not fulfilling those particular areas, so supervisor they need to take early action. So that is suggested in this Basel 2 paper आपका. So where we have 4 principles, and these 4 principles are very important one, right? So these are the 4 principles and these are very important, guys. Principle 1, which is related to bank itself. Bank should have a process for assessing their overall capital adequacy in relation with the risk profile and strategy for the maintaining their capital levels. Second principle toward the supervisors. Supervisors should review and evaluate bank internal capital adequacy assessment and strategies as well as their ability to monitor and ensure their compliances with regulatory capital ratios. Supervisors should take appropriate supervisory action if they are not satisfied with the result of the process itself. Principle 3, supervisors should expect bank to operate above the minimum regulatory capital requirement. Let's say if CR is 9%, so they should at least maintain that 9% or above than that, and should have the ability to require banks to hold a capital in excess of the minimum. So the final one, आपका fourth one, supervisor should seek intervenes at the early stage to prevent capital from falling below the minimum level required to support risk characteristics of the particular bank, and should require rapid remedial action if capital is not maintained or restored. If any bank is falling below those particular level, so they should take early remedial action, so we can protect that particular bank and we can solve the issues and all. ठीक है, तो अगर आप लोग नहीं देखोगे तो कहीं ना कहीं आपका there will be a problem in the long term itself. So these are the 4 principles under your supervisory review process, which were provided by BCBS, and they get asked so many times. So module B के अंदर what you will experience, there are lots of BCBS guidelines. Like for operational risk, we have 11 principle. For liquidity risk after this global financial crisis, there are 13 principles. And they get asked so many times. So please go through these areas specifically. Basel, आपका pillar 3. Pillar 3 is basically it is Basel 3, which is basically reformed and refined way of Basel 2 itself. Same things, but we have mentioned enhanced, or enhanced. Yeah, nothing else. Yeah, so that is the one. So we generally providing with BCBS that generally try to provide more strength to the financial system and all, right? So RBI issue guidelines based on the Basel 3 reforms on capital regulation in May 2020, May 2012, and we start implementing these particular one from April 1st, 2013 itself. Improve the banking sector's ability to observe ups and downs arising from the financial and economic instability, improve risk management ability and governance of banking sector, strengthen bank transparency and disclosures. So these were some key objectives of the Basel 3 itself. Okay? So so these are the areas. Better capital, basically these were the key initiatives under the your Basel 3. So first one is better capital quality. Okay? So better capital quality. One of the key element of Basel 3 is to introduction of much stricter definition of capital. Better quality capital means high loss observing capacity. So this term will mean that bank will be stronger, allowing them to better withstand period of the stress. Okay? So like we introduce LCR for ultra short term period of 30 days, NSFR up to 1 years, or we come up with the counter cyclical buffers or आपका leverage ratios and all. So they get managed through these particular one. Okay? So we can have, bank can have strong capital if there is any stressful situations, so we can handle that particular situation, right? Capital under this one we have capital conversion buffers 2.5%. Another key feature of Basel 3 that now bank will required to hold a capital conversion buffer of 2%, 2.5%. That aim asking to build conservation buffers is to ensure bank maintain a cushion of capital that can be used to absorb losses during period of financial and economic stress. Okay? So this is something आपका one additional layer. Okay? Let's say how you'll understand this one. So earlier your let's say in case of India it was 9%. Again, this is the core capital which we are maintaining against the risk weight asset. Now what we did, we put one additional layer, okay, with additional layer of 2.5%. Okay? Now if anything happen with Indian economy, so अगर कुछ भी ऐसा stressful situation होता है, so what will happen? First it will get breached. Okay? So first it will get breached आपका. So this portion, okay, this is kind of a center. We are providing one additional layer of security with आपका your capital conversion buffers आपका, ठीक है? So that is CCB. So if anything stressful situation will happen, so first it will get breached. So we'll get more time to deal with that particular situation, and time is very important during any stressful areas. So before this also we have your LCR आपका bank wise. This is something economy wise to deal with the economy wise situation or the broader stressful situation in the economy. Bank wide also we have LCR, NSFR and all. We have to maintain those particular one greater than equal to 100%, and we all bank are maintaining those particular things. So that is something we are adding some additional layer so we can have strong capital quality. So capital conservation buffers CCB. Then we have minimum common equity CET. One capital requirements. This is also again very important. Yeah. So minimum common equity and tier 1 capital requirements. The minimum requirement for common equity, the highest form of loss observing capital, because we do not have to pay any interest and all, has been raised under Basel 3 from 2% to 4.5% of the total risk weight asset. The overall tier 1 capital requirements consisting of not only common equity but also qualifying financial instrument will also increase from the current minimum 4 to 6%. Okay, so we are adding some additional or secure capital for the banks so we can survive in a stressful situation. Leverage ratio is another one. Okay. So a review of financial crisis 2008 has indicate that value of many assets fell quicker than assumed from historical experiences. So this bank now Basel III rules include a leverage ratio to serve as a safety net. This aim to put a cap on swelling leverage in the banking sectors on the global basis. 3% leverage ratio of tier 1 will be tested before mandatory leverage ratios introduced in 2018. Liquidity ratios, so where we have LCR and where we have NSFR. Okay? They also get implemented in the banking system itself, right? So LCR, liquidity coverage ratio for ultra short term requirement, liquidity requirements. And this is something where with this particular ratio, what we are generally doing are available source of fund of आपका fundings and required source of fundings आपका कि let's that borrowings and lending. So we can have at least 1 year's periods. This generally applicable for the 1 years. So these are the liabilities and these are the stable source of fundings through which we are going to pay off those particular liabilities. And this is something within a span period of 30 days. If anything happened in the economy or with that particular bank, we should have at least 30 days obligations at a time with us in the form of high quality liquid assets. So if it is required, we can easily liquidate them and we can pay off those particular liabilities. And it is assumed that within 30 days of period, we can come up with some solid solutions and all. Okay? So when it comes to the LCR, it is net stable, value of high quality liquid asset, unencumbered high quality liquid asset divided by total cash outflow in 30 calendar days into 100, and your ratio should be greater than or equal to 100%. And every bank they are maintaining this one. When it comes to the NSFR, okay, this is आपका NSFR, okay, a net stable funding ratio, available stable fundings divided by required stable fundings. Again, your ratio should be greater than or equal to 100%. Okay, so try to remember these formulas also; they'll definitely help you, right? Next one. So available funding and आपका required funding. So available funding means आपका, ठीक है. So basically when it comes to the available funding, so we have payment accounts, saving accounts, आपका other debts and all. ठीक है. Required आपका loan, other assets, reserves and assets, they generally comes under the portion. Okay, we'll discuss this particular one in detail in our last unit itself. We have what comes under and their average आपका which bank need to maintain. So that is, there is a chart, we'll go through that particular chart. So LCR is generally for 30 days, it is up to 12 months. It is liquidity requirement, it is funding requirements. Liquid assets आपका both liquid and non-liquid assets can be part of that particular one. Correct है? चलो. So DSIB आपका, we have domestic systematically important bank, or with this after this global financial crisis and all, we come up with the solutions that is called internationally domestic financial systematically important banks आपका, ठीक है. And we have this structure, and this get asked so many times. Okay? Last year also there was a case study around this bucket size आपका, ठीक है. We have 5 buckets and we have 3 banks from India. They generally categorize as DSIB by RBI. Okay? These are ICICI, SDFC and State Bank of India. From April 1st, 2025 onwards, earlier SDFC was part of this one itself, but now it got shifted to bucket 2 आपका, right? So basically the concept of DSIB is, or your systematically important banks is, these are too big to fall. Okay? So that is the term which we use. कि जैसे we faced with the Lehman Brothers banks, it got defaulted, तो उसकी वजह से other like small banks, they have dependency on bigger banks. Okay? So if your bigger banks is getting defaulted, that means there will be some sort of a ripple effect in the banking system, and that will collapse your entire banking system. So to prevent these bigger banks, we what BCBS suggested, they says कि these banks, they should maintain some additional capital आपका, ठीक है. And this additional capital is this, right? So they have, apart from the normal guidelines, they have to maintain this additional capital against their risk weight asset. Like let's say State Bank of India, that generally comes under bucket 4, and they have to maintain 0.80% of additional risk weight assets apart from the normal banks. Okay? So the higher DSIP surcharge for SBI and SDFC will be applicable from 1st April 2025. Hence, up to March 31st, 2025, DSIP surcharge applicable to SBI and SDFC is 0.60% again. But now it is आपका 0.80% for SBI, and for SDFC 0.40, and the other one also. So please, earlier SDFC was part of this one. Earlier, now see, you have to be very careful in this particular case, because when they'll ask case study, if they mention for the year 2025-26, that means you have to apply the data which is given in this particular chart. For SBI, you have to apply 0.80 additional आपका, and for SDFC 0.40, and for ICICI 0.20. But if they ask you for the previous financial year 24-25, so in that case SDFC and ICICI at 0.20 and SBI was at 0.60. ठीक है, तो प्लीज इसको भी थोड़ा सा आप लोगों को याद रखना है. ठीक है दोस्तों. So this is like what, by this way, what BCBS is trying to do, they generally want to try, they generally want to protect these bigger banks because they are too big to fall, right? So that is the logic behind this one. I guess people are, there is no fear about BFM. ठीक है, people are only asking for HRM और आपका BRBL. हाँ, in group itself they are like, there is no one is caring about BFM. What happened, guys? Everything is good with BFM. It's one of the tricky paper. You'll see the things in the concept areas and all. Okay? So what I can recommend, till this week you can work on the your HRM things if you want, if you wish, if you have done one set of practice with this BFM subject. If not, you should give more attention to this subject because this is very dangerous. Sometimes it becomes very dangerous. So chalo. So now this is the final table. Final table means as of now, bank they have to maintain their capital in this way. Like 11.50%, 9% plus CCB of 2.5%. So the overall आपका 9%, and if you add this CCB, so it is आपका 11.50%. In case of SBI, आपका plus 0.80%. In case of SDFC, plus 0.40%. ठीक है, plus 0.40%. So for SDFC plus 0.40, SBI आपका 10. They have to maintain additional capital buffers for this one. Correct है? चलो, we'll move forward, guys. Capital charge for capital charge for credit risk. Now this is again very important one, where you have to calculate the risk weight asset. Okay, while we do the case studies, there will be number of case studies around this particular one. Capital charge for credit risk, market risk, and operational risk. Okay? In all the areas, we'll see the case studies. This is the fundamental part. So under the standardized approach, the rating standardized approach, which we generally use to calculate the credit risk, rating assigned by the eligible external credit rating agencies will largely support the measure of the credit risk. RBI has identified there are number of credit rating agencies आपका, ठीक है. Bank may rely upon these rating as assigned by the external credit rating agencies chosen by the RBI by for assigning risk weight for capital adequacy purpose as per the mapping of furnished in the RBI guidelines also. Like we have number of credit rating agencies and all. So as a bank, we can use their ratings also, and we can use their ratings to map the overall credit risk as well, right? So the circular issued by RBI had laid down detailed guidelines on the capital adequacy requirements and the risk weight to the applied in case of the following cases. Okay? So risk weight to be applied in the following cases. Like these are the areas like claim on domestic sovereigns, claim on foreign sovereigns, means आपका any debt which is issued, any bond which is issued by Government of India, if you have holding to that, or any bonds which is issued by the foreign governments, if you had holding on those particular one, okay? Or if you have created some asset with this, let's say if you have given loan to Government of India, that means if you are purchasing bonds of Government of India, that means you are giving loan to Government of India. So what will be the capital charge for that particular one and all? Claim for on public sector enterprises, claim on multilateral development banks like IMF, World Banks and all. Claim on banks, claim on primary dealers, claim on corporate asset finance companies and non-banking finance companies, infrastructure finance companies, claim included in the regulatory retail portfolios and all. So apart from this, we have claim secured by residential property, claim classified as commercial real estate exposures, non-performing asset, specified categories, venture capital, other asset like loan and advances to bank, own staff, off-balance sheet items, securitization exposures, capital adequacy requirements for risk, credit default swap, position in the banking. So there is a like basically while you create the capital charge. Capital charge means that mitigation amounts. Okay? So let's say if you are dealing with this kind of assets, so what should be the capital? What is the risk involved in that particular one? Accordingly, or in the proportion of risk itself, we have to maintain some additional buffer. That additional buffer is your capital charge itself. So that generally comes under this particular one. Eligible credit rating agencies. So there are some rating agencies which are generally allowed by RBI. This is the list. Okay? So basically we have these domestic, आपका ब्रेकवुड रेटिंग एजेंसी, क्रेडिट एनालिसिस एंड रिसर्च लिमिटेड, क्रिसिल, इकरा, आपका इंडिया रेटिंग रिसर्च प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, स्मेरा रेटिंग्स आपका, ठीक है, वी हैव इन्फॉर्मेटिक्स वैल्यूएशन एंड रेटिंग प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस, RBI also have allowed these three international rating agencies आपका. One is Fitch, another one is Moody's, and the final one is Standard and Poor's. So banks, they can use their ratings also while they are giving loan to any customers, and even to verify the risk involved in that particular asset itself. Next one, guys, internal rating based approach. Okay? IRB. This is again very important one. Okay? This is basically bank level model. Okay? So this is a bank own model to assess the risk itself. So one of the most innovative aspect of new occurred is IRB approach to measurement of capital requirements for credit risk. IRB approach offered following two options. One is foundation IRB approach. Another one is advanced IRB approach. Since the approach is based on bank internal assessment, the potential for more risk sensitive capital requirement is substantial. So internal rating based approach, IRB approach, it is generally based on these elements. These are like default probability. So default probability of default, which means the likelihood that borrowers will default over a time horizon. Then we have loan given default, aapka, which measure the proportion of the exposure that will be lost in the default when that default occurred. So first one is probability of default. In what time horizon? Let's say we have created an asset for 10 years. There is a probability that after at the end of 7 years that customer can become aapka defaulter. That means 3 years. Then second, loss given default, which measure the proportion of the exposure that will be lost in the default. And during those 3 years, remaining 3 years, what amount we are going to lose. And exposure at the default, for the loan commitment measure, the amount of the facility that is likely to be drawn in the event of default, aapka, which for the loan commitment measure, the overall let's say if we are giving 1 crore rupees, so how much principal we might lose in that particular case. Maturity aapka, which measure the remaining economic maturity of the exposure. Let's say that 3 years in our case, like let's say if it is for 10 years, so 3 years that is maturity in that particular case. Again, with the help of case studies itself, there are case studies around this particular one, and that is very important one also. That get asked so many times, so we'll practice that area also. ऑलराइट, चलो तो आगे बढ़ते हैं यूनिट नंबर 14, ठीक है। सो यूनिट नंबर 14 which is all about your market risk, ठीक है। यूनिट नंबर 14 market risk, so it include basic market risk concept, market risk in bank, management framework. Now see, organization, identification, measurement, risk monitoring, control, risk reporting, managing trading portfolio and all. So now there are some things which will start getting repeated, ठीक है। तो कुछ चीजें आपकी होंगी जिसमें आपको क्या देखेंगे, बार बार आपका क्या हो रही है, रिपीट हो रही है, ठीक है। सो with every form of risk you'll see these kind of guidelines and all, and they'll start getting repeated. So market risk is something, there are some adverse movement in the market, and due to these adverse movements our portfolios, our market portfolios are getting affected in a adverse manner. That means they are hurting our profitability, okay? So there is, we are, due to those particular one, we are making some sort of losses. So market risk is the adverse deviation of mark to market value, the trading portfolio due to movements, market movements during the period required to liquidate the transactions. The period of liquidation is critical to assess such as adverse in such adverse deviations. If the period of liquidation of the position get longer, the possibility of larger adverse deviations from the current market value that will आपका increases. So see, let's say we have some portfolio. Let's say we have XYZ company shares. Okay? So let's say we have XYZ companies shares in our portfolio, and we have, let's say, worth rupees 100 crores. Okay? 100 crore rupees worth value, we have XYZ company shares in our proprietary position. That means our bank owns this particular shares in this XYZ company, and that means we are bullish about this particular company. We have some sort of long-term perspective around this, कि this company shares will go up and all, or else it can be a conversion of debt into equity also. That company have taken loan from us, but they won't be able to make that particular payment, so we have converted those particular one into that debt into equity. Now or in simple terms, let's say we have some positive outcome from this particular one, कि this company shares will go up. Now there is some adverse movement, means we are bullish about this particular security, but the prices of this company shares are coming down. Okay? So coming down, let's say our position was at 500 that time आपका, when we buy these particular shares. Now the share prices came down to 450, and there is a probability that the prices will come up to 300. Okay? So there are some predictions in the market itself due to fundamental change in this XYZ company. Now we have two options. Okay? In this situation, we can face two areas. Basically, what we are facing liquidity risk. One is कि we won't be able to liquidate our position at the fair market prices. One option what we have, we can sell off at 450 and we can exit, and we can make a loss of 50 rupees per share from this particular company. Or sometime these movements are something like this, as SBI faced in case of Kingfisher Airlines. Okay? So we do have Kingfisher Airlines shares, but the problem is the prices was 147. Now directly it came to 10 rupees. There is no one to buy these particular shares. There are only sellers in the market when that scam came out, right? So this one situation, it is partially illiquid. We are not getting the fair prices in the market. Another one is completely liquid. We won't be able to sell our shares because there is no buyers in the market itself. Okay? So sometimes these adverse movements, which generally make the negative impact on our portfolios and all, so they generally comes under this one. So bank also have several activities and undertaken transactions that result in market exposures. They are not immune to those risks and have to face them too. All such transactions are reflected in this trading books. It can be debt securities, equity, foreign exchange, commodities or derivative. Commodities are not allowed in case of India, not permitted in our country presently. Okay? Please do remember this one. Okay? But mostly we have around the position in these particular securities, so they are subject to M2M, and that M2M can come down at a level of 0 itself. ठीक है, कई बार ऐसा हो सकता है कि जहाँ पे you have bullish trend about that particular one, but there are some different situation in the market and their prices are coming down, completely coming down. So trading book, it is, see, market risk is all around your trading book. So that's why we are studying this one. So trading book also include position in financial instruments arising from mismatch principal broking and market makings, or positions taken in order to hedge their elements of trading books. The proprietary position are held with trading intent and with the intent of benefiting in short term from actual or expected differences. So differences between buying and selling prices or hedging other elements in the trading book also. A bank trading book exposure has the following risk which arise due to adverse changes in market variables such as interest rate, currency, commodity, market liquidity, and other volatility as impact the bank earnings and capital adversely. Majorly आपका these are the areas. One is liquidity risk, another one is आपका credit or counterparty risk. Credit and counterparty risk is something. Liquidity risk आपका, as I gave you an example of that XYZ company. So it can have a partially liquid or it can be fully illiquid. Credit or counterparty risk is something, let's say we have some position in derivatives. Okay? So let's say we have some position in swaps or forwards, and in that case, if that another party they defaulted and they do not fulfill their promises and all, so that is something related to your credit or counterparty risk. Okay? So trading liquidity is ability to freely transit this, and the risk is basically trading liquidity risk. So adverse change in market prices, inability to liquidate position at a fair market price, and the another one is large changes caused by the liquidation of position, inability to liquidate position at any price. There can be these kind of situation. Adverse movement, one is like we won't be able to liquidate our portfolios at fair market prices, partial illiquid, and another is आपका inability to liquidate position at any price, as I gave you an example of Kingfisher Airlines also. So these are the areas which generally comes under this one. So credit and counterparty risk, market value of credit risk, credit of users or borrowers, that is reflect in prices. Credit risk is a credit risk of traded debts such as bond and debentures and commercial papers indicated by the credit ratings given by the rating. Credit rating indices the risk label associated with the instruments is forced into add-ons to the risk-free rate, and this. The lower risk labels, the lower the spread over the risk-free rates and all. Credit risk आपका, that basically it is आपका something related to tradable securities, or mostly it include in derivatives or some sort of आपका जैसे debt, bonds and others. These are generally categorized under this particular one. Derivatives also should have mentioned here also somewhere. Okay. Then आपका risk management framework, again when it comes to the risk management framework, for we have risk identification, what type of market risk we are going to face in the near future or in our portfolios at portfolio level or as the transaction level. Risk measurement, what is the overall value or the quantifying that those risks, how much loss we will face if we make those particular positions. Monitoring and control आपका the processes or the model which we have developed, so where we have VAR and all, and risk mitigation आपका so when actually those situation occurs, how we are going to hedge those particular position or how we are going to execute our existing plans and all. Organizational structure, again same thing आपका. So board of directors, risk management committee, we have ALCO, asset liability management committee, ALM support groups, and आपका middle office. So see, the same one. The only thing is we have eliminated आपका operational risk management or the other groups. Board of directors, they have eventual responsibility for any sort of market losses, market risk, any losses due to the market risk. Risk management committee for the overall bank level risk management. So they generally weightify the different risk from the different portfolios, including marketing risk. ELCO आपका asset liability related. Then we have ALM support, and we have middle office here. Okay, so there is something missing in this one. Organizational structure, board, setting the market segments and all thing. Okay, now asset liability. Okay, first one. This is a risk management committee, board level. So responsibility of risk management committee in managing your market risk. So setting guidelines for market risk management and reporting, ensuring that market risk management process conform to a policy, setting up prudential limits and their periodical reviews, ensuring robustness of measurements of the risk model itself. Role of ELCO in Market Risk Management Committee. So the role encompass the following things: product pricing for the deposit and advances, maturity profile and mix of incremental asset liability, articulating interest rate view of the banks, funding policy, transfer policy, balance sheet management. They generally comes under this one. Risk identification. Damn. So risk identification. Now this is something new aapka. I guess we'll get something new from this one. Role of different committees will be asked. See, Pujisa ma'am, na, in some cases they ask like role of it can be something around ki role of risk management committee during management of credit risk, or aapka the management of operational risk. So this kind of thing. So they have given, if you'll open your book also na, so they have segregated, mentioned these particular overall structure, and if you'll go for one time also na, you will be able to memorize those particular. There is nothing new. If you'll study for one risk very well, if you understand that particular risk and others very well, the role and responsibilities are similar. Like even for board of directors, with every type of risk, you'll see they have mentioned that board of directors are eventually responsible for overall management of market risk, or another in case of liquidity risk, they have mentioned liquidity risk, or even the other ones. Okay? Everything which is part of the risk management policy or procedures, exposure, they are part of the board approval policy. So that's why the accountability belongs to the board itself. So risk identification, all product and transactions should be analyzed for risk associated with them. While various risk associated with the standard products means aapka, these are already tested product in the market. Like so we are selling those particular product, or we are entering in those particular product from years aapka, okay? So that is your standard product. The risk in case of non-standard product need to be analyzed. Non-standard product is something we are coming with some new product, or we are entering in a new product for the very first time. That is your non-standard product. So in case of standard product, we know like what is the risk inherent, or how much risk we can have in those particular one based on the past experiences and all. But in case of a new product, there is like uncertainty, so we have to analyze and monitor that particular one very well, right? So usually standard product would have product programs. They have already product programs, means everything's about the journey, risk, return, capital, everything is there for each of them. All risk taking units operate within the approved product program itself. Okay? Product program is something aapka, this is that trinity aapka, okay? How much capital will be required, what is the risk level, and what is the return levels and all. So we have exposure limits aapka deal wise or others wise, whatever it is, and we have the these products are already tested in the market. We have entered in those particular so many times, so we know as a bank wise we have policies while we entering in those kind of contracts or those kind of products. But for the new things, there are lots of uncertainties, so that's why we have to be very careful. We have to test them again and again, then we have to convert them into the we have to build a product program for these new product as well. So product program define procedures, limit, control for all aspect of the product. The product program also specifies market risk measurement at individual product level and aggregate portfolio level. New product or non-standard products may operate under product transition memorandum. So product transaction memorandum on a temporary basis, while a full market risk product program is being prepared. So initially we generally run the new product at product transaction memorandum. So once we experience everything, then we ship them to the आपका product. We generally develop a product program for those new product also, right? Risk measurement आपका, so for market risk we have sensitivity and downside potential, ठीक है? So sensitivity is something like it generally tells us about the upside and downside, ठीक है? It is something it is about how one variables is basically like we have volatility, sensitivity and downside potential, ठीक है? So when it comes to the sensitivity, it is like Sensex, ठीक है? So like let's say the आपका Sensex, if you comes to Sensex, we have how many 30 companies आपका, ठीक है? So we have 30 companies like Reliance, TCS and all these are part of this particular one, and every company they have some sort of weightage. Let's say 9% to Reliance, आपका 7% to TCS or the other one, ठीक है? So we have 100. So now let's say if sensitivity is something, the Sensex value is generally changing according to these elements, ठीक है? These different elements. Like let's say there is a movement in Reliance of 10% up, ठीक है? The Reliance share price goes 10% up. So with this weight आपका, the 9% weight which is belongs to the Reliance in this entire आपका group of companies or the bucket which we have created, okay? So it will affect positively 9% upside to this particular one, correct hai? ऐसे ही we have given a weightage to TCS. So there are, like, if you'll see the Sensex, there are 30 companies. Let's say 25 companies they perform well during that particular trading period, and there are 2-3 companies they were perform आपका at the level. So the overall weightage is आपका at higher side, so they are moving. So this is something here also. Sensitivity आपका, what are the variables who all are going to affect our market portfolio, ठीक है? So for a profitability variables or loss variables, there are, let's say we have invested in a XYZ company shares, and these are the variables who all are going to affect that XYZ company shares or that USD INR आपका currency pair. So if those variables, how those variables are reacting, अगर उनमें let's say if there is a 5% change in that variable X, how much it is making an impact on our security. So that is the sensitivity. They can have, while we do the sensitivity or volatility analysis, it can have upside and downside outcomes, ठीक है? तो हो सकता है अगर आपकी sensitivity में positive side है, it can lead to the upper side. If it is आपका there is negative variables are more, it will lead to the downside. The another one is downside potential. This we assume one of the best method to account the market risk. Reason being, it generally shows us around the like it generally use sensitivity and volatility as a parameter, but they are negative areas आपका कि sensitivity wise there is a negative, like जैसे upside इतना जा सकता है, downside इतना जा सकता है. So we are accounting that downside वाला. Volatility wise आपका upside it can go this way और downside it can go this way. तो volatility का भी downside, and by using these two downside and all, we are creating आपका downside potential कि in next trading day or in next month or 90 days or 1 year, what can, like how much loss we can made from this particular portfolio, or what can be the adverse impact on this particular portfolio, that we generally get to know through the downside potentials and all. So इसलिए सबसे ज़्यादा आपका use किया जाता है. So sensitivity, as had been stated, deviation of the market prices due to unit movement of a single market parameters. Like in case of Sensex, single element is TCS, Reliance or the other companies. These are the elements. How these elements are moving. तो अगर TCS में move हो रहा है up 10% का, तो उससे Sensex पे कितना value effect पड़ रहा है upside में, ठीक है? अगर TCS is coming 10% down, so इसका impact कितना हो रहा है आपका Sensex के ऊपर, ठीक है? Supply demand position, interest rate, market volatility, inflation, exchange rate, stock prices, these are the variables in case of market risk, ठीक है? So market portfolio is depend on these particular things. If these will be in favor, so your portfolio will go up. Because अब यहाँ पे how this interest rate is impacting our portfolio, how this आपका exchange rate is impacting our portfolio, that is we generally do with the help of sensitivity analysis. Downside potential, risk materialize only when earning deviate adversely. Downside potential capture the possible losses only, ठीक है? It does not talk around the positive side. It only talk around the negative side of the. And ignore the profit potential. Downside risk is most comprehensive measure of risk as the integrate sensitivity and volatility. Okay? Sensitivity and volatility with adverse effect of uncertainty. This is the measure that is most relied upon by banking and financial services industry to use and also used by the regulators. Okay? So we are like basically what we are doing, we are trying to protect us. तो प्रोटेक्शन के लिए वी आर चेकिंग द एडवर्स लाइक वर्स्ट केस सिनेरियो. ठीक है, क्या आपका ज्यादा से ज्यादा डाउनफॉल क्या हो सकते हैं, एंड वी आर प्रोटेक्टिंग आवर बैंक फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर रिस्क मॉनिटरिंग एंड कंट्रोल policy guidelines limiting role and authority, structures and all. Please go through this one. System and procedures for unbundled product transaction to capture the all risk, guidelines on portfolio size and mix, this and that. Okay? These are the areas which we generally cover through the risk monitoring and control. Okay? So basically, while we are framing our policies or models to control market risk, we are generally considering, we have to consider these many areas. Okay? Credit risk, we are going to start with this particular one. Yesterday only we generally talk around these particular one. So when it comes to the credit risk, it is also known as obligor risk, where basically we are like, these are like NPAs or any default made by the borrowers, so they are generally related to that particular one. So it is defined as potential of bank borrowers or counterparty fail to meet its obligation in accordance with the agreed terms. Mostly we have so many important aspects in this particular one, especially the type of risk, LRM, LRM which we have already discussed with ABM also, and the different type of credit risk and all, they generally comes under this particular one, right? So when it comes to the credit risk, we have this further bifurcation. One is portfolio risk, another one is transaction risk. As an institute or as a bank, we have to manage like both type of risk simultaneously. Like, let's say if we are entering into a transaction, we are giving loan to some new customers, so we have to manage the overall risk as well as the portfolio level. Okay? So what will be the risk probability with that adding that new customer in our portfolio? So we have to account that particular one, and for each and everything we have exposure limits and all. In case of portfolio, we have concentration risk and systemic risk. When it comes to the concentration risk, it is something like this. Let's say our portfolio or our asset creation is something like this. Let's assume this is IT industry. We have given bank A, they have given maximum loan to IT industry. Now, if something happened bad with this particular industry, our bank is going to face a huge losses. So that is the concentration risk. And to deal with these kind of areas or risks, we generally go for the diversifications. Okay? So diversification in our assets, that is generally through that particular one we can manage this particular area. Systematic, then we have systematic risk. Systematic risk is something which is non-controllable in nature. I hope you know the basic bifurcation of risk: systematic and unsystematic. Unsystematic, which is controllable in nature and which is related to individual, or which is with the like with bank allocation or with the suitable policies and all, we can control. But आपका systematic is basically non-diversifiable. It is basically also known as inherent risk आपका after what we can say sometime the broader issues like global financial crisis, COVID-19, or the Great Depression eras and all. So where we do not have any influences, there is a bigger problem in the economy or in the world economy due to those particular one. Transaction basis, we have default risk, obligor risk, insolvency by the or like where the borrowers won't be able to meet their requirements, and downgrade risk. When it comes to the downgrade risk, it is something, it happened with so many portfolios. Let's say we have given loan to XYZ company. We have given loan to XYZ company. Let's say 50 crore rupees for 10 years. This loan is, the tenure is 10 years. So at the time when we sanction this loan, the credit worthiness or the overall credit score of this ratings of this particular company was very good. But after 2 years, what happened? After 2 years, there is like, let's say there is a business risk or there is a financial risk in which this company XYZ deal. So there is a some let's say there are some economy wise problem, or their product become outdated and all, and due to there is some weakness in the health of or financial health of this XYZ Limited, right? So after 2 years, that means after 2 years, let's say earlier the score was triple A. Now it came down after 2 years, आपका triple B plus. So now that means the risk, the default probability is getting increased. So these type of risks are also known as downgraded risk, which we generally monitor through the LRM mechanism. Okay? So loan review mechanism, through that only we generally maintain these particular one. Okay? Rajiv sir is very good evening, sir. Whether I'll get, I have already uploaded all these PDFs on the app itself. Okay? So you can check with that particular one. If you are still facing some issues, sir, no worries. Module A and A I have already shared in the Telegram group itself. But see what problem we face in Telegram now. Let's say you are watching this session for the very first time. Then I'll upload that PDF. After 2 days, someone else will join. Then they'll ask for the same things. But application you'll get apart from that mock test and other things. The old PDFs are also there. They are again, the content is static, so they are also going to help you out. Rajiv sir, for your concern. I hope this is clear to all of you guys, because this is going to help you in your coming areas. Now, credit risk management. So when it comes to the credit risk management, again, whenever it comes to the risk management, we do have this particular procedure. Identification, what type of credit risk we are going to face in near future. So this is the very one. Then measurement. Measurement is something quantifying the losses. Let's say we are going to these are some portfolios, or these are some assets where we see some sort of weaknesses, or their financial health is coming down. That means these are the areas, uncertainties, where we can make some sort of losses. If actually that contingency occur, or that uncertainty become reality, so how much losses we are going to face due to default by these borrowers. So that is your measurement, quantifying the losses. Mitigation is, sorry, monitoring and control. We do have like LRM system or the credit audits, or else we have so many like we have internal approach to deal with these kind of risk and all. So with that, we generally do this particular things. Then mitigation is the final one, when actually that particular uncertainty happened and we execute our mitigation plan, or that securitization in everything that generally comes under this particular one. So this is the entire one. So these are the same 4 stages which are also part of your credit risk management. When it comes to the organization, again we have the same things. I hope you guys now can relate these particular one. Board of Directors, Risk Management Committee, Credit Risk Management Committee, Credit Risk Management Department. So this is the overall organizational structure for the credit risk management. If you guys having any doubt around this particular one, please do let me know in the comment section, so I can help you out with those particular one. Okay? So we have discussed all these particular one in detail. That's why when we discuss that entire introduction wala part na, so we have discussed these particular one in detail. So now if you'll have a quick reading around these particular one, you will easily able to relate these particular things for your coming things. Okay. So risk management committee responsibility during the credit risk management. Okay. So setting guidelines for the credit risk management. In case of market risk, it was आपका setting guidelines for market risk. In case of the coming one is operational risk, it will be operational risk management and reporting. Sapka. Ensuring credit risk management process, confirm the policy, setting up prudential limits and periodical reviews, ensuring measurement of risk model, ensuring proper manning for the process management. Same things you will get repeated, aapka, right? Then we have credit risk management committee, or it is also known as credit policy committee or credit risk management committee. So they, like, I hope you guys remember that structure. So risk management committee, they generally weightify the overall risk. Like we have this is suppose that credit risk, credit weight of credit risk. Let's say this is market risk, this is operational risk, and this is liquidity risk. Okay. So now under risk management committee, we have credit risk management committee. So, and under which we have some subgroups and departments, right? So actually this team is working around the credit risk management things and all, and where we have one profile that is known as chief risk officer, right? So that is mandated, which was mandated by the RBI itself. So credit risk management department, which independent of the credit administration department, enforce and monitors compliances of the risk parameter and prudential limit set by the credit policy committee or APA credit risk management committee. So when it comes to the credit risk management department now, there is one team. They are also part of that particular team. Okay? That team is generally known as, I just missed that name, it will come for sure. So when it comes to the credit risk, aapka type of credit risk, we have a default risk basically. So default risk when potential failure of borrowers to make promised payments either partly or wholly. That means when our asset become non-performing. Credit spread risk aapka, when it comes to the credit spread risk aapka, borrower does not default. There is still risk due to worsening in the credit ratings aapka, that downgrade risk. I hope you remember that one. Okay? So this is aapka credit spread risk is aapka where the as I gave you an example of XYZ Limited, so their credit rating is declining from AAA to BBB plus. So now the loss probability, the default probability is getting increased. So there is a chance of default, right? So though we are getting the regular payments on time, but still we have 8 years of time span which is remaining. So there is a probability of default. Okay? So there is still risk due to worsening in credit quality. This result in the possible widening of the credit spread. Usually this is reflected through the rating downgrade and normally firm specific and all. Correct? Chalo. So we have two type of systematic or intrinsic risk and risk concentration risk. Concentration risk. Everyone know around these two आपका ये clearance सबको ठीक है. So when it comes to systematic risk, non-controllable in nature, they have a broader impact. So unsystematic, systematic, unsystematic, controllable in nature, diversifiable in nature. When it comes to systematic, these are basically आपका non-diversifiable in nature. They have a broader impact, and sometimes they also called आपका intrinsic risk. Intrinsic risk is something, let's say we have some assets or we have some portfolios. In those portfolio, we have done the mitigation also. After mitigation as well, there is a probability of default. Let's say we have given loan to that XYZ company, 50 crore rupees, and we securitize that particular one with 70% or 80%. So 20% or the 30% is still in risk. Let's say we have entered into some other agreements. After that also there is something which we won't be able to diversify that particular risk. Okay? So after using every tool to mitigate that particular risk, there is some inherent risk which we can't diversify. So that is something related to intrinsic risk. Okay? That is like they are kind of that amount is kind of impossible to diversify through any product. So that is generally comes under this. Concentration risk where when we create assets on a same portfolio and all, or same sectors and all, that generally comes under this particular one. Correct? So systematic or intrinsic risk, portfolio risk can be reduced through diversification. If portfolio is fully diversified across geography, industry, borrowers, market, equitably, then the portfolio risk is reduced to a minimum level. That minimum level is generally known as your intrinsic risk. Okay? The minimum level corresponding to the risk in the economy which it is operating, this is generally known as systematic and or it is also called your intrinsic risk. Okay? Santosh sir, very good evening. Very good evening to all of you guys. Concentration risk aapka, the portfolio is not diversified. That is to say that it is high weight in respect of borrowers or geography or industry. As I gave you an example of IT industry, our bank put maximum asset from the IT industry. If something happened bad to the IT industry, we are going to make a huge loss. So that generally comes under this one. So these two risks, again important one. Now credit ratings. Okay? This we have discussed earlier also, so we'll not we'll quickly go through these particular one. Okay, so credit rating deficit, the credit quality of the borrowers, and deficit his default. Okay, credit rating process normally would consist the following parameters, like we have financial parameters, we have management parameters, industry parameters, or business parameters. Okay, let's say that XYZ company. So if the any credit rating agency who is going to rate this particular institution, they'll rate that particular institution in by the different dimensions. Like it is aapka, first we will check the financial parameters based on their balance sheet and profit and loss account and all. Management parameters, their board of directors and all. Industry wise, in which industry this company belongs and how that industry is doing and what is the potential of that particular industry. And business parameters. Business is similar to that one. It is something aapka, how they are generating, what is the market shares and the customer base and all that we are analyzing through this particular. So whenever a credit rating, when they provide their ratings to the industries or companies, they generally do on the basis of these broader parameters and all, right? Credit risk control and monitoring. So this is, we have MIS system, we have LRM, and we have some other tool also. Again. So to an elaborate and well communicated policy at transaction level that articulate guidelines for risk taking procedures, guidelines and effective monitoring system is necessary. So we have, it must have been mentioned here that the appropriate risk information system is the basic prerequisite for the effective control and monitoring. A comprehensive and detailed MIS system and CIS credit information system is backbone for the effective CRM system or credit risk management system. So here we have so many things like we have credit appraisal process that we have discussed in your ABM module C itself in detail. Hope you guys remember this one. So this is the very first one. Second one is risk analysis process. Basically credit appraisal process. I hope you guys remember that particular one. See, here we have so many areas like for the term loans or for the industrial project appraisals and all, where we have 8 different dimension. In the last one was the commercial appraisal and all. So that really comes under this one. Okay? Basically, we are checking the solvency of that particular project. It is going to generate how it is going to generate cash flows for the business and all. So if they'll how long it will take to generate that cash flows and all. So how they can make the payments toward the EMIs and all. Okay? And risk analysis process, aapka credit audits and loan review mechanism and monitoring process. Okay? These are the major ways which are generally part of this particular one. Okay? So policies, credit taking policy and guidelines at transaction levels be clearly articulated in the bank loan policy documents approved by the board. Standards and guidelines should be in order to आपका delegation of powers. ठीक है, ऐसे होता है ना, like branch manager they have a different powers and a person associate or a regional head they have a different power. ठीक है, power credit appraisals आपका, ठीक है, power toward the credit appraisals, standard rating and benchmarks, pricing strategy and loan review mechanism. So that generally comes under this particular one. Credit approving authority. This is very important when that department I was talking about, that particular terms na, credit risk management department. So they are generally part of this particular team also. Okay? Let's say we have a approval grid. That approval grid consists 3 to 4% and at least 1% from credit risk management department. See, because sometimes like we do have some loan targets and all. Okay? Sometimes we can become biased because we do have some sort of targets and all. But that person who belongs to the आपका credit risk management department, they do not have any target, right? So like we need agreements from all the members which are generally part of that particular approval grids. So which is generally known for this one. Okay? So basically, this is a team who is going to sanction the overall ACA loans and all, and they are going to approve those whatever assets we are creating for the bank itself. Okay? Very important one. So each bank should have carefully formulated scheme of delegation delegations of powers. Scheme of delegation of power. The bank should also evolve multi-layer credit approving system where loan proposals are approved by approval grids. Approval grid, or which is also known as approval committee. The grid or committee comprising 3 to 4 officers may approve the credit facility above the specified limit, and invariably one officer should represent the credit risk management department who has no volume or profit targets for their branch. This is the major reason why we are keeping this person in part of this approval grid, because he won't do any sort of biased decision and all. Or nahi hone denge aapka. That's why we are keeping that person. LRM also, I hope everybody know about this one. Loan review mechanism, and it is mandatory above 5 crore rupees. And other also, we do 5 to 10% credits aapka, or the assets we simultaneously check, or we randomly check aapka around 5 to 10%, and we do analysis of the existing assets and all, right? So LRM, which is also known as credit audit, LRM is an effective tool for consistently evaluating the quality of loan book and bring about qualitative improvements in the credit administration. LRM is used for large value accounts with responsibilities assigned in various areas such as evaluating effectiveness of loan administration, maintaining the integrity of credit guidelines process, and assessing portfolio quality, etc. So these are generally part of this particular one. So basically, it is a credit audits which generally help banks. Like if we are finding some sort of weaknesses in the our loan portfolios, so we can have some sort of early remedial action. So we can prevent our banks, or we can protect our banks from like basically falling into any sort of trap and all. So ये सारी चीजें जिनके लिए काम करेगा. Promptly identify, very important one, guys. Promptly identify which develop credit weaknesses and initiate timely corrective action. Evaluate portfolio quality and isolate potential problems. To provide information for determining adequacy of loan losses. To assess the adequacy of adherence to and loan policies and procedures. And to monitor compliance with the relevant laws and regulations. To provide top management with information on credit administration, including your credit sanction process, risk evaluation, and post-sanction follow-up. So they generally comes under this particular one, right? Credit derivatives, these are the another very emerging tools. In India, we are just using these one, but worldwide we have more than 4 billion US dollar market for the credit derivatives. So credit derivatives basically, without transferring the ownership of the asset, we are transferring the risk. Like let's say, I hope you guys know around the credit default swap or the other different areas and all. So what these instruments, they are helping us to basically, these are kind of an insurance to our existing loan. If we are sharing some sort of interest with the third party, which is protection seller in this particular case, and they are making some sort of commitment, if this borrower get default, so we will pay the remaining outstanding balance. So that is credit default swap and credit derivatives, and they becoming day by day very famous, because let's say if we are earning from a loan 10 crore rupees interest during that 10 years, if we are sharing 2 crore rupees or 3 crore rupees with some insurance company, still will have a strong portfolio size and all, right? So that is generally part of this particular one. All right, chalo. So for most bank, particularly Indian bank, the single largest source of earning and perhaps earning volatility is also accounted in the credit risk. The traditional means to protect this one was collaterals, securities and all. And a credit derivative is an over-the-counter bilateral contract between two or more counterparties that provide for transfer of risk in a credit asset or credit portfolio without necessarily transferring the underlying asset from book of originator. Okay? So basically we are originator, we are protection buyer, and the other party who is making some sort of commitments, and we are paying, they are protection seller, and we are paying some sort of premium, that is आपका like if any contingency happened with that particular asset, so they are going to make us payment about credit derivatives and all. Okay? Now there are some areas, motive for protection buyer like us, banks, Indian banks or our banks. Okay? Let's say we have given loan to that XYZ company 50 crore rupees. So now we have purchased one, like we entered into a swap agreement with some ABC Financials regarding the credit default swap. Okay? So if the ABC Financial is making some sort of promises, okay, if this company will default, we will pay you the outstanding balance, and for that sake we are paying them premium. So we are the protection buyer and ABC Financial is the protection seller in that particular case. Now, what are the benefit of the your protection buyer or our bank? Transferring credit risk without transferring the credit asset, hedging against credit risk, relief in regulatory capital required for credit assets, which can be used for further business purposes also, right? So better portfolio management by reducing concentration in market or आपका diversifications and all. ठीक है? For the seller, they are earning the premium basically. ठीक है? Yield encashment enhancement आपका speculation, they are doing some sort of speculation. If they believe that this organization is never going to default, that means they'll earn the premium during the period of that particular loan. So that they are doing that kind of business. Arbitrage in case of credit derivative instruments are inefficiently priced आपका. Inefficiently priced means like it is something ki, let's say there is a probability of default, but the default is something after 9th years, the 1 year period, and the outstanding balance during 1 year will be suppose that 1 crore, and the premium we are getting as of now, that is suppose that 7 crore 8 crores. Still, if that company make default, will have a win-win situation for the protection seller. Okay? So that is something. Diversification of risk आपका, ठीक है? They can do this one. Credit derivative initially were used only for the hedging purpose or to minimize the risk. However, in the past few years, credit derivative are increasingly being used for the speculative purposes. Also, any other derivatives like interest rate, equity, and forex derivative. They're like nowadays these are getting traded as the other type of or other form of derivative also. Very, very important part, guys. So please do revise this and do remember this. Okay, this is definitely going to help you. So the users आपका basically the market makers for the credit derivatives. So users shall be classified by the market makers either as retail or non-retail. So retail आपका individual and all, and this is a list of non-retail persons. Okay? For the purpose of offering credit derivative contract, so following users are classified as non-retail users. Okay? These all are the non-retail users. NBFC, आपका insurance, insurance companies registered under IRDA, pension companies under PFRDA, mutual fund under SEBI, alternative investment fund under SEBI, resident companies with minimum net worth of 500 crores and all, with their balance sheet. Foreign FPIs आपका registered with SEBI. So these are the non-retail companies, non-retails users. Apart from this, they are all generally categorized as a retail users. So this is all about your unit number 15 आपका, the basic common concept which is a must require. ठीक है? तो ये इतना content जो मतलब if you are going for CAIIB examination June, so आपको इतना at least पता होना जरूरी था. ठीक है? चलो, now we will move to our next unit. And if you guys having any query, please do let me know in the comment section. Okay? Unit number 16, operational risk and integrated risk management. Okay? Today, one of my friend is getting married from bankers only. Okay? So in Bangalore, but I won't be able to achieve like go there. Okay? So tomorrow morning I'll go at 7 o'clock. Otherwise, he'll get angry on me. So he's a banker. He worked with this Grameen Bank, आपका, ठीक है? Karnataka Grameen Banks, but he's posted somewhere else. but now he's calling me. So I'll go tomorrow for sure. So similarly, you guys also have to some sort of sacrifices. You also have to do some sort of sacrifices. So he is actually he is personally texting me right now. Chalo. So operational risk आपका operational risk due to glitches and BCBS definition is here. Then we have operational risk classification. This is again very important. Event based and cause based. Cause based and event based. Operational risk management practices, management overview and organizational आपका structure. This is common. Process and framework common. Monitoring common. Operational risk qualification common. Operational risk mitigation common. Factor parameters required to implement advanced measurement approach. This part is very important. You can expect case studies and all around this particular one. Integrated risk management, again this is very important. Necessity of integrated risk management challenges and integrated risk management approach, again very important. Because so there are some areas which are very very important from this particular topic also. Okay? So when it comes to the your operational risk, so there is a definition which is given by BCBS. Operational risk, no, this is not the definition. See, it is, this is basic meaning. That definition should be part of this particular one. This is the definition. This is the definition which is given by BCBS for the risk of losses resulting from inadequate or failed internal processes, people, system, or from external events. So this definition is given by BCBS, Basel Committee aapka, about this one. So it is something like, let's say there is a server down. That is a operational risk. There is an employee strike. That is a aapka operational risk. Let's say there is some sort of events going on or like some sort of dispute around the branch area and all. Due to that particular one, we won't be able to open branch or any other things like technological failures and all. So they all generally comes under this. Inadequate or failed internal processes, people, we all systems or any external events. They generally categorize under this one. So loss data and others, they are generally part of this. Operational risk result from the possibility of suffering losses as a result of flaws or failures in the organization, internal procedures, employee decision, and the other areas also, right? So nature, the second consecutive paper of Basel II, basically Basel II, 2004, like operational risk was not part of your Basel 1. Basel 1 was more toward the credit risk, and the second 1996 amendment, with that we generally include the market risk. So in the second consecutive paper of Basel 2, where we introduce the operational risk, and this is generally categorized as cause and effect basis. So classification based on cause that are responsible for the operational risk, and classification based on effect of risk were suggested. Classification based on cause and effect like this. So cause based classification, it can be people oriented causes like negligence, incompetence, and insufficient trainings and integrity or key man and all. Process oriented आपका transaction based causes, business volumes of fluctuations, organizational complexity, product complexity, and major changes. Process oriented operational control based, inadequate segregation of duties, lack of management supervision, inadequate procedures. Technology oriented causes, poor technology, telecom. Then we have obsolete applications, outdated applications, basically lack of automation, information system complexity, poor design, development, and testing. External causes, natural disaster, operational failures of a third party, Detroit social or political context. होता है ना कई बार से there are some riots in the city, so we won't be able to open the branch, or even due to those riots, our branch face some sort of losses, or ATMs face some sort of losses. They generally comes under this particular one. ठीक है? So they all generally comes under these particular areas. हाँ बिल्कुल. कौन है महेश सर? From this Saturday onwards, we will be doing case studies. No worries. Saturday onwards, ठीक है. So just like I have already done one session around the concept part and all, but that was completely in mostly in Hindi and all, ठीक है. So there are so many peoples from South also, those do not have any sort of understanding around that Hindi things and all. So that's why I'm quickly revising these particular things so everyone can get benefited. Luckily, we have this in this term we got 2 weeks आपका. So from Saturday onwards, we'll be having regular marathons. First set will be based on case studies and application based or statement based question. We are not going to do any sort of direct question now because I have already provided you 2 set आपका. You just have to consume that particular one. All right, Mahesh sir. From Saturday, for sure, you are going to have those particular sessions. So effect based आपका, it is legal liability, means आपका there is some regulatory penalties and all thing. Regulatory compliances in taxation, ठीक है. Legal liabilities, like let's say there is some flaws in the law, we are not fulfilling those, but let's say we entered into a contract with the customers and that makes some sort of default and all. Regulatory आपका penalties and all imposed by RBI or others. Loss or damage to assets due to any reasons, ठीक है. Loss of recourse, any recourse means any sort of collaterals and all, ठीक है. And write downs आपका, any NPS which got write down through this particular one, ठीक है. So this is now event based आपका, ठीक है. Event based classification which generally comes internal frauds, ठीक है. Internal frauds we have. Internal frauds means where we have at least involvement of one or few people from the inside of the bank, ठीक है. Internal fraud is something where we have one person who is involved in that particular fraud. External fraud is where we do not have any internal involvements, but there are some external parties, or the fraud which generally occur due to some third parties and all. Client procedures and business practices, damage to physical asset, business disruption and all. So these are the areas. I'll show you the complete list. So now please go for this one. Internal fraud आपका, internal fraud, losses due to act of type intended to defraud, misappropriate property or circumvent regulations, the law or a company policy, excluding diversity discriminations events which involve at least one internal party. That is internal fraud. Second one is आपका external fraud, loss due to same आपका due to by the third party, employee practices in work place safety आपका. So let's say there is an employee who met with some sort of accident, so we have to compensate through the insurance. So that generally comes under this particular one. There is a customer who visited our branch and some ceiling fan or something happened to that particular person inside the branch, so we have to compensate. That is your आपका workplace safety and all. And even for these safety measures, we have to do something like fire related things or others. We have to keep some provisions. They also involve some cost. They generally comes under this. So losses arising from act inconsistent with employments, health, safety laws or agreements, from payment of the personal injury or from diversity discrimination events and all. Client, product and business practices, loss arising from unintentional or negligent failures to meet professional obligation to specific lines and or from the nature or design of a product as well. Damage to a physical asset, so losses arising from the losses or damages to physical asset from natural disaster and all. Business disruption or system failures, loss arising from the disruption of business or a system failures, execution, delivery and others. If we have some sort of problems with this area, they generally comes under this one. Himanshi ma'am, 7 p.m. I'll let you know in the group, but most probably I'll do it from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. and it will be a marathon. Now from Saturday onwards, every session will be for 3 hours. Or else like actually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I used to have, this time we won't have. Monday onwards, it will be at 10 p.m. Or 9:30 to 10 p.m. But Saturday and Sunday, Saturday I'm planning for 7 p.m. and Sunday we'll do, Saturday we'll be doing 2 sessions. One is module D revision आपका this and another one is आपका module A practice part आपका, ठीक है. हाँ, definitely that those sessions will be completely in bilingual and you guys will join live now, ठीक है. So especially those who are having some sort of problems with language, Please do join line, and if you miss something now, you can instantly ask your queries and all. Okay. Yes, हाँ, Raghu sir, बिल्कुल ठीक है. So you won't face any issues with those particular. Don't worry, guys. Operational risk management organizational framework. Again, it is same. The framework is same in every case. Like we have board of directors, they're responsible for eventually they're responsible for all losses, or even if it is arise from the operational risk. Risk management committee, operational risk management committee, departments, operational risk managers, support group, and this thing. I hope now everybody able to remember this particular one. Okay? So this is the third or fourth time when we are going through the same process itself, right? So now this part is very, very important. BCBS, to manage the operational risk, there are 11 principles which are generally released by the BCBS. ठीक है, तो जो भी आपके आपके जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, मतलब how we should tackle the operational risk or how we should manage the operational risk at bank wide. So for that sake, BCBS, they have provided 11 principles. For liquidity risk, they have provided 13 principles. So these principles are very, very, very important. So now we will quickly go through these particular one. Yes. So we have 11 principles. These are in the name of, we have fundamental principle of operational risk management. So principle one, it is something related to board of directors. They should take the lead in establishing strong risk management culture. The board of director and senior management should establish a corporate culture that is guided by strong risk management, and that support and provide appropriate standards, incentives for the professional and responsible behaviors. Principle 2, banks should, these are by the BCBS, ठीक है, BCBS, Basel Committee आपका, ठीक है, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. Banks should develop, implement, and maintain a framework that is fully integrated into bank overall risk management procedures. The framework for operational risk management chosen by individual bank will depend on range of factors, including nature, size, complexity, and risk profile as well. Third one is board of directors should establish, approve, and periodically review the framework. The board of directors should oversee senior management to ensure that policies, processes, and system are implemented effectively at decision level. Fourth one is आपका board of directors should approve and review the risk appetite and tolerance system, tolerance statements for operational risk that articulate the nature, type, and level of operational risk that the bank is willing to assume. Fifth one is आपका senior management should develop for approval by the board of directors and clear, effective, and robust governance structure with well-defined, transparent, and a consistent line of responsibility. Sixth one is senior management should ensure identification and assessment of the operational risk inherent in all material products or activities, processes, and system to make sure the inherent risk and incentives are well understood. Senior management should ensure that there is an approval process for all new product activities, processes, and system. Eighth one is senior management should ensure should implement a process to regularly monitoring operational risk profile and material exposures to the loss. Material exposure means आपका money, in the term of money आपका how much we are losing from those particular activities. Appropriate reporting mechanism should be in place at the board, senior management, and business line level that support proactive management of the operational risk. Ninth one is banks should have a strong control environment that utilize policies, procedures, and system, appropriate internal control, and appropriate risk management, so risk mitigation or transfer strategies. 10th one is banks should have business resiliency and continuity plan in place to ensure an ability to operate on ongoing basis and limit losses in the event of serve business disruption. The final one is operational risk management practices should be based on a well laid out policy duly approved by the board levels that describe the processes involved in the controlling operation risk. Now, how you'll see the question based on these 11 statements? They'll give you one statement आपका कि which of the following statement is inaccurate about the BCBS guidelines or principles toward the operational risk management. If you, I'm not saying you go for principle wise rectification and all, never. You just have to go through these particular statements once आपका with the help of questions, आपका practice question. If you practice these particular one, so they are going to help you in your upcoming examination. No rectification is required. You just try to build your understanding around these 11 principles and all, and with that understanding you will be able to solve this one. Okay, chalo. So now next one आपका, who is here आपका? Shubham sir, what happened? Shubham Rana sir is asking for some feedback आपका, वो भी live session है, ठीक है? Just like I don't know why you come up with this particular question. All good ना? सब कुछ सही है? If you have some doubt, just connect me. I'll help you out. Chalo. So business resiliency and continuity. The policy should cover. Now this is something like, let's say this is something ki if there is some stressful situation happen in the past or like in the future, sorry. So we can, like, there should not be, like we used to say na, business is a going concern. अब ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि like there is some situation happen and we stop doing activities and all. No, if you stop, that means you are going to make a huge losses and all. So we should have a plan B in our hand, so we can quickly identify the problems and we can deal with them, and simultaneously we are serving to our customers also. So that is something around this one. So operational risk management structure, for that one we'll be requiring operational risk management system. Role and responsibilities, operational risk management processes, and risk assessment and measurement. Again, it comes to the same. When it comes to these particular areas, so that generally are related to this particular one. Now this is something your homework, guys. You can go through this particular one. So these are the events आपका, ठीक है? Internal frauds. So they generally categorize under the different areas आपका, ठीक है? So this is something which you have once. Please go through these particular one once, because we have number of slide for this one. Okay. Second one, external frauds, which include these particular internal frauds. We have unauthorized activities or theft and fraud, two categories. Here itself we have theft and fraud plus आपका system security, like hacking damages and all. They generally comes under this one. Then we have employment practices and workplace safety that we have discussed. It is given in detail आपका what generally comes under these many areas, you know, ठीक है? Next one we have client product and business practices, ठीक है? So this also we have discussed, but now under that particular head there are so many things which generally comes under this particular area. Damage आपका, that natural calamities in all, business disruption and system failures, which include these many areas. Okay, so these are the areas which you can go through आपका, which you can go through these many areas and all. ठीक है? All right, guys. Yes. चलो, next one. Integrated risk management. ठीक है? So now the next one is आपका अच्छा, okay, please quickly go through this particular one. It is something आपका, some sort of manipulations. Who was this? Tina ma'am, it is some sort of manipulations आपका. Sometimes there is some manipulation with the documents and all, na? So that is generally comes under this particular one. All right. Okay, chalo. So integrated risk management approach, which is also known as IRM. So this process, we have strategy, organization, where we have we means आपका that profile of CRO, ठीक है, Chief Risk Officer, which was introduced by RBI. So that portion is very important. This should be part of this one. Okay? Yes, sir. So the process integrated risk management consists strategy, integration of risk management as a key corporate strategy. Integration of risk management is something, let's say we have different type of risk. We have operational risk, we have market risk, or we have liquidity or आपका credit risk. So these all are interlinked with each other. So we need some sort of integration. We need a system which can integrate all these type of risk and all, and that system can escalate when anything went wrong in that particular area as well, right? So establishment of organization, establishment of Chief Risk Officer (CRO), it is mentioned here only, okay, with his or her accountability of the accountability to the board of directors. As part of effective risk management, RBI has advised bank inter alia to have a system of separation of risk management, credit risk management function from the risk sanction process. However, RBI observed that the bank followed the diverse practices in this regard. In order to being uniformity in approach followed by banks, they generally introduced this particular one, that is आपका bank should appoint CRO team, one independent profile which is known as Chief Risk Officer, right? Bank should lay down board approval policy clearly defining the role and responsibilities of this person in the organization. Okay? So role and responsibilities of the CRO. CRO has control and has to control and coordinate the function of risk management departments of the bank. Because of the importance of this particular profile, CRO is directly going to report MD and CEO of that particular bank. Okay? So this is very, very important, guys. This get asked so many times. So please do remember this. The process of identifying, assessing, controlling and financing risk must common across the whole enterprise. Risk management system must be developed to provide information and analytical tools to support enterprise risk management functions as well. So they generally comes under this particular one. Okay? CRO has to be given overall risk related responsibility under the board of director. Position I'm 100% true, and as this profile is very important, or that position is very important, so that's why the reporting is directly to the MD and CEO as well. Okay? So when properly implemented, integrated risk management align the strategic aspect of the risk with day-to-day operational activities. Strategic aspect means the long-term aspect of the risk management with the day-to-day operation. Facilitate greater transparency for investors and regulators. Enhance revenue and earning growth. Control downside risk potentials. Implementation of integrated risk management has challenges. So it's a real-time concern, business challenges and cultural issues. The process integrated risk management consists of strategy, integration of risk management as a key corporate strategy, organization, आपका chief risk officer position. Then we have process, the process of identifying, assessing, controlling and financing risk. Then system आपका which like MIS and all, so they can escalate issues on timely basis, so we can work on those particular areas and all. So they generally comes under this one. Okay? CRO things is very, very important one. April 2017 when we introduced this particular one, and this profile get asked so many times, so please be careful around this one, guys, right? Next one, unit number 17. So unit number 17, liquidity risk management. So from here we have type of liquidity risk management. Potential aapka, this potential liquidity risk drivers are very, very important one, because so many they get asked so many times. Principles, again aapka we have 13 principles for sound liquidity risk management. Governance of liquidity risk management, aapka management liquidity ratios aspect, one case study or numerical question. Stress testing, again contingency funding plan, which are generally outcome of these principles and all. Then we have your liquidity across currencies, MIS, reporting to RBI. This reporting wala part is again very, very important one. So liquidity risk is something when we won't be able to convert our asset into cash, or when we won't be able to meet our liabilities on timely basis. Correct? So basically what we generally want, we can have these four situations, but every bank they generally dream around solvent and liquid. Okay? Solvency means aapka profitability, and liquidity is we have enough cash in our hand so we can pay off our obligations or our liabilities, right? So this is what we want. but sometimes the situation is like liquid but not solvent, still manageable. But solvent but not liquid, or neither, this is a kind of a dangerous situation or dead situation for the institution itself, right? So they generally comes under. Now this part is very important, guys. Very important. Okay? One question you guys can expect based on the multiple statements around this particular one. Okay? So potential liquidity risk drivers. So the internal and external factors in bank that may potentially lead to liquidity risk problems in the bank. Okay? So liquidity, like something, let's say we have internal issues also. Okay? Let's say we have taken deposit from the customer and we created asset for long term period. There is a huge gap, huge maturity gap, and we do, let's say we have planned with some other asset and those assets become non-performing, or there is some sort of delays in all. So these kind of issues, they generally provide some sort of problems also, right? So internal banking factors and external banking factors. So internal, basically, which are in the control of bank itself. Again, so what we have, high off balance sheet exposure. If a bank is creating or providing high off balance sheet exposure, that means they are entering into LCs or other guarantee related things and all. So that can be a cause or reason for this one. The bank rely heavily on short term corporate deposits or wholesale deposits. A negative gap liability is more than the assets in maturity dates or asset liabilities. The bank rapid expansion exceed the available funds on the liability sides. Concentration of deposit in short terms, that means if that concentration, there is some problem with the concentration of the funding sources, so that can also create our problems. Less allocation in liquid government instruments, fewer implementation of funds in long-term deposit. Any statement with like these are the statements. If you are having any doubt with any statement, please do let me know in the comment section, so I'll try to explain that particular one. This is very important, guys. Okay? So the areas are basically high off balance sheet exposure. I hope this we have discussed yesterday only. Okay? Heavily rely on the short term corporate deposit or wholesale deposit. That means, like, why we use retail, why we give more importance to retail depositor, because we get diversifications with those particular deposit. Okay? Let's say we have some state deposit. Now if they state withdraw, so we are going to make, if you have major dependency on state deposits and all, so you are going to make a loss the day when they'll withdraw their account with your banks. So that kind of things. This ALM आपका asset or liability mismatch, or if the maturity gap is huge. Rapid concentration, again similar one. Rapid expansion was there. Again, that is something sorry. So let's say we are taking deposit and we are rapidly creating long-term assets and all. Okay? So if something happened with the system, so that is going to make some sort of issues and all. So that is generally comes under this. So these are the internal factors. Now external factors, very sensitive financial market here. So where we do not have any control, right? External and internal economics of slow economic performance. We have decreasing depositors' trust on the banking sectors. Non-economic factors, sudden and massive liquidity withdrawals from the deposits. Then we have unplanned termination of government deposits and all. So these are some areas which are generally categorized under the external banking factors. So this part is very important, guys. So please do remember this one and try to revise this one, right? So key consideration to manage the liquidity risk: availability, or basically your sources of funds आपका, ठीक है, extent of volatility of the deposits, how volatile they are, ठीक है, the frequency, deposit and withdrawals and all, degree of reliance on volatile sources, how much we have, level of diversification of funds, historical trend, quality of maturing assets, that your sources, basically whatever assets we have created, so their qualities and all. Market reputation, impact impact of off-balance sheet exposure on balance sheet, and contingency plan. So these are some key consideration to manage the liquidity risk, or while you are planning risk mitigation for the liquidity risk also. So we have two major sources. One is funding, another one is market liquidity. So funding is something, it is around the concentration sources and all. Okay? So let's say the sources of funds, if your bank is like sources are concentrated on few areas, so that means you are in danger. So if they'll change your bank to someone else, so you are going to make a huge losses. Market liquidity is something where we won't be able to convert the assets into aapka cash. The risk that bank will not be able to meet effectively the expected and unexpected current and future cash flows and collateral need without affecting either its daily operation or financial conditions. Market is risk that cannot bank cannot easily offset or eliminate position at a prevailing market rate or आपका that this we have discussed I guess in our previous session also. So that is the relatable. Okay? Now this portion again very important one. Okay? So liquidity risk management principles. So BCBS published principle for sound liquidity risk management supervision in September 2008. That means post global financial crisis, and these principles are more important than your operational risk principles. Okay? So if you'll ask me the ratings आपका the importance between these two आपका operational risk principle or this, I'll go with this one because they are very important one. So we have 13 principle here. So principle 1, bank responsible for sound management of liquidity risk. Okay. A bank should establish a robust liquidity risk management framework that ensure it maintains sufficient liquidity, including high quality liquid assets to withstand a range of stress events and all. So that is the very first one. Second one, आपका principle 2, what they suggested, a bank should clearly articulate a liquidity risk tolerance that appropriate for its business strategy and its role in the financial system. Principle 3, senior management should develop strategy, policies and practices to manage quality risk in accordance with the risk tolerance and to ensure that bank maintains sufficient liquidity. Senior management should continuously review information on the bank liquidity developments and report to the board of directors on a regular basis. A bank board of directors should review and approve the strategy, policy, practices related to the management of liquidity at least annually or means once in a year, and ensure that senior management managing liquidity risk effectively. So these are the areas which are generally part of this one. Okay? Principle 4, a bank should incorporate liquidity cost, benefit and risk. Take a liquidity cost and liquidity cost, benefit and risk in internal pricing, performance and measurement and new product approvals process for all significant business activities on and off a balance sheet, thereby aligning the risk taking incentives of the individual line with the liquidity risk exposure their activities create for the bank as a whole. Okay? Business activity basis or आपका as a business whole. Principle 5, this get asked so many times. Okay? A bank should have a sound process for identifying, measuring and monitoring and controlling liquidity risk. This process should include a robust framework for comprehensively projecting cash flows arising from asset liabilities and off balance sheet items over an appropriate set of time horizon. 6, आपका bank should actively monitor and control liquidity risk exposure and funding need within and across legal entities, business line and currencies, taking into account legal, regulatory and operational limitations to the transferability of the liquidity. 7 is step, I just reading these particular one. If I found anything which is complex, I'll explain that one. Otherwise, these are the plain rules. Okay. A bank should establish a funding strategy that provide effective diversification in source and tenure of the funding. It should maintain an organization presence in its chosen funding markets and the strong relationship with the fund providers to promote effective diversification of funding sources. 8 आपका ठीक है. So 8 you can go through because I want to discuss 11 one. ठीक है. So हाँ 9th आपका okay. A bank should actively manage intraday liquidity position and risk to meet payments and settlement obligations on a timely basis. Both आपका transaction level as well as portfolio level. Bank should actively manage its collateral positions, differentiating between encumbered and unencumbered assets. Okay? So when it comes to the encumbered and unencumbered asset, so these are basically like, let's say we have some government securities, and against those government securities, let's say we have some government bonds or sovereign bonds, and if we have taken any loan against those upper treasury bills or all, so they are generally encumbered. Unencumbered is basically we have 90 days treasury bills or 30 days or whatever the time duration आपका 91 days treasury bills, ठीक है. So and we haven't taken any loan or any others debt on that particular security, ठीक है. Or if let's say we have some gold and that gold is we haven't put that particular gold in any sort of collaterals and all, so they are easily or ready to convert into cash, so that is unencumbered. Encumbered is basically we have some short-term security and we have taken some loan against that particular security. So this is the basic difference between these two. Basically for LCR आपका liquidity coverage ratio, we use unencumbered high quality liquid asset. That means those are the assets which are readily available to convert into cash. We have not taken any sort of debt, or they are not pledged with any other institutions and all. Principle 10, a bank should conduct stress testing on a regular basis for a variety of short-term and protected institution specific and market wise stress testing. Yeah, stress testing is something, this is a model which generally help us to check the efficacy of the existing system, कि जो अभी हमने risk management के लिए whatever system we have developed, so how effective they are. Okay? So in case we generally do some sort of testing with different scenarios, if this situation happen, how it is going to support our banks. Okay, so that is like we do some sort of stress testing with the help of different models and all, right? Principle 11 is very important. Again, this get asked so many times. Formal contingency funding plan, CFP. It is your plan B basically for that risk, that clearly set out strategies for addressing liquidity shortfall in emergency situation. Let's say if some sort of stressful situation are there, so how we are going to deal with that particular one. So for that sake, we have one plan that is called CFP. That CFP should be tested on regular basis, so we can make sure the efficacy of that particular plan. So a CFP should outline policies to manage a range of stress environments, establish clear line of responsibility in that situation, who will responsible or who will execute, include clear invocation, how you are going to basically run that plan or escalation procedures, and be regularly tested and updated to ensure operationally robust. This is very important, guys. 12 आपका a bank should maintain cuisine of unencumbered high quality liquid asset. Nowadays they are generally known as in the term of LCR, liquidity coverage ratio, to be held as insurance against a range of liquidity stress scenario, including those that involve the losses or impairment of unsecured and typically available secured funding sources. There should be no legal, regulatory or operational impediments to using these assets to obtain funding. Means unencumbered. Okay, this is the meaning, exact meaning of unencumbered, right? Principle 13 आपका, again this is very important around the disclosure. A bank should publicly disclose information on the regular basis that enable market participants to make an informed judgment about the soundness of its liquidity risk management framework and other liquidity position. So where we have 5 different type of reports आपका, those reports will go through just after this one. So these are the 13 principles which generally get released by the BCBS in September 2008, just after the global financial crisis. That Lehman Brothers banks or the global financial crisis was the majorly they was led by the liquidity problems and all, liquidity and credit risk combinations. So after that we come up with this kind of solutions, and BCBS they generally provided these particular areas. Okay. All right, chalo. So again, this is the part which we have discussed earlier also. Same thing, same. So now we'll pass on these one, organizational structure and all. So you can go through these one. ELCO आपका here we have ELCO. So in that case, it was like Credit Risk Management Committee or आपका Operational Risk Management Committee. Here it is generally known as Asset Liability Management Committee. So liquidity risk management policy, we have liquidity risk tolerance, basically exposures, kind of exposures and all. We have the another one is strategy for managing liquidity. Again, identification or the entire journey. Measurement, we use stock approach and flow approach. These are two approaches. Stock approach and flow approach. Stock approach is basically your आपका ratio driven. So we have so many ratios and RBI have provided the industry average also. So you have to maintain that industry average or you have to maintain above than that particular one. So you can protect your bank from any sort of your liquidity risk. This is the ratio analysis. These are the 7 ratios which are generally part of this one and they get asked so many times. Okay? So आपका like we have volatile liabilities, we have core deposit, we have it is generally known as loan to mandatory. There is one term called for this one. I just missed this one. And similarly for this one. So we'll practice these particular one with the help of statement or ratios. So please do remember these one, or else you can take a screenshot so you can revise anytime. So these are the ratios and their significance, and this is the industry average. So this is the basically with this industry average, what we generally do, we create a benchmark and we have to keep ourselves above that particular one. Okay? So this is a kind of a ratio. Like this list will be required while you solve the numericals and all, and you have to go through these particular one. So many times they generally ask these particular things in statement base or the ratios or the uses of that particular ratio as well. Reporting to RBI. So we have these 5 type of reporting for domestic currency, Indian operation, fortnight basis, foreign currency, Indian operation, fortnight basis, आपका combined Indian operation, fortnight basis, overseas operation, आपका monthly basis, consolidated bank operation, your आपका quarterly basis. ठीक है, it should be mentioned here. While statement 1 to 3 आपका 1 to 3 are required to submit fortnightly. Statement 5, 4 and 5 are to be submitted on monthly and quarterly basis. So this is the one. So reporting of requirements. So bank are required to submit liquidity returns as per the prescribed format of Chief General Manager in charge, Department of Banking Supervision, RBI, Mumbai. So statement of structural liquidity, and the basic requirement is this. These reports should be in 5 parts and the reporting timing is something like this. Again, static portion, but very this portion get asked so many times. तो ये थोड़ा सा आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, ठीक है? The name of the liquidity returns आपका and their time duration and time period by which required to be reported. So we have again these 5 statements. Part 1, statement of structural liquidity, domestic currency, Indian operations. Fortnight basis. This is fortnight basis. Part 2, this is the format आपका. Part 2 which include foreign currency, Indian operations, fortnight basis. Then we have combined Indian operation, fortnight basis. Part B, your liquidity structures, overseas operation, monthly basis. And part C, आपका statement of consolidated bank operation, quarterly basis. This information we have discussed with this also. So this is the same one. These are the same one. And this is the flow. Part 1, part A1, part A2, 3. These are the fortnight basis. This is monthly and this is आपका quarterly basis. Now this is the basically periodicity. Periodicity. Now time periods by which required to reported RBI. So let's say for this fortnight, let's say first fortnight of your June months. So we have to submit within a week from the reporting date. Let's say 15th is the first end of the 14 is the first fortnight is getting in. So after 14, we have within 1 week we have to submit these 3 reports with RBI. Now in this case, this report gets submitted monthly. So next month, aapka, let's say for June month, aapka by 15 July, you have to submit this one. And quarterly, aapka a month. Aapka, let's say April, May, June. So this is the final month of the first quarter. So after that, within 1 month, we have to submit these particular one. Here it is clearly mentioned, reporting date will be 15th and last date of the month. In case these date are holidays, the reporting day will be previous working day. Okay? Previous working day. Reporting date will be last working day of the months or quarter in that particular case. These two take aapka for this is for these are the for this one 15th and 30th in case of these 15th and 30th or the last first and 15th and last day, and for this one aapka last working day, and if it is holiday, so a prior day, a previous day, whatever the date is given, right? So that is only part of this one. Final unit, guys, unit number 18 aapka, I guess this is the final one. And here we have so many things get repeated. Ab yahan pe, if you'll see this one, we have LCR, liquidity coverage ratio. We have liquidity risk management tool and NSFR, net stable funding ratio. So majorly these two tools and these things will get repeated. So Basel 3, the basic introduction. During Basel 3 itself, this we have discussed yesterday only. So during Basel 3, we have introduced the additional requirements and 2015 LCR and 2018 NSFR. These are the two new rules which generally provide additional strength to our existing bank and all. So capital requirements, this was, I hope you guys remember yesterday only, we discussed the entire chart and all. So overall 11.50% after your CCB and the core risk weight assets. It get repeated in this one basically. And liquidity coverage ratio, this is something. So how we calculate LCR aapka, stock of high quality liquid asset divided by net cash outflows in 30 calendar days into 100. So it should be, your ratio should be greater than or equal to 100%. So that is the one. So in phase manner, we adopted this particular one from January 15, and by January 19, we achieved this particular one 100%. During COVID-19, RBI allowed some sort of relaxations. It was like during this period, it was 80 and 90, and again we did it 100. So right now it is again, it should be, your LCR should be greater than or equal to 100%. But during this particular period, we provide some sort of relaxations to the bank. And the rest one aapka 2015 onwards, we start implementing this. Initially 60%, 70, 80, 90, and 2019 we achieved the 100%. And all banks, they generally maintain it at 100%. So this is something which, like, if any contingency happened with our banks, so we have that much of money, so we can pay off our liabilities for next 30 days, right? So this is something like, let's say our liability, if we calculate our today's liability is, let's say 100 crore rupees within 1 month. So that in next 30 days, we have bills payable or whatever the liability payables are 100 crore rupees. That means what we are saying with this particular one, कि a bank should maintain at least 100 crore rupees in liquid asset. So if anything happened in the market, so if let's assume कि all these 100 crore people are 100 crore amounts is coming for the withdrawal, so you can provide them money, because LCR, this liquidity risk na, it also like if any bank face the liquidity problems or crisis, it's going to lead so many other risks also, reputation and all. So that is something linked with this particular one. That's why this is very important. So it making sure ki, like, we have 30 days money at a time ready, so whenever we require, and 30 days period, it is assumed that within that particular period, so we can come up with some sort of solution. So that is the primary agenda of your LCR. When it comes to the NSFR, it is aapka about the sources or the allocations. So stress scenario specified by the BCBS entail a combination of idiosyncratic, bank specific or market wide shock that would be like runoff of the positions, proportion of the retail deposits. If something happened bad, so people, they start withdrawing money and all. So that can be an issue. Partial loss of unsecured wholesale funding capacity, partial loss of secured short-term financing with certain collaterals and counter policies, additional contractual outflows that would arise from the downgrade in the bank public credit ratings, increase in this. So these are the scenarios basically. Okay? So these are the major core scenarios where basically which due to these particular scenarios a bank can face some sort of stressful situation, and to deal with that particular one we have this LCR things. High quality liquid assets means what? So that is defined here. Please go through this one so you'll get an idea. Basically which are readily available to convert into cash. Okay? Banks with January 15 they have to maintain these CAIIBs. 2015 are permitted to avail liquidity facility. This is Forex is again very important one. Please do remember this one. So bank with 1st January 2015 are permitted to avail liquidity facility against such securities under special facility called facility to avail liquidity for liquidity coverage ratio. Okay? Let's say if there is any bank who is missing their targets of 100% as of now. Okay? So they can avail आपका liquidity facility under this one. So where they can take a kind of a loan through their, or where we can manage that particular one through the SLR and all. Again, essential features: eligibility, availing the liquidity limits such as securities would be permitted to bank only under the condition of stress or as described under the previous paragraph. The above mentioned circular data this. High quality liquid asset including the securities permitted under MSF marginal standing facility. Bank will be required to furnish declaration to this effect that they are exhausted they are all high quality liquid asset availing for this one. We rarely seen any experience in our banking system when a bank who went for the loan for to maintain their LCR. Okay? It never happened in my experience, whatever I have gone through. Okay? But still, if you want, let's say the target is 100 crore rupees, if you won't be able to meet those particular one, so you do have this option. Okay? Tenure is 90 days. Liquidity, it is a maximum period of 90 days. Liquidity against securities under falser will be available after applying haircut as a stipulated for the MSF. Facility rate आपका rate of interest of the funds availed under the facility will be 200 basis point above the prevailing LAF repo rate. So that is like, let's say your repo rate is 6%, that means the loan under this particular facility will be आपका 8%. Okay? So that is the one. So please go through this one also. Risk monitoring आपका concentration mismatch, concentration of fundings, available unencumbered asset, LCR with significant currency, market related monitoring tools, Basel 3 liquidity returns. Contractual mismatch आपका, let's say we take a asset for we have taken one liability for 1 year and we created asset for 5 years. Concentration, we have discussed this. Available unencumbered assets आपका, this we generally use through the LCR. LCR by significant currencies in different we have to maintain those particular one. Market related monitoring tools and Basel 3 liquidity returns which you have to submit as per the RBI guidelines. These are the statements. Okay? So Basel 3 liquidity returns आपका statement on liquidity coverage ratio which is known as BLR1. This is again very important one. So Basel 3 liquidity returns आपका name of the Basel 3 liquidity return, frequency and time period which required to be reported. So LCR1 basically statement on liquidity coverage ratio BLR1 monthly within 15 days. That means for June months you have to submit before 15th of July. So this is the time period with which required to be reported. Okay? So this is your they have to report on monthly basis. Okay? So we have to report our LCR position on monthly basis to RBI, and your reporting maximum deadline is 15th of next month. Statement of funding concentration BLR2 monthly within 15 days. Concentration part. Then the statement of available unencumbered asset BLR3 quarterly within a month. LCR by significant currency monthly within a month. And statement of other information on liquidity monthly within 15 days. So mostly आपका monthly only statement आपका statement 3 available unencumbered asset आपका which we have to report on monthly basis quarterly basis, and the deadline is 1 month in that particular case. Achha, you got this particular one? I hope you guys are getting these particular things. Introduction to Treasury Management, which is all about integrated treasury management. Again, treasury products. So now when we talk about the integration of treasury, it is integration of forex market, your money market, and securities market. Okay, that means you already know about the money market or instruments and all, and that in the topic, this treasury product is very important one. Last year there was so many questions around this particular one. Okay. International equity and debt product. Then we have funding and regulatory aspect, treasury management, derivative product. For this one, I have done one video for 1 hour 30 minutes. So just take references of that particular one. And in detail, basically, treasury asset and liability management. This is the next one. Aapka, okay? A very good evening to everyone, guys. Yes, everyone. Test कब तक valid है? Who is asking this question? अच्छा, somebody is asking on application. Komal ma'am is asking on application. It is valid till tomorrow 10 p.m. only. ठीक है? Because tomorrow 10 p.m. you'll get one another module mock for your module B itself, right? चलो तो Sivsai and Visi, very good evening. Mahesh sir, very good evening. चलो तो guys, we will start with the introduction of treasury management, or the majorly basically the concept is integrated treasury, process of globalization, evolving role of treasury and profit center as a profit center, organization for treasury. That means that front office, mid office, and back office, right? I hope everybody know about the treasury things. So treasury management, which is again nowadays is very important one for the to maintain the overall profitability for the bank itself. And integrated treasury is something like we have interlink among these different financial markets like money market, capital market, or debt market and all, or forex market. So let's say if we have any arbitrage opportunity, or else if we have to go for any sort of hedging and all, we generally use treasury management. There are some banks, they have treasury as a most of the public sector bank, they generally treat treasury as a department business. But there are some organizations, especially foreign banks and some private banks, they generally have a separate branch for the treasury itself, right? So that generally comes under this one. So treasury function was confined with the management of and maintaining of adequate cash balances to meet day-to-day requirement. That means liquidity management is done by this one, and even the management of CRR and SLR is also taken care by the treasury management itself. Deploying surplus fund generated from the operations and sourcing funds to bridge the occasional gap in cash flows or any sort of liquidity or ALM mismatch. Let's say if we have surplus money, let's say our receivable is scheduled for 1st and our payable are on 15. So we have that money for 14 days. So what treasury department generally do? They generally invest those particular amounts in the different securities, like they use call money or the money markets instruments or the securities market instrument or the forex market instrument. So for 14 days we do have some sort of opportunity cost opportunity cost with that particular money. So we generally they generally using that particular money for the overall profit maximization. And sometimes we have vice versa cases, like let's say our schedule payment is for 1st and your receivables, there are some delays and all, and that is for the 14. So like there is a gap of 14 days. So what we will do, we'll borrow money from the money market or we'll use some other market money, the money things, and we generally use that particular one for the fund management and all. Okay? So that these entire things are generally taken care by the treasury, and that generally comes under the your integrated treasury itself. Okay? So integrated treasury in banking setup refer to integration of money market, means when you'll come to the money market, treasury products. So they include money market product like call money, notice, term money, or the other instruments of money market like LAF and others. Okay? So we have securities market, that means आपका debt market and the capital market. Okay? So equities and debt both. Foreign exchange आपका forex operation. So there is a sync between all these or among these different markets. So basically what we are doing, we are raising money from one market and we are lending in another market for the to increase the overall profitability for the bank, or even like we can say to help bank to generate more and more profit in this particular case as well. So that is generally comes under from this one. So these are some major driving forces for treasury management, integrated cash management, like as I gave you an example of ALM gap and all. Interest arbitrage, if we do have some sort of arbitrage opportunities to encash those particular one for the to maximize the profitability of bank. Access global resources आपका ठीक है, making position in forex, or as well as to facilitate our clients or even as a proprietary position. Corporate demands for high-end services. Risk management, this is again a very primary function. Meeting reserve requirement like CRR and SLR. Global cash management on behalf of bank, and efficient merchant services, which include foreign exchange and advisory services. So these are some core areas or core functions which generally get performed by the your treasury departments in the bank. Okay, Mahesh sir, very good evening. So if it comes to the integration, so we have integration of forward forex market, money market, securities market. Apart from this, risk management is a core function, and assisting bank in managing asset liability mismatch. Okay, so these are the core functions which generally get performed by the treasury departments, and they generally manage these particular things with the help of integration itself. Okay, so they generally integration, I hope you understood the meaning of an integration aapka, how it generally work aapka. So if it comes to the core function, if you summarize all these functions, so these are the three core functions. One is liquidity management, another one is proprietary position, and third one is आपका risk management. Okay, so liquidity management, as I gave you an example of ALM, asset liability mismatch. If there is any आपका mismatch, it is positive side or आपका negative side. Okay, if it is negative side means your payable schedules before then your receivables. Okay, so वहाँ पे हम इसको use करेंगे. और positive side is like, let's say your payable on 15th and your receivables are on 1st. So we have 14 days, so we can utilize that particular money and we can generate some sort of interest. Proprietary position means bank owned position in derivatives or equity, forex or any other market आपका. And risk management आपका, where we generally do some sort of hedging or to manage liquidity risk, to manage market risk, or the different type of risk, they generally get managed through this particular one. Correct? Jagruti ma'am, today's session is basically a concept summary class. From tomorrow onwards, we will be practicing module wise. Again, module A we have already done. Module B we will do tomorrow. Okay, and from tomorrow onwards, only we'll do live session for the case studies and MCQs, module wise revision. Okay. There are I have, if you are comfortable in Hindi and bilingual, so I have already provided you detailed summary session for all the 4 modules, so you can watch those particular one along with 2 different set of questions. Okay. There are few people, those who are only comfortable in English language, so we are doing this revision. Module A and B is already done. C we are doing today, and D I will be providing one recording session because now we do not have that much of time. Okay. So we will be doing maximum things around the case studies, आपका application based question and others. That module revision similar to this which we have done, that is module A आपका. ठीक है, संतोष sir, very good evening. चलो, so Jagruti ma'am, you got your answer. ठीक है, so if you are comfortable in Hindi language or bilingual itself, ठीक है, so I'll highly recommend the previous sessions. Previous means which I have uploaded 2 months or 3 months ago. ठीक है, you can stick to those particular one, and let's say, or else if you are following that BFM restart series also, and if you have done that particular series, that is more than sufficient. So I'll not suggest कि आप यहाँ पे भी इसको भी देखो and others. No, that is not required. ठीक है, आप उस पे रहिए, or you can practice mock. One mock 100 question is already there, and one another mock आपका mixed set of question, that is also there, and one another mock for module A is all 3 mocks. They are live. Okay, so you can practice or you can revise through those particular one. So globalization, the another aspect आपका. Now see, the role or the importance of this treasury got increased due to globalization. Globalization, interaction of, like nowadays, individuals as well as corporate houses, they have some sort of global aspirations. They do trades आपका, or they do like deals in the foreign countries or the foreign currencies. So that increase the role, or that increase or enhance the role of our treasury departments. That if we are doing some sort of cross-border transactions, or we are dealing in multiple currencies and also, so there is involvement of treasury. And even there are number of people or investors, they generally use they used to do that forex trading and all. So we generally facilitate those particular one with this particular one. Okay? That is 10 p.m. only. Okay? From tomorrow onwards, every day 10 p.m. आपका MCQs and case studies marathon. Ma'am, you can see the schedule also. I have already uploaded. Okay? So globalization, which refer interaction between domestic and this, we all know. Okay? Portfolio investment, these are the key factors who generally involve treasury in that particular, where bank treasury is involved. A foreign investor investing in domestic equity and debt market, direct investment like FDI and others, they are generally part of this particular one. External commercial borrowings are done by the Indian companies. Issue of equity and debt in global market like ADR, GDR, IDR and all. Mergers and acquisitions involving domestic and foreign entities, and payment for technology transfer, royalties, financial services, etc. So these are some like kind of outcome of the globalization, and these things or like these transactions directly or indirectly managed by the treasury itself. So yeah, that is generally part of this particular one. Okay? So globalization of treasury, when it comes to the globalization of treasury. Okay? So the treasury, sorry, it should be organization of treasury, my bad. Okay? So we have discussed earlier also. Okay? So we have three areas. One is आपका dealing room, which is front office, and another one is back office, and third one is आपका mid office. Okay? So it should be आपका like this 1, 2 and 3. Okay? So front office, which is generally responsible for the deal executions and all, or trade execution and all. Okay? Mid office, which is generally responsible for MIS and risk management, and back office is generally responsible for the overall administration, as the core function is settlements or one-to-one settlements, or settlements means आपका like reconciliation settlements. These are generally the work or the overall administration of the activities that is generally done by this particular one. Okay? Can we get a recorded marathon in my account? Girija, yes, in which account you are asking? Can you please explain me? I actually am not getting that particular one. For this session or for the previous one? If you are asking for the previous one, and if you are part of any course, आपका sir, so sorry. Girija sir, if you are asking for any course, I have already uploaded in that one. If you are asking specifically about this particular session, no worries. If you are going for this year, I can update this particular one. No issues with that particular one. Just please do mention about the course and all. So I'll be able to find out that particular one, and I'll be able to upload that particular one also. Okay? So I hope everybody knows about these particular one. So there are some question around this one. Okay? You can expect half marks or 1 marks question based on this particular one also. Okay? So the role and responsibilities of different offices in our treasury management. Okay? Any doubt on this particular one? I guess this we have discussed earlier also in detail, the role and responsibilities in others. So this is the entire dealing room framework. We have chief risk officer, and we have general manager, CTO. We have chief dealers for the different one. Okay? So we have money market, forex and securities, and their responsibilities. This is all about your very first unit. Okay? So unit 19, which is all about the introduction to treasury management. Then we have treasury products. Another one. Last year there was number of questions. Usually we take this particular topic bit lightly, because reason is, I'll tell you the reason. When it comes to the treasury products, it include forex, that you have discussed in detail. We have discussed this particular one in detail. We have practiced number of questions around this particular one. So then another one is money market and securities market and domestic and global market, means ADR, GDR, IDR. Okay? So money market product like call money, notice money, term money, we have commercial paper, we have certificate of deposit, we have treasury bills, we have LAF, liquidity adjustment facilities and all. But I'll recommend this particular one. I know कि everyone know around these particular things. यहाँ especially this money market, you know everything about the money market tools and all. But once practice this particular one, because like when I'll come up with the module C revision also, I'll be including 10 to 12 question around these particular one, statement based and all. So you will be able to recall things. You know things very well, but sometime what happened now, when we have exam pressure and also we do silly mistake and also please do avoid those areas. Securities market means आपका capital market and debt market, your equity market and bond market. So equity, they have given some areas like type of equities. There is no book building process is part, that is not part of your curriculum. But the type of equity, the type of shares, equity and preference, and even they have explained the different type of preference shares also, like convertible, non-convertible, redeemable, irredeemable. We have आपका participative, non-participative, and one more आपका, ठीक है, that is redeemable, irredeemable, convertible, participative, and one more type is there. Overall 8 kind of areas can be part of this particular one. ADR, GDR, IDR, again these are the part of this particular one. Okay, so we will be discussing all these particular one. All right guys, हाँ ठीक है, तो आगे बढ़े. ठीक है, so treasury we will be discussing very lightly because these are the instruments and you know those particular areas very well. Everyone know. If you are having any doubt, please do let me know. I'll try to explain that particular one. So treasury management, we generally know nowadays treasury, that's generally known as integrated treasury. So we have integration of all these market. So we have integration of all these market. Basically forex, money, आपका debt and equity, share market and bond market means, and आपका the GDR, ADR and IDR wala things. So there is an integration of these many market and that almost cover the entire financial market, right? So treasury function was confined to fund management, maintaining adequate cash balances, this that we have discussed earlier also. Product of like the first market is forex market. So product differentiation is based on spot and the forward. So spot means that value date wala concept where the settlement where trade gets settled within T+2 working days, and forward is आपका where trade gets settled in आपका any day after the spot date and all. So currencies, like see spot market आपका, ठीक है, so currencies are mostly bought and sold in spot rate. The spot rate refer to the payment and receipt of the respective currencies. Settlement take place in 2 working days from the date of trade आपका, ठीक है. So this is the very first market आपका where we have cash or ready, or we have आपका term, and we have आपका spot. ठीक है. The another one is forward market. ठीक है, forward market where generally currencies or the trade which generally get settled in the future date, any date after the spot date. Okay? Usually these are the swap contract between a bank and some institutions or some exporters, or we have forward contract between bank and some other exporters or other companies. We have sometimes we entered into the future contract as a bank proprietary position to hedge our existing portfolios and all. That generally comes under this particular one. Okay? So there is no, I guess there is no issue around these particular thing because we have already discussed our forex business, and that like even they are also part of the derivative things and all. Okay? So if you are having any doubt, please do let me know, guys. So I'll try to explain that particular one. Swap also, that is generally part of this. Okay? So swap means yesterday only I discussed this particular one. Okay? So it is exchange of आपका fixed versus floating. Anyone having any doubt, please do let me know, guys. So money market, so now when it comes to the money market, so we all know the instruments, but these instruments, like call money, notice money, term money, interbank transactions, there are limits. That limit wala portion is very important, and I have kept this particular one. So call money, notice money, term money. Call money overnight, these are the interbank transactions. Interbank means bank to bank transactions. Call money is generally for overnight, and notice money 2 to 14 days, and term money आपका more than 14 days to up to 1 year. Now how much basically a bank they can borrow through these particular one. So these are the limits. ठीक है, this is very important one and there can be one case study around this particular topic. ठीक है, तो ये पोर्शन थोड़ा सा इंपॉर्टेंट है पर आपका पार्टिसिपेंट कैटेगरी एंड प्रूडेंशियल लिमिट्स आपका. ठीक है, तो प्रूडेंशियल लिमिट आर वेरी 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 इंपॉर्टेंट. सो प्लीज डू टेक केयर अराउंड दिस वन. लाइक scheduled commercial bank excluding small finance bank, they can call and notice money, they can take 100% of their capital funds on daily average basis to the reporting fortnight and 125% of capital funds on any given day. Okay? That means like any given day, it can be let's say random day aapka, let's say 1st to 14, any given day on 5th it can be 125%, but once they'll report this particular one, so at time it should be on an average aapka 100% of their capital funds aapka. So that let's say if their capital funds are 100 crore rupees, that means they can borrow maximum up to 100 crore rupees on an average on the basis of this call money and notice money. Okay? In case of term money, it is where we required internal board approval limits within the prudential limits for the interbank liabilities. In case of payment and payment and regional rural banks, call notice and term money 100% of capital funds on daily average and 125%. See, it include call and notice and term money is aapka as per the board approval policy. But in case of payment and regional rural banks, it is 100% on a daily average basis reporting fortnight and 125% on a given day. So it cannot beyond the 125% on a given day. That means cooperative banks aapka call notice term 2% of aggregate deposit as at the end of previous financial year, that generally get calculated based on this. Primary dealers call and notice money 225% of net owned funds as at the end of the previous financial year on daily basis. Term money 225% on net owned funds. So net owned funds at the end of the previous financial year. So please do try to remember these particular one. थोड़ा सा इनको याद रखने की कोशिश कीजिएगा and they'll help you to solve. Once we'll do the module C case studies na, we'll be having one case study or two case study around these particular one, and they get asked so many times. So please do take care around this particular things. All right, chalo. So domestic market and global market. So where we have investment like आपका FIIs, ठीक है, foreign investments, आपका foreign investment in the term of FII and FDIs आपका, ठीक है. So foreign investment flow, direct investment आपका generally for FDI and portfolio investment आपका in the investment in the stock markets and all. I hope you remember the limits, ठीक है. So 10%, less than 10% आपका FII and 10% and above आपका FDI, ठीक है. So once in FDI, always in FDI, that module. That's why I always used to say कि module A and B, if you spend more and more time on those particular one during your preparation, you will get these particular thing easy. Now, like if you, let's say if you start with the treasury management, you will study these particular thing in depth. आपका, they have given the same content which is part of your module A itself. ठीक है. ADR, GDR and IDR, these also we have discussed. ADR and GDR by Indian companies in foreign market आपका, ADR specifically in NYSE, ठीक है. And GDR आपका generally आपका Luxembourg stock exchange from Europe, they get registered. Basically Indian companies, they are issuing depository receipt abroad and they are raising funds from outside India, and they are the foreign investors, they are generally they are generally investing in Indian companies. Screenshot we will take this one. Definitely you can ma'am take it. And Rukmini ma'am, I'll share this particular PDF just after this session on app as well as on Telegram. So wherever you are comfortable, just keep these particular document handy, and I'm preparing one another documents. So with these kind of information, with those kind of information, so there are some specific areas which from where you will see the application and case studies based question and all. So I'll providing you that particular one, but still you can also keep these kind of things with you, right? So then we have ECB, आपका external commercial borrowing. This we have discussed as a entire as a whole unit आपका, and we practice a lot of question around this particular one also. Okay. So if you guys having any doubt, any queries, please do let me know in the comment section. Okay. Foreign currency funds of bank. Bank can use FCNR deposits funds for investment in overseas market as well as for domestic lending in foreign currency. They are also permitted to borrowers to borrow or invest in overseas market within a ceiling limits of 100% of unimpaired tier 1 capital and minimum 10 million US dollar, subject to guidelines by RBI. The bank generally use this facility to extend short-term loans, usually up to 6 month rollovers and all, to the different parties. Special facilities to the exporters. That is something which is like pre-shipment and post-shipment related loans and all. They generally comes under this particular area. Free remittances. That is for that particular one we have LRS. So free remittances, it is it should be LRS only. 2,50,000 US dollar and all, and this is all generally comes under your LRS scheme. And LRS we have discussed in detail as well, right? So please do take care around these things. Investment securities आपका, ठीक है. So if it comes to the securities market, so we have two major categorization. One is around the equities, another one is around the debt. Debt means आपका bond market, ठीक है. So equities we have shares market where we have the two major areas. One is your equity shares or common shares, another one is preference shares. And the another side, debt, when it comes to debt or debentures and all. So majorly through the debt we generally raise the funds and all, that generally comes under that particular one. So we'll directly jump to those particular one. Corporate debt papers, whenever any company is issuing any sort of bonds, we will be requiring these rating agencies approvals and all. And RBI, they have approved these particular one. They are get registered under SEBI and all. Debentures and bond, the difference between debenture and bonds is mentioned here. Debenture are basically, these are with collaterals. So whenever a company issue debenture, they are kind of a debt. They are kind of a bond, sorry. So like they have a fixed rate of returns and everything, but they are with collaterals. In general, or the fundamentally their definition is around the they whenever the companies issue debenture, they provide some sort of collaterals. They are secured instrument. But when they issue the bonds, they do not provide any sort of security. So that is the difference between debenture and bonds, fundamental differences. But nowadays, when you'll see the practical life now, there are a number of companies who is issuing debenture without collateral also, or a very less margin as the collateral is itself. So that generally comes under this particular one. Correct? So equity, we have with voting right and with differential right as dividend and all. So preference shares, the another type of shares which where there are some investors, those who are the preference shareholders, they get preferred over the equity shareholders, right? So they get preferred over the equity shareholders. That means they have preference of dividend, they have preference at the time of liquidations over the equity shares, right? Nitin sir, you can go with this particular one. If you'll search on Telegram now, JAIIB CAIIB Prep Official, if you'll search with this name now, @ JAIIB CAIIB Prep Official, so you'll get this particular one. And even in the description box also, you'll get the link as well. Correct, dosto? Any doubt on this? So in case of preference shares, we have different types: cumulative, non-cumulatives, redeemable, irredeemable, participative, non-participative, and convertible and non-convertible. Any doubt around these particular one? Cumulative, basically, if investor may have missed dividend in the past, so whenever company will issue dividend, they'll provide the dividend for the past year also. As I'll give you an example for this one. So you can quickly build your understanding around this particular topic. So we have cumulative and non-cumulative. In case of cumulative, let's say there is a XYZ company, they have come up with they have missed dividend in 2022-23. They did not provide any dividend during this period. 2023-24, again they did not declare the dividend. In 2024-25, they issued dividends. So now we have two types. One is cumulative, another one is non-cumulative. Cumulative numbers, so cumulative years or interest. So it is something when this company will issue dividend in 2025, if your preference share is cumulative preference shares, you will get dividend from these 2 years also. If it is non-cumulative, you will get dividend for only this year. That is the one. Another one is participating and non-participating. When it comes to the participating and non-participating, let's say this XYZ company, they come up with the dividend where they are giving one preference shares for 1000 rupees. Initially आपका now they have like they are making some sort of commitments कि whatever profit we will earn, we will distribute 8% as a dividend. Let's say if their profit is 1 crore, so out of 1 crore, 8% they'll distribute among these particular preference shareholders. Now they added some sort of conditions कि if you pay us 200 rupees additional per share, this is kind of a rider in insurance sector. So if you pay 200 rupees additional per share as of now, and if our profit is more than 5 crore rupees, we will pay you additional 2% of dividend. So now we have two options as an investor. One is you can enter simply in this particular case, you will be known as non-participating, and there is some another investor called X who entered entire in this particular deal. He is right now he's paying 1200 rupees for one preference shares, and if company earn more than 5 crore rupees as a profit, so there will be their dividends amount for this particular one will be आपका 10%. The additional 2% they'll get after that particular one. So that is something that generally comes under this particular one. Okay, so this was, and when it comes to the convertible, this right belongs to the investors. They can convert those type of preference share after a certain time into equity, and they can liquidate. And when it comes to the redeemable, right belongs to the issuing company. They can redeem means buy back those particular shares from the market, and they can like they can pay off the money of the investors and all. So that is something around the right and all. So this unit now, unit 20, again I'm saying this is very important one, but we all know the basics around these particular basic kya, like whatever we required. We all know what is treasury bill, what is commercial paper, LAF and others. So those are the some areas of that particular one. And with the help of practice and a basic understanding, I have shared one another documents yesterday also. So if you want to see the in detail of those particular products and all, you can go through that particular one. Correct? Now I do this time. How would be the paper gap is to now to say that is good, na. So that's why people are getting time to prepare for the concept things and others also. Otherwise, people used to give up after a certain time. Like after watching module A, they are like कि अब जो भी होगा आपको भगवान भरोसे देख लेंगे वाला, ठीक है? So that is the kind of things. Unit number 21, international equity and debt product. So that include these many areas. ADR. See, if you study this particular topic, so we have आपका regulatory environment important, but we have GDR, IDR and ECB. In detail आपका. See now these three things which we have already discussed in our module A. These three things आपका three product. Trade credit also we have discussed earlier also. And rupee denominated bonds आपका. So that is the new things which are generally part of this one. So that's why your A and B are very, very important. When once you'll come to the module D now, module D, so your module B learnings is going to help you in that particular case as well. All right, guys. Chalo. So regulatory environments when it comes to the, so we have FEMA guidelines and which is generally governed by the RBI. So foreign investment in India regulated in term of clause B of subclause 3, section 6 and 47 of FEMA 1999. So which is generally deals with this one. FDI, like when it comes to the foreign direct investment, so that investment in instruments like person resident outside India and unlisted company, it can be any percentage, and आपका if it is a listed company, so this is the requirement. 10% or more of the post issue of paid up equity capital on fully diluted basis of a listed Indian company. In case of FII, that is less than आपका less than 10%, that is the requirements. Investment by a person resident outside India is prohibited in following sectors. So these are the areas where FDI cannot be basically foreigners, they cannot make any sort of FDI investment, like lottery business including government, private lottery, online lotteries, gambling and betting, chit fund companies, nidhi companies, TDRs, trading in transferable development, right? It is something related to properties, investment and all. Okay. Manufacturing of cigar, cheroots, ciggy rolls and cigarettes, or of tobacco or tobacco substitute. The prohibition is on manufacturing of product mention and foreign investment in other activities relating to the product, including wholesale cash and carry, retail tradings under this one, activities sectors which are not open for the private sector, like atomic energy and railways and all. Okay, so these are the areas which generally prohibited under the your आपका FDI investment and all. Okay, this is something when it comes to the regulatory environment for foreign portfolio investment. If it comes to the FDI, sorry, FPI आपका, ठीक है, less than 10% of post issue or paid up capital on a fully diluted basis, or less than 10% of paid up value of each series of capital instruments of the listed Indian company. FPI is a person registered in accordance with the SEBI Portfolio Investors Regulation 2014, around the FIIs. So earlier one was for the FDI, 10% and above in case of a listed company on fully diluted basis. And one case is one situation that get asked so many times ki, let's say there is a company, there was a private company, not listed company, I mean. Yeah. So a foreigner who is having 7% stake in that particular company. Later on, that company get listed. So now the situation is, do that foreign investor need to increase their holding? It is not necessary. Okay? So once in FDI, always in FDI. Okay? That will be considered through that particular one. Still, if they are having 7% stake in that particular company, that will still consider as आपका FDI in that particular situation. Okay? ECB, this we have discussed in detail and we practice a number of questions. Unit 5, Unit 4 of your module A. I hope you guys can easily relate this particular one. So we'll not like these things which we have already discussed. That's why I was like we were focusing more and more time on this module B. That was the only reason. Okay? Like we have approval route and direct route and foreign currency ECB and INR ECB. And yesterday or day before that, we practiced a number of questions. This is something which is very, very important one for all of you. Okay? So like when it comes to the ECB in foreign currency and Indian rupee. Okay? So description of a currency are any freely convertible foreign currency, okay? Like USD, Australian dollar, euro, or pound and all, as per RBI basically, and it is in Indian rupee. Instrument type, it can be in the form of, like any Indian company, they can raise foreign currency denominated ECB in the form of your आपका bank loan. It can be floating fixed rate, it can be a bond or a trade credit beyond 3 years, FCs, foreign currency convertible bonds, and financial lease. In case of same, these are basically same. The only thing is currency is get changed. Eligible borrowers, all entities who all are eligible for the FDI. So they are further following the entities like Port Trust, Unit, SEG, आपका CAIIB and exempt. All entities eligible to raise foreign currency ECB. This registered entities engaged in microfinance activities. Registered not for profit companies and government NGO, आपका non-government organization. Recognized lenders who can lend money. So foreign institutionals, आपका like IMF or any other any individual or foreign institution after the your KCC, sorry, KYC and due diligence compliances and all. So they are eligible for this particular one. Minimum average maturity period is very, very important one. It can be asked in the form of case study or in case of the application question. And you have to remember all these particular one. And please do practice this particular one again and again as much as you can. So because this is definitely going to help you in your upcoming examination. One question at least you can expect based on this particular one. So like 1 year आपका, which is generally for the manufacturing companies up to 50 million US dollar, 50 million US dollar or equivalents from the foreign equity holders. This is the condition. In general, the minimum average maturity period is 3 years. the limit is 750 million US dollar. In case of startup, it is 3 years and the limit is 3 million US dollar. Okay? And capital purpose, general corporate purpose, repayment of rupee loan, ECB, raise for working capital purpose or this again. So 5 years आपका sorry. Capital purpose, ECB raised from the foreign ECB, this is the B आपका, B start from here. ECB raised from foreign equity partners for these particular purposes 5 years, and working capital purpose it is आपका 10 years. ठीक है, that is the one. And then आपका on lendings by NBFCs, working capital purpose, general corporate purpose, repayment of rupee loan availed domestically for capital expenditure 7 years. ठीक है, and then on lendings by NBFC for same purpose, ECB raised for repayment of rupee loan 10 years. For purpose other than expenditure on lending NBFCs and all, again 10 years and all. So these are the areas. These classification, and we have discussed one question or two application based question around this particular in yesterday's class also. And once like I have done the like that, even in your mock test also there was 2-3 question around this particular one. So please do take care about this one. Okay. This time, okay. Nitin sir, what was your query? Actually, sorry, I missed your comment. Huh? Acha, okay. It is around the Naidu sir answer. Aapka, again, no, they won't increase the level. How much they'll increase the level? Again, but what I am expecting from IIBF na, BFM it will be moderate level, but the next two paper aapka, especially ABFM and your BRBL. Now IIBF, like toward the BFM, they have a like for all the subject of the CAIIB, they have some sort of mindset कि they are going to test all the conceptual part of the paper आपका, ठीक है. So it is completely application driven or case studies and numerical, ठीक है. And the only thing is, if you good in concept na, or if at least you have gone through the concept once na, you will be able to manage things and all. Okay? The concept is basically that is the key for this particular examination nowadays. Without concept, it is very tough. Then change of currency of borrowers. This was the previous one. So change of currency of ECB from one freely convertible currency to any other convertible foreign currency as well as INR is freely permitted. First thing. In case of change for change of currency from INR to any freely convertible foreign currency is not permitted. Okay? So see the difference. These are very. Yesterday we practiced one question around these particular things in from our module A itself. So if it is in foreign currency, you can easily convert that particular one into INR or any other freely convertible currency. But if it is in, if you have raised your क्या कहते हैं ECB in INR, so it is not permitted. You cannot convert that particular one in some other currencies and all. If that is the motive, you can directly raise funds in that particular one. Why we are raising funds in this particular one? So we can like sometime like that masala bond and also, because they generally provide some sort of strength to the domestic currency. Otherwise, like if you are converting after raising that funds, there is no use of that particular one. Correct hai? Chalo. So entities aapka, these are the same which we have discussed in our module A itself. So you just please go through these one. GDR aapka, now these are the areas. Sorry, GDR aapka, global depository receipt, to convert into specific number of equity shares and all. This also we have discussed. There is one point, Indian IDR also. These are the subtopics which we have already discussed. So you can have one readings. And if you face any issue now, just take a screenshot of the page and just you can directly send me on the Telegram itself. Okay? So I'll definitely get back to you. So these are the prohibited areas, prohibited sectors. Sorry, ECB proceed cannot be utilized. Okay? So there is one point. Let's say if any company who is raising funds through the ECB, so they cannot use that particular money in these many businesses like real estate activities, investment in capital market, equity market, working capital. They can use this. We have discussed earlier also. Working capital purpose or आपका general corporate purpose or repayment of rupee loan. They cannot use these particular one, but they can, if they have a foreign equity partners, okay? If they have some foreign equity partners in their company, so these can be used for the general corporate purposes also, or these are repayment of rupee loan and others, okay? Trade credits, okay? So trade credits, when it comes to the trade credit, so here we have आपका foreign currency denominated trade credits and INR denominated trade credits, okay? So these are the two categories, okay? So form a trade credit, form of trade credits, buyer credit and supplier credit, okay? I hope you remember buyers and supplier credit, okay? Buyer credit is something, it is as simple as a term loan taken by an importer from any Indian bank. Supplier credit is basically where for that particular transaction, the money is generally landed by the supplier's bank. Okay, so that is the supplier credit. Okay, so eligible borrowers, person resident in India acting as an importer, amount under the automatic route one up to 150 million US dollar per import for oil, gas, refining, marketing, shipping, and airline companies. For others, up to 50 million US dollar or equivalent. For in general, it is 50 million US dollar trade credit limit. But in case of आपका oil, gas, refining and marketing, airline and shipping companies, it is 150 million US dollar. Recognized lenders for supplier credit, suppliers of good located outside India. Buyer's credit आपका bank, financial institutions or foreign equity holders located outside India and financial institution in IFSC. Period of trade credit आपका ठीक है, the trade credit revoke for the date of shipments shall be 3 years for import of capital goods. For import of capital good, it is 3 years. For non-capital goods, it is up to 1 year, or operating cycle, whichever is less. Okay, if operating cycle is 6 months, it is आपका 6 month only. All in cost आपका ठीक है, so it is 350 plus. Usually it is 450. All in cost when it comes to the ECB, it is 450, but here it is 350. And in case of INR denominated, it is आपका 250 basis plus आपका spread. Exchange rate, exchange of currency of foreign currency denominated trade credit into INR can be at exchange rate prevailing on the date of the agreement between parties concerned for such change, or at exchange rate which is less than the rate prevailing on the date of agreements. It is generally based on the parties itself. But in another case आपका, for conversion to rupee, exchange rate shall be rate prevailing on the date of settlement. Okay, that value date we will considering. Okay. Hedging provision आपका, the entities raising trade credit are required follow the guidelines for hedging, if any, issued by the concerned sectorial or prudential regulators in respect of the foreign currency exposures. In case of your INR denominator, the overseas investor are eligible to hedge their exposure in rupee through a permitted derivative product with authorized dealers, category 1 bank in India only. Okay? So these are some areas. Again, this is trade credit wala portion is also very important. It get asked many times, so please do remember those feature or statements आपका which is correct or incorrect area, so that will help you. Funding and regulatory aspect, if it comes to this particular one, the CRR and SLR and eligible securities for CRR and SLR or their NDTL calculation, that is very important. LAF आपका, when we talk about the LAF, so it include your majorly repo rate, reverse repo rate, SDF, bank rate and all. This generally comes under this particular one. Payment and settlement, again we have NPCI or Payment and Settlement System Act 2007 or NPCI products and dealings, they generally comes under this one. So please quickly go through this one. And guys, module D, I'll be providing you in recorded form. Those who are only comfortable in English. Those who are comfortable in Hindi, so I have done already module C and module D. They are already available. Please do watch those particular one. They are in more detail because that time I got much time. And the best way is you can watch through the BFM Restart series. All 31 units are there. If you go through that particular one, and if you are following the regular marathon session for case studies and application based question, and if you are practicing mock, you are at safer side. Okay? I'll never commit ki you will able to score 80, 90. No, my goal is just pass this particular examination, and that is our goal. Basically, that's why I never entertain DVF candidate and all, because they have a different goal. Okay? They are preparing for some examination. They want to learn things and all. Okay? Our goal is just pass these particular examination, and we can avail the benefits, and we can build the concepts and all. So the required areas, so where we can relate, because we do have a time crunches, right? तो आगे बढ़ते हैं CRR and SLR. ठीक है, CRR, SLR. ठीक है, we all know about these particular ones. CRR is we need to maintain with RBI in the form of cash, and RBI does not pay any interest on this one. And SLR is basically bank need to maintain a certain portion of their NDTL in the form of cash, gold, and approved securities. Basically, these approved securities are government securities. Now, when it comes to the NDTL, okay, so while we compute the NDTL, there are few securities which get excluded from the computation of NDTL. That you have to remember. Okay? There must be a list. Okay? Main component of DTL, demand and time liabilities. Okay? So demand deposit held in current and saving accounts, margin money for LCs, overdue fixed deposit. Okay? So there is a question around a case study around the computation of DTL also, even in your book as well. So that is very important. Please take it seriously. Time deposit and fixed deposit, recurring deposit, reinvestment deposit, overseas borrowing, foreign outward remittances in transit, other demand and time liabilities like accrued interest, credit balances, and suspense accounts. So while we calculate the demand and time liability, we have to consider around these particular areas. Okay? So they get added in that particular computation of NDTL. But when we calculate DTL for the maintenance of CRR and SLR, so there are some relaxations, okay, that you have to take care, right? So now this is the one thing. So scheduled commercial bank are exempted from maintaining CRR on the following liabilities. This is very, very important one. Okay? So this is the common one. Okay? General guidelines, how you will compute your DTL, but this is something which is exempted one. Okay? So now these you have to remember. ठीक है, तो इनको थोड़ा सा आप लोगों को याद करना पड़ेगा. So liabilities to the banking system in India is as computed under the clause D of exemption to section 42 subsection 1 of RBI Act 1934, which include credit balances in ACU in dollars आपका, ठीक है, is in clearing union आपका, ठीक है, उसमें demand and time liabilities in respect of their offshore banking units, foreign branches आपका, ठीक है, the eligible amount, basically foreign branches, and you can also mention with you can also link the IBUs also, because IBUs are also considered as a foreign branches. Their balance sheet get maintained in foreign currency itself, right? The eligible amount of incremental FCNR and NRI deposit of maturing of 3 years and above from the base date July 1st, July 26, 2013 and outstanding as on 7th March 2024 till their maturities or pre-withdrawals. Maximum of eligible credit and outstanding long-term bonds to finance infrastructure loan and affordable housing loan. Apart from this also we have some other areas. आपका जैसे paid up capital reserve, retain profit, refinance avail from RBI and apex financial institution like NABARD, SIDBI, Exim and all. Net income tax provision also, claim received from DICGC, Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation and ECGC, ठीक है, Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation, insurance company toward ad hoc settlements, court receivers and all. Okay? These are the areas which generally get exempted while you calculate the DTL for the maintenance of CRR. Liabilities arising on account of utilization of limit under banker acceptance policy. District Rural Development Agency DRDA subsidy up to 10,000 kept in subsidy reserve fund account in the name of self-help groups. Subsidy released by NABARD under the investment subsidy scheme for construction, renovation, expansion of rural godowns. Okay? So these are like while we calculate or while we compute NDTL or DTL, so these get avoided. Okay? We do not have to include these particular one if any balances are related to these particular ones. So you have to avoid those particular one. We just have to consider these areas. Okay? They generally get calculated while we compute the DTL. So based on that particular only, you will be able to calculate the CRR. Okay? Whatever that amount, uska 4%, that will be the CRR liability on the bank. When it comes to the SLR, so these are the three securities, cash balances, gold and approved securities. So they generally comes under, and bank they need to maintain these particular one with themselves. Okay? LAF आपका liquidity adjustment facility majorly through the credit policy or monetary policy, and RBI use this LAF tool आपका these LAF tools to manage the overall liquidity in the Indian banking system or financial system. ठीक है? Like in last two monetary policy, they have cut down the repo rate by 1% or 100 basis point, 25, then 50 आपका day before yesterday. So basically what we are generally do, our target is inflation, balancing the growth, and the other side is आपका inflation and growth are the two major areas, and to deal with those particular situation. So to control the money supply in the economy, this is something which is a prompt tool which generally help RBI to manage this overall balance and all. This is very important one, and there are some tool like repo rate, reverse repo rate, bank rate, आपका SDF standing deposit facility, which is which has generally replaced the reverse repo rate. Reverse repo rate still in system, but we like nowadays most of the transaction that get happen through the SDF. Okay, because the rate of interest which generally bank get through the reverse repo rate is very low, but they get collaterals. Okay, but in case of SDF, they get a higher rate of interest. आपका ठीक है, standing deposit facility, you know. I hope everybody is aware on these things. So yes, these are the very basic things. Payment and settlements, where we have RTGS, negotiated dealing system, NDS system आपका, which generally it's a kind of a auction platform for the government securities. We'll discuss this. Forex आपका, Forex clear, depository institutions, NSDL, CDSL, NEFT, RTGS, these are the very basic things. So when it comes to the NDS, that is negotiated dealing system, an electronic platform for facilitating dealing in the government securities and money market instruments. RBI introduced NDS in 2002 to order to achieve automatic, first one is automatic electronic reporting and settlement process, auction on electronic platform, and trading platform for trading platform for trading in government securities on a negotiated basis, telephone based trading आपका, as well as code driven आपका. ठीक है, like we have different softwares ना, like let's say when we trade through the Odin in BSC and all that kind of softwares. ठीक है, so this is something, if bank want to participate in the auction of auction which is a money auction which is conducted by RBI, so they generally bid, they generally enter their bid through the NDS system, and the payment and for the payment and settlement purpose we use RTGS amount. RTGS is the tool आपका for the overall payment things and all. So that is real time gross settlement. Forex Clear is a forex dealing system developed by CCIL for the exchange transaction USD INR as well as cross currencies. CCIL is providing straight through processing for the USD INR, and CCIL as an intermediary settle interbank USD INR as well as a cross currency deal on net basis. It is something like, let's say in government currencies you are dealing with the NDS system, and FX Clear आपका Forex Clear, which is a similar kind of platform for the USD INR currency pair. So where you can purchase dollars or any you can enter into a cross currency deal as well. Depository institution, we have NSDL and CDSL, and participants like our bank and all. So they generally comes under this particular one. NEFT, RTGS, very easy one. Okay. Treasury risk management. Okay. When it comes to the treasury risk management, now market risk, आपका for market risk we use VAR and duration. Then we have supervision and control and derivatives. Okay. The uses of derivatives. Okay. So there are few things which will get repeated in this particular one. Okay. Supervision and control when it comes to this particular one. Okay. So see, once we trade in आपका, if you see the position or the trade amounts of the treasury now, they are basically in bulk amount. Okay. And sometime what happened, we also get trapped. Okay. Like let's say if we entered, we have a open position in some trade and all. Open position means, let's say we have buy something but we haven't sell. So if the market, if we have buy means we are bullish about that particular security, and if there are some adverse movement in market, that can create some sort of issues for the treasury itself. Okay? They can face a liquidity risk, as well as they can lose a huge amount from the market itself. Okay? As we know, the trade values are a bit higher in this particular case. So for that one, we have like that same thing, market आपका organization for market risk management. So that entire framework, board approval policy, and the risk management committee and others. So through the integrated that front office, mid office, and back office channels and all. Okay? So risk management is highly sensitive for to the security risk, as the risk arising out high leverage. High leverage means आपका, ठीक है, basically let's say we have a one position. Let's say we own the 100 crore rupees forex आपका. Let's say we own 100 crore rupees gold in our proprietary position. So based on that 100 crore rupees proprietary position in gold, you can execute a trade of 1000 crore rupees in the future or forward market. In future market especially, exchange driven market. So आपके पास 100 करोड़ रुपए का गोल्ड था आपके प्रोप्राइटरी पोजीशन में, और यू हैव सिक्योरिटीज ऑफ 100 crore rupees. By keeping them as a margin without investing a single rupee, you can own a portfolio up to 1000 crore rupees. Now, if something happened bad with that particular one, because these are subject to M2M, mark to market, you have to maintain that particular level of margin. So if something happened bad, there is one slight adverse movement can make a huge loss of 1 crore, 10 crore, 100 crore, and that kind of thing. So that is something which is like, that is advantages you are having key by investing without investing a single rupee. Based on that existing portfolio, you are investing in 1000 crore rupees portfolio. But the disadvantage is something, if there is adverse movement, if you are not following the stop losses or the other areas, that there can be one issue in that particular case also. Okay? So that is that you have to take care. Okay? So the high leverage the treasury business enjoy, okay? That is the benefit. The risk losing capital is much higher than, say, the credit business, okay? In the compared to the credit business. The bank capacity to extend loan is limited by the resources at its command, that is deposited and other borrowing. In case of the loan, the risk is limited to the principal and interest, but here you can lose lost everything. Okay? There was one case now that was very interesting case from that. There is one girl from Rajasthan or somewhere, that ICICI wali girl. Okay? I was like very surprised with that case. Okay? Like she has a real brain actually. Okay? So she was using the FD amount of the senior citizen only, those who have like they are not that much active in all. Okay? And she created a portfolio of 4-5 crore rupees and she lost in the market. The bad thing happened with her is, the only bad thing happened with her is like she lose the money. Otherwise, she was going in a very like the next scam for the country after. Okay? So she was like awesome. Okay? I was like reading that particular things, how she utilized the funds and all, and how she is deploying that money in the market and all. ठीक है, everything. So ऐसा brain चाहिए कुछ बढ़िया वाला एकदम ना. ठीक है, like if she gain money from the market ना, after some time she will be becoming a news like new Harshad Mehta and others आपका. ठीक है, so bank RBI now look around those particular areas also. So concern for treasury आपका. ठीक है, see this is explained here. ठीक है, has a very low fund requirements. We call a high leverage. For instance, treasury can buy and sell exchange value of 100 crore without any direct investment. Okay? That means, let's say you have 10 crore rupees securities in your portfolio. By placing them, you can make a position of 100 crore rupees in others. So that is something around this particular one. Okay? But now if adverse movement happen, at the same time, an adverse movement of the exchange rate by 1 may result a loss of 1 crore to the bank, which is a straight forward loss. Okay? There is no if and but. If you have lost 1 crore rupees, that is gone, right? So that is on concern. So we need आपका organizational control, that organizational framework, where we have stop losses or the entire organized chief dealers and others. Okay? Then we have exposure ceiling, stop losses, or the deal limits or day limits, week limits, open position limit and others. Okay? Limit on trading position and stop losses. So these are some areas which get suggested to deal with these one. Organization control. The organization control refer to a check and balances within the system. Treasury is basically divided into 3 areas. These are the front office, back office and mid office. Okay? And we do not have interferences between each other, right? Internal control aapka, so we'll be requiring position limit and stop losses. I hope everybody understood the stop losses things and all. The limit are imposed on dealers who trade in foreign exchange and securities. Trading in high areas vulnerable to sudden market fluctuation. Let's say we have buy something on 100 rupees and our loss bearing capacity, which is also known as risk appetite, is 2 rupees. That means your stop loss will be 98 rupees. If the adverse movement happen, so if it will trigger 98, you will be exit from that particular trade, and that trade will automatically get settled after like accounting 2 rupees loss for your company. Okay? And exposure limit is something, position limit aapka basically it is something, let's say we have deal wise, while we put the deal, we can have a maximum deal amount of this value, or it can be dealer wise also. Okay? As a chief dealers, you can let's say we have in our branches also, no, a PO or assistant manager can give loan up to this amount, a branch manager can sanction up to this amount, regional manager they can sanction up to this amount. Similarly here also, right? So as a dealer, you can have a maximum deal of this amount, you can have a maximum open position in a day of this amount, or your rollovers aapka, if you are, let's say carrying any position for the next trading day, so this is the limits, you cannot breach that particular one, that generally comes under this particular one. Okay? So like we have a deal size, limit on open position. Open position means, let's say we have purchased something today and we are carrying that position for the next trading day. So if you compare these like it is something intraday and delivery. Intraday is something we have buy today and we sell today. Okay? Intraday we have high exposure because the risk probability is low. But here, when you are keeping open position and if you are carrying that particular position, so there is a probability of losses, because within that closing period there can be any adverse situation and all. Okay? So you have to go with the stop losses and all. Okay? Stop loss that I have already explained you. So all limit are expressed in absolute amounts. Okay? So let's say if a person or dealer is working, so this is the exact number. We are not giving any percentage or anything else. We are just telling the number. This is your limit. You cannot go beyond this one. This is your open position limit. You cannot keep those particular transaction open for the next trading day and all. So that is something that's generally part of this particular one. Correct? Aarti ma'am, very good evening. Chalo, आगे बढ़ते हैं guys. Market risk, sorry, I have skipped one. Exposure ceiling. Okay? So exposure ceiling are kept in place to protect bank from credit risk or counterparty risk. Credit risk in treasury may be split into default risk and settlement risk. Default by the second party and settlement aapka that value date wala things and all. Okay? Default is typically when bank lend in money market. Okay, it is something aapka the other side. Okay? The borrowers bank may fail repay the amount on the date. Similar risk in is there a repo transaction also. Okay? So when another party is not fulfilling their obligation. Market and credit risk. So these are the risks which we have discussed so many times. So I'll quickly summarize this one. So these all risks which we generally manage through the treasury. ठीक है? Currency, आपका VAR calculation. ठीक है? So VAR we generally value at risk आपका which we generally use to calculate the market risk. ठीक है? So we have basically आपका probability of not probability of default, that downside potentials, ठीक है? Or the confidence level 99%, 95% in others. ठीक है? This is very important. Please read this particular carefully. ठीक है? VAR is a statistical method which indicating worst possible movements of market rate. Let's say our portfolio size is 100 crore rupees, and what, like if you're calculating 1 day VAR means 24 hours. Okay. So what can be the worst scenario? What can be the worst negative side for this particular portfolio within 24 hours? If it is for 1 week or 1 month or 3 months and all. Okay. So VAR, which is a tool or a financial model which help us to know the worst cases and all. Okay? So over a given period of time, like 1 day, 1 week, 10 days, or no, under a normal market condition at defined confidence level. Okay? Let's say the confidence level is, let's say the confidence level is 99%. Okay? The confidence level is 99%, and the other one is other tool is for आपका, let's say the USD INR. We are studying for the USD INR, and the current price is suppose that 85.5060. Okay? So let's say this is the rate, and for this one आपका the worst case scenario is suppose that the worst case scenario is suppose that it is 50 paisa, ठीक है, 50 paisa, and confidence level is 90 days, and duration is suppose that 1 week. ठीक है, so 1 week we are calculating for 1 week. ठीक है, now that means how you will interpret this particular one. ठीक है, that means there is only 1% chance. ठीक है, there is only 1% chance the currency pair USD INR can come down below the 85 point आपका it is let's assume it is आपका this, ठीक है, 85 or this. ठीक है, so in within next 1 week there is only 1% chance कि the prices of USD INR will come down below this 85 benchmark. ठीक है, so VAR is basically we have a confidence level, ठीक है, that is 99%. So that means there is only 1% probability कि the prices of USD INR will come down below this आपका worst case scenario which is आपका 50. ठीक है, so that means this is your आपका confidence level. ठीक है, the prices the confidence basically what we can say, again, the chances of remaining the prices high of this USD INR is आपका, like we have 99% confidence level कि the prices will remain 85 and above than that. There is only 1% probability कि this will go below this particular one. If it is, let's say 95%, that means there is only 5% probability कि the prices will go below this particular one. Okay? So this is something which help us to manage the things. कि how much risk we can have if this particular thing happen and all, or what is the overall market scenario regarding that particular security and all. So VAR, like here they have given 45 paisa of USD INR, 95% confidence level implies that only 5% of chances of worsening beyond 45 paisa. Okay? If today price is 64, so tomorrow it is 1 day war, okay? 1 day war. So the export assumes 63.55. Okay? So 64 minus 45 आपका, and there is only 5% chances the rate will go below this particular one, and 95% probability कि the prices will remain above than that particular one. So that is VAR. Okay? We'll discuss case studies around this one. Again, very important concept. Very important actually. Two varies with this one. Okay? So this is very important question. Up concept आपका, you will definitely see one question around the VAR, because for market risk आपका we use different VAR and all. So Parametric approach, we have three approaches आपका, ठीक है. Parametric, variance, covariance, that is not part of your BFM, but if you have risk management as a your curriculum na, so then these are generally part of that particular one, ठीक है. We have one is आपका simulation based. Parametric var based on the sensitivity of various component, correlation approach and all, ठीक है. One other one was there, ठीक है. Variance, variance approaches and all. Other also have given in this one, nahi. हाँ, okay, हाँ, Monte Carlo, ठीक है. This हाँ, one is parametric approach, another one is Monte Carlo approach, ठीक है. Mostly we use this particular one, and one more आपका, ठीक है. Third one is historical data, ठीक है, historical data. But these are not in BFM. They are, if you have risk management as a your curriculum na, ठीक है, so that they are generally part of that particular one, ठीक है. Duration is basically how much time. This is something related to bonds आपका, ठीक है, bond market. So let's say we have maturity of bonds. Let's say there is a company who issue bond for 15 years. So that 15 years maturity of that particular bond. Now, let's say as an investor, we as a treasury department, we purchase bond and we sell. The period we hold that particular bonds where we can account our profitability, that period is generally known as duration. So duration is a measure widely used in investment business. Through the concept of duration is applicable to all assets and liabilities with the interest rate risk present in. To understand duration, we need to familiar with the concept of YTM or yield to maturity, right? So let's say the bond carry a coupon rate interest which is payable on 100% value of the bonds, par value basically, at the time of issue. However, the bond may be traded in discount आपका, or at premium in secondary market. Nowadays bonds get traded in secondary market, so it can be traded in at premium or आपका discount. Premium or discount is a case like, let's say if it is in case of discount, discount means that is less than the face value of that particular bond. Let's say face value is 1000 and it is trading at आपका 900. Because why it is in discount? At the time of maturity, the borrower will pay 1000, so it will eventually become 1000. That means that is at discount. So if you purchase, you will get higher value in that particular, and your current yield will be high in that particular case. Current yield is basically if you purchase a bond today that got listed 2 years ago and maturity is 10 years, and if you hold that bond till maturity, means the remaining 8 years, if you hold that particular one, what rate of return you will get from that particular one, that is called current yield, okay? So depending on the interest rate, trade markets, the trade price based on the market rate or interest for residual period of the bond is constantly changing in the market itself. This slide, one slide is missing here. Duration is simply saying, let's say the maturity period is 15 years. As I gave you an example, as a treasury, let's say we hold a bond for 2 years, we buy and we sell. This period is generally aapka duration. But how we calculate this particular one, how we basically we have as a treasury, most of the time our investment are in short term. Treasury investment are mostly in short term period. So sometimes what we generally do, we generally do the calculation how long we have to hold this particular asset or security so we can generate some sort of profitability. After that, we'll be having some profit outcomes and all. So that is something related to this particular one. Derivatives aapka, so derivatives, they generally use for the hedging purpose. Mostly the initial idea behind the derivative was hedging, but nowadays they generally get used for the your speculation purpose also. There are a number of people who generally trade in derivatives, especially in case of future and options. So people, they enter like if they have some sort of speculations around the price movements and all, accordingly they make their position. But the original thought around the derivative was hedging to minimize your risk, right? So especially these आपका OTC derivatives, over the counter derivatives, they generally get used for the hedging purpose only, right? So like Forex, the exporters, importers, they generally enter into contract so they can fix a price in the market itself. But exchange traded derivatives, they are majorly used for the speculation purpose, where investors or traders, they generally make their position as per their expectations. Because again, derivative are highly leveraged funds. You do not have to pay the entire value of the contract. You just have to pay an initial amount, which is called margin, and that is very less. Let's say it is max to max 10%. That means by like with 1 lakh rupees you can enter into a contract of 10 lakh rupees, or by with 10 lakh rupees you can enter into a contract of आपका 1 crores, or with 1 crore you can enter into a contract of 10 crores. So that is down. So that is the leverage which we generally get from this particular market. So basically, if it comes to the treasury and uses of derivative by treasury, they generally use for both the purposes. Major purpose is hedging still, but sometimes they also enter into kind of speculative areas also, because for the speculation purpose also. Derivatives next unit आपका, ठीक है. Now for this one I have done one session. It is for around 1 hour 40 minutes. If you did not get that particular one, please do share with me, ठीक है? Because if I'll explain all these particular one, it will take at least 1 hour, ठीक है, for the derivative things. So that's why I have already done one session. Please do watch that particular one, ठीक है? It is I guess if you'll watch your for this one, you can, what you can do, just watch the BFM Restart series unit number 24, the concept part itself. Okay, so unit number 24 I have provided in sequence itself, so please do watch that particular one. And if you get any confusion, please do let me know. There are some numericals like premium calculation for call option and put option, okay, forward rate pricing आपका, ठीक है, but not that black skull models and all, they are not part of this one. But the payoff for your future or options आपका, that is important. So you can go through those particular one. I have tried to explain you in that particular session in detail with like 1 hour 45 minutes for concept class. That means we have discussed all these particular one in detail. So please do watch that one. And if you face any issue, just do share with me. Okay? There are some areas which is kind of a concept or fundamental parts which I have kept here also, so you can revise. Okay? OTC आपका and versus exchange traded derivative. If you will watch that particular video now, I can guarantee you will not face any issue around these particular one. Okay? So we have 4 type of derivatives. Derivatives are financial instruments whose value is derived and dependent upon on underlying asset. I hope everybody understand this particular definition. That means like underlying asset can be it could be आपका stocks, commodity, indices, currencies and all. Okay? So basically like what we are doing, like we use different models. This topic is that much great कि people they get Nobel Prize in economics for the derivatives. Okay? I hope you know the Black and Scholes models. That was the model with that they get the Nobel Prize for the derivative calculations. Only we use that particular one. Okay? So it is something that the value of the derivative is generally derived or dependent upon an underlying asset. That means, like let's say we use one simple formula called SCRT. Okay? SCRT. Okay? So S is आपका spot price. Let's say for gold, the spot price is supposed at 80,000. Okay? Spot rate आपका spot rate. Okay? Now the value, but what we are doing, let's say if you are calculating gold price for the 6-month contract, okay? So E is exponential value 2.71828. Okay? R is आपका the written, which is let's say it is आपका 10%. Okay? T is time duration. Okay? T is let's say 6 months. Okay? So what is happening here? Everything is based on this underlying asset, okay? Which is the current market price of that particular one. Okay? Let's say gold per 10 gram is supposed at 80,000 rupees in the market or 1 lakh rupees in the market. So if this price will go up, obviously, let's say after this calculation, we reach to 92,000 for 6 months. Okay? So 6-month contract for gold is spot rate is आपका 86,000. 6 months later आपका it is showing 92,000. Now there will be some change in this value. If this will go up 80 to 90, obviously this will also increase. If this will come down, this price will also come down. So that's why we used to say, or every book or every definition wherever you'll search, you'll see the same definition. Derivatives are financial instruments whose value is derived and or dependent upon an underlying asset, right? OTC, we have 4 type of derivatives: future, forward, option, swap. Forward and swaps are OTC contract, and future and options are exchange. Exchange traded means they generally get traded and they recognize stock exchanges, right? So that means they are standardized product. Everything is get decided by the exchange except their prices. Prices are generally market driven, demand and supply. But in case of OTC product, they are private contract. Parties of those particular contract, they can customize according to their need and according to their requirement. Contract means like settlement date. In case of exchange traded, it is like for the equity derivatives, we have last Thursday of every month. Their lot size or their tick size, everything is decided by exchange. But here it is by the involving parties. Those parties who involve in this one. Similarly, forward versus options is there. If you build your understanding around the exchange versus OTC, this will automatically get covered, right? So please go through these particular one. I have given you the references for that particular one. So please do use that one. Okay? So that is kind of a homework additional. Okay? Next one, aapka, which is unit number 25. I guess this is the last unit from your module C itself, okay? Which is Treasury and Asset Liability Management. So basically, the ALM, aapka, this is the previous one was something around the risk management and all. Okay? So this is aapka Treasury and ALM, Asset Liability Management. We do have this gap between asset and liabilities, and that gap is generally fulfilled by the Treasury Department. Sometimes this gap shows some sort of surplus, sometimes there is some sort of deficit. If we have surplus, so Treasury will use that money, invest in some other market or some markets from where we can generate some sort of profit for the bank. And if there is a deficit, so they'll arrange that money and they'll fill that particular deficit itself. So that generally comes under this one. Okay? So you can see managing ALM, liquidity risk and interest rate risk, role of Treasury in this, uses of derivative again here, credit risk and derivatives, transfer pricing and this policy environment now, this is very very important one, policy environment wala part, this get asked so many times. So the risk arise out of mismatch of asset and liabilities of bank, and asset liability management is managing such as balance sheet risk and all. The risk is not controlled, may result in negative spread or erosion of net worth. ALM therefore defined as protection of net worth for the bank. Asset liability, the basic one. Liquidity risk, aapka, what is liquidity risk? We have discussed one entire unit around this particular one, right? I hope you guys remember module B, your liquidity risk and Basel Norms. Okay, so what is liquidity risk? We all know. So let's just have a reading around this particular one here. Another one, guys. So here it is given also, ALM and uses. Nothing new. Interest rate risk also, we have discussed one. NII, like inflow minus outflow, NII. NIM is your aapka NII divided by average asset. Okay? So that is defined here. So the gap is like, let's say your payables, receivables, and if there is any gap, so that gap generally get managed by your Treasury Management. Next one, aapka experiences of ALM in Indian scenario. Similar one. Explain Indian scenario. You can just read out this one, guys. इसमें ज़्यादा tension नहीं आएगा. Treasury and ALM, uses of derivatives, entire unit. If you'll go through that topic na, unit 24, aapka restart series, you won't face any issue around credit derivatives or the other form aapka swap and all. Okay? The eligible entities in market makers and user category are under credit derivatives. This is for the credit derivative, market makers and users. This we have discussed somewhere else also. I hope you remember. Credit derivatives, transfer pricing, policy environment. Please do remember, do go through this one. यहाँ पे कुछ है नहीं. This is a very basic one. But this part is na that get tested so many times. तो please उसको ध्यान रखिएगा. So policy environment is something while we are framing any policy around the ALM things. So we are using different products and all. So managing those particular product guidelines toward those particular products and all, that is very important. ALM will be affected only if there is a strong policy foundation. Though in general we describe the ALM policy this. So what an integrated risk management policy bearing upon the market risk of the bank should ideally have the following areas. One is ALM policy, which prescribe the composition of Asset Liability Management Committee, ALCO. Liquidity policy prescribe the minimum liquidity to be maintained, funding of reserve asset, limited on limit on exposure to money market, contingent fundings and all. Then we have derivative policies and others. Derivative policy C. So derivative policy which prescribe for the uses of derivative, capital allocation, restrictions on derivative tradings, valuation norm. Investment policy prescribe the permissible investment norms while you protecting your ALM. Composite risk policy for foreign exchange and treasury. We have transfer pricing policy prescribe the methodology spread to be retained by the this. Very easy one. Hello bankers, a very good evening to all of you. Welcome to JAIIB CAIIB Prep. So आशा करते हैं आप सभी लोग काफी अच्छे होंगे. ठीक है. So in this particular video, we are going to summarize your module D. Okay, BFM module D. So kind of a one-shot video where we'll be going through all the units of module D. Okay. So far guys, we generally talk about the like we already done with the module A, B and C summary. I hope सभी ने वो videos आपके देख लिए होंगे. ठीक है. So we have two type of videos. One is unit wise. वो हमने करने का आपका जो मोटिव है दैट इज कि लाइक लेट्स से इफ यू आर ऑलरेडी प्रिपेयर्ड फ्रॉम समवेयर एल्स, तो आपका जिस यूनिट में आपको प्रॉब्लम हो रही है यू कैन वॉच दैट पर्टिकुलर वन. एंड इफ यू आर टोटली न्यू, अभी तक कुछ नहीं पढ़ा है, ठीक है, सो मैं आपको सजेस्ट करूंगा ये चारों मॉड्यूल्स के जो वीडियोस हैं, दिस शुड बी योर वेरी फर्स्ट स्टेप. अभी भी लेट नहीं हुआ है, ठीक है. सो व्हाट यू शुड डू, लाइक एटलीस्ट यू कैन वॉच ऑल द वीडियोस इन अ 1.5 और 1.75 स्पीड. ठीक है. तो एक दिन का एक टारगेट लेके चलो, अगले 4 दिन में चारों वीडियोस आपका खत्म करने हैं. देन गो फॉर मॉड्यूल वाइज एमसीक्यूज एंड साइमल्टेनियसली आई विल कम अप विद यूनिट वाइज एमसीक्यूज एंड केस स्टडीज. ठीक है. तो कल से ही आपको मतलब ऑलरेडी आई हैव स्टार्टेड दोस पर्टिकुलर थिंग्स आल्सो. ठीक है. तो जल्दी से आपका इस सीक्वेंस को फॉलो करोगे, देन आई विल मेक श्योर कि यू विल स्कोर वेरी गुड इन योर अपकमिंग CAIIB एग्जामिनेशन. ठीक है. So one thing I would like to say to each and everyone, those who are going for CAIIB examination, without concept, without fundamentals, it is kind of an impossible job. ठीक है. देखो क्या होता है ना, like JAIIB is totally different league. This is like लास्ट टाइम का जो पेपर था दैट वाज बिट इजियर साइड, बट हमेशा हम किस्मत के भरोसे नहीं बैठ सकते थे. सो मेरा सजेशन सभी को होगा कि फर्स्ट गो थ्रू द फाउंडेशन पार्ट. आप कहीं से भी पढ़ रहे हैं, बट fundamental is the key for this particular examination whenever we talk about the CAIIB examination, right? And we have provided you all the 4 modules, so please go through these particular one and then practice module wise your MCQs. Then I'm coming with the moderate to tough level MCQs and case studies unit wise. If you'll go through these particular one during your exam week, we'll have the kind of marathon session also module wise, so you will be able to score very good in your upcoming examination. ठीक है. तो guys, if you talk about the module D, module D is all about balance sheet management. So component of asset and liabilities in a bank balance sheet. Then we have asset capital adequacy, Basel Norms. 28 is asset classification and provisioning. 29 liquidity management and 30 आपका interest rate risk management. So all the units of this particular one is important. ठीक है. So I always say that कि हर एक यूनिट आपका इंपॉर्टेंट है CAIIB के हिसाब से, अगर हम पास्ट एक्सपीरियंसेस को देखते हैं. नहीं, सो प्लीज डू टेक केयर अबाउट दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग. तो आज की सेशन में हम लोग सारे जो आपके यूनिट्स हैं इन सबको आपका डिटेल में डिस्कस करेंगे, और कहीं ना कहीं जिससे आप आने वाले समय में काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस कर पाए. ठीक है. एंड जस्ट आफ्टर दिस स्टार्ट वॉचिंग MCQ एंड केस स्टडीज सेशन ऑल्सो. Believe me guys, you are going to score very good after going through these particular things. Okay, chalo, so we will start with our component of assets and liabilities in bank balance sheet. Okay, so unit number 26, which is a component of assets and liabilities in bank balance sheet and their management. So basically whenever we talk about bank balance sheet, it is like banks or financial institutions in India, they have to prepare their final accounts as per the Banking Regulation Act 1949, Section 23. So the format which is generally given or defined by the RBI in this particular section. So we will go through the entire 18 schedules which are generally part of bank balance sheet. Okay. So like 12 for balance sheet and 6 for your profit and loss account. So let's have a quick look about the course content. So it is component of bank balance sheet, asset liability management, significance of ALM, purpose and objective of ALM, and ALM as coordinated balance sheet management, right? So these are the subtopics which are generally part of this particular one. So guys, whenever we talk about bank balance sheet or balance sheet of a banking company in India, so that is generally governed through Banking Regulation Act, BR Act 1949, right? And a section is 29. So as per this particular section, companies, banking companies in India, they have to prepare their final accounts, right? So if you go through the section, there are some important sections. So first we'll talk about the section 29, which is related to final account of a banking company. So final accounts of a banking company. Okay, so these all sections which belongs, we are talking about Banking Regulation Act 1949, which generally regulate and regulate the functioning of banks in India, and it also regulate or govern the licensing part, right? So section 29 of Banking Regulation Act, as per this one, ठीक है, RBI जिसने clear cut आपका जो formats हैं वो आपको यहाँ पे दिए हैं, ठीक है. So being a banking company, you have to present your final accounts. Okay. So guys, section 29 जिससे हम लोग सबसे पहले बात करेंगे, ठीक है. So यहाँ पे RBI ने आपका जो बैंकिंग कंपनीज है इंडिया में उनके फॉर्मेट दिए गए, ठीक है. So we have two form. One is form A, which is performa balance sheet, which is related to balance sheet, and form B, which is related to performa profit and loss account, right? So balance sheet, which is also known as position statement. I hope everybody remember this from your JAIIB section, right? So balance sheet is a position statement which represent asset, liabilities, and equity. So equation is asset equal to liabilities plus owner's equity, right? So here we have 12 schedules which are generally part of bank balance sheet, and profit and loss accounts, which represent the which shows the net profit or net losses made by the institution or organization or company or bank during that particular period from the trading activities, right? So in total we have 18 schedules. So here which include note to accounts also, okay? So companies in India, companies means banking companies in India, they have to prepare their final accounts in accordance to this particular format, and we need at least like signature from the 3 directors. 3 directors के कम से कम signature होना जरूरी है, and where we have only 3 directors or less than that, so we need like signature from all the directors, right? Then after this we have section 30 of same act, BR Act 1949, which is related to audit. So as per this, bank, they need to conduct audit in their these particular final accounts. Then we have section 30 subsection 1 subsection B, which is related to special audit. Special audit which is conducted by RBI, a kind of a or like snap audit, and expenses are generally borne by the bank itself. Then we have section 31 and 32, which is related to reporting. Okay, so reporting to these particular documents with RBI, as well as publication. Okay, so reporting plus publication. Okay, so publication. Publication of these particular documents in newspaper or financial jargons. So you have to submit 3 copies of balance sheet, 3 copies of profit and loss account, along with auditor's report within 3 months with RBI, within 3 months with RBI, and as well as registrar office. And you have to publish these particular one within 6 month in the financial jargons, ठीक है। तो ऐसा आपके जो पूरे प्रोविजंस आपके हैं, दे आर जनरली पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन, ठीक है। सो ये सारी चीज जिनको हम लोग समझेंगे, सो इट्स अ स्नैपशॉट, ठीक है। सो जब भी हम लोग आपका बैलेंस शीट की बात करते हैं, इट शोज सोर्सेज ऑफ फंड्स एंड एप्लीकेशन ऑफ फंड्स, ठीक है। सो लाइक कैसे इसको सिंपली समझेंगे, सपोज दैट देयर इज अ पर्सन कॉल्ड मिस्टर एक्स हु स्टार्टेड अ बिजनेस और अ बैंक XYZ लिमिटेड, ठीक है, विद 5 करोड़ रुपीज, 5 करोड़ रुपए के साथ इन्होंने इस बैंक को स्टार्ट किया, ठीक है। सो दिस 5 करोड़ रुपीज विल बी अ लाइबिलिटी ऑन दी फर्म, ये आपका फर्म के ऊपर क्या होता है, लाइबिलिटी होता है। एंड फ्रॉम टेकन लाइबिलिटी इटसेल्फ वी जनरली क्रिएट एसेट्स, इसी से हम लोग क्या क्रिएट करते हैं, आपका एसेट्स आपका क्रिएट करते हैं, ठीक है। सो इसका जो बैलेंस शीट है, बैलेंस शीट एज ऑन 31st March 2024, suppose that this is the sequence. So liabilities, it will shows capital or risk capital. This amount is also known as risk capital. Okay, so risk capital, and so let's say it is 5 crore rupees, and asset side it will be cash initially. So it is 5 crore rupees. So your assets will always equal to your liability. So the equation is asset equal to liabilities plus owner's equity. So sometimes this liability is also known as outside liability, and this is inside liability, money contributed by owners, right? So this is the sequence आपका, ठीक है। अब ये आपका पूरा फॉर्मेट आपका रहेगा, ठीक है। So from the taken asset, from the taken liability itself, we generally create asset. So the liability is generally आपका sources of funds, and assets are generally application of funds. Let's say this company or this bank, they invested in property, plants, equipments 3 crore rupees. Okay, so now how it will change their equation? So what will be the new equation? So liability, it will be आपका, it will remain same, capital 5 crores. Assets, it will become property, plants, equipments 3 crores, and now cash component will decrease to 2 crores. So again 5 crore, 5 crore. So this is like liability means it can be like it can be like that side is can be divided between two parts: outside liability, which we have borrowed from the other parties like loan and others, and assets are basically it is the sources of fund. So from the taken liability itself we generally create the asset, so that's why it is generally known as आपका sources of funds and application of funds, ठीक है। So if you talk about the sources of funds, it include capital reserve, deposit, borrowings, other liabilities and provision. Okay, so total. And application of funds, these are the assets, cash in hand and balances with RBI, balances with bank, and money at call and short notice, call notice which is receivable within overnight, and short notice which is the receivable within 14 days. Then we have investments, advances, then we have fixed assets, then we have other asset total. So this will equal to this आपका, ठीक है। तो जिसको आज हम लोग समझेंगे. So let's start with the basic one, right? So preparation of final accounts and accounting dates, section 29 of Banking Regulation Act 1949, which generally govern this particular area, and that accounting year is equal to your financial year, ठीक है, 1st April to 31st March. So the Banking Regulation Act give the format of the balance sheet and profit and loss account, in which the account of a bank should be presented, and this format is given in the 3rd schedule of Banking Regulation Act 1949. RBI has issued guidelines on to follow the new Form A, which is performa balance sheet, and Form B, which is your performa profit and loss account, by all banking companies doing business in India, ठीक है। तो जैसे मैंने अभी आपको बताया था, Form A which include 12 schedules, and Form B which include your 6 schedules including note to accounts. तो ये आपके जो टोटल 18 शेड्यूल्स हैं वही आपका बैलेंस शीट कहीं ना कहीं कंपोनेंट्स के रूप में आपका एसेट साइड एंड लायबिलिटी साइड जिनके ऊपर डिस्कशन आपका रहेगा, ठीक है। सो आई विल शो यू अ फॉर्मेट. सो दिस इज द फॉर्मेट ऑफ योर bank balance sheet. So every Indian company, every banking company which is running their business in India, so they have to present their final accounts in this particular format. So this is for balance sheet, and this is for your profit and loss account. So in this particular session, we are going to understand all the 12 schedules, then 6 schedule from profit and loss account, then the ALM part, right? So you, as you can see, Third schedule, Form A, balance, form of balance sheet. Balance sheet as on 31st March 2023, 24, 25 this way. Okay? So first 5 schedules. First we have capital and liabilities. So these are generally sources of funds, right? So where we have capital, schedule 1. Okay? So schedule 1 is capital. Reserve and surplus, schedule 2. Minorities interest, schedule 2A. Deposits comes under schedule 3. Borrowings, schedule 4. Other liabilities and provision, schedule 5. If you talk about the assets, so cash and balances with RBI, schedule 6. Balances with the bank and money at call and short notice, schedule 7. Investment made by bank, 8. Advances, 9. Fixed asset, 10. Other asset, 11, right? Then we have goodwill on consolidation, debit balances of profit and loss account, total, and contingent liabilities, provisions and all, they generally comes under the schedule 12. So we will go through these particular one by one. Okay, so quickly go through these particular thing. Right, so these are the components of your balance sheet. Okay, all 12 schedules. We'll go through these particular one by one. Okay, so let's have a look about the Form B. Third schedule, form of profit and loss account. Profit and loss account for the year ended 31st March again 2023-24, right? So which include income. So bank की income आपका दो part में होती है. So first one is interest income 13 and other income, which include dividend, commission and other type of income, right? Expenditures, we have two major expenditure. One is interest expended on liabilities, okay, जो कासा राफा हमने लिए हैं उस पे, ठीक है आपका 15 में. Operating expenses आपका day to day expenses in other 16. Provisioning and contingent provisions and contingencies again 16 के अंदर, total liabilities, total expenditure. Then after this we prepare profit and loss account as per schedule 17, ठीक है. तो जो भी net profit net loss आपका है वो यहाँ पे decide होगा, ठीक है. And the final one is appropriation. Appropriation is basically distribution of final or net profit or losses, ठीक है. Let's say your bank made 100 crore rupees profit in a financial year 24-25. So after adjustment or after capitalizing all the expenses, will basically transfer the or we generally share the that net profit or losses among the shareholders, or even some part will transfer to the balance sheet as a reserve, ठीक है, reserve and surplus. तो जैसे appropriation में आपका transfer to reserve, statutory reserve, transfer to other reserve, transfer to government or proposed dividends, balance carried over balance sheet, ठीक है, ये आपका जो यहाँ पे रहेगा, ठीक है. So EPS and others, they are generally part of this. So these are 17 schedule. We हमने starting से 18 schedule के बात की. 18th one is note to accounts, ठीक है. So note to accounts based on all these 17 schedules, ठीक है. Schedule 1 to आपका schedule 17. If there is something like जैसे आपका capital है, so what is part of capital? What is a bifurcation? Or even let's say अदर कोई भी आपका, ठीक है, कोई depreciation है, कोई methods या others, so that will be part of your note to account. So this comes under note to account. जैसे list of disclosures in note to accounts, schedule 18, जैसे capital के बारे में, investment, derivative, asset quality, business ratios, asset liability management, exposures, disclosure of potential penalties imposed by RBI, disclosure requirements for accounting standards, provision and contingencies, floating provisions, drawdown from RBI, from reserve, disclosure of complaint, disclosure of a letter of comfort issued by bank, provision coverage ratio (PCR), bank insurance business, concentration of deposit, sector-wise NPA, movement of NPAs, overseas asset NPA and revenue, off balance sheet SPVs, special purpose vehicles sponsored, unamortized pension and gratuity liabilities, disclosure in remunerations, disclosure relating to securities, credit default swap, intra-group exposure, transfer to depositors, education and awareness fund, and we have unhedged foreign currency exposures. Okay, you do not need to remember these particular one, but जैसे लाइक यू कैन टेक एन आइडिया, जैसे अगर हम कैपिटल में हम बता रहे हैं कि हमारी इतनी कैपिटल एंड इफ देयर इज सम नोट, सो दैट नोट विल बी पार्ट ऑफ शेड्यूल 18, ठीक है। तो इस तरीके से आपको इसको शो करना होता है। सो दिस इज द एंटायर योर बैलेंस शीट एंड प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट, ठीक है। तो ये बैलेंस शीट का फॉर्मेट आपका, फिर आपका प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट का, और देन आपका नोट टू अकाउंट्स। नाउ इफ यू गो थ्रू योर बुक एज वेल, सो वहां पे वन बाय वन सारे शेड्यूल दिए गए हैं। सो आई विल डिस्कस दीज पर्टिकुलर, दीज आर वेरी बेसिक, आप आसानी से इनको समझ जाओगे, ठीक है। आई विल शेयर दिस पीडीएफ आल्सो, सो जहां से आप इसको गो थ्रू भी कर सकते हैं, रिवाइज भी कर सकते हैं। सो कैपिटल एंड लाइबिलिटीज, सो फर्स्ट वन इज कैपिटल एंड लाइबिलिटीज। आपका फर्स्ट पार्ट which मतलब schedule 1 to schedule 5 आपका capital and liabilities. So where we have first one capital. Capital represent the owner's stake in bank and it serves as a cuisine for depositors and creditors to fall back in case of losses. It is considered as long-term sources of funds. Minimum capital requirements for domestic and foreign banks are prescribed by RBI, ठीक है। जैसे होता है ना मिनिमम कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट 500 करोड़ रुपीस, या अदर जो रिजर्व रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं, रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स है, दे आर जनरली मेंटेन थ्रू दिस एंड बैंक विल डिस्क्लोज कि हमारा कैपिटल कितना है आपका, उसमें व्हाट इज ओनर्स मनी, प्रोप्राइटर्स मनी, शेयर होल्डर्स के थ्रू हमने कितना कर रखा है, वो सारी चीजें उनका इंफॉर्मेशन आपका शेड्यूल 1 के अंदर, ठीक है। शेड्यूल 2, दीज आर शेड्यूल, हाँ ठीक है। शेड्यूल 2 आपका रिजर्व एंड सरप्लस, इट इंक्लूड जैसे कैपिटल रिजर्व, रेवेन्यू एंड अदर रिजर्व, प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट बैलेंसेस। शेड्यूल 3 आपका डिपॉजिट, इट इंक्लूड डिमांड डिपॉजिट एंड टाइम डिपॉजिट्स, ठीक है, सेविंग डिपॉजिट एंड टर्म डिपॉजिट, ठीक है, जो कस्टमर से हमने डिपॉजिट्स आपके एक्सेप्ट किए हुए, ठीक है। शेड्यूल 4 आपका बोरोविंग्स, ठीक है। So it include borrowing from like we have three type of major borrowings. One is borrowing from RB. First one, the broader categorization is two: domestic and international. International can be कोई भी source आपका. Domestic borrowing is further categorized among three part. One is borrowing from RBI, borrowing from other bank, and borrowing from institutions. ठीक है, institutions like आपका जो DFIs हुए, ठीक है, जैसे आपका नबार्ड, एक्सिम एंड ऑल, सो ये आपके, ठीक है। सो दैट जनरली कम्स अंडर दिस। तो बोरोविंग फ्रॉम RBI, अदर बैंक एंड इंस्टीट्यूशन एंड एजेंसीज, ठीक है। एंड इसके अलावा इंटरनेशनल बोरोविंग इफ एप्लीकेबल, सो दैट विल बी पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन। शेड्यूल 5 आपका अदर लाइबिलिटीज एंड प्रोविजन, इट इंक्लूड बिल्स पेबल्स, इंटर ऑफिस एडजस्टमेंट, इंटरेस्ट accrued, provision for bad debts, provision for taxation and other deferred tax and others, so they are generally comes under this one. So these are the liability product of the bank, ठीक है। So which is capital and liabilities. Capital is money contributed by owners or proprietors. Liability is it is considered as outside liability as well, which we have taken from the outside the bank, ठीक है, or even outside the जैसे आपका depositors money and all these comes under this one. Now we will talk about assets. So assets के जो आपके शेड्यूल है, these are from शेड्यूल 6 टू शेड्यूल 12 आपका, ठीक है, 6 से लेकर 12 तक आपका, ठीक है। तो जिसमें शेड्यूल 6 आपका कैश इन बैलेंसेस विद रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया। सो कैश इन हैंड include a foreign currency and balances with RBI are shown under this particular head. Very simple. Schedule 7 balances with bank and money at call and short notice, ठीक है। So अगर हम किसी को call notice जारी करते हैं, so it is मतलब that means that party need to pay within 24 hours. If we issue the short notice, that means that party need to pay within 14 days, ठीक है। So balances with bank, money at call and short notice are shown under this. Money call is within आपका 24 hours and money at short notice within, no, this is, please correct this, 14 hours, ठीक है, 14 days, ठीक है। Next one आपका 8 investments, ठीक है। So investment which include gold and other type of investment also. Investment in government securities, other approved securities, shares, debentures, bonds, subsidiaries, gold are shown under this particular one, right? बहुत आसान है, आई होप सबको समझ में आ रहा होगा, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट वन आपका शेड्यूल 9 आपका एडवांसेस। एडवांसेस मींस लोन गिवन बाय द बैंक। सो बिल्स परचेज एंड बिल्स डिस्काउंटेड, कैश क्रेडिट, overdraft, loan payables on demand and term loans are shown under this particular one, ठीक है। So these are the major sources of earning for the bank itself. Then we have 10 Fixed asset, property, plants, equipments, goodwill, patent, copyrights. So these are generally part of your fixed asset, right? Then we have 11. So 11 is other asset, inter-office adjustment, interest accrued, tax paid in advance, which is known as deferred tax asset. If it is asset, it was part of your liability also. ठीक है? जैसे last year आपका tax जो tax liability थी, that was 10 crore and you have आपने पे किया 12 करोड़, सो 2 करोड़ एक्स्ट्रा पे किया, दैट विल बी एसेट. अगर वो आपका 10 करोड़ था, आपने 7 करोड़ पे किया, दैट मींस देयर इज अ गैप ऑफ 3 करोड़ व्हिच यू नीड टू पे इन द नियर फ्यूचर, तो वो आपका क्या होगा, लायबिलिटी होगा. ठीक है. स्टेशनरी एंड स्टैम्प्स, non-banking asset acquired in satisfaction of claims are shown under this. Schedule 12 आपका final contingent liabilities, it shows it's shown by the way of footnote. It represent liabilities not provided in the balance sheet. ठीक है. Contingent liabilities क्या होती हैं आपका, जैसे आपका kind of like जनरली कहाँ पे आती है, कंटिजेंट मींस अभी जो मतलब हो भी सकती है नहीं भी हो सकती है. ठीक है. जिनका अकरेंस आपका फ्यूचर में रहेगा. ठीक है. जैसे हमने किसी को आपका एलसी इशू किया है तो उसके अगेंस्ट में आपका, ठीक है, अगर वो एलसी डिफॉल्ट कर जाता है देन दैट मींस दैट कंटिजेंसी अकर, और ऐसा कोई जरूरी भी नहीं कि आपका वो आपका हुई हो. ठीक है. सो दीज वर द 12 शेड्यूल ऑफ बैलेंस शीट. नाउ रिमेनिंग आपका 13 14 इनकम, 15 16 आपका एक्सपेंडिचर, 17 प्रॉफिट इन लॉस अकाउंट, 18 इज योर नोट टू अकाउंट्स. तो एक एक करके चलते हैं. सो नाउ वी हैव द अदर पार्ट व्हिच इज इनकम, which is part of your income statement. Means income statement equal to प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट. ठीक है. तो यहां से आपका प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट शुरू होता है. सो शेड्यूल 13 विच इंटरेस्ट अर्न. सो इंटरेस्ट अर्न कहां से होता है, यू गाइस आर एक्सपर्ट इन दिस. सो इट इंक्लूड इंटरेस्ट एंड डिस्काउंटेड ऑन एडवांसेस, बिल्स, इनकम ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट, इंटरेस्ट ऑन balances with RBI. It should be noted that according to the new form, bad debts and provision for bad debts and other provisions are not to be deducted from the interest earned, क्योंकि उनको आप अलग से आपका शो करोगे. ठीक है. For greater transparency in accounts, these items are shown as a separate in profit and loss account. जैसे अभी हमने वहां पे देखा भी था, प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस एप्रोप्रिएशन अकाउंट के अंदर आप उनको अलग से दिखाओगे. ठीक है. तो इस तरीके से 13 14 इज other income. So other income, it include commission, exchange and brokerage, profit on sale of investment, profit on revaluation of investment, profit on sale of land, building and other asset, profit on exchange transaction, income earned by way of dividend from subsidiaries and all. So that generally comes under your other income. So income के लिए schedule 13 and schedule 14. So total of 13 and 14 is your total income in your bank profit and loss account. ठीक है. Now expenditure 15 and 16. ठीक है. So expenses आपका 15, इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंडेड. ठीक है. इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंडेड ऑन डिपॉजिट्स या अदर्स जो भी हमारे हैं. ठीक है. जैसे इंटरेस्ट ऑन डिपॉजिट, इंटरेस्ट ऑन आरबीआई बोरोविंग्स, इंटरेस्ट ऑन इंटरबैंक बोरोविंग्स एक्सेट्रा. 15 इज ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपेंसेस, जो डे टू डे आपकी जैसे सैलरी है या ऑफिस एक्सपेंसेस हैं, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, रेंट एंड एवरीथिंग. ठीक है. सो सैलरीज एंड वेजेस ऑफ स्टाफ, रेंट, रेट एंड टैक्सेस, प्रिंटिंग एंड स्टेशनरी, एडवर्टाइजमेंट, डेप्रिसिएशन ऑन बैंक प्रॉपर्टीज, director's fee, auditor's fee, law charges, postage, repair, insurance are generally comes under this particular head. Okay? So now the final one is, so 15 and 16 expenses, that then we have profit and loss account. Okay? So 17. So in the sections profit and loss for current year is brought forward, और जैसे भी आपका जो भी position होगा, so that will be brought forward. ठीक है. So it is आपका 17 में. ठीक है. सो आपका इन दिस सेक्शन अमाउंट ट्रांसफर टू स्टेशनरी रिजर्व एज पर शेड्यूल 17. दिस इज रिलेटेड टू शेड्यूल 17. ठीक है. तो जहां पे हम लोग आपका नेट इनकम और नेट प्रॉफिट और लॉसेस को डिटरमाइन करेंगे. एंड 17 आपका एप्रोप्रिएशन. ठीक है. सो दिस इज रेफरेंस टू प्रीवियस वन. ठीक है. एप्रोप्रिएशन इज जनरली आपका इट्स अ डिविजन, लाइक जस्ट आफ्टर द प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट वी प्रिपेयर एप्रोप्रिएशन अकाउंट, जहां पे after capitalizing all the expenses of the bank, we generally prepare the appropriation account. It's a kind of distribution of that profit and loss among the stakeholders. ठीक है. So the balance is transferred to this, ठीक है, amount of both reserve and this, ठीक है. Now the आपका the final part, ठीक है, तो समझ में आ गया होगा ना. सो शेड्यूल 1 to 18 आपका 18 जो हमने पहले डिस्कस किया था, जिसमें आपका नोट टू अकाउंट्स आपका आता है, ठीक है. सो बैंक प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट, अगर आपको समरी चाहिए उसके लिए, ठीक है, तो इनकम, इंटरेस्ट इनकम, ठीक है. सो इंटरेस्ट इन प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस के लिए अगर हम लोग बात करें, इंटरेस्ट इनकम, अदर इनकम, ठीक है. सो इंटरेस्ट इनकम विच इज डिफाइंड अंडर आपका 13 एंड इट इज अंडर 14, ठीक है. इट इज अंडर 15, इट इज अंडर 16, ठीक है. देन इसके बाद हम लोग आपका फाइनली विल डिटरमाइन द प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस, ठीक है. तो ये जो अभी मैंने आपको बताया वो सारी चीजें जिनका समरी आपको यहाँ पे देखने के लिए मिलेगा. आई होप दिस इज क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू, राइट. इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेरी प्लीज फील फ्री टू आस्क, एंड लाइक डू गिव योर फीडबैक. समझ में आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा है, कोई भी ऐसा डाउट भी लगता है तो आप अपने डाउट भी आपका पूछ सकते हैं. एंड आई यूजुअली टेक सेशन इन बाइलिंगुअल, ठीक है. सो आई अंडरस्टैंड कि लाइक एक्चुअली आई डू नॉट हैव दैट मच ऑफ टाइम की रिकॉर्ड सेपरेट वीडियो फॉर हिंदी मीडियम और इंग्लिश मीडियम, ठीक है. सो आई अंडरस्टैंड कि आप लोग उतना लेवल का मेच्योरिटी रखते हैं, बट स्टिल इफ दिस इज अ प्रॉब्लम ना, प्लीज कन्वे, ठीक है. सो आई विल ट्राई सम अदर वेज, ठीक है. कुछ ऐसा इसके लिए ऑप्शन निकालेंगे where we can serve individually as well, right? So this is your schedule 18 which we have already gone through. Schedule 18 is all about your note to accounts, ठीक है. So in heads के ऊपर जो भी नोट है, जैसे ग्रॉस एनपीए है या सेक्टर वाइज एनपीए है, ठीक है, या पेनल्टीज मेड बाय आरबीआई है, या ऐसा कोई भी चीज, दैट विल बी पार्ट ऑफ योर नोट टू अकाउंट. सो दिस इज ऑल अबाउट योर एसेट्स एंड लाइबिलिटी प्रोडक्ट, ठीक है. तो फर्स्ट हाफ ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर यूनिट इज डन. सेकेंड हाफ यू गाइस आर ऑलरेडी अवेयर, ठीक है. हमने पास्ट में बहुत बार इनके ऊपर डिस्कशन किया हुआ है, ठीक है. सो एएलएम ही पढ़ रहे हैं पिछले काफी समय से, ठीक है. सो बैलेंस शीट, अब एएलएम इज ऑलवेज टॉक अबाउट बैलेंस शीट इटसेल्फ ना. जब भी हम लोग एसेट लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट की बात करें तो हम बात करें इनडायरेक्टली किसके बारे में, बैलेंस शीट के बारे में, ठीक है. सो विच इज जनरली मैनेज्ड बाय ट्रेजरी, जो हमने पिछला मॉड्यूल पढ़ा था, ठीक है. सो बिकॉज द बिजनेस ऑफ बैंकिंग इन्वॉल्व द identifying, measuring, accepting and managing the risk. The heart of bank financial management is the risk management. One of the most important risk management function in banking is asset liability management, ठीक है. asset liability management means there can be a gap of मतलब जिससे like if it is not properly managed, so we may face interest rate risk, funding risk, आपका लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, ऐसे बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस बैंक को आपका देखने के लिए मिल सकते हैं. सो मेजरली टू आपका लिक्विडिटी. सो लाइक हमने एक चीज पढ़ा था ना, एवरी बैंक वी हैव अ टारगेट कि वी विल अचीव लिक्विडिटी एज वेल एज सॉल्वेंसी, ठीक है. सॉल्वेंसी इज पॉजिटिव नेटवर्क, ठीक है, जहां पे इनफ्लो इज ग्रेटर देन योर आउटफ्लोज ऑन डिपॉजिट एंड लायबिलिटीज, ठीक है, और एसेट्स आपका. तो ये आपका जो है उसको अचीव करने के लिए यू हैव टू हैव मैनेज योर बैलेंस शीट प्रॉपर्ली, राइट. So asset liability management is concerned with strategic balance sheet management involving risk caused by changes in interest rate, exchange, credit, liquidity position of the bank. With profit becoming a key factor, it has now become imperative for a bank to move away from partial asset management like credit and non-performing and partial liability management toward an integrated balance sheet management where all the components of balance sheet and its different maturity mix will be looked at from the profit angle of the bank, ठीक है. तो ये जो हम लोग जनरली आपका करते हैं ना कि जो एसेट्स हैं लायबिलिटीज हैं, ठीक है, लाइक जैसे हमने कोई एसेट, यूजुअली व्हाट वी डू, वी जनरली बोरो मनी, और मैंने आपको एक चीज बताई थी ना, फ्रॉम टेकन लायबिलिटी इटसेल्फ वी क्रिएट एसेट. सेम थिंग इज अप्लाई हियर आल्सो. दिस इज योर लायबिलिटी, ठीक है. हमने आपका कस्टमर से लायबिलिटी उठाया, फ्रॉम दिस लायबिलिटी ओनली वी जनरली क्रिएट एसेट इन द फॉर्म ऑफ लोन्स, ठीक है. तो आपका अब इनके बीच में मिसमैच होता है मैक्सिमम टाइम. लेट्स से वी बोरोड 1 crore rupees at the rate of 6% for 5 years, ठीक है. किसी ने एफडी हमारे साथ कराया. So with this one, we created an asset 1 crore rupees. Suppose that at the rate of 12% per annum for 10 years. ठीक है. So there is a mismatch of asset liability, maturity mismatch. We have a maturity mismatch. That means at the end of 5 year, we will be requiring 1 crore rupees. हमें ये वापस भी तो करना पड़ेगा ना. So we will requiring fund of 1 crore rupees. ठीक है. So we have to properly plan this particular thing. First thing, ठीक है. दूसरा, अब डिपॉजिट, whenever we accept deposit, we generally accept deposit at fixed rate and we lend money at floating rate, ठीक है. तो अब अगर कल के डेट में suppose that this is the one, right now we have NII, net interest income is how much, 6%, ठीक है. अब कल के डेट में अगर ये आपका इंक्रीज हो जाता है मार्केट में, ठीक है, दैट एम्बेडेड ऑप्शन, आई होप यू गाइस रिमेंबर, ठीक है, सपोज दैट इट इंक्रीज टू 9%. सो अब ये आपका फिक्स पे मतलब कस्टमर विल डिमांड कि आप मुझे यहाँ से यहाँ शिफ्ट करो, ठीक है, और ये आपका अगर ये नहीं बढ़ा, ठीक है, तो अब वो क्या करेगा, सो इट विल डायरेक्टली इंपैक्ट योर एनआईआई, ठीक है. सो 6% से आपका एनआईआई कितने पास जाएगा, 3% पास जाएगा, ठीक है. सो ये एम्बेडेड ऑप्शंस या अदर्स जो हम लोग देते हैं, तो दैट जनरली मेक एन इम्पैक्ट, राइट. सो वो हम लोग जानते हैं क्योंकि हमने पास्ट में उसको बहुत डिटेल में डिस्कस किया. ALM is the act of planning, acquiring and directing the flow of funds through an organization. The ultimate objective of this process is to generate, educate, stable earning and to steady build an organization's equity over time while taking a reasonable and measured business risk, ठीक है. So these are the goal of your ALM, ठीक है, asset liability management, जहां पे हम लोग इन goals के साथ आपका और like ALM management equal to your balance sheet management because assets liabilities, ठीक है, sources application. So asset liability management techniques are so designed to manage various risks, primarily aim to stabilize the short-term profit. So whenever we talk about short-term profit, they are talking about NII, net interest income. And how we calculate NII? It is inflow minus outflow. So first thing, long-term earning and long-term substance. Long-term earning, which we generally calculate through NIM. Net interest margin, which is NII divided by average asset. Long-term substance or solvency of that particular company, which generally we decide through the economic ratios. तो जहां पर आपका ये रहेगा. So the parameters that are selected for purpose of stabilizing asset liability management are, पहला आपका net interest income NII, दूसरा आपका इंटरेस्ट नेट इंटरेस्ट मार्जिन एंड तीसरा आपका इकोनॉमिक इक्विटी रेशियोज, ठीक है. तो ये आपका शॉर्ट टर्म प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी, ये आपका बेसिकली लॉन्ग टर्म अर्निंग्स को डिफाइन करता है एवरेज एसेट के हिसाब से, ठीक है. सो इनफ्लो माइनस आउटफ्लो, देन आपका NII डिवाइड बाय NIM. इक्विटी रेशियो, देयर आर 7 रेशियोज व्हिच आर जनरली प्रोवाइडेड बाय RBI. अगर आप लोगों को याद होगा ना तो हमने एक बार इनको पढ़ा था डिटेल में, ठीक है. सो जो कहीं ना कहीं कंपनी की आपका लॉन्ग टर्म solvency and how we are mobilizing the funds also, that generally represent, right. So the NII, जैसे यहाँ पे summary आपको दिया भी है, the impact of volatility on short term profit is measured by net interest income. It is interest income minus interest expense, ठीक है. In order to stabilize short term profit, bank have to minimize fluctuation in NII, ठीक है. अगर NII काफी ज्यादा volatile होगा, that means वो आपका कभी अगर गलत साइड पड़ेगा तो आपको प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर सकता है एंड वो एक लिक्विडिटी रिस्क आपका राइज कर सकता है. Net interest margin is defined as net interest income divided by average total asset. So net interest income, this net interest margin can be viewed as spread on earning asset, ठीक है. So simply आपका long term जो profitability है उसको ये represent कर रहा है, ठीक है. हाउ वी आर बिल्डिंग एसेट्स, जैसे एक एसेट हमने आज बनाया, एक 5 साल बाद बनाया, दोनों का एज 10 साल, तो एक का 10 साल के लिए, एक का 5 साल, अभी जो रिमेनिंग है वो वाला, ठीक है. इस तरीके से आपका तो ओवरऑल एवरेज आपका, ठीक है. सो इकोनॉमिक इक्विटी रेशियो, इट इज शेयर होल्डर्स फंड टू द टोटल एसेट्स, measure the shift in ratio of own fund to total funds. This act assess the sustenance capacity of the bank itself, ठीक है. So these are the part of this one, ठीक है. So the final one is asset ALM as coordinated balance sheet management. So it has two major aspects. One is stage one is specific balance sheet management function which include एसेट साइड मैनेजमेंट, एसेट साइड में आपका जैसे रिजर्व प्रोविजन, रिजर्व पोजीशन मैनेजमेंट, मतलब ALM आपका बैलेंस शीट में किन किन एक्टिविटीज को देखता है. सो फर्स्ट एसेट साइड मैनेजमेंट में, एसेट साइड में क्या चीजें रहेंगे, रिजर्व पोजीशन मैनेजमेंट, लिक्विडिटी मैनेजमेंट, इन्वेस्टमेंट सिक्योरिटी मैनेजमेंट, लोन मैनेजमेंट, फिक्स एसेट मैनेजमेंट. लाइबिलिटी साइड की अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं, लिक्विडिटी मैनेजमेंट, रिजर्व पोजीशन, लॉन्ग टर्म मैनेजमेंट, ठीक है, नोट्स एंड डिवेंचर्स, कैपिटल मैनेजमेंट, ठीक है. सो एक तो आपका एसेट एंड लाइबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट, ठीक है. सो ALM एज कोऑर्डिनेटेड बैलेंस शीट मैनेजमेंट, ठीक है. तो ALM और अदर्स तो ALM जो आपका है एल्को कमिटी जो है वो थ्रू योर ट्रेजरी they are managing these particular things. Asset side these things, liability side these major things. ठीक है. Stage 2 आपका income and expenses. ठीक है. So profit is equal to interest income minus interest expenses minus provision for loan losses plus non-interest revenue minus non-interest expenses minus taxes. ठीक है. तो ये मतलब जो profit and loss statement का outcome था, that outcome is given here. Right. अब यहाँ पे bank are required to formulate policy to achieve following ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ ALM. स्प्रेड मैनेजमेंट, ठीक है, आपका जो NIM के थ्रू हो सकता है. ठीक है. दूसरा लोन क्वालिटी, आपका जनरेटिंग फी इनकम एंड सर्विस चार्जेस, कंट्रोल टू नॉन इंटरेस्ट ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपेंसेस, टैक्स मैनेजमेंट एंड कैपिटल एडिकेसी रिक्वायरमेंट्स फुलफिलमेंट्स. ओके, सो दिस इज द वन. मतलब ये आपका एक ऐसा चार्ट जो आपको पूरा जो आपका ALM है, ठीक है, या ये जो यूनिट है उसका कहीं ना कहीं ब्रीफ आपका है. ठीक है. सो आई होप यू गाइज नाउ एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस पर्टिकुलर पार्ट एज वेल, राइट. सो लेट्स हैव अ क्विक लुक. अगेन वेरी स्मॉल यूनिट एंड वेरी इजी टू अंडरस्टैंडेबल. अगर आपने मॉड्यूल B बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ा है तो बहुत आसानी से कवर अप हो जाएगा. ठीक है. सो यूनिट नंबर 27, कैपिटल एडिकेसी, बेसल नॉर्म्स, which include scope of application. Like we have Basel, basic introduction about the Basel 3 especially. Then we have 3 pillars of Basel, which are pillar 1, pillar 2, pillar 3. Pillar 1 is minimum capital requirement. Pillar 2, where we have supervisory review process, 4 key principles. And third one, we have market discipline. Disclosure requirements and others, they are generally a part of this particular one. ठीक है. तो बहुत हमने इसको मॉड्यूल B में काफी डिटेल में डिस्कस किया हुआ है. Though we will go through in this particular session also in detail, and that will help you in your revision as well as the other part also, right? So अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं आपका, it is like these pillars are generally part of Basel. They get introduced in Basel 2, right? So Basel 1 was all about the like it is capital adequacy requirement. In Basel 2, apart from capital, we included supervisory review as well as the market discipline process. ठीक है. तो कहीं ना कहीं आपका वहीं से Basel 3 is basically reformed and refined version of Basel 2 itself, right? So क्या क्या requirements हैं? Like pillar 1, minimum capital requirements, where we like bank they need to maintain certain capital level. So pillar 1 के हिसाब से आपका capital decide होता है बैंक के लिए. ठीक है. जिसमें आपका CR, AR या फिर CAR जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं, कैपिटल कन्वर्जन बफर्स. ठीक है. इसके अलावा जो अदर स्टेप बेसल 3 में आते आते हम लोग आपका लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो, नेट स्टेबल फंडिंग रेशियो. सो दीज आर द सम रेशियोज विच bank they generally need to maintain at their bank level, right? Supervisory review process, which is आपका pillar 2, जहाँ पे basically supervisor means central bank. They'll take care about these guidelines कि bank are maintaining these minimum level or not. If any bank missing these minimum targets, so bank supervisor will take adequate action on those particular one. Third one is about the disclosures, market discipline, fair practices, or disclosure of their liquidity positions and others. So they generally comes under that one. So we'll start from the beginning. I hope you guys remember that Herstatt risk, okay, which is also known as settlement risk. So 1974, when this bank Herstatt from Frankfurt, Germany, which get liquidated by the market regulator of Germany that time, and उसकी वजह से बहुत सारी आपका there was lots of problems related to settlements, जो उसको कहीं ना कहीं आपका डॉलर्स में पेमेंट करनी थी. So there were a number of bank who released DOS mark against आपका Herstatt bank. ठीक है. तो then we form a committee. We means BIS, the oldest financial institution in the world. So they generally created a 5-group committee, 5 different groups to analyze these kind of situations, and which are generally permanent part of your BCBS, right? So उसके बाद 1988 was the Basel 1, then 2004 Basel 2, then 2003 10 आपका that was Basel 3 आपका, ठीक है, post global financial crisis, right? तो एक बार जल्दी से इनको रिवाइज कर लेते हैं. So on 26 June 1974, a number of banks had released a DOS mark to Bank Hersted in Frankfurt in exchange for dollar payments that were to be delivered in New York. Due to differences in time zone, there was a lag in dollar payments to counterparties bank, during which Bank Hersted was liquidated by German regulators. So before the dollar payment could be effected. So this was the situation. ठीक है, तो इसको आपका रिजॉल्व करने के लिए BIS आपका बैंक फॉर इंटरनेशनल सेटलमेंट्स. So these bank they generally approaches to BIS, and BIS जिसने आपका 5 group कमेटी बनाया थे. One is policy development, another one is supervision and implementations, then Basel consultative groups, macro prudential supervision group, and your accounting experts group. ठीक है, तो these ये पांचों ग्रुप आज भी आपका BCBS का पार्ट है, एंड इनके नीचे बहुत सारे सब ग्रुप्स या टास्क फोर्सेस आपका जो भी जिस भी इस एरिया को हम स्टडी कर रहे हैं वहां पे अगर हमें स्पेशल एक्सपर्टीज की रिक्वायरमेंट्स होती है तो फॉर दैट वन वी जनरली फॉर्म द टास्क फोर्सेस और सब ग्रुप्स, राइट. So the five committee group report directly to BCBS chairman and form a part of permanent internal structure. Within each group, there are working groups which support specific technical work. Task forces with undertake a specific task for a limited time duration, right? So this is the entire structure of BCBS. तो BCBS आज के डेट में क्या कहता है, जो भी ग्लोबल प्रॉब्लम्स आपकी हैं, फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम्स या जो हैं या जो एक्सपेक्टेड है उनको एनालाइज करता है, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दोज पर्टिकुलर पेपर्स एंड अदर्स रिसर्च वर्क दे जनरली प्रेजेंट इट, एंड BCBS के जो मेंबर्स हैं दे एनालाइज द सिचुएशन एंड दे कम अप विद न्यू सेट ऑफ गाइडलाइंस कि कैसे उनसे आपका प्रिवेंटिव एक्शंस आपका लिए जा सकते हैं. सो दैट इज जनरली दे आर दोज प्रिवेंटिव एक्शंस आर जनरली नोन एज Basel Accords, right? So Basel City, Switzerland. I hope everybody is aware about this. Team, this is so simple. Team. So BIS and others, the basic story. 1988 was the first time when BCBS they come up with a set of guidelines. Those are generally known as Basel Accord ones, and it is completely around the like it entirely focus on credit risk and capital creations. Team. So it defined capital and structure of risk weight asset. Initially there was only आपका जैसे बेसल कैपिटल अकॉर्ड्स भी हम इसको आपका बोलते थे, ठीक है. सो इनिशियली आपका जो क्रेडिट रिस्क है उसको फोकस किया गया था. लेटर ऑन इन 1996, ठीक है, सो 1996 मार्केट रिस्क आल्सो इंक्लूडेड इन दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है. तो जो मार्केट रिस्क है आपका उसको भी इसमें इंक्लूड किया गया था विद द अमेंडमेंट्स ऑफ 1996 इन बेसल अकॉर्ड 1, राइट. सो अब यहाँ पे अगर हम लोग बात करें जैसे क्या बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट्स थे, ठीक है. सो मिनिमम कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट वाज फिक्स एट 8% ऑफ द रिस्क वेट एसेट. India adopted Basel I guidelines in 1999. Initially, we also adopted 8%, but later on it is increased to 9% as per Narsimham Committee 2. Okay. So Narsimham Committee came in 1991. So they also proposed this particular thing. Okay. And Narsimham Committee 2 1998. तो जिसमें आपका then जो आपका CAR है या CRAR जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं that increased to 9%. ठीक है. In India, however, banks are required to maintain a minimum capital to risk weight asset (CRAR) of 9% on an ongoing basis, and this is even आज भी आपका यही आपका रूल काम करता है, ठीक है. Basel II get introduced in 2004, ठीक है. एक चीज मैं आपको बता दूं, there is like if you go through your books, ठीक है, so there is no introduction of Basel I and Basel II, ठीक है. वो सीधा आपका Basel III और पिलर्स पे आए हैं, ठीक है. आई एम रिवाइजिंग दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग जिससे आप थोड़ा सा स्टोरीज को अच्छे से लीड कर पाए, ठीक है. सो आप कंफ्यूज मत होइएगा अगर आप अपने बुक के साथ इसको मैच करने के लिए बैठेंगे. इफ यू ओपन योर बुक you'll see they had just started with Basel III, then Pillar 1, Pillar 2, Pillar 3, ठीक है. So Basel II guidelines were published by BCBS in 2004, were considered to be the refined and reformed version of Basel I Accords, ठीक है. ये हमेशा आपको देखने के लिए मिलेगा कि जो बेसल 1 की चीजें वो एज इट इज हैं, उनमें कुछ इंप्रूवमेंट जैसे आपका रिस्क लेवल इंक्रीज हुआ है तो वो भी चीजें इंक्रीज हुई. तो बेसल
टू में भी वही चीज है आपका, जैसे बेसल वन में आपका क्रेडिट रिस्क एंड मार्केट रिस्क वाज इन्वॉल्व इंट्रोड्यूस थ्रू द अमेंडमेंट्स। तो आपका क्रेडिट और मार्केट रिस्क था, यहाँ पे आपका और रिस्क आपके जैसे ऑपरेशनल रिस्क एंड लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, या फिर आपका जो अदर टाइप ऑफ रिस्क आपके बैंकिंग सिस्टम है, दे गेट इंट्रोड्यूस इन दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है। सो बेसल, ये जो पिलर्स वाला कॉन्सेप्ट था, दैट वाज गेट इंट्रोड्यूस इन बेसल टू इटसेल्फ, ठीक है। सो वी हैव थ्री पिलर्स: minimum capital requirements, supervisory review process, and market discipline. So whenever we talk about, then now from this onwards, your आपका जो Basel 3 है वो start होगा, and you'll find the content, right? So Basel 3, which came after global financial crisis in 2010, ठीक है। So 2007-8 के जो ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस थे, वहां से बहुत सारी लर्निंग्स हुई। इवन 2 के अंदर बहुत सारे अमेंडमेंट्स किए गए थे सितंबर अक्टूबर 2008 के दौरान, ठीक है। तो जैसे आपका लिक्विडिटी रिस्क के ऊपर 13 प्रिंसिपल्स, ऑपरेशनल रिस्क के ऊपर 11 प्रिंसिपल्स, तो दीज वर्ड गेट इंट्रोड्यूस अर्लियर ओनली, ठीक है, आपका 3 के आने से पहले। बट फुल फ्लेज आपका जो इनको इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया, दैट इज इन आपका थर्ड वन ओनली, राइट। चलो, so the third in the series, these accords deal with the risk management aspect for the banking system. So this was the core area of Basel 3, and this is the core area basically. So we can say that Basel 3 is the global regulatory standard on banking adequacy, stress testing, which we face in 2008, and market liquidity risk. So these are some areas where generally Basel 3 work, right? So RBI issue guidelines आपका मई 2012 के अंदर, एंड we start implementing Basel 3 from 1st April 2013 itself, ठीक है। So 3 pillars again same आपका, ठीक है। So minimum capital, supervisory review process, and आपका market discipline. So first we will talk about the minimum capital requirements, ठीक है। So Basel 3 आपका, अगर हम लोग इसका हाइट देखते हैं, ठीक है। So minimum highlights आप minimum capital requirements, which include constitute of capital for credit risk, capital for market risk, then we have capital for operational risk. So these are the one, ठीक है। In case of capital for credit risk, standardized approach, which we gone through, ठीक है। IRB, we already discussed this one, ठीक है। Standardized approach, method, maturity and duration. Here we have basic integrated approach, स्टैंडर्डाइज अप्रोच एंड एडवांस मेजरमेंट अप्रोच, ठीक है। तो ये सारे हमने डिस्कस किए थे बीएफएम मॉड्यूल बी के अंदर, ठीक है। पिलर 2 इज सुपरवाइजरी रिव्यू प्रोसेस, वेयर वी हैव 4 प्रिंसिपल्स, ठीक है। एंड द मार्केट डिसिप्लिन वेयर वी हैव डिस्क्लोजर रिक्वायरमेंट्स एंड अदर्स व्हिच आर जनरली पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन, ठीक है। सो द वेरी फर्स्ट वन इज minimum capital requirement. The capital base of a bank consists the type of capital elements which are tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3. Okay? So capital base is a combination of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Tier 1 is core capital, ठीक है। Tier 2 is secondary and complementary is third one, ठीक है। तो इन तीनों का combination is your capital base, and like while you go through the guidelines, ठीक है। So tier 2 and tier 3 are purely based on your tier 1 capital. Tier 1 capital decide करेगा आपके tier 2 और tier 3 के limits आपका, ठीक है। So the sum of tier 1, tier 2, 3 elements will be eligible for inclusion of capital base subject to following guidelines, जैसे tier 2 is supplementary and आपका sorry, tier 2 capital is supplementary capital and tier 3 is आपका जो सेकेंडरी रहेगी, ठीक है। सो जिसको हम लोग आपका सेकेंडरी डेट की तरह भी आपका कंसीडर करते हैं, ठीक है। सबऑर्डिनेटेड डेट की तरह इसको कंसीडर करते हैं, ठीक है। सो टोटल ऑफ टियर 2 supplementary elements will be limited to a maximum of 100% of tier 1 capital, ठीक है। तो यहाँ पे आप देखो tier 1 से सबका लिमिट डिसाइड होगा, ठीक है। सो tier 1 capital can tier 2 capital can be maximum of 100% of your tier 1 capital, ठीक है। जितना आपका tier 1 है उतना ही आपका tier 2 भी होगा, सिंपल सा मतलब है, ठीक है। सबऑर्डिनेटेड, आपका सबऑर्डिनेटेड मींस होता है आपका सेकेंडरी, ठीक है। सो सबऑर्डिनेटेड डेट जो कंपनीज के द्वारा रेज किया जाता है बैंक या के द्वारा, so subordinated term debt will be limited to a maximum of 50% of your tier 1 capital, right? So 50% of your tier 1 elements, tier 3 capital will be limited to 250% of bank tier 1 capital which will be used for market risk, ठीक है, to support the market risk, ठीक है। So अब देखो Tier 2 capital is supplementary and subordinated. So supplementary can be 100% and subordinated will be maximum 50% of tier 1 capital. Tier 3 capital will be limited to 250% of the tier 1 capital that is required to support the market risk also. Where we have some other guidelines where general provision, general loan losses reserve include amount of reflecting lower valuation of asset revaluation reserve, which take the form of latent gain on unrealized securities, will be subject to a discount of 55%. So these are some major guidelines related to your capital adequacy forming. ठीक है, इसके अलावा जैसे हमने आपका यू हैव टू हैव मेंटेन अराउंड मतलब इंडिया में अगर हम बात करें सो इट इज आपका कितना परसेंट चले जाता है. ठीक है, सो द कैपिटल इज हाउ मच 11.50%. ठीक है, हाउ इट इज 11.50%. CRAR is 9%. ठीक है, ये हमने पढ़ा भी था किसी में, आई होप आपको याद होगा. ठीक है, इसके अलावा आपका कैपिटल कन्वर्जन बफर्स एट 2.50%. सो टोटल इज आपका 10. दिस इज एडिशनल वेयर. इसके बाहर एक और लेयर हमने आपका काउंटर साइक्लिकल बफर्स 3% का आपका. तो ऐसे हमने जैसे अलग अलग कैपिटल फॉर्मेशंस. ठीक है, जैसे कि अगर कोई भी स्ट्रेसफुल सिचुएशन होता है वी कैन प्रोटेक्ट आवर बैंक, राइट. सुपरवाइजरी रिव्यू प्रोसेस विच इज योर पिलर 2, राइट. सो जिसमें आपका दिस सेक्शन डिस्कस की प्रिंसिपल्स, बेसिकली की 4 प्रिंसिपल्स of the supervisory review, risk management guidance and supervisory transparency and accountability produced by the committee with respect to banking risk. ठीक है, तो ये जो बेसिकली आपका जो ये है ना सुपरवाइजरी रिव्यू प्रोसेस, SRP प्रोसेस, इट इज कंप्लीटली ड्रिवन बाय योर कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रिक्वायरमेंट. जो कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रिक्वायरमेंट्स के अंदर जो गाइडलाइंस हैं, आर बैंक मीटिंग विद दोज पर्टिकुलर गाइडलाइंस और नॉट? If not, so what will be the suitable actions will be taken by the supervisors? So that is defined under this particular one. ठीक है, so pillar 2, which is supervisory review process. ठीक है, the capital adequacy ratio prescribed by RBI under pillar 1 of framework is only the regulatory minimum level. ठीक है, so मतलब जैसे अगर हम लोग बोलें CRAR is 9%, so this is the डाउन साइड, दिस इज बेंचमार्क. ठीक है, इससे नीचे अगर आप हो मींस देयर विल बी सम रेगुलेटरी एक्शन. ठीक है, अपर साइड इट कैन बी एनीवन. ठीक है, तो इस तरीके से आपका एड्रेसिंग ओनली 3 स्पेसिफिक रिस्क, क्रेडिट, मार्केट एंड ऑपरेशनल रिस्क, एंड होल्डिंग एडिशनल कैपिटल माइट बी नेसेसरी फॉर बैंक ऑन अकाउंट्स. पहला, द पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ सम अंडर एस्टिमेशन ऑफ रिस्क अंडर पिलर 1, द एक्चुअल रिस्क एक्सपोजर ऑफ बैंक vis-a-vis the quality of risk management architectures. So some of the risk of that bank are generally exposed but which are not captured or not fully captured in the regulatory CRAR. ठीक है, जैसे कौन कौन सा इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क आपका in the banking book which is part of market risk. ठीक है, credit risk but which are some of the risk which are not captured or not fully captured in regulatory CRAR. ठीक है, जिसमें आपका इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क अंडर बैंकिंग बुक मार्केट रिस्क. क्रेडिट कॉन्सेंट्रेशन रिस्क विच इज क्रेडिट रिस्क. लिक्विडिटी रिस्क आपका कन्वीनियंस से इंक्लूडेड इन एज अ मार्केट रिस्क. सेटलमेंट रिस्क आपका विच इज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड काउंटर पार्टी, सो क्रेडिट रिस्क. रेपुटेशनल रिस्क आपका, ठीक है, ऑपरेशनल रिस्क. Strategic risk, again operational risk. Risk of underestimation of credit risk under standard approach, credit risk. Model risk आपका, the risk under this is again आपका IRB approach, credit risk. So these are some type of risk which are like for which basically we do not have any exact model. ठीक है, जहाँ पे सही 100% calculations आपका नहीं हो पाते. So sometime what happen, these are like we have some there can be a situation where we have underestimation of that expected loss. ठीक है, from these particular areas. तो उनके लिए like we need a proper regulatory check, तो जो आपको कहीं ना कहीं SRP के थ्रू आपका हेल्प करेगा. ठीक है, apart from that core areas. ठीक है, so we have 4 principles to manage the SRP things. ठीक है, supervisory review process. These 4 principles will generally obligate bank and give power to supervisor to manage things about the tier 1 capital. and make sure कि जो टीयर 1 कैपिटल में जो चीजें आपकी बोली गई हैं वो आपका प्रॉपर्ली इंप्लीमेंटेड हो रही है. सो फर्स्ट वन विच बिलोंग्स टू बैंक्स. ठीक है, बैंक शुड हैव अ प्रोसेस फॉर assessing their overall capital adequacy in relation to their risk profile and strategy for maintaining capital levels. ठीक है, तो आपको जो regulatory requirements हैं वो तो आपको maintain करने ही करने. Apart from that, you should have your own model. ठीक है, जिसको हम लोग आपका IRB के नाम से हमने स्टडी किया था, या हमने आपका EWRM एंटरप्राइज वाइड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, तो ऐसे बहुत सारे टूल्स आपका. सो फर्स्ट वन, ठीक है, फर्स्ट जो एडवाइस किया गया. दूसरा आपका विच बिलोंग्स टू सुपरवाइजर्स. ठीक है, प्रिंसिपल 2 आपका सुपरवाइजर शुड रिव्यू एंड इवैल्यूएट बैंक इंटरनल capital adequacy assessment and strategies, as well as their ability to monitor and ensure their compliances with regulatory capital ratio. Supervisors should take appropriate supervisory action if they are not satisfied with the result of this particular process. ठीक है, so जो बैंकों के द्वारा जो भी सिस्टम आपके अडॉप्ट किए गए हैं, सुपरवाइजर थिंक कि दिस इज नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क, so they can generally like after their review, so they can take actions on that particular bank and they can like audits या others जो भी आपकी चीजें होती है, या जो भी उसको आपका कैसे how they can come out from that particular one, what need to be changes, so that can be suggested by the supervisor. Third, which belongs to both the parties, so which is related to your tier 1 exact tier 1 or implementation of exact tier 1 capital here. So supervisors should expect bank operate above the minimum regulatory capital requirement like CRAR 9%. So this is like benchmark. इससे नीचे अगर आप हो तो problem हो, simple सा बात, ठीक है. And should have the ability to require bank to hold capital in excess the minimum of this. ठीक है, तो आपका ये principle 4 is supervisors should seek to intervene and an early stage to prevent capital from falling below the minimum level. जैसे 9% से नीचे अगर आ रहा है कोई बैंक, तो early action उस पर लिया जाए. ठीक है, and always like this very simple one, right? So whenever we take the early remedial action, it is always effective, right? तो वो जो loss की probability है, या जो बैंक का interest है या depositor का interest है, that we can protect if we take early actions. ठीक है, so supervisor को like bank will report कि हाँ this is our CRAR in case of India or otherwise it is CAR. ठीक है, so हम इस लेवल को मेंटेन करें. दिस इज लाइक हमारा 10 था या आपका 9.5 है, या जो भी रेशियो पे आप उसको मेंटेन करके चलो. Required to support risk characteristics of a particular bank and should require rapid remedial actions if capital is not maintained or restored. ठीक है, तो आपका क्लियरली. So these are 4 core principles regarding the supervisory review process, जिसको आप लोग SRP process के नाम से जानते हो. ठीक है, so this is your second one. ठीक है, so in pillar 1 we have these particular आपका basically capital requirements. ठीक है, so pillar 1 is all about the requirements or the formation of bank capital which is must to run a bank in at the present scenario, right? Pillar 2 is about key apart from this there are some areas where we maybe have some kind of underestimation of loss probability, तो उसके लिए कैसे उसको टैकल करना, और साथ ही साथ आपका इनका जो मेंटेनेंस है बाय द बैंक, दीज आर द मिनिमम लेवल एंड हाउ बैंक आर मेंटेनिंग दोस पर्टिकुलर वन, एंड इफ एनी बैंक इज फॉलोइंग बिलो द मिनिमम लेवल, ठीक है, सो आरबीआई विल टेक एक्शन ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर बैंक. ठीक है, नाउ विल कम टू द मार्केट डिसिप्लिन, थर्ड वन, फाइनल वन. ठीक है, so अच्छा, okay, एक और लाइन है. This section discuss the key principles. Okay, we already discussed this thing. Okay. Now third one is market discipline, right? So third one is market discipline. So it include disclosure requirements, okay, guiding principles, and we have achieving appropriate disclosures. Okay. So this is like simply you have to submit your reports with RBI. जैसे हमने liquidity risk के ऊपर there are 5 reports which bank need to submit with RBI. ठीक है, या आपका disclosure के ऊपर कुछ common guidelines which are generally presented by BCBS. Your disclosure should be clear, meaningful, comparable. ऐसे आपका जो data आपको यहाँ पे देखने के लिए मिलेगा. ठीक है, हाँ, this is the one. ठीक है, so guiding principle for bank pillar 3 disclosures. The Basel Committee on Banking Supervision has agreed upon the following 5 guiding principles under 3. Principle 1 is disclosure should be clear, it should be comprehensive, meaningful, consistent, and comparable across the bank. Very very important one. Please do remember this one. ठीक है, तो 1 में आपने कैपिटल मेंटेन किया, B 2 में आपने जो अदर टाइप ऑफ रिस्क है उनको असेस किया, उनके लिए इंटरनल प्रोसेस बना, और साथ ही साथ सुपरवाइजर विल सुपरवाइज योर कैपिटल एक्टिविटीज टीम। थर्ड इज लाइक कि जहाँ पे जो अभी हमारा है स्टेटस, हाउ वी आर मेंटेनिंग फर्स्ट एंड सेकंड पिलर्स, सो नाउ विल डिस्क्लोज इट to the public or to all these stakeholders, ठीक है, so they can make decision about your bank or about deposits and all, right? And disclosures, अगर आप कोई भी disclosure दे रहे हैं तो उसके regarding आपका guiding principle, there are 5 principle. These means your disclosure should be clear, comprehensive, meaningful, consistent and comparable across the bank, ठीक है। तो इस तरीके से ये जो आपका दिया है, bank are required to make pillar 3 disclosure at least on a half yearly basis, irrespective of whether financial statement are audited, with the expectations of following disclosure, जैसे capital adequacy, CRAR या अदर्स जो भी है, ठीक है। क्रेडिट रिस्क आपका जनरल डिस्क्लोजर फॉर ऑल बैंक्स, क्रेडिट रिस्क डिस्क्लोजर फॉर पोर्टफोलियो सब्जेक्ट टू स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड अप्रोच, ठीक है। The disclosure is indicated 1, 2, 3 above will be made at least on a quarterly basis, ठीक है। तो बैंक will prepare these disclosure on quarterly basis and they have to disclose at least in 2 quarters or half yearly basis, ठीक है। तो एक साल में आपका 2 बार उनके द्वारा ये रिपोर्ट they have to publish on their website or they have to submit with RBI as well, right? जैसे हमने पहले पास्ट में भी डिस्कस किया था ना, जैसे लिक्विडिटी रिक्वायरमेंट्स के ऊपर। सो जैसे ये आपका जैसे बेसल सॉरी नेम ऑफ बेसल 3 लिक्विडिटी रिटर्न्स, ठीक है। तो लिक्विडिटी कैसे आपका होता है 5 आपका BLR 1 2 3 4 5, ठीक है। तो जैसे आपका लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो LCR BLR 1 विच इज आपका बैंक नीड टू सबमिट ऑन मंथली बेसिस टू देयर रेगुलेटर्स। जैसे इंडियन बैंक को आपका RBI के पास हर महीने का, जैसे अक्टूबर मंथ का जुलाई में सॉरी नवंबर में बिफोर 15 नवंबर, क्यों बिफोर 15 नवंबर, बिकॉज टाइम पीरियड फॉर बाय विच रिक्वायर्ड टू बी रिपोर्टेड, सो 15 डेज, ठीक है, विद इन 15 डेज अगले महीने के। अक्टूबर मंथ का पूरा आपको 15 नवंबर से पहले, ठीक है, नवंबर का 15 दिसंबर से पहले, इस तरीके से, ठीक है। BLR2 विच इज फंडिंग कॉन्सेंट्रेशन, अगेन मंथली बेसिस 15 डेज। स्टेटमेंट ऑफ अवेलेबल अनइनकम्बर्ड एसेट, ठीक है, अवेलेबल अनइनकम्बर्ड एसेट, आई होप सबको याद होंगे, ठीक है, क्वार्टरली बेसिस विद इन अ मंथ। सिग्निफिकेंट करेंसी LCR बाय सिग्निफिकेंट करेंसी मंथली विद इन अ मंथ, एंड स्टेटमेंट ऑफ अदर इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन लिक्विडिटी आपका मंथली बेसिस विद इन 15 डेज। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे जो आपका डिस्क्लोजर रिक्वायरमेंट्स जिनको हम लोग पास्ट में आपका डिस्कस भी किया, ठीक है। जैसे लिक्विडिटी के संबंध में देयर वाज 7 रेशियोज, ठीक है, जो RBI के द्वारा आपका दिए गए हैं, ठीक है, उनके हिसाब से आपको ये रिपोर्ट्स, या आपका जो ऑपरेशन वाइज जो होता है ना कि जैसे डोमेस्टिक करेंसी ऑपरेशंस या आपका फॉरेन करेंसी, तो जैसे ओवरनाइट बेसिस पे थे, या फिर आपका कंसोलिडेटेड डोमेस्टिक एंड दिस आपका, या ओवरऑल कंसोलिडेटेड ऑपरेशन क्वार्टरली बेसिस। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे जो डिस्क्लोजर्स आपने पास में पढ़े थे वो थोड़ा सा आपको ध्यान रखना होगा, ठीक है। थोड़ा सा अगर हम इसको समराइज करें, so Basel I Accords provide global standard for minimum capital requirement. This was the core which get introduced in 1988. Limitation in the accord were noticed over a period of time. A revision exercise began in June 1999. After the executive consultative process, a revised framework was finalized in 2004, which is known as Basel II. The revised framework promote the adoption of stronger risk management practice by bank. It also introduced capital allocation for operational risk, which was not part of this. Basel 1 के अंदर क्या था आपका initially credit risk, 1996 amendment was related to market risk. Then operational risk get introduced in Basel 2, which is in 2004. ठीक है, so आपका June 2006 से comprehensive version, ठीक है। Basel 2 accords rest on 3 pillars. तो आपका मिनिमम कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट, सुपरवाइजरी रिव्यू प्रोसेस एंड मार्केट डिसिप्लिन। द अकॉर्ड प्रोवाइड वेरियस ऑप्शन टू वर्क आउट द मिनिमम कैपिटल ऑफ क्रेडिट, मार्केट एंड ऑपरेशनल रिस्क. The capital ratio continue to be calculated using regulatory capital and risk weight asset for the credit. Market and operational risk. Regulatory capital consists of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So capital adequacy ratio is regulatory capital divided by आपका टोटल रिस्क वेट एसेट्स आपका, ठीक है. सो गाइज यूनिट 28 एसेट क्लासिफिकेशन एंड प्रोविजनिंग, बहुत छोटा सा यूनिट है एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वन. अगर आप पास टू एग्जामिनेशन को देखते हैं, ठीक है, तो देयर वाज केस स्टडीज बेस्ड ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर यूनिट एज वेल एज डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन आल्सो, ठीक है. So asset classification first and another one is provisioning norms. So these are the two aspects of this particular one. Asset classification we know very well, that is like SMA accounts. Then we have आपका substandard asset, doubtful asset and loss asset. Then if you talk about the provisioning things, so for provisioning we have to follow RBI guidelines. So case study will be based on provisioning only, right? I'll show you one case study in this particular unit itself. आज के वीडियो में एक छोटा सा केस स्टडी जिससे आपको एक आइडिया मिल जाएगा कि किस टाइप के क्वेश्चन आपको एग्जामिनेशन में पूछे जाते हैं, ठीक है. So if you talk about the provisioning, we do have provisioning for standard asset also 0.40%, and in some cases like agriculture loan 0.25%, and it is up to 0.75%. Maximum standard asset they generally belongs in a range of 0.40 to 0.75, ठीक है. इसके अलावा कई में आपका 1% भी होता है इन ऑल. इन केस ऑफ डाउटफुल आपका एनपीए क्लासिफिकेशन और दैट आपका डाउटफुल एसेट is substandard asset and loss asset. Substandard के लिए आपका I hope you remember that 15% securitized asset and unsecured portion आपका 25%. Loss asset doubtful asset we have three categories. One is doubtful 1 40%, 25%, doubtful 2 40% and doubtful 3 100% for securitized loan. Unsecuritized it become 100%. Loss asset in every case it is 100%. So किस तरीके से क्वेश्चन आपको पूछे जा सकते हैं, that also we are going to discuss in this particular session itself, right? So guys, like when we talk about the provisioning and asset classification, the journey that generally started with the reforms in banking sector, and whenever we talk about reforms in banking sector, it start with the Narsimham Committee 1, which was in 1991, and Narsimham Committee 2, 1998. But one was the very important one. So that generally was based on the global standards. And उसी दौरान we start implementing that Basel norms also. तो capital wise भी आपका वो सारी चीजें वहां पे थी. So there were lots of things which were part of Narsimham Committee 1, including this provisioning for non-performing asset or to keep the bank balance sheet clean. That was the agenda of that particular committee itself, right? So in 1991, a high-level committee headed by M. Narasimhan was appointed to examine various aspects of the financial system. One of the important recommendations of the Narasimhan committee was the balance sheet of bank should be transparent and comply with international accounting standards. तो इस जो आपका रिकमेंडेशन है, so to achieve this particular recommendations, we come up with these kind of provisioning things and all. They only suggested those particular areas. The committee recommended that banks should adopt uniform accounting practices in regard to income recognition and bad debts provisioning. In particular, income recognition of non-performing assets should not be on accrual basis. So generally, our banks, they generally follow the accrual basis of accounting. Accrual basis of accounting means where, like, let's say if we have created an asset, so there is a certain EMI date, so we are expecting कि customer will pay money on that particular date. So based on that particular one, we do the annual calculation in advance. ठीक है, तो हमारे ये asset है, इस पे इतना interest मिलता रहेगा इस उसमें. But अब ये this will be not applicable in case of non-performing asset. The accounting should be on the basis of cash basis. ठीक है, इसको हम लोग cash basis बोलते हैं. ठीक है, when we will recover that particular money, then only that will be part of your income recognition. ठीक है, तो पहले आपका ऐसा नहीं था. जैसे नॉर्मल अकाउंटिंग आपका अक्रूल बेसिस पे होता है. ठीक है, जैसे हमने कोई लोन दिया तो उस पे जो इंटरेस्ट का जो डेट होता है उसी डेट पे हम उसको ऑलरेडी क्या कर रहे होते हैं, उसी हिसाब से आपका आगे बढ़ा रहे होते हैं. बट एनपीए में आपको हमने अगर आगे बढ़ा दिया, अगर एनपीए हो गया तो कहीं ना कहीं प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा। तो एनपीए अकाउंट शुड बी दैट इनकम रिकॉग्निशन फ्रॉम नॉन परफॉर्मिंग शुड बी ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ कैश, ठीक है, कैश बेसिस पे आपका इनको ट्रीट किया जाएगा, नॉट ऑन एक्रूल बेसिस, ठीक है। But on a record of recovery, that means cash basis, the committee also suggested that provisioning should depend upon a proper classification of assets. Such in turn should be based on the objective criteria. तो इन्होंने एक तो आपका इनकम रिकॉग्निशन के बारे में यहाँ पे आपका सजेशन दिया, इट शुड नॉट बी ऑन एक्रूल बेसिस, इट शुड बी ऑन कैश बेसिस. Another one is there should be a proper classification of non-performing assets and provisioning should be decided on the basis of that itself. जैसे आज के डेट में हमारा होता है, जैसे मैंने आपको स्टार्टिंग में बताया, ठीक है. So an asset including a leased asset become non-performing when it ceases to generate income for the bank. Usually after 90 days. ठीक है. So bank should classify an asset or an account as an NPA only if the interest charged during any quarter is not served fully within 90 days from the day of the quarter. So generally हम लोग कैसे करते हैं आपका, let's say there is a account, ठीक है. So let's say we have given loan to Mr. A and the EMI date was, let's say the first EMI date was 5th of अगस्त, ठीक है. 5 अगस्त को इसका पहला ईएमआई डेट था, दिस वाज द फर्स्ट ईएमआई, ठीक है. और इसने पहला ही ईएमआई आपका डिफॉल्ट कर दिया, ठीक है. सो फॉर फर्स्ट 90 डेज, फॉर दीज 90 डेज, आपका जो फर्स्ट 90 डेज आपके होंगे इस लोन के, ठीक है. सो फर्स्ट 90 डेज इट विल बी कैटेगराइज एज एसएमए, ठीक है, स्पेशल मेंशन अकाउंट, ठीक है. And after 90 days, when it will cross the 90 days and there is no credit from the customer side, so this will be declared as non-performing asset in most of the cases apart from the agriculture, right? तो आपका यहाँ पे भी आपका if you talk about this, so we have SMA 0, ठीक है, that is आपका 1 to 30 days, ठीक है. SMA another classification is SMA 1, 31st to 60th day. Then we have SMA 2, which is your 61st to 90th days. ठीक है, ये आप लोग जानते हैं क्योंकि JAIIB में हमने इसको अच्छे से पढ़ा हुआ है, ठीक है. अगर यहां तक भी रिकवरी नहीं होता है, then we will declare this particular asset as non-performing asset. But in case of agriculture, we have for a small crop 2 crop season and for large crop it is 1 crop season, right? So a non-performing asset is a loan or advance where interest or installment of principal remain overdue for a period of more than 90 days in respect of term loan, pehla. The account remain out of order in respect of overdraft and others, again for 90 days. The bill remain overdue for a period of more than 90 days in case of bill purchase or discounted. So again all the areas in all, ठीक है. तो ये बहुत सिंपल है, सभी लोग इसके बारे में जानते हैं. The installment of principal or interest thereon remain overdue for 2 crop season in case of short duration crop. The installment of principal or interest remain overdue for 1 crop season in case of long duration crop. In respect of derivative transaction, if the overdue receivables representing a positive M2M mark to market value of a derivative contract remain unpaid for a period of more than 90 days from the specified due date, it is also categorized as non-performing asset. So in all the cases we have 90 days clause apart from these two, ठीक है. तो आपका एग्रीकल्चर के क्लॉज को छोड़ के कई बार आपको ऐसे स्टेटमेंट ओरिएंटेड वो आपका क्वेश्चन दे देते हैं, ठीक है, अबाउट द एनपीए विच स्टेटमेंट इज राइट और रॉन्ग. तो थोड़ा सा ये और ये मतलब मैक्सिमम आपका लोग इसको सही करते हैं, दिस इज अ वेरी सिंपल वन, ठीक है. So now what is out of order status? So an account should be treated out of order if the outstanding balance remain continuously in excess of the sanction limit or the drawing power. In case where the outstanding balance in the principal operating account is less than the sanctioned limit or drawing power, but there are no credit continuously for 90 days as on the date of balance sheet or credit are not enough to cover the interest debited during the same period, so this is also categorized as an out of order. तो simply आपका like 90 after 90 days वी आर जनरली डिक्लेयरिंग दैट पर्टिकुलर एसेट एज इन आउट ऑफ ऑर्डर, ठीक है। इसके अलावा ओवर ड्यू आपका, ठीक है, ओवर ड्यू इज लाइक जैसे 5th August was the EMI date and 6th August onward that amount will be considered as overdue, ठीक है। So any amount due to a bank under credit facility overdue if it is not paid on the due date fixed by the bank, जैसे 5 को था उसने नहीं किया तो overdue, 6 को it will show the overdue amounts and all, ठीक है। Income recognition, it is quite important one, ठीक है। So okay, just a minute, हाँ, so income recognition, the policy of income recognition has to be objective and based on the record of recovery, as we already discussed this particular one, right? तो जहां पे हमने क्या डिस्कशन किया था आपका कि दैट अमाउंट लाइक जैसे यूजुअली वी फॉलो द अक्रूल बेसिस अकाउंटिंग, ठीक है, बट इन केस ऑफ नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट इट शुड बी बेस्ड ऑन लाइक कैश बेसिस, right? So, internationally, income from non-performing asset is not recognized on accrual basis, but is booked as income only when it actually received. Therefore, the bank should not charge and take to income account interest on any NPA. However, interest on advance against term deposit like NSC, KPB, Kisan Vikas Patra, and life insurance policies may be taken to income accounts on the due date. Provided adequate margin is availed in the account. अगर ऐसा कोई भी जिनके अगेंस्ट में वो लोन है अदर्स, तो दैट इज अगेन वेरी सिंपल वन, ठीक है। सो नाउ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर यूनिट, अभी तक हमने सिर्फ आपका इंट्रोडक्शन के ऊपर बात किया है। So now we will talk about the asset classification and their provisioning things, and then we'll discuss one case study also. So if you talk about the asset classification, so so if you talk about the asset classification, so we have like provisioning things and all, and we have to follow some areas. तो जैसे देखो क्या होगा, first we have let's say we have given loan to company X, so we have given loan to company X worth rupees 50 crore, suppose that the overall amount, so that include principal and interest, and the EMI was on August 5th, ठीक है। So August 5th was the first EMI, ठीक है, and he like they generally defaulted this particular amount, ठीक है। तो यहीं पर आपका ये क्या हो गया, default हो गया। So first 90 days we will treat this particular account as SMA account, ठीक है, special mention account, ठीक है। So this is SMA 0. SMA 0 is first to 90 days, ठीक है, first to 90 days. Then we have SMA 1, it is आपका sorry 1 to 30 days. Then we have 31st to 60th day, so it is your SMA 1, and SMA 2 is आपका 61st to 90th day, right? So it is this. तो ये कई बार आप लोग ना कंफ्यूज कैसे होते हैं, 1 2 3 लेते हैं। सो नो, एज पर द आरबीआई प्रोविजनिंग दिस इज 0 1 2, ठीक है। सो कई बार वो अगर आपको क्वेश्चन पूछता है, सो दिस इज द राइट classification of SMEs, ठीक है। So after 90 days, so once it will clear this particular 90 days, ठीक है, so we will declare this particular asset as non-performing asset, ठीक है। So now in non-performing asset, ठीक है, now it will be considered as non-performing asset. So now in case of NPA, it is like we have further. First one is substandard asset, which is like सबस्टैंडर्ड एसेट की अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं, सो रिमेन एनपीए फॉर 12 मंथ्स, ठीक है। सो एनपीए रिमेन एनपीए फॉर 12 मंथ्स, ठीक है। तो आप यहां पे हम लोग उसको क्या रखेंगे, जब हमने 90 डेज से ज्यादा हो गए तो वहां से लेके नेक्स्ट 1 ईयर तक आपका फॉर द नेक्स्ट 12 मंथ्स इट विल बी कंसिडर्ड एज सबस्टैंडर्ड एसेट एंड इट विल बी अकाउंटेड एज एनपी आपका सबस्टैंडर्ड एसेट एंड फॉर नेक्स्ट 12 मंथ्स, ठीक है। मतलब आफ्टर 90 डेज डे 1 देन 12 मंथ्स, ठीक है। यहां तक आपका इस तरीके से जो रहेगा, ठीक है। तो अगले आफ्टर 90 डेज इट विल बी डिक्लेयर एज एनपीए, तो यहां से फर्स्ट 1 ईयर ट्रीटमेंट विल बी एज सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट फॉर द नेक्स्ट 1 ईयर और 12 मंथ्स, ठीक है। सेकेंड कैटेगरी इज आपका डाउटफुल एसेट, ठीक है। डाउटफुल एसेट, इन केस ऑफ डाउटफुल एसेट देन आपका इट इज लाइक मोर देन 12 मंथ्स, ठीक है। नाउ मोर देन 12 मंथ्स एज सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, ठीक है। टू आपका the frame in this particular case is 2 years, ठीक है। So that means इट इज लाइक टिल 48 मंथ्स, ठीक है, टिल 48 मंथ, ठीक है। सो ये आपका 48 मंथ्स तक यहाँ पे रहेगा, ठीक है। देन थर्ड वन वी हैव लॉस एसेट, ठीक है। तो थर्ड वन इज लॉस एसेट, ठीक है। सो इट इज लाइक मोर देन 48 months, तो रिमेन एनपीए मोर देन 48 months. So this is the basic areas. Now the provisioning, if you talk about the provisioning things, that is very important again. So provisioning, if you talk about the provision for this NPA as per the current guidelines, again. So for standard asset also we need to do the provisioning things, but in case of substandard asset, like let's say category 1 substandard asset again. So for we have two classification. One is secured and another one is unsecured, right? So secured and unsecured, so two type of assets. In case of secured portion, your provisioning will be for secured portion 15%, for unsecured 25% plus 10% here. In case of second classification is your doubtful asset, okay? So doubtful asset are further categorized among three parts, okay? Doubtful 1, doubtful 2 and doubtful 3, okay? So in case of doubtful asset, okay? So secured portion will become here it will become 25%, then it will become 40% and it will become 100%. In case of unsecured portion, it will become 100%, okay? For unsecured portion it will become 100% for all the three categories. In case of final one, which is our loss asset, okay? So in case of loss asset, it is like for secured and unsecured, both the cases it is 100%, okay? In case of loss asset, first thing is ki we should write off that particular asset for any purposes. If we are keeping that particular asset or in our balance sheet, so the provisioning should be 100% in all the cases, ठीक है। तो अब ये जो है ना, ये दोनों ही आपके लिए बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज गाइस लाइक सी यू विल गेट वन केस स्टडी, यू जस्ट हैव टू डू दिस मल्टीप्लिकेशन, और कुछ नहीं है, परसेंटेज आपके पास है, you will you have to calculate the total provisioning on that particular loan and all, ठीक है। तो यहाँ पे आपका क्या है provisioning, जैसे substandard asset secured portion 15%, unsecured 25%. In case of doubtful asset, three categories, doubtful 1 आपका 25%, ठीक है, आपका डाउटफुल वन अनसिक्योर्ड में पूरा 100% इन ऑल द थ्री क्लासेस, 40% 100%, लॉस इज द 100%. क्लासिफिकेशन इज जनरली बेस्ड ऑन दिस. रिमेन एनपीए फॉर 12 मंथ्स, ठीक है. सो एनपीए जब डिक्लेयर हो वहां से 12 महीने सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, 12 से आपका उसके बाद आपका 12 2 साल, नेक्स्ट 2 इयर्स आपका 2 इयर्स मींस 24 मंथ्स, 12 मंथ्स ये हो गया, 48 मंथ्स हो जाएगा. तो दिस ड्यूरेशन इज डाउटफुल एसेट एंड लॉस एसेट इज like more than 48 months and then it is like the provisioning will be required 100%. तो ये टाइम ड्यूरेशन आपको हेल्प करेगा और आपको ये प्रोविजनिंग आपको अप्लाई करना होगा. बेस्ड ऑन दैट यू विल बी एबल टू सॉल्व दैट पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन, ठीक है. We will solve one case study also, but first let's understand the basic theory about this one, ठीक है. So bank are required to classify non-performing asset further into the following three categories. One is substandard asset, another one is doubtful asset, and third one is loss asset. Okay. So substandard asset with effective from 31st March 2005. A substandard asset would be one which remain NPA for a period of less than or up to 12 months. Okay. So in such case, the current net worth of the borrower or guarantor. And if you talk about the provisioning, यहाँ पे मैं आपको दोबारा से लिख देता हूँ, ठीक है. For secured portion, it is 15%, and for unsecured portion, it is 25%. Okay, so you have to remember this particular thing. Okay. In case of doubtful asset, with effective from 31st March, same, an asset would be classified as doubtful asset, remain in substandard category for 12 months. अब 12 महीने उसको substandard में हो गए, तो उसके बाद हम उसको आपका doubtful में डाल देंगे. A loan classified as doubtful has all the weakness inherent in assets that were classified as substandard with an added characteristic such that weakness make collection or liquidation in full on the basis of the currently known fact, conditions and value highly questionable and इम्प्रॉबेबल और डाउटफुल, ठीक है। सो प्रोविजनिंग कैसे है आपका इसके लिए, ठीक है। सो वी हैव थ्री कैटेगरीज ऑफ डाउटफुल एसेट, ठीक है, 1 2 3। सो इन कैटेगरी 1 इट इज लाइक सो अनसिक्योर्ड है, इफ इट इज अनसिक्योर्ड, अगर अनसिक्योर्ड है तो 100%, ठीक है। सिक्योर्ड आपका, ठीक है, सिक्योर्ड की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, अनसिक्योर्ड इज 100%, ठीक है, अनसिक्योर्ड इज 100%, आपने दिमाग में बिल्कुल उसको लगा दिया, ठीक है। तो यहाँ पे आपका 25%, ठीक है, देन आपका 40% एंड दैट फाइनल वन इज 100%, ठीक है। तो दैट इज डाउन। अब हम अगर डाउटफुल में ही 100% पहुंच गए हैं सिक्योर्ड में, तो इन केस ऑफ लॉस एसेट इट इज डेफिनेटली 100%, ठीक है। So a loss asset is when where losses has been identified by the bank or internal or external auditors or RBI inspection, but the amount has not been written off wholly. In other words, such an asset is considered uncollectible and of such little value that its continuance as a bankable asset is not warranted, although there may be some salvage or recovery value, ठीक है। So usually we write off these kind of assets if for any purpose, if we are holding those particular asset in our book, so we have to make a provisioning of कितना आपका 100%, ठीक है, जितना उनका वैल्यू हो उतने का ही आपको प्रोविजन भी बना करके चलना पड़ेगा, ठीक है। तो दिस इज द बेसिक प्रोविजनिंग चार्ट, ठीक है, एक बार जल्दी से देख लेते हैं, ठीक है। कैटेगरी वाइज आपका स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, ठीक है, विल टॉक अबाउट दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है। तो 0.25 जैसे एग्रीकल्चर एमएसएमईज लोन है, ठीक है, कुछ एरियाज आपका 1% में भी, बट मैक्सिमम इन बिटवीन 0.40 टू 0.75, ठीक है। अभी इसको मैं आपको पूरा लिस्ट दिखाऊंगा, ठीक है। सो अभी इस पे इतना होना रहे, इस पे हम बाद में बात करेंगे, ठीक है। सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट आपका 15%, 25%, ठीक है। देन आपका एनपीए फॉर मोर देन 12 मंथ्स, आपका सिक्योर्ड सॉरी अनसिक्योर्ड 100%, डाउटफुल है, ठीक है। सिक्योर्ड में आपका 25, 40, 100%, ठीक है। अनकलेक्टेबल इन दिस एंड योर आपका प्रोविजनिंग इज 100% इन दिस पर्टिकुलर केस। प्लीज डू रिमेंबर दिस चार्ट बिकॉज इसी चार्ट पे आपके सारे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होने वाले, ठीक है। सो नाउ विल टॉक अबाउट द प्रॉब्लम। तो प्रॉब्लम को एक बार आपका देखते हैं जल्दी से, ठीक है। So NPA classification. XYZ Bank has a loan of 10 crore rupees disbursed to a borrowers in manufacturing sector. The loan was classified as standard asset until March 2023. That means that borrower or XYZ Bank is that borrower is paying that amount on timely basis until your March 2023. March 23 तक आपका उसमें कोई भी डिफॉल्ट नहीं था. But it as of July 2023, the borrower has missed payment for 90 days. अब ये क्या हो गया है? NPA हो गया, ठीक है. As per the bank record, the last payment made was for March 2023. That means it's a clear-cut non-performing asset, ठीक है. So now the question is, अब देखो मार्च में हमारा डिफॉल्ट हुआ जुलाई में, ठीक है. So मार्च मतलब अप्रैल मई जून जुलाई, अभी इसको कितने दिन हुए हैं आपका? ऑलमोस्ट आपका मोर देन 100 डेज और 100 डेज के अराउंड, ठीक है. और एनपीए हुए इसको 1 महीना हुआ है, ठीक है. जस्ट रिमेंबर दैट वन, ठीक है. सो व्हाट इज द क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ द लोन एंड द प्रोविजनिंग रिक्वायरमेंट फॉर द लोन एज पर आरबीआई गाइडलाइंस? तो पहली चीज तो आपका सिंपल सा समझ में आ रहा है ना. तो क्या होगा आपका? इट इज क्लासिफाइड एज सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, ठीक है. ये आपका क्या होगा? सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट होगा, ठीक है. If the loan is classified as NPA, एक तो आपका नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट हो गया, ये मतलब NPA आपका हो गया, ठीक है. दूसरा NPA के अंदर आपका सब दिस प्रोविजनिंग रिक्वायरमेंट कितना होगा इसके लिए आरबीआई के हिसाब से? तो इफ इट इज सिक्योर्ड, अगर ये सिक्योर्ड है तो 15%, ठीक है. इसमें सिक्योर्ड अनसिक्योर्ड लिखा है क्या? A borrower manufacturing sector, the loan is classified standard asset until this. हाँ, तो अभी देखो, अब इसमें मेंशन नहीं है ना कि सिक्योर्ड है या अनसिक्योर्ड. अगर ऐसा सिचुएशन आपको मिलता है, यू विल कंसीडर दैट पर्टिकुलर वन एज सिक्योर्ड एसेट, ठीक है. इफ द लोन इज क्लासिफाइड एज एनपीए, व्हाट प्रोविजनिंग शुड एक्सवाईजी मेक फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वन? तो कितना प्रोविजनिंग करेगा? सो व्हाट विल बी योर करेक्ट आंसर? अब देखो यहाँ पे ना, अ बैंक हैज अ लोन ऑफ 10 करोड़ डिसबर्स्ड. इसमें ना कुछ फिगर मिसिंग है, ठीक है. फिगर मिसिंग क्या है कि अगर उसने दे दिया होता कि इतना अमाउंट अभी तक पे कर दिया है, तो उसको हम उसमें से माइनस कर लेते. बट अगर मिसिंग है, suppose that this is the question in your examination, so what will be your correct answer? So आपका 15%, इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर क्या होगा? 15% ऑफ 10 करोड़, ठीक है. So which is equal to कितना होता है आपका? 1 करोड़ का 10% इज 1 करोड़, 15 करोड़ का 1.5 करोड़, सॉरी कितना आएगा, जस्ट आई नीड सम कैलकुलेटर स्टेम, तो एक बार जल्दी से देख लेते हैं, into 0.15, so it is 2 नहीं, सो कुछ तो गड़बड़ किया मैंने, अच्छा ओके 10 है, सॉरी पहले तो, सो इट इज 10 लाख, आपका 10 लाख होना चाहिए, ठीक है, अरे ओके 15% था क्या, सॉरी, तो 1.5 करोड़ से आएगा, मतलब 1 पॉइंट मतलब 15 लैक्स, हाँ 15 लैक्स आपका, जो 15 लैक्स विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन, ठीक है, सो 15 लैक्स विल बी द राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन, ठीक है, तो एक्सप्लेनेशन आपका लिखा हुआ है, ये आप लोग गो थ्रू कर लें, ठीक है, एक बार जल्दी से, व्हाट इज द क्लासिफिकेशन, सो एनपीए एज पर दिस आरबीआई इनकम रिकॉग्निशन अकाउंट कैटेगराइजेशन norms, the loan should be classified as non-performing asset 90 days. The loan would be classified as NPA in the month of June 2023. जैसे आपका 90 days complete हो गया, ठीक है, सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट आपका है एंड प्रोविजनिंग विल बी 15%, डाउटफुल एसेट आपका ये रहेगा, ठीक है, तो 25% और अदर्स जो रहता है, ठीक है, तो बट इसको हमें कंसिडर नहीं करना, आर केस इज 10, ठीक है, तो हमारे केस में ये रहेगा 15%, तो ये कितना हो जाएगा आपका 15 लैक्स, ठीक है, सो कितना है 1.5 करोड़, सॉरी, हाँ 1.5 करोड़, ठीक है, सॉरी मेरा कैलकुलेशन क्या था, हाँ कुछ तो मैंने गड़बड़ किया था, ठीक है, सो सिंपली लाइक 10 लाख इंटू 0.15 होना चाहिए, तो इट इज लाइक 1.5 करोड़, ठीक है, सो द लोन इज क्लासिफाइड एज एनपीए एंड प्रोविजनिंग विल बी 1.5 करोड़, 15% ऑफ 10 करोड़, 10 करोड़, मैंने 1 करोड़ पे कैलकुलेशन किया इसलिए गड़बड़ हुआ, ठीक है, फॉर द एनपीए ऑफ दिस वन, आई होप यू गॉट दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग, तो ये देखो ये प्लस माइनस में आप लोग एक्सपर्ट हैं, ठीक है, और मैं वीक हूं, आई एक्सेप्ट दैट वन, बट हाँ ये आपका जिसको आपको थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना, अंडरस्टूड यस और नो, प्लीज डू मेंशन इनटू द कमेंट सेक्शन कि आपको बहुत अच्छे से समझ आया या नहीं आया, ठीक है, 80 जैसे अभी मैंने आपको एक रेफरेंस दिया, अब इसी पे ना हाउ दे विल गिव यू क्वेश्चन कि वो आपको मतलब हो सकता है एक बैंक के 2-3 एसेट्स के बारे में दे दें, ठीक है, वन एसेट विच बिलोंग्स टू सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, अनदर वन इज लाइक स्टैंडर्ड एसेट बट सम अदर कैटेगरी जहां पे स्टैंडर्ड एसेट में आपका रिक्वायरमेंट होगा, और आपका अनदर वन इज लाइक लेट्स से दैट बिलोंग्स टू डाउटफुल कैटेगरी 2, तो उस तरीके से जो आपका कैलकुलेशंस यू जस्ट हैव टू डू द प्लस माइनस थिंग्स, नथिंग एल्स, अंडरस्टूड यस और नो, अगेन आई एम आस्किंग दिस पर्टिकुलर वन बिकॉज when we'll come to the unit wise MCQs and case studies, we will practice number of question based on this, but the concept और fundamental will remain same, ठीक है, आप मतलब इसके ऊपर आपका कोई भी कॉन्सेप्ट कोई भी फंडामेंटल लगाओ वो हमेशा आपका सेम ही आने वाला, उसमें और कोई चेंज आपका नहीं होगा, ठीक है, वन अनदर थिंग गाइस, एज ऑफ अप्रैल 24 2020 दिस इज अबाउट द स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, ठीक है, अब ये भी थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा आपको, the Reserve Bank of India has revised the standard asset provisioning norms tier 1 tier 2 tier 3 आपका टीम, so advance to commercial real estate residential housing 0.75%, ठीक है, all other advances 0.40%, ठीक है, तो ये इस दो रेंज में आपका रहता है, ठीक है, अब देखो आपकी जो बुक है ना वो थोड़ा सा आपका क्या है, अगर आप बीएफएम का बुक मैकमिलन का बुक रेफर कर रहे होंगे तो वो थोड़ा सा आपको पुराना दिखाएगा, ठीक है, I'll show you that one also, but this is the new one, ठीक है, तो आपका रेंज क्या कर दिया 0.40% टू 0.75%, जैसे जो एडवांसेस टू कमर्शियल रियल एस्टेट आपका रेजिडेंशियल हाउसिंग है वहां पे अगर कोई स्टैंडर्ड एसेट भी है फिर भी 0.75% का प्रोविजनिंग आपको मेंटेन करना है, इन अदर केसेस अदर एडवांसेस अदर ऑल एडवांसेस दे जनरली आपका 0.4% ऑफ द फंडेड आउटस्टैंडिंग ऑन द पोर्टफोलियो बेसिस, ठीक है, तो जैसे किसी कस्टमर को हमने आपका 10 करोड़ 1 करोड़ रुपए का आपका लोन दे रखा है, ठीक है, हाउसिंग लोन, तो उसका 0.75%, ठीक है, अगर आपका जैसे कोई सपोज दैट कोई अदर लोन है, ठीक है, जैसे कोई कार लोन है या अदर्स आपका है, तो उसकी जैसे सपोज दैट 50 लाख का कार लोन है तो उसका 0.40% का प्रोविजनिंग आपको करके चलने पड़ेंगे, दिस इज द मीनिंग ऑफ दिस, इसके अलावा ऑल प्रोविजनिंग नॉर्म फॉर स्टैंडर्ड फॉर एनबीएफसी इन दी
middle layer areas, systematically important NBFC 0.40%, similar to this. A loan to a small and micro units or individual housing loans, lower rate due to lower default rate, ठीक है. So 0.25% और this, that is the one, ठीक है. तो ये जो चार्ट है ना आपका, ये भी आपका जो एरिया है, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा इसको गो थ्रू करें, ठीक है. तो स्टैंडर्ड एसेट के केस में आपका जो क्लॉज दिया गया था, जिसमें आपका चेंजेस इज दिस, ये आपका नया इसमें जो लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट है, दैट इज दिस, ठीक है. देखो ये बुक आपका उससे पहले कहीं ना कहीं आ गई थी आपका डेटा में और, तो इसलिए ये जो आपका अपडेट है ना, दैट इज मिसिंग फ्रॉम दिस, ठीक है. तो बैंक आर रिक्वायर्ड टू मेक जनरल प्रोविजन फॉर स्टैंडर्ड एसेट एज पर द फॉलोइंग वन. फार्म क्रेडिट फॉर एग्रीकल्चर एंड एमएसएमई 0.25%, ठीक है. सो 0.25%. एडवांसेस टू कमर्शियल रियल एस्टेट 1% आपका, ठीक है. सो अगर कमर्शियल रियल एस्टेट आपका प्रॉपर्टी जैसे किसी बिल्डर्स या अदर्स उनको दिया गया तो 1% का स्टेट आपका, ठीक है. एडवांसेस टू कमर्शियल रियल एस्टेट रेजिडेंशियल हाउसिंग 0.75%, ठीक है, जैसे भी हमने देखा, ठीक है. हाउसिंग लोन एक्सटेंडेड एट teaser at 2%. The provisioning on these assets would be 0.40% after 1 year from the date on which the rate are reset at higher rate if the account remains standard, ठीक है. So restructured advances at stipulate in the prudential norms, restructuring of advances, तो वो आपका किस तरीके से उस एसेट का restructuring क्या है, that is totally depend on this, ठीक है. Advances restructured and classified as standard in term of master direction. Reserve Bank of India by bank in areas affected by natural calamities and all. So that is 5%. And apart from these, in all the other situation, आपका A से F के अलावा सब में 0.40%, ठीक है. तो इसलिए हम आपको हमेशा सजेस्ट करते हैं कि अगर मतलब या तो ये मतलब हो सकता है वो लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट के अराउंड जाए, तो ये दो आपका जिनको अच्छे से ध्यान रखिएगा, ठीक है. सो प्लीज डू टेक केयर अबाउट दिस. अदरवाइज लाइक मोस्ट ऑफ टाइम व्हाट वी सी कि वो आपको एक नॉर्मल आपका अदर उसमें दे देगा, ठीक है. एंड यू जस्ट हैव टू अप्लाई 0.40% ऑफ द अमाउंट सेंक्शन, ठीक है, या जो भी आउटस्टैंडिंग बैलेंस है उसके ऊपर आपका, ठीक है. समझ में आया सबको, क्लियर है ना. तो प्लीज गो थ्रू दिस पर्टिकुलर वन वेरी केयरफुली, ट्राई टू रिमेंबर दीज पर्टिकुलर थिंग्स विद प्रैक्टिस, ठीक है. एंड वंस आई रीच टू दैट मॉड्यूल डी एमसीक्यू वाला एरिया, I'll definitely come up with number of case studies, तो आने वाले एग्जामिनेशन में आप लोग बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर पाएंगे, ठीक है. सो द फ्यू अदर थिंग अबाउट दिस, ठीक है. अकाउंट विद टेम्परेरी डेफिशिएंसीज, ठीक है. इसका सीधा सा मतलब है जैसे किसी को हमने लोन दिया, उसका EMI was due on 5th of August. By any reason they won't be able to make payment on 5th August. Let's say they made payment on 7th September. तो ये जो आपका that account will not consider as नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट, ठीक है. उसका क्लियर कट आपका यहाँ पे दिया गया, ठीक है. सो इट इज अ टेम्परेरी डेफिशिएंसी इन द अकाउंट. So the classification of an asset as NPA should be based on record of recovery. A bank should not classify an advance account as NPA merely due to extents of some deficiencies such as temporary in nature, such as non-availability of adequate drawing power based on the latest available stock statement. Balance outstanding exceed the limit temporarily. So not submission of stock statement and non renewal of the limits on the due date itself, ठीक है. तो लाइक दो आपका NPA आपका क्लासिफाई होने का जो रीजन है, दैट विल बी द ओनली वन जो आपका फाइनल होगा, ठीक है. आफ्टर अगर वो 90 डेज वाला एक्सीड करता है देन ओनली, ठीक है. लोन विद मोरेटोरियम फॉर पेमेंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, तो मोरेटोरियम का आपका जो क्लॉज है, ठीक है. सो इन द केस ऑफ बैंक फाइनेंस गिवन इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोजेक्ट फॉर और एग्रीकल्चर प्लांटेशन एक्सेट्रा वेयर मोरेटोरियम पीरियड इज अवेलेबल फॉर पेमेंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, payment of interest become due only after the moratorium or gestation period is over. Therefore, such amount is of interest do not become overdue or hence do not become NPA with reference to date of debit of the interest. They become overdue after the due date of the payment of interest if the interest remain uncollectible. ठीक है, इसका सिंपल सा मतलब क्या है कि जैसे आपका there is a farmer or there is a company who took the loan, ठीक है.
सो अब उन्होंने लोन लिया एंड देयर इज अ मोरेटोरियम पीरियड ऑफ लेट्स से 6 मंथ, ठीक है, 6 महीने का आपका मोरेटोरियम पीरियड है। तो अब यहाँ पे ड्यू डेट आपका क्या होगा, इसके बाद इस दौरान उसने अगर इंटरेस्ट पे या ईएमआई पे नहीं किया है, इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट नहीं हुआ है, तो हम उसको इस 6 महीने के बेसिस पे विल नॉट कंसीडर दैट एसेट एज एन एनपीए, ठीक है। इसके बाद आपका, ठीक है, अब यहां से उसका मोरेटोरियम खत्म हो चुका है, अगर यहां पे वो 3 महीने तक नहीं पे करता है, देन ओनली दिस विल बी डिक्लेयर एज नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट, अदरवाइज इट विल बी रिमेन स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, ठीक है। रिवर्सल ऑफ इनकम, ठीक है, सो इफ एनी एडवांस इंक्लूडिंग बिल परचेज एंड डिस्काउंटेड बिकम एनपीए एज at the close of any years, interest accrued and credited to income account is in the corresponding previous year should be reversed or provided for if the सेम इज नॉट रियलाइज्ड, ठीक है। तो ये जनरली आपका डिस्काउंटेड और उसके केस में होता है ना, कि जैसे हमने बिल डिस्काउंट किया एंड हमने बोला कि इतना इनकम होगा, बट दैट बेस्ड ऑन दैट एक्रूल बेसिस हमने उसी ईयर में उसको कंसिडर कर दिया। अब बट जब उसका पेमेंट का डेट आया, फाइनेंशियल ईयर खत्म हुआ था और वहां पे उसने पेमेंट नहीं किया, वो एनपीए हो गया, सो यू हैव टू करेक्ट योर बैलेंस शीट इन दैट पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन। सो दिस विल अप्लाई टू गवर्नमेंट ग्रांटेड अकाउंट्स इन ऑल too, right? So that is done. So this is it, guys. This is the course content: basic introduction, definition, dimension and role of liquidity management, and the final one is measuring and managing liquidity risk, where we have stock approach as well as फ्लो अप्रोच, ठीक है। तो ये दो अप्रोचेज आपका जो यहाँ पे यूज किया था, ठीक है। सो व्हेनेवर वी टॉक अबाउट लिक्विडिटी मैनेजमेंट, इट इज all about create a balance between like every bank, they generally want to achieve a situation that is called solvency as well as liquidity, but liquidity is the primary goal if you have to opt out of these two, right? So liquidity means when bank they are able to meet their short term obligation, and liquidity risk is basically when they won't be able to meet their short term obligations, ठीक है। तो कस्टमर्स के जो डिपॉजिट्स हैं, when they like either it is demand deposit or term deposit, तो जब वो आपका विड्रॉ का रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे होते हैं, सो वी हैव टू फुलफिल देयर रिक्वेस्ट ऑन टाइम, ठीक है। अगर वो चीज नहीं होगा, सो इट विल लीड टू मल्टीपल लॉसेस टू द बैंक। इट कैन बी लाइक आपका due to liquidity risk, bank they can face like funding risk or reputation risk or even the regulatory compliances and all, right? So बहुत ही important aspect है आपका, जिसको आपको ध्यान रखना है। The objective of asset liability management ALM are twofold. One is ensuring profitability, another one is ensuring liquidity. Liquidity, which is represented by the quality and marketability of assets and liabilities, expose the organizations to liquidity risk. Unlike other risk like interest rate risk, market risk, operational and technological risk, and foreign exchange risk that can be threaten the very solvency of the bank, liquidity risk is a normal aspect of everyday's management of the financial institution, which we already covered in our treasury management also, ठीक है। So treasury is the department who generally help us in ALM, और कहीं ना कहीं उसका जो प्राइमरी ऑब्जेक्टिव होता है कि इफ वी हैव सम काइंड ऑफ शॉर्टफॉल और सरप्लस, to make a proper arrangement for that shortfall as well as that surplus, that is generally done by the treasury department in our bank, ठीक है। तो आप ये कहीं ना कहीं like we can say to achieve bank goal of the solvency, that is somewhere linked with the liquidity, जो कहीं ना कहीं फंडामेंटल तरीके से आपका उस चीजों को रख रहा होता है, ठीक है। सो एक दूसरे को ये अफेक्ट करते हैं डेफिनेटली, ठीक है। और कहीं ना कहीं like I hope you remember that ratios like LCR, NSFR, ठीक है, liquidity coverage ratio, net stable funding ratio. So these are some aspects जो हमें liquidity आपका बैंक के proper manage करने में help करते हैं, ठीक है। So LCR is usually for the stressful situation, and NSFR, which is like up to 1 year, that generally help bank to manage their overall liquidity sources and आपका application of funds, ठीक है। So banks need a liquidity to meet deposit withdrawals and to fund loan demands. The variability of loan demand and the variability of deposit determine a bank liquidity needs. Okay, so basically these are the four situations where bank generally lies. Okay, so both this is the both solvent and liquid. अगर इस situation में है, that means there is a best management between best management of their ALM, asset liability management. Liquid but not solvent. There are most of banks, they generally have this particular structure. Solvent but not liquid. Not liquid. This is means बैंक आपका प्रॉफिट में है बट लिक्विड आपका लिक्विडिटी जो शॉर्ट टर्म मैनेजमेंट है दैट इज पुअर. दिस इज अ डेंजरस सिचुएशन. ठीक है, और ये तो सबसे ज्यादा डेंजरस है आपका. ठीक है, ना तो आप प्रॉफिट में है और ना ही आप क्या है लिक्विड है. ठीक है, सो दैट इज द वन. सो दीज आर द फोर डिफरेंट स्टेजेस. बैंक दे जनरली ट्राई टू अचीव दैट solvency as well as liquidity. ठीक है, so liquidity represent the ability to accommodate the decrease in liability and to fund the increase in assets. A bank has adequate liquidity when it can obtain sufficient funds either by increasing liability or by covering assets promptly and at a reasonable cost itself, right? So kahin na kahin liquidity management is very very important for our bank, ठीक है, for our day to day operation or to meet up with our day to day obligations of the bank itself, right? So effective liquidity management by a bank serve the following important purpose. So this is a very important area. Please try to remember these liners. ठीक है, पहला, it demonstrates the marketplace that the bank is safe and therefore capable of repaying its borrowings. It enables bank to meet its prior loan commitments, whether the formal or informal. It enables the bank to avoid unprofitable sale of assets. So it enables bank to avoid unprofitable sale of asset. This function permit the bank to avoid sale of asset at fire sale prices, so opposed to going concern values to generate funds. And the final one is it lower the size of the default risk premium the bank must pay for the fund itself. ठीक है, तो देखो like let's say I hope you remember that NII, net interest income. So net interest income is basically inflow minus outflow, right? So अब जैसे it is somewhere like let's say the core business is borrowing for the purpose of lending. ठीक है, तो अगर हमने किसी कस्टमर से आपका लोन ले रखा है, सपोज दैट 1 crore रुपीज डिपॉजिट लाइबिलिटी ले रखी है, एंड इट इज फॉर 1 year. ठीक है, इट इज फॉर 1 year. So that means it is payable at the end of first year. Okay? And with the same amount, we generally created an asset for let's say for 5 years. हमने इससे आपका किसी को लोन दिया and we have some prior assets जिनका मेच्योरिटी आपका इसके कंप्लीशन के साथ होने वाला है. ठीक है, सो अगर आपका वो प्रॉपरली होता है, जैसे कोई अदर, जैसे दिस इज एसेट ए, there is one asset B which is going to mature at the end of first year. तो हमने प्लान किया कि जैसे ये मैच्योर होगा तो इससे हम इसको पे कर देंगे और ये हम आपका अगले 5 साल तक लैंडिंग कर रहे होते. ठीक है, तो अगर यहाँ पे अगर ये प्रॉपरली आपका if there is any not any non performance in all, ठीक है, so we will be able to meet that particular things. जो हमारा फंडिंग सोर्स है इसके लिए वो करेक्ट रहेगा. बट अगर वो डिफॉल्ट होगा तो आपका यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम होगी. सो अब ऐसा तो है नहीं कि हम कस्टमर का पैसा नहीं देंगे. सो वी हैव टू अरेंज दैट पर्टिकुलर फंड्स. हम किसी एसेट को आपका लिक्विडेट करेंगे या फिर आपका कहीं और मार्केट से फंड रेज करके इसको देंगे. सो दैट विल क्रिएट, अगर प्रॉपर मैनेज होगा सो दैट इज गुड, अगर नहीं होगा सो इट इज अ फंडिंग रिस्क. ठीक है, अब यहाँ पे क्या आएगा, एक फंडिंग रिस्क आएगा. ठीक है, सो फंडिंग रिस्क आपका एट द एंड ऑफ फर्स्ट ईयर. ठीक है, हो सकता है उसके लिए आपको ज्यादा रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट आपका पे करना पड़े कंपेयर टू योर सोर्सेज. तो ऐसे आपकी जो चैलेंजेस रहेंगे. ठीक है, सो दैट प्रॉपर मैनेजमेंट, इफ यू हैव द प्रॉपर ALM मैनेजमेंट, सो यू आर गोइंग टू बेनिफिटेड इन दीज पर्टिकुलर वेज. तो ये आपके बेनिफिशंस आपके होंगे कहीं ना कहीं, जो बैंक जिनको आपका कहीं ना कहीं जिनका फायदा उठा पाएगा. ठीक है, सो अगेन दिस लाइन आर अगेन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वन. ठीक है, so adequacy of bank liquidity position depend upon an analysis of the following factors. So these are the factors on which bank liquidity is mostly depend upon, right? First one is funding requirement, historical funding requirements. ठीक है, कब कब आपका पैसे का रिक्वायरमेंट है. So NSFR will help you out for 1 year. Then current liquidity position. What is the current liquidity position of the bank after making an analysis? Anticipated future funding needs. कब कब कितना कितना पैसे का requirement होगा, and what will be the source by which we are going to fulfill that requirement, right? Sources of fund जैसे यहाँ पे आपका दिया गया है, ठीक है. Option for reducing funding needs आपका. Then we have present and anticipated asset quality. Then present and future earning capacity, present and planned capital position. So these are the key parameters which are generally, like bank, they need to do analysis on these particular areas to judge their current liquidity position and how they are going to meet their short-term or up to 1 year debt obligations, and how they are going to make a proper arrangement between that particular one. So that is we generally do through these particular areas आपका, ठीक है. I hope this is clear, very simple one, ठीक है. तो अगर आपने मॉड्यूल बी अच्छे से पढ़ा है तो ये बहुत आसान होने वाला है, बिलीव मी. इसीलिए मैं आपको बोलता हूँ स्टडी वाइज मॉड्यूल ए एंड बी. आई ऑलवेज सेड दिस, ठीक है. दैट इज लाइक दैट जनरली प्ले अराउंड 60 to 65%. वो अच्छे से पढ़ लिया, उतना तैयारी हो गया. मार्क्स वाइज वी हैव इक्वल डिविजन. मार्क्स वाइज ऐसा कोई भी सेग्रीगेशन नहीं है, बट हाँ स्टडी वाइज आपका वहां पे फोकस करो बढ़िया से. नया नया जोश रहता है स्टार्टिंग में आपका मॉड्यूल ए बी में, तो उसको बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ लो, ठीक है. यहाँ आता है जस्ट कॉमन ह्यूमन टेंडेंसी, ठीक है. तो थोड़ा सा लो हो जाता है तो वो लो नहीं. और एक और चीज मैं आपको बोलूंगा अभी भी ना, लाइक व्हाट आई एम फीलिंग कि कैंडिडेट दे जस्ट आर बॉदर अबाउट दी एमसीक्यूज, ठीक है. क्या करोगे यार उन एमसीक्यूज का? आप ऐसा तो है नहीं कि वट एवर वी विल प्रिपेयर दैट विल बी पार्ट ऑफ योर एग्जाम, ठीक है. वो रेप्लिका नहीं हो सकती, ठीक है. IIBF दे विल डू देयर जॉब इन अ बेस्ट वे, ठीक है. तो अगर आपने कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़ लिया ना, अगर आपने कॉन्सेप्ट समझ लिया, फिर कोई चैलेंज नहीं होगा, बिलीव मी गाइस, ठीक है. तो हर सब्जेक्ट के साथ ये अप्रोच रखिए, बहुत फायदेमंद रहेगी. सो द फैक्टर मे अफेक्ट बैंक लिक्विडिटी include. So again, this is very important one. So what are the key factors which are going to make an impact, adverse impact on bank liquidity? पहला, decline in earnings. अगर आपका liquidity कम होगा, जैसे मैंने आपको एक एग्जांपल दिया, तो अगर आपका शॉर्ट टर्म मैनेजमेंट नहीं है, सो यू हैव टू प्रीमेच्योर योर एसेट, जहां पे आपको अच्छा रिटर्न मिल रहा होता है, या आपको हाई रेट पे आपका फंडिंग अवेलेबल कराना होगा. दैट इज डेफिनेटली गोइंग टू मेक एन नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट on your NII as well as NIM, ठीक है. An increase in non-performing assets आपका, this again a negative effect है. Deposit concentration, हाँ, जो sources of funds हैं, like if it is limited to a particular group, especially that corporate houses in wholesale, तो like retail they generally help us in diversification. अगर retail का participation कम है, that means there is a concentration risk, तो वो आपके लिए चैलेंज हो सकता है. डाउनग्रेडिंग बाय रेटिंग एजेंसीज, दिस इज अबाउट द एग्जिस्टिंग लोन, ठीक है. जैसे आपके कोई एग्जिस्टिंग लोन है, कस्टमर्स हैं जिनको आपने लोन दिया है, अगर उनकी क्रेडिट वर्थिनेस पुअर हो रही है, दैट मीन्स देयर इज some weakness in their credit worthiness or their financial health. That means there is a high probability of default in near future, right? Expand a business opportunities, expanded business opportunities, acquisitions or new tech initiatives, ठीक है. तो इसका मतलब like we cannot do anything for this one, ठीक है. तो ये भी आपके उस पे आपका negative impact डालेगा. So these are some factors which may affect a bank liquidity in an adverse manner. So bank they generally have to take care about these particular things. Okay, chalo. So type of liquidity risk. So if we talk about the liquidity risk, basically we have like these numerous risks can be categorized among three parts. One is funding risk, another one is call risk, and third one is funding, call, and that time risk, or I just missed that one. Okay, we'll come to that one. I just want to see. Time risk. It was fine. Okay. So liquidity exposure can stem from both internally institution specific or externally generated factors. अब ये आपको याद होना चाहिए था, ठीक है. इंटरनल और एक्सटर्नल मतलब हमने पढ़े थे ना. इंटरनल फैक्टर्स क्या हो सकते हैं, विच इज इन द हैंड ऑफ बैंक इटसेल्फ. जैसे इंटरनल फैक्टर क्या हो सकता है लिक्विडिटी रिस्क के लिए, रैपिड एसेट क्रिएशन. हमने डिपॉजिट लिया, लॉन्ग टर्म एसेट क्रिएट करते गए, ठीक है. दैट इज द चैलेंज, ठीक है. या फिर आपका जो कहीं ना कहीं जो एसेट क्वालिटी है दैट इज वेरी वीक, तो दैट मीन्स वी आर नॉट डूइंग द प्रॉपर
alarm things and all. So that is internal. External is kind of economic shock or sector wise problems. Concentration is internal. External is like economic shock, inflation और other kind of situation. ठीक है, तो ये सब आपका, ये इनका पूरा लिस्ट हमने पढ़ा था मॉड्यूल बी के अंदर. That list is very very important for this one. ठीक है, so external liquidity risk can be geographic, systemic and और इंस्ट्रूमेंट स्पेसिफिक. ठीक है, ज्योग्राफिक मींस जैसे इकोनॉमी वाइज आपका शट डाउन चल रहा है, स्लो डाउन चल रहा है. ठीक है, सिचुएशन लाइक कोविड-19. सिस्टेमिक इज लाइक बेसिकली दे आर लाइक दैट systemic is kind of that Lehman Brothers bank situation, global financial crisis, failure of one bank lead to multiple bank. They created a ripple effect in the market. So उसकी वजह से. ठीक है, instrument specific can be like we have maximum investment in let's say we have some derivative position in all, वहां पे कुछ गड़बड़ चला, equity में कुछ गड़बड़ चला and all, that is the one. Internal liquidity risk relate largely to presentation of an institution in its various market like local, regional and others. So these kind of areas or investment made by the bank like concentration or the kind of concentration हो सकता है आपका rapid asset creation. तो around 10 लाइन का हमने एक लिस्ट पढ़ा था. That list is very very important for all of you. ठीक है, so these are further categorized among three part. One is funding, another one is time risk and third one is call risk. Okay? So funding risk, if I summarize these particular one, we will go in detail also with examples. Okay? So funding risk is basically, as I told you earlier also, so borrowing and lending. Okay? This is our core business. Okay? So let's say we borrow 10 crore rupees. We took a deposit or took a liability of 10 crore rupees for let's say for 2 years. ठीक है, so एक FD हमारे पास खुला 10 करोड़ रुपए का. ठीक है, एट द रेट ऑफ लेट्स से 7% पर एनम. ठीक है, एंड विद दिस पर्टिकुलर वन वी क्रिएटेड एन एसेट ऑफ रुपीज 10 करोड़, सपोज दैट एट द रेट ऑफ सपोज दैट 12% पर एनम. ठीक है, सो आर NII इज हाउ मच, आपका 5% और 500 बेसिस पॉइंट. ठीक है, सो योर NII नेट इंटरेस्ट इनकम इज दिस. ठीक है, सो सपोज दैट वी हैव क्रिएटेड दिस एसेट फॉर 5 years. ठीक है, 5 साल के लिए हमने आपका किया. सो देर इज अ गैप. ठीक है, यहाँ पे क्या है, एसेट लाइबिलिटी मिसमैच है एंड देर इज अ मेच्योरिटी मिसमैच इन दिस पर्टिकुलर वन. ठीक है, सो एट द टाइम व्हेन वी क्रिएटेड दिस एसेट वी हैव सम अदर like other assets which will get mature at the end of second year. ठीक है, तो हमने पास्ट में कोई एसेट क्रिएट किया था किसी कस्टमर के साथ, तो वो आपका मैच्योर होने वाला है 2 साल के एंड में. तो हमने ये प्लान किया कि वहां से जो पैसा आएगा वो हम इस कस्टमर को आपका पे कर देंगे. जनरल ऐसे ही होता है. या फिर हमें ये उम्मीद है कि यही कस्टमर इस अमाउंट को दोबारा से हमारे उसमें आपका क्या करेगा, इन्वेस्ट करेगा. सो दैट इज आवर सोर्स ऑफ फंड. अब अगर सोर्स ऑफ फंड में गड़बड़ हो गया, दैट मीन्स लेट्स से कि इसने बोला यार मैं आपके साथ कंटिन्यू नहीं करना चाहता हूं, या फिर जो एसेट हमने प्लान किया था इसके लिए वो आपका नॉन परफॉर्मेंस हो गया, या अदर ऐसा कोई भी चैलेंजेस, तो दैट इज जनरली नोन एज फंडिंग रिस्क. ठीक है, तो जहां पे हम प्रॉपर फंडिंग आपका नहीं कर पा रहे. ठीक है, सोर्स आपका प्रॉब्लम है. दूसरा इज टाइम रिस्क. सो टाइम रिस्क इज बेसिकली time risk is time risk is related to your okay, I need to check this. Call risk is related to, call risk आपका it is linked with your kind of जैसे आपका LC है, ठीक है, लेटर ऑफ क्रेडिट है, या आपका कंटिंजेंट लाइबिलिटीज. सो व्हेन दैट कंटिंजेंसी अकर, ठीक है, तो वो आपका ये कहीं ना कहीं किससे रिलेटेड आपका होता है, कॉल रिस्क से रिलेटेड होता है. ठीक है, सो वी विल गो थ्रू दिस पर्टिकुलर वन बाय वन. सो नीड टू रिप्लेस नेट आउटफ्लो ड्यू टू unanticipated withdrawals, premature closure of deposit or non-renewal of deposit, wholesale and retail arise due to आपका जैसे fraud causes substantial losses, systemic risk, loss of confidence, liabilities in foreign currencies. एक और reason जो यहाँ पे specifically highlight किया गया for this particular one is your embedded option. The embedded option is basically जैसे कस्टमर को हमने एफडी करा रखा है 10 करोड़ रुपीस का आपका एट द रेट ऑफ 7%. ठीक है, सो लेट्स से आफ्टर 6 months दिस कस्टमर गॉट एन अदर like there are some rate increment in this, it become 9% after 1 year suppose that. So what he will do, ये दो चीजें आपका करेगा, या तो इसको
बोलेगा प्री मेच्योर करके मेरे इस डिपॉजिट को यहां से यहां शिफ्ट करो, वो भी आपका एनआईआई पे नेगेटिव इंपैक्ट डालेगा। दूसरा ये हो सकता है आपका विड्रॉ करके अगर किसी और मार्केट में डालना चाहता है, ठीक है। एम्बेडेड ऑप्शन इज बेसिकली व्हेन देयर इज अ राइट गिवन टू द कस्टमर ऑफ प्री मेच्योर और विद प्री विड्रॉल्स और प्री पेमेंट्स, जैसे लोन के केस में भी आपका ये होता है, ठीक है। तो दैट इज द सिचुएशन। अब ये किसकी वजह से हो सकता है, ठीक है, जैसे आपका बैंकिंग सिस्टम में कोई फ्रॉड हो रहा है, या कोई सिस्टेमिक रिस्क मार्केट में है, या फिर आपका कॉन्फिडेंस आपका, ठीक है, अगेन रिलेटेड टू द रेपुटेशन ऑफ द बैंक और बैंकिंग सिस्टम, और लाइबिलिटीज इन फॉरेन करेंसीज इटसेल्फ, ठीक है। तो ये कुछ कॉजेज आपका जो फंडिंग रिस्क के लिए हो सकते हैं। टाइम रिस्क इज बेसिकली नीड टू कॉम्पनसेट फॉर नॉन रिसिप्ट ऑफ expected inflow of funds arise to this. तो what is your time risk? It is linked with our situation, ठीक है, कि हमने प्लान किया था, let's say we have given loan to Mr. X, ठीक है, आपका वर्थ like at the end of second year we are going to receive 10 crore rupees, ठीक है, हम रिसीव करने वाले थे। तो फिर हमने आपका मिस्टर वाई से एक डिपॉजिट लिया 10 करोड़ का, एंड वी क्रिएटेड दिस एसेट। हमें उम्मीद क्या थी कि आपका ये जो एक्स है इससे 2 साल के एंड में हमें 10 करोड़ रुपीस मिलेगा, बट इसने डिफॉल्ट कर दिया आपका, ठीक है। सो अब यहाँ पे एक टाइम गैप आएगा, उस मेच्योरिटी पे हमें अमाउंट नहीं मिल पा रहा है, सो वी हैव टू गो फॉर सम अदर काइंड ऑफ अरेंजमेंट इन ऑल। तो उसकी वजह से जो प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है दैट इज आपका टाइम रिस्क, ठीक है। सो सर्व डिट्रॉइशन इन दी एसेट क्वालिटी, इट कैन बी स्टैंडर्ड एसेट टर्निंग इनटू नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट, जैसे मिस्टर एक्स का केस था, और बोरोवर्स डिफॉल्टिंग टू रीपे एज पर द टर्म ऑफ रीपेमेंट्स, temporary problem in recovery, or time involved in managing liquidity. So these are the scenarios which generally lead to the time risk, ठीक है। Final category is call risk, ठीक है। So call is something linked with the when the other party they generally executed their call in that particular asset, ठीक है। तो जैसे आपका contingency and all है, so crystallization of contingent liabilities and inability to undertake profitable business opportunities when desirable, so they are generally known as same call risk। जैसे आपका conversion of non fund based limit into fund based, swap and options, so ये आपके जो कहीं ना कहीं रीजन हो सकते हैं for your call risk। तो liquidity risk आपका which generally link with these different areas, ठीक है। अब अगली चीज जो हमारे पास है, next thing which we are going to discuss, that is the measuring and management of liquidity risk. So for measuring we have two approaches of liquidity risk. One is stock approach, which is full of formulas, and another one is flow approach, right? So आपका measuring and management, okay? So the following steps are necessary for managing liquidity risk. First, these are the three as per your Macmillan book itself. Exact. प्लीज डू रिमेंबर दीज थिंग, ठीक है। ये आपको सेम लाइन है आपका, जिनको आपको थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना होगा, ठीक है। डेवलपिंग और स्ट्रक्चर फॉर मैनेजिंग लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, सो यू बैंक दे नीड टू प्रिपेयर देयर ओन स्ट्रक्चर टू मैनेज और टू डील विद दोज काइंड ऑफ प्रीवियस सिचुएशन। सेटिंग टॉलरेंस लेवल एंड लिमिट फॉर लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, ठीक है। सो टॉलरेंस इज बेसिकली लाइक जो काइंड ऑफ जिसके बेसिस पे हम स्टॉप लॉसेज ज्यादा करते हैं ना, तो वैसे ही यहाँ पे भी कि कितना तक का आपका कैपेसिटी है बैंक का। So accordingly, we have to decide our exposures also, right? Measuring and managing liquidity risk. So these are three areas. The first one is developing structure for ALM. Okay. So RBI had issued guidelines on ALM system covering inter alia liquidity management system in February 1999 and 2007. Successful implementation of any risk management process has to emanate from the top management, means board of directors in the bank, with the demonstration of its strong commitment to integrate basic operation and strategic decision making with the risk management। अब ये आपको अगर याद आ रहा होगा ना, 1-1.5 महीने पहले जब मैं आपको पढ़ाया करता था यूनिट वाइज आपका मॉड्यूल बी में जब हम लोग थे, या अगर आपने वो मॉड्यूल बी का कंपाइलेशन देखा होगा, तो वहां पे लाइक for any kind of losses which is borne by the bank, who will responsible? Their top management. Top management means board of directors, ठीक है। That means every process policy that should be part of the board driven policy, ठीक है। So that should be taken care by, or that should be tested by their board of directors and all, ठीक है। सो फॉर दैट वन वी नीड अ प्रॉपर ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल स्ट्रक्चर। आई होप याद होगा सबको, ठीक है। कैसे था आपका? सो जैसे आपका बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स, बीओडीज आपका सबसे ऊपर, ठीक है। देन वी हैव एएलएम या एसेट लाइबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट या एल्को जिसको हम लोग बोलते थे, ठीक है। देन वी हैव रिस्क मैनेजमेंट कमेटी। अंडर दिस वी हैव लाइक liquidity risk management committee. Under liquidity risk management committee we have support groups and departments, ठीक है। तो ये कुछ आपके जो एरियाज आपके थे इस तरीके से, ठीक है। तो जैसे यहां पे भी आपका बना हुआ है, सो गवर्नेंस ऑफ लिक्विडिटी रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स, रिस्क मैनेजमेंट कमेटी, एल्को एसेट लाइबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट कमेटी एंड एसेट लाइबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट सपोर्ट ग्रुप। सो दिस इज योर रिस्क मैनेजमेंट फ्रेमवर्क फॉर लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, ओके। तो ये हमने बहुत बार वहां पे बहुत बार अच्छे से ढंग से हर एक, जैसे आपका व्हाट इज द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ रिस्क मैनेजमेंट कमेटी इन केस ऑफ लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, वो हमने पढ़ा, या क्रेडिट रिस्क में क्या होगा, ऑपरेशनल रिस्क में क्या होगा, वो सारी चीजें अलग अलग तरीके से। दो आई एम गोइंग टू रिवाइज दैट पर्टिकुलर वन, बट ये पार्ट ना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, एक बार अच्छे से पढ़ो, हमेशा याद रहना चाहिए, ठीक है। तो ये आपके जो एरियाज हैं जो कहीं ना कहीं इसके हिसाब से आपका बनते हैं, ठीक है। सो बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स, अगर हम लोग सबसे पहले बात करते हैं, द बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स शुड हैव ओवरऑल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फॉर मैनेजमेंट ऑफ लिक्विडिटी रिस्क। द बोर्ड शुड डिसाइड स्ट्रेटजी, पॉलिसीज, प्रोसीजर्स of the bank to manage liquidity risk in accordance with the liquidity risk tolerance and the limits, and which is again part of the board approval policy। तो पहला तो एक प्रॉपर स्ट्रेटेजी हो, बैंक की खुद की अपनी पॉलिसीज हो, उनके रिगार्डिंग प्रोसीजर्स हो, ठीक है। दीज शुड बी क्लियरली आर्टिकुलेटेड बाय द बोर्ड टू दी आपका जो आपका रिस्क मैनेजमेंट कमेटी है, अदर्स उनको, ठीक है। एंड वी हैव सम डिफाइंड टॉलरेंस लिमिट्स इन ऑल, सो उनका आपका प्रॉपर पालन हो, ठीक है। एंड दीज लिमिट्स इन ऑल दे शुड बी एग्जैक्ट इन नंबर्स, ठीक है। ऐसा नहीं कोई आपका इतना नहीं, मतलब नंबर्स मींस अ सर्टेन परसेंटेज लिंक विद योर टियर 1 और द एसेट क्वालिटी, ठीक है। तो इस तरीके से वो डिफाइंड हो, उसमें मतलब कोई ऐसा किसी भी प्रकार का कोई ऐसा assumptions ना हो, दैट इज द वन, ठीक है। एसेट लाइबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट कमेटी एल्को कंसिस्टिंग ऑफ बैंक टॉप मैनेजमेंट शुड बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर ensuring adherence to risk tolerance limit set by board, जो पिछले उसमें सेट हुआ था, as well as implementing the liquidity risk management strategy of the bank in line with bank decided risk management objective and risk tolerance. So risk tolerance objective these get decided in the by the board of directors. तो इनका प्रॉपर ढंग से पालन हो, वो उसी तरीके से आपका चीजें हो रही हैं, that is generally make sure by the ELCO itself, ठीक है। इसके अलावा सपोर्ट ग्रुप्स आपका ALM support group consisting of operating staff should be responsible for analyzing, monitoring and responsible for liquidity risk profile to the ELCO। तो ये आपका ग्राउंड लेवल पे जो काम कर रहे होते, ठीक है, कि जो हमने चीजें की हैं उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, ठीक है, कि जो एग्जैक्टनेस उन पॉलिसीज, प्रोसीजर्स या एक्शंस में है या नहीं है, ठीक है। एंड इफ देयर आर सम फीडबैक टू प्रोवाइड दोस, पास ऑन दोस फीडबैक टू एल्को, दैट इज द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ सपोर्ट ग्रुप्स, ठीक है। So this group should also prepare forecast simulations showing the effect of various possible changes in market condition on the bank liquidity position and recommend action needed to be taken to maintain the liquidity position or either to the bank internal limits, ठीक है। साथ साथ में आपका जो करंट मार्केट सिचुएशन है और जो चेंजेस आपके हो रहे हैं उनको एनालिसिस करना एंड कहीं ना कहीं अपने रिसर्च को पास ऑन करना, दैट इज ऑल्सो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ सपोर्ट ग्रुप्स, ठीक है। लिक्विडिटी रिस्क टॉलरेंस, तो इसके ऊपर बात करते हैं, ठीक है। बैंक शुड हैव एन एक्सप्लिट लिक्विडिटी रिस्क टॉलरेंस सेट बाय बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स। द रिस्क टॉलरेंस शुड डिफाइन द लेवल ऑफ लिक्विडिटी रिस्क that the bank willing to assume and should reflect the bank financial condition and funding capacity also, ठीक है। तो tolerance means like this is a limit जहां तक हम जा सकते हैं, एंड दैट टॉलरेंस विल, दैट लिमिट विल डिसाइड कि हाँ कितना रिस्की एसेट्स में हम लोग इन्वेस्टमेंट कर सकते हैं या नहीं कर सकते हैं, दैट इज द वन, ठीक है। स्ट्रेटेजी फॉर मैनेजिंग लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, so the strategy for managing liquidity risk should be appropriate for the nature, scale and complexity of the bank activities. In formulating the strategy, bank or banking group should take into consideration legal structure of the country, key business line, the breadth and diversity of market, product jurisdictions in which they operate and home as well as host regulatory requirements. So whenever we generally plan our liquidity risk management, so bank they generally or institution they generally take care about these particular elements. ठीक है, तो इन्हीं elements के हिसाब से they'll generally decide the things. ठीक है, अब यहाँ पे कुछ चीजें आपका I found this particular page very very important one. ठीक है, तो एक बार थोड़ा सा इनको आपका I'll highlight the areas and you just go through these particular one for revision. ठीक है, so setting tolerance level and limits for liquidity risk. So bank management should set limit to ensure liquidity, and these limits should be reviewed by supervisors, means central banks. Alternatively, supervision may set other limit. It can be like in some countries, these are generally decided by the supervisor itself. Even in RBI also, in case of India, RBI also provides some areas कि कब कब आपका रिपोर्टिंग होना चाहिए या कब कब चीजें आपका होनी चाहिए, वो सारी चीजें. ठीक है, पहला क्या क्या एरियाज है आपका? अक्यूमुलेटिव कैश फ्लो मिसमैच. So the cumulative net funding requirement as a percentage of total liabilities over a particular period, next day, week, आपका fortnight, next month, next year, ये आपका जो कहीं ना कहीं NSFR से आपको हेल्प मिल जाएगा. These mismatch should be calculated by taking a conservative view of marketability of liquid asset with a discount to cover over volatility and any drop in price in the event of forced sales, and should include likely outflow as a result of drawdown of commitments. पहला. Second one is liquidity asset as percentage of short term liabilities. ठीक है, जो शॉर्ट टर्म लाइबिलिटीज है उसके अगेंस्ट में लिक्विड एसेट कितने हैं. ठीक है, सो आपके जैसे एलसीआर जो आपका हो सकता है बेहतर. ठीक है, 30 डेज के लिए अगर हम लोग बात करें, और इवन एनएसएफआर कैन आल्सो हेल्प अस. ठीक है, so these the asset included in this category should be those which are highly liquid. ठीक है, जिनको हम लोग highly liquid HQLA बोलते हैं. ठीक है, high liquid high quality liquid asset. ठीक है, only those assets which are just to be having a ready market even in period of stress. ठीक है, so तीसरा आपका a limit on loan to deposit ratio. ठीक है, loan to deposit ratio should be defined. ठीक है, a limit on loan to capital ratio, a general limit on relationship between anticipated funding needs and available source of meeting them. That is also known as, that is exactly known as NSFR, and it should be greater than equal to 100%. ठीक है, जैसे आपका ये किसके लिए था? आपका LCR के लिए. ठीक है, 6 is primary sources of for meeting funding need should be quantified. 7th is flexible limit on the percentage reliance on a particular liability category. 8th one is a limit on dependence of on individual customer or market segment. 9th is flexible limit of on the minimum or maximum average maturity of different categories of liabilities. 10th one is minimum liquidity provision to be maintained to sustain operations. Okay, so मतलब कोई भी ऐसा सिचुएशन हो जिसमें हमारे ऑपरेशन को एज इट इज चलाने के लिए आपके पास फंडिंग्स होनी चाहिए. So these are the 10 pointers which are generally for the like bank they generally need to take care while they generally set their tolerance level and limit for the liquidity risk. Very very important one. So please go through these particular or do revise before entering to your examination hall. ठीक है, अब आगे बढ़ते हैं. प्रिंसिपल, दिस वी ऑलरेडी डिस्कस इन आवर मॉड्यूल बी. सो देयर वर हाउ मेनी प्रिंसिपल? 13 प्रिंसिपल अबाउट द लिक्विडिटी रिस्क मैनेजमेंट. ठीक है, आई होप याद होंगे. सो BCBS they generally come up with these set of principles just after the global financial crisis. They generally released these particular one in September 2008, September 2008, a set of 13 principles. ठीक है, जिसमें हमने आपका if you remember that contingency funding प्लान आपका है CFP, या फिर आपका डिस्क्लोजर्स है 13 नंबर प्रिंसिपल, 5 आपका रिस्क टॉलरेंस या अदर्स पॉलिसीज एंड ऑल. So after the global financial crisis, in recognition of the need for the bank to improve the liquidity risk management, BCBS published principle for sound liquidity risk management supervision in September 2008, and these are 13 principles. The board द ब्रॉड प्रिंसिपल जो हमने आपका डिस्कस किए थे, मैनेजमेंट बाय बैंक इन्वेसेस बाय द BCBS आर अंडर दी, जैसे हमने आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू रिपीट ऑल द 13 प्रिंसिपल, बट हाँ जब हमने मॉड्यूल बी पढ़ा था ना, तो वहां पे ये पूरा 13 के 13 प्रिंसिपल्स को हमने काफी अच्छे से आपका या काफी डिटेल में आपका डिकोड किया था, ठीक है। चलो तो अब हम, तो प्लीज डू रिवाइज दोस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक। अगर मैं उन पे फिर से जाऊंगा इट विल टेक हाफ एन आवर एंड देयर इज नो पॉइंट बिकॉज इट इज 100% सेम, ठीक है। सो नाउ मेजरिंग आपका, मेजरिंग एंड मैनेजिंग लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, so we have two approaches, one is stock approach, another one is flow approach. In case of stock approach we have 7 ratios which are generally provided by RBI itself, ठीक है, जिन पे बहुत बार क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है। हाँ जैसे यहाँ पे है, so the guidelines on liquidity risk management by bank issued by RBI have given an illustrative list of 7 stock ratios, ठीक है, which are given in the this, ठीक है। These are critical ratios in the option or in the opinion of RBI in respect of liquidity risk management and carries signified for the bank. So ये आपका 7 ratios, ठीक है। जैसे आपका अगर हम लोग बात करें वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज माइनस टेम्परेरी एसेट डिवाइड बाय अर्निंग एसेट टेम्परेरी एसेट, कोर डिपॉजिट रेशियो आपका, कोर डिपॉजिट डिवाइड बाय टोटल एसेट वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज, लोन मैंडेटरी SLR प्लस मैंडेटरी CRR फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट एंड ऑल, सो टोटल एसेट, ये हमने पढ़े हैं पास्ट में, हाँ ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं कि फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोग उनको गो थ्रू करें। लोन प्लस मैंडेटरी SLR प्लस मैंडेटरी CRR प्लस फिक्स्ड एसेट डिवाइड बाय कोर डिपॉजिट टोटल एसेट कोर डिपॉजिट, ठीक है। टेम्परेरी एसेट डिवाइड बाय टोटल एसेट, टेम्परेरी एसेट डिवाइड बाय वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज एंड वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज डिवाइड बाय टोटल एसेट, ठीक है। तो ये 7 रेशियोज आपका, प्लीज ट्राई टू रिमेंबर दिस वन एंड इनको थोड़ा सा प्रैक्टिस करने की कोशिश कीजिएगा, ठीक है। चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं, वी विल प्रैक्टिस नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चन इन द कमिंग डेज, so like once we are done with this theoretical aspect ना, now only 2 units are remaining and I'll try कि जो बाकी के 2 यूनिट है ना वो कल के कल खत्म कर लें, ठीक है। तो इस तरीके से आपका, तो stock approach measuring and managing liquidity risk. So stock approach is based on label of asset and liabilities as well as off balance sheet exposures on a particular date. The following ratios are calculated to assess the liquidity position of a bank itself. These ratios are same जैसे भी हमने देखे थे पास्ट में, ठीक है। तो आपका रेशियो ऑफ कोर डिपॉजिट टू टोटल एसेट, ठीक है। सो आपका कोर डिपॉजिट डिवाइड बाय टोटल एसेट, ठीक है, दिस इज द वेरी फर्स्ट वन, ठीक है। कहाँ गया आपका कोर डिपॉजिट टू टोटल एसेट आपका, ठीक है। सो रेशियो ऑफ कोर डिपॉजिट विच इज आपका कोर डिपॉजिट टू टोटल एसेट, ठीक है। सो कोर डिपॉजिट डिवाइड बाय टोटल एसेट, ठीक है। अब यहाँ पे ना थोड़ा सा दिस इज लाइक प्लीज टेक इट एज अ होमवर्क, ठीक है। इसको ना थोड़ा सा अच्छे से पढ़िएगा, क्या पढ़ना है आपको, दिस लाइन, द हायर द रेशियो the better is because deposit are treated to be a stable source of liquidity. Core deposit will constitute deposit from the public receive in the नॉर्मल कोर्स ऑफ बिजनेस, ठीक है। तो ये इनके ऊपर ना दे विल गिव यू स्टेटमेंट फॉर श्योर, ठीक है, ये सातों रेशियोज के ऊपर आपका, सो प्लीज डू टेक केयर अबाउट दैट वन, ठीक है। जैसे नेट लोन टू टोटल डिपॉजिट रेशियो, सो नेट लोन डिवाइड बाय टोटल डिपॉजिट, इट रिफ्लेक्ट द रेशियो ऑफ लोन टू पब्लिक डिपॉजिट और कोर डिपॉजिट. Total loan in ratio represent net advances after deduction of provision for loan losses and interest suspense account. Loan is treated to be less liquid asset and therefore the lower ratio is better in that particular case. ठीक है, तो ये जो रेशियो के इम्प्लीकेशंस है ना आपका, उनको थोड़ा सा आपको ध्यान रखना है. ठीक है, रेशियो ऑफ टर्म डिपॉजिट टू अ टोटल डिपॉजिट. सो term deposit provide a stable source of liquidity and negligible volatility. So higher term ratio will be better. Ratio of volatile liabilities to total asset. So volatile liability this. So higher portion of volatile asset will cause higher problems. So आपका lower ratio will be better in that particular case. Ratio of short term liabilities to liquid asset. Short term liability are required to be redeemed at the earliest. So there will be required ready liquid asset. So it describe lower one will be the like अगर ज्यादा होगा तो आपका ज्यादा देने पड़ेंगे, कम जितना रेशियो होगा. So that means we have the proper management of funding also. So please go through that particular one. बहुत ज़्यादा important है, ठीक है. जब मैं क्वेश्चंस पे आऊँगा so I'll definitely include the question, but थोड़ा सा आप भी उसको ध्यान रखिएगा तो आपको हेल्प मिलेगी, ठीक है. Flow approach, if you talk about the flow approach, ठीक है. So flow approach, the framework for assessing and managing bank liquidity through flow approach, three major areas. One is measuring and managing net funding requirements, ठीक है. So net funding requirements, तो आपका कितना कितना रिक्वायरमेंट्स एट विच लेवल, आपका ओवरनाइट या डे, आपका मंथली, वीकली, ईयरली, जो भी आपके हैं. मैनेजिंग मार्केट एक्सेस, ठीक है, कैसे कैसे हमारा डाइवर्सिफिकेशन एंड ऑल, कंटिंजेंसी प्लानिंग. सो दीज आर दी थ्री एरियाज विच आर जनरली पार्ट ऑफ द फ्लो अप्रोच, ठीक है. सो लिक्विडिटी, ability to accommodate a decrease in the liability and fund increase, maturity letters, comparison of future cash inflows to future cash outflows over a series of specific time, alternative scenarios, evaluating whether a bank has significant liquid funds based on behavior of cash flow under different what if scenario, or that is also known as kind of simulation situations, ठीक है. तो अगर ये situation होगा तो क्या हमारे पास है, that we generally use for the stress testing itself, ठीक है, कि अगर हमारे ये सिचुएशन होती है तो कितना हम लोग प्रोटेक्टेड हैं, और अगर दूसरी सिचुएशन होगी तो कितना प्रोटेक्टेड है, ठीक है. There are many three scenarios for a bank in connection with the management of liquidity risk. First one is general market condition as it is, जैसा अभी चल रहा है वैसे ही चलता है, ठीक है. दूसरा आपका बैंक स्पेसिफिक क्राइसिस, आपका इंडिविजुअल, एंड तीसरा आपका जनरल मार्केट क्राइसिस, ठीक है. तो ये तीन एरियाज आपका विच जनरली हेल्प अस टू इवैल्यूएट दिस लास्ट पॉइंट विच इज अल्टरनेटिव सिनेरियो एनालिसिस, ठीक है. तो आप एक तो जनरल आपका मार्केट कंडीशन रहती है, दूसरा बैंक टू बैंक वेरी जो करेगा, और तीसरा आपका इन जनरल अगर कोई ऐसे क्राइसिस होती है, ठीक है. सो रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया गाइडलाइंस फॉर मैच्योरिटी बकेट्स, again this is important one. So Reserve Bank of India has given a framework for bucket wise classification of assets and liabilities to be followed by Indian banks while preparing the structural liquidity statement. These are guidelines factors for the banks. All the assets and liabilities are classified into फॉलोइंग टाइम बकेट्स. तो जो आपका रिपोर्टिंग होता है दैट इज अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस, जैसे टुमारो 2 to 7 days, like even like bank while they are testing their own liquidity position also, so they can have these kind of things. So tomorrow आपका 2 to this 8 to 14 days, 15 to 30 days, 31 to 2 months, 2 months to 3 months, over 3 months to 6 months, आपका 6 month to 1 year, आपका 1 year to 3 years, 3 year to 5 years और over 5 years, ठीक है. तो ये आपका आरबीआई के द्वारा काइंड ऑफ सजेस्टेड वन कि बैंक while they check their overall liquidity management and all, so they should have this kind of structure. They should divide the overall buckets or their liquidity position among these different areas और among these different buckets. Okay, तो आज का यूनिट है आपका यूनिट नंबर 30 which is second last unit of your BFM subject. So here we have interest rate risk. Okay, so interest rate risk management, so these are the subtopic, and these subtopics are very like these are very small subtopics, so we will be covering this particular one within 30, 35 or 40 minutes, right? So now the question is like what is interest rate risk? Interest rate risk आपका होता है क्या? Basically like if you talk about the business, banking business, how it accounted here. तो जैसे हम लोग क्या कहते हैं आपका बोरोविंग फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ लैंडिंग, ठीक है. सो सपोज दैट वी एक्सेप्टेड अ डिपॉजिट फ्रॉम मिस्टर एक्स वर्थ रुपीज 10 करोड़, ठीक है, 10 करोड़ रुपए का हमने एक डिपॉजिट या लाइबिलिटी आपका लिया, वेयर वी आर पेइंग एट द रेट ऑफ 7% पर एनम इंटरेस्ट, ठीक है. सपोज दैट दिस डिपॉजिट इज फॉर 3 years, 3 साल के लिए हमारे पास ये डिपॉजिट आया, ठीक है. So from same deposit we will create assets, ठीक है. हमने इसे assets create किया आपका 10 करोड़ रुपीस का with some XYZ company or any other party, ठीक है. And the interest is suppose that 12% per annum and we created this asset for 5 years, ठीक है. 5 साल के लिए हमने ये asset आपका create किया, ठीक है. So in this particular general scenario our NII, if you talk about the NII, so our NII is how much? आपका 5%, ठीक है. सो NII नेट इंटरेस्ट इनकम इज हाउ मच?
500 basis point or 5% in this particular situation. तो ये एक जनरल बैंकिंग प्रैक्टिस आपका है. So now how interest rate risk comes, basically there are so many reasons, जैसे आपका गैप रिस्क है, री इन्वेस्टमेंट रिस्क है, या अदर्स ऐसे एम्बेडेड ऑप्शन है नॉट. सो देखो प्रॉब्लम कहाँ पे होती है. इफ यू स्टडी, इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द इंडियन बैंकिंग स्ट्रक्चर, so we generally accept deposit at fixed rate and we mostly create asset at floating rate. ठीक है, फिक्स रेट पे हम डिपॉजिट एक्सेप्ट किए, दैट मीन्स दिस इज अ काइंड ऑफ फिक्स रेट, और ये आपका इट कैन बी लिंक विद सम इंडाइसेस. ठीक है, जैसे या आपका रेपो रेट के साथ लिंक हो सकता है होम लोन के केस में, या MCLR के साथ लिंक हो सकता है. ठीक है, सो व्हाट हैपन, जैसे initially your NII is 5%. ठीक है, so suppose that after some time, let's say it is linked with your repo rate and current repo rate is 6.35% or somewhere. ठीक है, ये आपका है, तो इतना प्लस आपका ये जो भी डिफरेंस है इन दोनों का. ठीक है, इफ रेपो रेट कम्स डाउन, ठीक है, अगर ये कल के डेट में सपोज दैट 4% हो जाता है या जिस भी इंडेक्स के साथ लिंक है, सो देयर इज अ स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड लॉस ऑफ हाउ मच, आपका 2.35%. ठीक है, तो आपका जो NII है that will decline by 2.35%. So this adverse movement in market is generally known as interest rate risk. पहली चीज, या दूसरे तरीके से आप इसको ले सकते हैं. ठीक है, जैसे आपका there is embedded option. ठीक है, so embedded option means customer they have right to pre-close और to pre-payments. ठीक है, लोन के केस में प्री-पेमेंट का ऑप्शन देते हैं और यहाँ पे प्री-क्लोजर का. ठीक है, तो जैसे अभी 7% पे हमने लिया था, कल के डेट में लाइक सपोज लाइक इन फर्स्ट ईयर सपोज दैट योर NII वाज 5%. नेक्स्ट ईयर व्हाट हैपेंड, सेकंड ईयर आपका इंटरेस्ट रेट गोज अप टू सपोज दैट 9%. ठीक है, सो नाउ दिस कस्टमर विल शिफ्ट फ्रॉम 7% to 9%. सो योर NII विल कम डाउन टू आपका, now your new NII is how much, 3%. So again there is a notional loss in this particular situation. ठीक है, तो ऐसी जो सिचुएशन है, या इसके अलावा आपका ओवरऑल अगर आप इसको लेके चलते हैं. ठीक है, सो व्हेन योर इनफ्लोज फ्रॉम योर एसेट्स इज लेस देन योर आउटफ्लोज. ठीक है, सो आउटफ्लोज, so this is the basically it is a dangerous situation. You are losing your solvency in that particular case. ठीक है, so NII and NIM, these are two major parameters. NII, how we calculate NII, this is the difference. ठीक है, NIM is your NII divide by basically your net NII. ठीक है, inflow minus outflow divide by एवरेज एसेट्स. ठीक है, तो जो लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोस्पेक्ट को भी आपका बता रहा होता है. ठीक है, तो एक बेसिक रेफरेंस आपका. सो इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क इज द एक्सपोजर ऑफ अ बैंक फाइनेंशियल कंडीशन टू एडवर्स मूवमेंट इन इंटरेस्ट rates. Accepting this risk, a normal part of banking, and can be important source of profitability and shareholders value. However, interest rate risk can pose a significant threat to a bank earning and capital base. Changes in interest rate affect a bank earning by changing its net interest income, which is NII, and level of interest sensitive income and operating expenses as well. Okay? So changes in interest rate also affect the underlying value of bank assets, liabilities, and off balance sheet exposures instrument, because the present value of future cash flows in some cases the cash flow themselves change when interest rate changes. Okay, जैसे reinvestment risk आपका होता है others. ठीक है, so let's say one asset is getting mature. ठीक है, जैसे आपका reinvestment में कैसे होगा, एक asset आपका जो mature हो रहा है by the end of this year. ठीक है, so earlier suppose that we created an asset, हमने किसी के साथ एक एसेट क्रिएट किया एट द रेट ऑफ 12%. ठीक है, नाउ अब ये मैच्योर हो रहा है, सो वी आर गोइंग टू री इन्वेस्ट दिस. ठीक है, हम इसको री इन्वेस्ट करेंगे. ठीक है, सो अब राइट नाउ इंटरेस्ट रेट इन मार्केट इज सपोज दैट 10%. ठीक है, तो जब आप इसको दोबारा से इन्वेस्ट करोगे यू विल गेट ओनली 10%. ठीक है, सो दिस इज ऑल्सो अ लॉस इन बाय 2% इन आर ओवरऑल NII. ठीक है, तो ऐसी जो सिचुएशन है. सो इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क रेफर टू वॉलेटिलिटी इन नेट इंटरेस्ट इनकम और वेरिएशन इन NIM, नेट इंटरेस्ट मार्जिन. NII divided by earning asset due to changes in interest asset, that is called NIM. In other words, interest rate risk arise from holding assets and liabilities with different principal amounts, maturity dates और dates rollover rates and all, right? So जैसे reinvestment वाला केस है आपका, ठीक है? तो NII और NIM ये फैक्टर्स हमने पास्ट में भी आपका डिस्कस किए हैं, ठीक है? और बहुत आसान है, बहुत बार हमने इसको समझा भी है, ठीक है? सो नाउ व्हाट आर द सोर्सेज ऑफ इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क, ठीक है? इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क के सोर्सेज क्या क्या हो सकते हैं? पहला गैप और मिसमैच विच इज रिलेटेड टू ALM, ठीक है? जैसे गैप और मिसमैच आपका क्या है? एसेट लायबिलिटी मिसमैच वाला। जैसे वी क्रिएटेड एन एसेट, आपका कितने बोरोविंग लैंडिंग हमने कितने से करा था? 10 करोड़ रुपीज एट द रेट ऑफ 7%, 3 years, ठीक है? वी क्रिएटेड एन एसेट 10 करोड़ रुपीज एट द रेट ऑफ 12%, आपका फॉर 5 years, ठीक है? आपका 5 years। तो सी व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन दिस, ठीक है? वी हैव अ मिसमैच ऑफ 2 years। So at the end of second year, this asset will get, at the end of third year, we have this liability, हमें 3 करोड़ आपका 10 करोड़ रुपीज पे करना होगा, ठीक है? Obviously, we'll have some plan deposit for this one, plan asset, जिसके थ्रू हम इसको पे करने वाले हैं। तो अगर वहां पे नॉन परफॉर्मेंस आ जाता है तो आपका प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट हो जाएगा, बिकॉज बाय द एंड ऑफ 3 years वी नीड दिस वन, ठीक है? वी हैव टू हैव मेंटेन आवर लिक्विडिटी स्टेटस इन आवर बैंक, ठीक है? तो अब यहाँ पे अगर ये जो एसेट जो हमने इसके लिए प्लान किया था वो अगर उसमें नॉन परफॉर्मेंस होता है, या उस समय आपका जो मार्केट में जो फंडिंग सोर्सेज हैं उनके इंटरेस्ट रेट ज्यादा होते हैं अदर्स, सो जो लास्ट 2 years का NII है दैट विल गेट इम्पेक्टेड फ्रॉम दैट पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है? तो गैस आपका गैप और मिसमैच। नेट इंटरेस्ट पोजीशन, इट इज द ओवरऑल इनफ्लो एंड आउटफ्लो आपका, ठीक है? ऑल द एसेट्स एंड ऑल द लायबिलिटीज कंपैरिजन। एम्बेडेड ऑप्शन, ये हमने समझा कि आप जहां पे कस्टमर्स के पास प्री मेच्योर करने का ऑप्शन होता है, खासकर इन केस ऑफ डिपॉजिट एंड इवन इन केस ऑफ एसेट ऑल्सो, जहां पे हम कस्टमर को राइट देते हैं कि दे कैन प्री मेच्योर मेक द प्री पेमेंट्स, और इवन देयर आर सम लोन जहां पे हम उनसे चार्जेस भी नहीं ले रहे होते हैं, ठीक है? तो वहां पे अगर इंटरेस्ट रेट डाउन होते हैं तो, या फिर आपका डिपॉजिट के केस में अप होते हैं, सो वो कस्टमर विल डेफिनेटली एक्सरसाइज दैट ऑप्शन, ठीक है? यील्ड कर्व आपका, दिस इज समथिंग रिलेटेड टू बॉन्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट्स एंड ऑल, किस प्रोपोर्शन में वो यील्ड कर्व आपका चल रहा है। प्राइस रिस्क आपका, प्राइस रिस्क इज बेसिकली, ये हमने कल भी डिस्कस किया था ना। सो प्राइस रिस्क इज लिंक विद योर, ओके आई विल कम टू दिस, ठीक है? री इन्वेस्टमेंट वी ऑलरेडी डिस्कस दिस वन, ठीक है? तो वन बाय वन एक एक इनके केस स्टडीज के साथ चलते हैं, ठीक है? So a gap or mismatch risk arise from holding assets and liabilities with different principal amount, maturity date and repricing date, thereby creating exposure to change in the level of interest rate risk, okay, that we already discussed. The gap is a difference between the amount of assets and liabilities on which the interest rate are rest during the reset during a particular period, ठीक है? तो जैसे केस आपके उसमें दिया था just after this, when assets and liabilities fall due repricing in different periods, they can create a mismatch. Such mismatch or gap may lead to a gain or loss depending upon the interest rate in the market tends to move, ठीक है? जैसे मैंने आपको एग्जांपल दिया था ना, 10 करोड़ 3 years, आपका 10 करोड़ 5 years, तो 2 साल का गैप है, तो उस समय आपका सिचुएशन कुछ भी आपका हो सकती है, ठीक है? जैसे देयर वाज वन केस इन योर बुक, ठीक है? So a bank hold 100 crore rupees liability at 9%. So liability 100 crore rupees 9%. 1 year maturity to fund asset 100 crore rupees 10%, with 2 year maturity. That means that their initial NII is how much? आपका it is 100 basis point और 1%, ठीक है? कई बार ऐसे दिया रहता है बुक्स में, ठीक है? Over the first year, bank is getting a profit of 1%. Amounting 1 crore rupees. However, its profit for second year are not certain. If interest rate remain unchanged, the profit will be same 1 crore. However, since the liabilities are for 1 year and need to be rolled over for second year, so if the interest rate on liabilities increase to 11%, ठीक है? अब अगर liability आपका 9 जो हमने पहले लिया था 9% था, अब इसका जो फंडिंग सोर्स था, या हम अगर उसी को आपका रोल ओवर कर रहे हैं तो तब आपका 11% हो गया, बट आप तो ऑलरेडी एसेट क्रिएट कर चुके थे एट 10%, सो इट विल बी अ स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड लॉस ऑफ 1% और 1 करोड़, ठीक है? तो पहले साल आपका 1 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट होगा, दूसरे साल 1 करोड़ का लॉस हो जाएगा, ठीक है? सो लॉस ऑफ 1% दैट मींस 1 करोड़, ठीक है? सो अब लाइक इट कैन बी अ पॉजिटिव सिचुएशन ऑल्सो, बट वी आर स्टडिंग द
इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क, रिस्क मींस एडवर्स मूवमेंट, ठीक है, इसलिए हम आपका जो पॉजिटिव साइड है उसके ऊपर बात नहीं कर रहे होते, ठीक है। आई होप दिस इज क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू। नेक्स्ट वन, net interest position. So the bank net interest position also exposed to the additional interest rate risk. If a bank has more assets on which it earn interest than its liabilities, so आपका कहीं ना कहीं पॉजिटिव में होगा। इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क अराइज व्हेन इंटरेस्ट रेट अर्न ऑन एसेट्स चेंज while the cost of funding of liabilities remain the same, ठीक है। हाँ, एक ये भी चीज आपका, जैसे आपका if a bank has more asset on which it earn interest rate than its liabilities which it pays interest in. So interest rate risk arise when interest rate earn on asset change while the cost of funding of liabilities remain the same, ठीक है। So the bank with positive net interest position will experience a reduction in NII as interest rate decline and an expansion in NII if interest rate is rising, ठीक है। A large positive net interest position account for most of profit generated by many financial institution, ठीक है। तो जैसे what we generally do, borrow किया, lend किया, हमने बहुत सारे एसेट्स क्रिएट कर रखे हैं मार्केट में ऑलरेडी, ठीक है। सो अगर जिनमें हमने एसेट क्रिएट कर रखा, अगर वहां पर डिक्लाइन हो जाता है, ठीक है, जैसे आपका क्या हुआ, सपोज दैट वी हैव 100 करोड़ रुपीस बोरोविंग ऑन एन एवरेज 7%, ठीक है। आपका इसके बेसिस पे सपोज दैट द ओवरऑल क्रेडिट क्रिएशन इज 150 करोड़ या 100 करोड़ से मान के चलो, ठीक है, एट द रेट ऑफ 12%, ठीक है। सो इट इज फॉर सेम सिचुएशन दैट गैप वाला, ठीक है। तो अगर यहाँ पे ये तो फिक्स पे आपके हैं, अगर यहाँ पे डिक्लाइन होना शुरू हो जाता है, ठीक है, ये फ्लोटिंग पे और जिस इंडाइसेस के साथ ये लिंक है वो डिक्लाइन करते हैं, सपोज दैट इट केम डाउन टू 10, तो यार देयर इज अ नोशनल लॉस ऑफ 3% इन दिस पर्टिकुलर केस आपका, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट वन, एम्बेडेड ऑप्शन, ये हमने बहुत बार पढ़ा कि एम्बेडेड ऑप्शन मींस जहां पे कस्टमर के पास राइट है आपका प्री क्लोजर का इन केस ऑफ लोन और एसेट्स, और आपका प्री क्लोजर का आपका, इसके अलावा प्री मेच्योर का इन द केस ऑफ डिपॉजिट, ठीक है। जैसे एक ने एफडी हमारे साथ कराया, जब एफडी उसने कराया था 10 करोड़ रुपए का, तो आपका इंटरेस्ट था सपोज दैट 7%, आफ्टर दैट इंटरेस्ट रेट गोज अप टू 9%, ठीक है, आफ्टर 1 ईयर, ठीक है। सो व्हाट ही विल डू, ही विल शिफ्ट फ्रॉम हियर टू हियर, ठीक है, ये आपको करना पड़ेगा। तो अब ये चीज करेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं इससे हम एसेट तो क्या कर चुके थे, पहले ही मार्केट में क्रिएट कर चुके थे, अगर उसमें चेंज नहीं हुआ है तो दैट इज अ स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड लॉस ऑफ 2%। So large changes in level of market interest rate create another source of risk for bank profit by payment of loan and bonds with put and call option and or premature withdrawal of deposit before their stated maturity date. In case where there is no penalty for prepayment of loan, the borrower have a natural tendency to pay off their loan when decline in interest rate occurs. In such cases, the bank will receive only a lower NII, ठीक है, समझ में आ गया, बहुत आसान केस है, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट वन, एम्बेडेड ऑप्शन, जैसे केस आपका है, ठीक है, यहाँ पे टेक अ केस ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर 90 डेज, ये आपके बुक का केस है, ठीक है, लोन एट 10%, ठीक है, 90 डेज का लोन आपका 10%, विच फंडेड थ्रू 90 डेज आपका सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ डिपॉजिट एट 8%, ठीक है। सो हमने किसी कस्टमर को 90 डेज का लोन दिया है एट द रेट ऑफ 10%, उसका जो सोर्स ऑफ फंड है दैट इज आपका जो हमने कमर्शियल सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ डिपॉजिट इशू किया था उस पे, और हमने रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट दिया था 8%। सो इनिशियली योर एनआईआई इज 200 बेसिस पॉइंट 2%, ठीक है। सो इन केस द रेट इंटरेस्ट डिक्लाइन टू 9% आफ्टर 30 डेज, अब क्या हो रहा है, 30 दिन के बाद अगर रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट क्या हो जाता है आपका 9% हो जाता है, ठीक है। The borrower prepays his loan immediately and the bank receive only 200 basis point for first month, ठीक है, पहले 30 दिन के लिए उसको 200 basis point, अगले फिर आपका 60 डेज के लिए he'll get only 100 basis point और 1%, ठीक है। So remaining 60 days out of this the NII will be 100 basis point, तो इस तरीके से भी आपका जो impact देखने के लिए मिल सकता है ओवरऑल, that will overall like there will be कहीं ना कहीं there will be a decline in overall NII of that particular bank, ठीक है। So yield curve आपका, yield curve is a line or graph plotting the yield means return of all maturities of a particular instrument. Yield curve change its slope and shape from time to time depending upon repricing and various other factors.
market conditions and all. As the economy moved through the business cycle, the yield curve changed rather frequently. At the intervention of RBI, the yield curve can be twisted to the desired direction by the altering the yield on the government stocks or different maturities. तो वहां पे अगर हमारी जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है, ठीक है, सो लाइक दीज आर जनरली इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय द आरबीआई इटसेल्फ. तो कई बार ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि लाइक जो हमारी पोजीशन है उसके अगेंस्ट आपका मूव दैट इज टेकन केयर बाय आरबीआई, सो उसकी वजह से आपका नुकसान हो सकते हैं. जैसे टू इलस्ट्रेट हाउ अ चेंज इन शेप ऑफ यील्ड कर्व इफेक्टिव द बैंक एनआईआई, let us assume XYZ Bank use 3-year floating rate fixed deposit for funding 3 years floating rate loans. The deposit and loans are repriced at quarterly intervals. If bank pay 100 basis point above the 12.50% 91 days treasury bills, so 13.50% to fixed deposit, and charge 300 basis point above the 364 days treasury bills rate of 13%. So 16% on its loan, NII of 250 basis points is produced in the normal situation. If yield curve term invert during the next repricing date with 91 days treasury bills 14%, okay, for 365 days. So remaining 13% and the spread relationship of deposit and loan to treasury bills remain constant, the NII will reduce by 100% basis point. So now it will be only 1% earning. ठीक है, तो इस तरीके से भी ये जो गवर्नमेंट का इंटरवेंशन है या आरबीआई का जो इंटरवेंशन है दैट कैन इफेक्ट आवर बैंक एनआईआई इन अ एडवर्स मैनर. ठीक है. Price risk occur when assets are sold before their maturity. So it is something related to embedded. I just missed this one. Yeah. In a financial market, bond price and bond yields are inversely related. ये हम लोग समझते हैं, बहुत हमने इसको JAIIB में भी पढ़ा. ठीक है. So bond price and bond yields. ठीक है. So bond price is basically the market price of the bonds and yield on that particular one. Current yield जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं आपका. ठीक है. If bond price will go up, so yield will come down or vice versa. ठीक है. For example, the price of 10-year 14% government of India's stock will receive only lower price than originally paid for when coupon or stock of similar maturity has gone up 15% in the market, because these get issued on the face value, and investors they'll get face value at the end of the one. Okay? The price risk is closely associated with the trading books, which is created for making profit out of short term movements in the interest rate. रीइन्वेस्टमेंट रिस्क, जैसे मैंने आपको एग्जांपल दिया था कि एक एसेट जो अभी करंटली आपका अर्न करा 12%, बट जब वो मैच्योर हुआ नाउ द रेट इन द मार्केट इज 10%, सो देयर इज अ 2% लॉस. So uncertainty with regard to interest rate at which future cash flow can be reinvested is called reinvestment risk. ठीक है, समझ में आया ना. जैसे हमने कंपनी एक्स को लोन दिया था 50 करोड़ एट द रेट ऑफ 10%. ठीक है. सो अब ये आपका मैच्योर हो गया. ठीक है, दिस इज कंप्लीटेड. सो नाउ we got the entire 50 crore rupees. Now we are investing this one, but rate in the market is 9%. So there is a loss of 1% in NII. ठीक है. So reinvestment, so same case आपका यहाँ पे है, you can take the references. ठीक है. Now effect of interest rate risk. ठीक है, effect of interest rate risk. So there are three major areas. First one is earning prospect. ठीक है, इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क का सीधा सीधा इम्पैक्ट आपका अर्निंग पे आएगा. ठीक है, तो एनआईआई आपका क्या होता जाएगा, कम होता जाएगा. दूसरा इकोनॉमिक प्रोस्पेक्ट, अगर आपका एनआईआई मतलब किसी साल में अगर आपकी अर्निंग कम हो रही है तो ओवरऑल आपके एसेट्स या उनकी वैल्यू कम हो रही है. दैट मीन्स इकोनॉमिक प्रोस्पेक्ट मीन्स द लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोस्पेक्ट अबाउट दैट पर्टिकुलर कंपनी और सॉल्वेंसी. ठीक है. एम्बेडेड लॉसेस आपका, ठीक है, जिसकी वजह से जो बैंक को आपका ऐसे जो लॉसेस बेयर करने पड़ सकते हैं. So in the earning prospect, the focus of analysis is impact the changes in interest rate on accrual or reported earnings. This is the traditional approach of interest rate risk assessment taken by many banks. Variation in earning is an important focal points for interest rate risk analysis, because reduced earning or override losses can threaten the financial stability of an institution by undermining its capital adequacy and by reducing the market confidence as well. First one.
Second one, economic value sorry guys. Second one, economic value prospect. So variation in market interest rate can also affect the economic value. Economic value of bank assets, liabilities, and off-balance sheet position. The sensitivity of bank economic value to fluctuations in interest rate is particularly important consideration of shareholders, management, and supervisors. Okay, that is the one. Third one, please go through this. Actually, I'm not feeling good from last few days. So embedded losses, earning and economic value prospect are discussed thus far. This is when evaluating the level of interest rate risk, it is willing and able to assume bank should also consider the impact that past interest rate may have on future performances in a particular instruments that are not mark to market, like banking book product basically. Okay. So trading books are generally based on the M2M. Okay. May already contain embedded gain or losses due to past trade movements. These gain or losses may be reflected over time in the bank earnings also. Okay. So embedded option is like कि हाँ जब भी sorry. So when you are making that accounting things and all, okay, so or the strategies or forecasting and all. So bank, they should take care about the embedded losses, especially. Yeah. Gain is like kind of a bonus, but losses are kind of कि जहाँ पे अगर वो चीज होती है, so bank is how bank is going to deal with that particular one, because it is directly going to make an adverse impact on our overall आपका NII and NIM. ठीक है, sorry guys. So measurement of interest rate risk, please go through this one. So if we talk about the measurement of interest and rate risk, this is all material interest rate risk associated with bank asset, liabilities, and OBS. So utilize generally accepted financial concept and risk measurement techniques. Sorry, have well documented assumptions and parameters. So these are some suggested areas regarding the overall measurement of interest rate risk. Okay. So interest rate risk measurement techniques include like repricing schedule. Repricing schedule means it is something related to mitigate your making an analysis about the maturity of the existing assets and all. ठीक है पहला. दूसरा gap analysis, asset and liabilities, and how you are going to fund that gap. Duration आपका, ठीक है. So duration, how long we need to hold that particular asset to achieve the profitability. Duration analysis. Simulation approach, where we generally test the different market scenarios. ठीक है. Sorry. So these are some approaches which generally we use for the interest rate risk management. Now this part is very important. Okay. So I'll make a big star for this. Please go through this. This I'll show you in detail also. So strategies for controlling interest rate risk, I'll highlight. Okay. So the actual management of bank assets and liabilities focus on controlling the gap between rate sensitive asset and rate sensitive liabilities. Some bank pursue a strategy of matching asset and liability maturities are closely as possible to reduce the gap to zero. insulate the NII from the volatility of interest rate. That means like what we in general do कि जैसे हमने अगर कोई एसेट क्रिएट किया है, ठीक है, लेट्स से वी टुक अ लाइबिलिटी फॉर 5 years, वी क्रिएटेड एसेट फॉर 7 years, 2 साल का गैप है. सो वी आर कीपिंग थिंग माइंड्स कि हाँ जो एसेट हमारा 5 year में कंप्लीट होगा उससे हम इसका इस लाइबिलिटी का पेमेंट करेंगे. दैट इज द वन. ठीक है. Aggressive banker, however, vary the gap tunes with their interest rate forecast. If they expect increase in interest rate, they widen the gap, repricing by the asset or more frequently than their liabilities also. So these kind of strategies we also use. And even if something happen bad, so we have treasury. ठीक है, तो treasury आपको वहाँ पे help करेगा. ठीक है. So now reduce asset sensitivity or reduce liability sensitivity. This is an important part, or like the very important part for your examination. So please do remember this. Reduce asset sensitivity, extend investment portfolio maturities. So reduce asset sensitivity, extend the or increase investment portfolio maturities, increase floating rate deposit, increase fixed rate lending, sell floating rate loans, increase short-term borrowings, and increase long-term lending. So these are the to reduce the asset sensitivity. A bank, they can take these kind of measures. And to reduce liability sensitivity, reducing investment portfolio maturities. Here we have extend the investment portfolio maturities in case of asset. Here we have reducing investment portfolio maturities, increase floating rate lendings, increase long-term deposit, increase short-term lending is also. Okay. So I request to all of you guys, you will definitely face one question based on this particular things. So please do take care about this thing. Okay. Even I'll also include the question based on this particular one. Okay. In our coming session, तो जहाँ पे मैं इसको आपको और बेहतर ढंग से समझा पाऊंगा. So the other option apart from this available to the bank managing interest rate risk, match long-term asset preferably with non-interest bearing liabilities, match repriceable assets with similar repriceable liabilities, use forward rate agreement, swap option and financial futures to construct synthetic securities and hedging against any exposure interest rate risk. Maturity mismatch in accentuated by the proliferations of non-performing asset and loan renegotiation, sound loaning policies and effective post-sanction monitoring and recovery steps can contain the volume of non-performing asset. Large volume of NPA in a balance sheet entail carrying of non-interest earning asset funded out of the volatile liabilities. So bank, they can work on these particular areas. So if you talk about the sound risk management, interest rate risk management practices, so again it include the board and others things. So sound interest rate risk management involve the application of 4 basic elements in a management of asset liabilities in OBS. These are, so again, very important one. So appropriate board and senior management oversight, educate risk management policies and procedures, appropriate risk measurement, monitoring and control functions, comprehensive internal control and independent audits. So these are the areas which can help bank to improvise their overall conditions, or to these are the areas, suggested areas, which can prevent a bank from falling in any kind of interest rate risk trap. Okay, so this is the one. Okay. So control standards, so this is the same one. Okay. So control and supervision of interest rate risk management. So here we have strong control environment and compliances,
adequate process of identifying and evaluating risk, establishment of control activities such as policies, procedures, and methodologies, adequate information system MIS. Then we have continual review of adherence to established policies and procedures. So these are the areas where bank they can control and supervise of interest rate risk management. Okay? So first one is profit planning. Another one is risk aggregation and capital allocation. Then economic capital and RAROC. Right. So these are the areas. Now first thing is about the profit planning, which is generally linked with the solvency of the bank, right? So every bank they have a target like to achieve solvency as well as liquidity that we generally discuss in our previous session also, right? So now like to if you talk about the major sources of earnings for bank, we have interest based earning from our assets, we have fee based services like off balance sheet exposures and all, and the third one is treasury income. So that like nowadays that become very important for the profit maximization of bank. Okay, so kahin na kahin the another thing about the profit wala area is kind of when we want to increase our profitability, so cost will also increase, right? So like let's say if there is a bank who want to increase their overall profitability, that means they have to involve different services, or they have to increase their overall activities. So for that one simultaneously cost will also increase. So we have to try ki our cost should be minimum side and profit should be maximum side. Okay? For that one we generally use some strategies, so we are going to talk about those particular thing in this particular session. Apart from that, there was one classification which we already read in our first module itself, right? So as per BCBS, their banking activities are further categorized under 8 core activities, and we have lots of sub activities. Okay. Then risk wise in module B, these activities are further categorized among 3 parts. These are banking book, another one is trading book, and third one is off balance sheet activities. Okay. So banking book which generally deal with deposit and advances, your trading book which generally deal with the trading activities of the bank as a proprietary position or on the behalf of customers. Okay. Third one is off balance sheet exposures, that is something linked with contingent liabilities, like where bank as a trustee they generally provide a kind of guarantee for the product like LCs or derivative products and all, they are generally tool of this particular one. Okay. So profit is like to sustain in the market or to sustain in the high competition, you have to have make sure your profitability. ठीक है, जब profitability होगी तभी आपका organization आगे बढ़ पाएगा. ठीक है. So there are some areas जो आपकी profitability के ऊपर adverse impact डालेंगे. ठीक है. These are generally called risks, which we already discussed in our like previous modules and all. तो कहीं ना कहीं with that understanding we are going to discuss this particular unit, right? So profit planning in a bank essentially involve balance sheet management. Balance sheet management means assets and liabilities management. Yeah, basically liabilities are sources of funds and assets are application of funds, right? So covering credit, investment, and non-fund based income. The bank income arises from 3 major sources. One is interest income, another one is fee based income, and third one is treasury income. Okay, so these are the 3 major sources of bank earnings. Interest earning is derived from lending as well as investment in securities and bond, and that play a crucial role in the overall earnings of the bank itself, right? So we have these there is one slide missing. No. So these are these are the 6 major components or key components which generally play a crucial role in bank overall profitability. So bank every efforts to rationalize this segment of the expenditure is made. In nutshell, profitability is a function of 6 key variables. These are these should be maximum side, ठीक है, so they should be maximum side and these last three should be minimum side, right? तो ये आपका मैक्सिमम होनी चाहिए और ये मिनिमम, ठीक है, जैसे इंटरेस्ट इनकम, फी बेस्ड इनकम एंड ट्रेडिंग इनकम, ठीक है. सो बैंक दे शुड ट्राई टू वर्क हार्ड इन दीज पर्टिकुलर एरियाज, इस एरिया को, इन तीनों एरियाज को जितना ज्यादा से ज्यादा बढ़ा सके, ठीक है. अनदर साइड वी हैव इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंस, staff expenses and other operating expenses. So bank they should have like kind of maximum control on these particular areas, okay? So but these are interlinked, again if you increase your if you like basically if bank will try to increase these particular areas, they'll simultaneously they'll also increase, ठीक है. तो अगर आप ये चीज बढ़ाना चाहोगे, if you deal in number of assets, so that for that you have to increase the liability side, ठीक है. तो आपको ज्यादा से ज्यादा liability लेनी पड़ेगी, then only you will be able to like make more, create more assets and all, ठीक है. तो ये कहीं ना कहीं एक दूसरे के साथ आपका इंटरलिंक है, but a proper management can help us in the overall to maintain the overall solvency, right? So maximization of first three variables and minimization of last three variables are the requisite to maximize profitability. All these six factors are dependent on each others, and achieving the optimum level is the requirement here, right? So basically we have to achieve that optimum level so we can maximize the overall profitability of the bank itself, okay? So economic capital and RAROC, very important part. You will definitely face one question based on this particular portion. So every year examiner they generally ask question about like which factor should be increased or which factor should be decreased or which are the key elements and all. तो please उनको अच्छे से समझ लीजिएगा, ठीक है. Another side is economic capital and RAROC, ठीक है. So economic capital is something like it is as simple as that. Let's say we are making some kind of investment or we are creating some kind of assets and all, ठीक है. So for that one there is involvement of risk, ठीक है. So अब हमें ये चीज फाइंड आउट करना है कि कहाँ पे आपका रिस्क प्रोबेबिलिटी इज लेसर साइड एंड आउटपुट इज हायर साइड, ठीक है. जैसे किस तरीके से ये होगा, ठीक है. सपोज दैट वी हैव टू इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रोडक्ट, वन इज suppose that bonds, ठीक है, one is bonds, another one is suppose that forex, ठीक है. ये आपका forex. अब bonds में let's say for a given time duration bond return was suppose that 100 crores and forex return is again suppose that expected return is 100 crore rupees, ठीक है. Now capital charge is very important factor in this particular situation, ठीक है. So to achieve this 100 crore rupees profitability, how much risk we are taking, that is also matter in this particular situation, ठीक है. So suppose that in case of bonds we have to make 2000 crores investment to achieve this one, and risk because these are the debt instruments and all, ठीक है, risk probability is less, ठीक है. Suppose that to achieve this one we have to invest 1500 crores but the risk probability is high, ठीक है. So capital charge is high in this particular case. So this will sound like this will be a favorable investment decision made by the bank itself. So these kind of investment, up to take these kind of investment, we take help of a tool that is known as RAROC, ठीक है. तो पहले आपका होते थे जैसे आई होप यू नो अबाउट द ROA एंड ROE, ठीक है, रिटर्न ऑन एसेट, रिटर्न ऑन इक्विटी. सो व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन RAROC एंड रिटर्न ऑन एसेट एंड रिटर्न ऑन इक्विटी? So return on asset or return on equity, they generally shows the overall return of that organization. So they generally treat organization as a whole, right? But in case of RAROC, as I said, like as per the BCBS classification, we have 8 core activities, ठीक है. So what is the return of each and individual activity or the each and every single and आपका segments, or even let's say like these are like retail banking, wholesale banking, payment and settlement, corporate banking and all. These are the 8 core activities where bank they generally deal with. So now in even let's say there is a retail banking, and in retail banking we have number of activities. So which activity is doing good, which activity is doing bad. So this can be also measured by using RAROC. तो RAROC एक ऐसा टूल है जो मतलब हमारे लिए काफी ज्यादा हेल्पफुल होता है बैंक्स में. जहां पे बेसिकली हम लोग आपका कि आपका जो बिजनेस लाइन है, ये 8 कोर बिजनेस लाइन, और उस पर्टिकुलर बिजनेस लाइन के अंदर जो भी डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज हम लोग करें वह उसका भी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी वी कैन मेजर बाय यूजिंग दिस टूल, ठीक है। सो दिस क्रिएट अ सिग्निफिकेंट बिटवीन आरओए आरओई एंड योर आरएआरओसी। अंडरस्टूड? इतना समझ में आया? आगे और इसको डिटेल में जाएंगे, ठीक है। The expected loss is measure of the reserve necessary to guard against future losses. So, basically, if we are making some investment, so there is a expected loss involved in that particular business, ठीक है। So risk taking is banking business, ठीक है। तो हम किसी को लोन दे रहे हैं, that means we are taking some kind of risk, right? हो सकता है अभी उसकी क्रेडिट वर्दीनेस अच्छी है, कल के डेट में आपका देयर इज अ डाउनग्रेड रिस्क, ठीक है। कुछ ऐसे सिचुएशन हुए जिसकी वजह से उसका नुकसान हो सकता है, ठीक है। तो दैट मीन्स वी आर इन अ रिस्क टेकिंग बिजनेस, राइट। सो द प्राइसिंग ऑफ प्रोडक्ट should provide a buffer against expected losses, and the unexpected losses is measure of the amount of economic capital required to support the bank financial risk. This capital is also known as risk capital, ठीक है। तो जैसे अगर हम किसी कस्टमर को लोन दे रहे हैं, सो वी डू द प्रोविजनिंग थिंग्स, ठीक है। हमने आपका एसेट क्लासिफिकेशन और प्रोविजनिंग में ये चीज पढ़ा था, ठीक है। और इवन लेट्स से इफ यू आर इन्वेस्टिंग, आपका जैसे कोई कंटिंजेंट लायबिलिटी हमने क्रिएट करके एलसी का गारंटी दिया है, या फिर हमने कोई डेरिवेटिव में आपका पोजीशन बनाया हुआ है अदर्स, so yeah, even the basic norms also, like bank in India, they have to maintain CRR, SLR, or the other capital buffers also, right? So that is why we are maintaining these particular things to protect bank from any kind of financial losses or any kind of stressful situation, right? तो कहीं ना कहीं उसके लिए जो अमाउंट आप मेंटेन करो, इफ आर पोर्टफोलियो इज सपोज दैट 100 like 2000 crore rupees portfolio in bonds. So here the risk is, so you have to identify the risk probability. The risk probability is suppose that 2% in this case, and in this case it is suppose that 10%, okay? So you have to find out these particular numbers by using value at risk bar or other tools also, okay? So based on this you have to make your decisions about the overall investment, okay? So some activities may require large amount of risk capital, which in turn require higher returns. This is the essence of risk adjusted return on capital, RAROC measure, okay? The essential objective to establish a benchmark to evaluate the economic return of business activities like retail banking, wholesale banking and others, and their sub activities, business line and their activities. This include transactions, product, customer trade, and business line, as well as the entire business, okay? So and this we will find out with the help of RAROC itself, right? तो RAROC की मदद से आप वो पता लगाओगे और उसके बाद you will make your decision, ठीक है? So RAROC is a part of REPM, ठीक है? That is risk adjusted performance measure. इसके थ्रू बेसिकली वी गेट टू नो द एंटायर risk taken by the bank itself, ठीक है? So not on individual activity basis, but the entire bank का total asset liabilities का जो analysis है, ठीक है? Consider for instance two traders such that each return is 10 million US dollar over the last year, ठीक है? दो ट्रेड आपकी हुई हैं, दोनों का प्रॉफिट इज 10 मिलियन यूएस डॉलर, ठीक है? द फर्स्ट in foreign currency traders and second in is bond trader, ठीक है? The question is how do we compare their performances. This is important in providing appropriate compensation as well as deciding which line of activity is to be expended, ठीक है? तो एक सिचुएशन आपका यहाँ पे क्या दिया है कि लास्ट ईयर देयर वाज लाइक टू ट्रेड हैपन, ठीक है? तो दो ट्रेड आपके हुए हैं जिसमें we made a profit of 10 million US dollar in both the cases, ठीक है? अब सवाल ये है कि हम आगे किसको बढ़ाएं, ठीक है? हम सेम पोजीशन के साथ जाएं या फिर इसमें से कौन सा हमारा परफॉर्मेंस सही रहा है? तो देखो यहाँ पे दो चीजें होती हैं, ठीक है? When we go through the RAROC, ठीक है? We will consider the risk, the capital charge against that particular asset, ठीक है? कोई भी उसमें आपका कैपिटल चार्ज कितना है. There is one another measure that is called EAR, अर्निंग एट रिस्क, ठीक है? सो जब आप अर्निंग एट रिस्क को देखोगे ना तो दे जनरली केयर अबाउट द आउटकम्स, कैश फ्लोज, ठीक है? कि जैसे एक उसमें हमने इन्वेस्ट किया, आपका सपोज दैट वी गॉट अ प्रॉफिट ऑफ like let's say X, Y, दो ये अलग अलग securities. From X we got a profit of 15 crore and Y we got a profit of 10 crore. ठीक है? So ये आपका situation है. So if you go with EAR, earning at risk, ठीक है? So without any doubt we will select this one. ठीक है? They just care about the overall cash flow for this one. But if you'll go with RAR OC, ठीक है? अगर आप RAR OC के थ्रू जाओगे, so we'll not make decision like this is good, this is bad. ठीक है? यहाँ पे क्या होगा कि let's say capital charge against this was suppose that 10 crores and for this it was 2 crores. ठीक है? मतलब यहाँ पे लॉस की प्रोबेबिलिटी 10 करोड़ है, यहाँ पे 2 करोड़ है, तो RAROC will suggest this particular route. ठीक है? तो इसलिए ये ज्यादा आपका फेवरेबल माना जाता है, which generally make a balance between risk and return. Okay, so assume the forex and bond traders have notional amount and volatility as described below. The bonds trader deal in larger amounts of 200 million US dollar, but in a market with lower volatility at 4% per annum against 100 million and 12% for forex trader. ठीक है? तो यहाँ पे वॉलेटिलिटी इज वेरी वेरी हाई. ठीक है? तो ये आपका इस तरीके से, तो वी ऑब्वियसली वी शुड गो फॉर दिस वन इफ यू आर अप्लाइंग द RAROC मेथड. ठीक है? सो आपका रिस्क कैपिटल कैन बी कंप्यूटेड एज वार मेजर, से 99% लेवल ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस ओवर दिस. ठीक है? Banker trust debt. Assume normal distribution, that this translate into this, तो ये आपका निकल गया. This adjustment performance is then measure as a profit divided by the risk capital. So this will be your RM. Thus the bond trader is actually performing better. Bond trader is actually performing better as the forex, as the activity required less risk capital. ठीक है? जैसे मैंने आपको यहाँ पे एक एग्जांपल दिया था ना इसके पिछले वाले में. ठीक है? So this is the same scenario जो यहाँ पे आपका केस में है. More generally, risk capital should account for the credit risk, operational and any other transactions. ठीक है? तो interactions. So these are the one. ठीक है? तो इस तरीके से आपका decisioning होती है. So I'll come to, while we come to the case studies, so I'll come up with the number of cases, तो जिससे आपको और ज्यादा क्लियरिटी भी मिल जाएगा. बट द आइडिया, लाइक द कॉन्सेप्ट, अगर आपको कॉन्सेप्ट समझ में आ गया तो बहुत आसान होगा डिसीजन लेना कि विच इन्वेस्टमेंट इज बेटर एंड ऑल. राइट? RAR मेथोडोलॉजी के बारे में बात करें तो जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि एज पर BCBS, सो देर आर 8 बिजनेस लाइन. ठीक है? BCBS ये हमने बहुत डिटेल में पढ़े हुए हैं, ऑल 8 बिजनेस लाइन. ठीक है? आपका जिसमें रिटेल बैंकिंग, होलसेल बैंकिंग, इसके अलावा आपका कॉर्पोरेट बैंकिंग, पेमेंट एंड सेटलमेंट्स, ये सारे स्मार्ट. ठीक है? इनके अंदर आपका देयर आर नंबर, जैसे रिटेल बैंकिंग में हम लोग बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज करते हैं. ठीक है? तो देखो ये क्या बताएगा ना, इफ यू अप्लाई द RAROC मेथड, इट विल हेल्प यू टू चेक लाइक जैसे दिस इज रिटेल बैंकिंग एंड रिटेल बैंकिंग बिजनेस लाइन का ओवरऑल आपका रिस्क कैपिटल कितना है. ठीक है? मींस द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ लॉसेस कितने हैं जो भी एसेट हमने क्रिएट कर रखे हैं, या इसमें अगर हमें इसका चेक करना है प्रोडक्ट ए कि इफ यू इन्वेस्ट इन प्रोडक्ट ए, सो व्हाट विल बी द रिस्क कैपिटल. ठीक है? रिस्क कैपिटल कितना होगा और रिटर्न कितना होगा. बेस्ड ऑन दैट एनालिसिस वी विल कंटिन्यू दैट प्रोडक्ट और वी विल डिसकंटिन्यू, और इफ वी नीड सम अदर फर्दर डिसीजनिंग इन दैट पर्टिकुलर वन विल टेक. ठीक है? जहां पे अगर आप बात करते हैं RAR, सॉरी आपका द अदर मेजर इज लाइक अर्निंग एट रिस्क. ठीक है? Sorry, not we can take earning at risk also. We have earning at risk is similar to RAROC, but it generally count the inflows, cash inflows, outflows. ठीक है? ये सिर्फ कैश के बारे में बात करता है आपका बिजनेस लाइन या एक्टिविटीज बेसिस पे. बट अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं आपका रिटर्न ऑन एसेट ROA और आपका रिटर्न ऑन इक्विटी, दे जनरली ऑल्सो टेल द ओवरऑल प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी ऑफ द बैंक, बट एट they generally consider bank as a whole. ठीक है? या ब्रांच as a whole. तो इस तरीके से यहां से आपका आउटकम्स रहेंगे. ठीक है? So risk adjusted return on capital is related to a concept should such as shareholders value analysis and economic value added. It take into account the revenue, cost and risk on a transaction or portfolio basis over a defined time duration. ठीक है? In the past, performance was measured by the ROA, return on asset, which adjusts profit for the associated book value of assets, or return on equity, which adjusts profit for associated book value of equity. None of these measure ROA and ROE is satisfactory for the evaluating the performance of business itself, right? Understood? तो क्या डिफरेंस है और अदर्स कैसे ये काम करते हैं, ठीक है? चलो अगला आपका नेक्स्ट वन, ठीक है? सो नेक्स्ट वन RAROC method. So please quickly go through this particular one. Okay, so I hope this is clear now, right? So RAROC, which is like we have these different areas. One is risk management. So include the measurement of portfolio exposure. So measurement of portfolio exposure, volatility and correlation of risk factors. Okay. Another thing is which generally taken care by RORC methods, capital allocation, the very important part here. This requires the choice of a confidence level and horizon for the VAR, value at risk. It can be like 99%, 95% in all team, which translate into economic capital, right? So these are some areas. Third one is risk measurement, capital, and third one is performance measurement. That is missing from this particular slide. So risk measurement include measurement of portfolio exposure. This portfolio measurement require adjustment of performance for the risk capital. So these are three key elements which we generally use in case of RAROC. ठीक है? तो जब आप RAROC से कैलकुलेशन कर रहे होते किसी भी बिजनेस एक्टिविटी का, so we get to know the basic risk आपका involved in that particular one. ठीक है? How much capital is required, risk capital is required, and what is the performance or return for that one. So you'll get to know about these three factors, then we'll make our decision. Okay, so this is the one, performance measurement. So performance measurement, this require the adjustment of performance for market capital. Performance measurement can be based on RAPM, RAPM methods. For instance, economic value added, focus on the creation of value during a particular period in excess of the required return on capital. EVA measures the residual economic profit, and how we calculate it is, so it is profit minus capital into K. K is basically a discount rate, right? So where the profit adjusted for the cost of economic capital, K is defined for the discount rate. Assuming the whole worth is captured by the EVA, the higher the EVA, the better the product or project. ठीक है? So इस तरीके से आपका जो कैलकुलेशन, ठीक है, I'll definitely come with the cases based on this particular part. ठीक है? तो आपका like EVA for the different business line or business activities. एंड अगेन जैसे आपका एनपीवी में होता था, सेम उसी काइंड ऑफ में आपका यहाँ पे भी कैलकुलेशन चलते हैं. एनपीवी इज ऑल्सो बेस्ड ऑन द डिस्काउंटिंग मेथड, नेट प्रेजेंट वैल्यू फॉर एसेट अप्रेजल्स. वैसे ही यहाँ पे भी आपके जो कैलकुलेशन आपको देखने के लिए मिलेंगे. ठीक है, सो RORC इज डिजाइन टू अलाउ ऑल द बिजनेस स्ट्रीम्स of a financial institution to be evaluated on equal footing. Each type of risk is measured to determine both expected and unexpected losses using VAR or worst case type scenarios or analytical models. The key to RAROC is the matching of revenue, cost and risk on transaction and portfolio basis over a defined time period. ठीक है, तो इस तरीके से आपका जो outcomes आपको मिलेंगे. ठीक है, EAR we already talk about this. ठीक है, so it is similar type of the tool जैसे आपका RAROC है, but the only change is कि it is based on the outflows. ठीक है, जैसे मैंने आपको एग्जांपल दिया था ना कि like ROR, how we use earning at risk. There are two different securities, X and Y. X written is supposed that 15 crore and Y written is supposed that 10 crore. So ये आपका इसको support करेगा. ठीक है, so basically outflow जहां से we do not consider the capital charge against in this particular one. In case of RAROC will consider the capital charge कि उसमें risk कितना involve है, others उनका calculation भी किया जाएगा. ठीक है, so ER approach is similar to RAROC approach, but depend less on capital allocation and more on cash flows or variability in earnings. ठीक है, so this is the very important one. ठीक है, it is used to analyze interest rate risk. Under this analytical framework also, frequency distribution of return for any one type of risk can be estimated from historical data. ठीक है, वो आपका moving average हो सकता है
या अदर जो टूल है वो आपके यूज हो सकते हैं, ठीक है। तो ये भी आपको बिजनेस लाइन या एक्टिविटी बेसिस पे आउटकम दे सकता है, बट द थिंग इज कि ये आपका मतलब जो काफी ज्यादा एग्रेसिव मेथड काइंड ऑफ इसको हम लोग मानते हैं, ठीक है। आरएआरओसी इज काइंड ऑफ अ बैलेंस मेथड जो रिस्क, कैपिटल और अदर बैलेंसेस को साथ में लेके चला, ठीक है। There is one or two pages about NAFID also. I don't know why they included that particular one at the end of this particular unit. तो थोड़ा सा इसको देख लीजिएगा, ठीक है। NAFID is kind of a DFI, Development Financial Institutions. Like we have NABARD, EXIM, CAIIB and all, ठीक है। So it is a newly built one for the infrastructure industry, ठीक है। So National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, this is the full form, and it is generally for the larger project like construction of road, dam and others. इनको free finance करने के लिए इनको बनाया गया, as we have NABARD as an apex development bank in the country for agriculture and rural development, NHB for housing development, CAIIB for MSMEs and all, right? So DFI to support development of long-term infrastructure financing in India. With this, India has seen the birth of a new entity in the financial market. Unlike bank, DFI do not accept deposit from people. They source fund from the market, government as well as multilateral institutions and are often सपोर्टेड थ्रू दी गवर्नमेंट गारंटीज, ठीक है। तो ये आपके इसी यूनिट के एंड का जो पार्ट है वो आपको वहां पर दिया गया, ठीक है। आई होप मोस्ट ऑफ आप लोग अवेयर भी होंगे इसके बारे में, ठीक है। एंड दिस इज इट, ठीक है। आई होप सभी ने सेशन को एंजॉय किया होगा एंड डू एक्सप्रेस योर फीलिंग्स एंड इफ यू हैव सम सजेशन प्लीज डू मेंशन इन द कमेंट सेक्शन, ठीक है। सो ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर योर एग्जाम प्रिपरेशन गाइस, दिस इज इट फ्रॉम माय साइड. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching these particular session. Okay. So bye bye. Take care all. Have a nice day. Thank you.